falling, lost in the listening distance as dark locks in. Nightfall. Good evening. Tonight's story takes place on the road to nowhere, Nevada. It has to do with people who are homesick for themselves. Based on a short story by Anthony Boucher and dramatized for radio by Len Peterson. The play is called A Bite. There it is.
Wait, what'd you see? What?
Nothing. Shadow flickering. Corner of my eye.
Hey, this ain't Vietnam, Huey Blair. A gook behind every bush and blade of grass. War's over. This is your United States, the great American desert.
I'm not going crazy. Don't give me that look, Corey.
The heat, Huey boy. Too much sun. Hit for the shade, huh?
I heard wild creatures. Saw them almost. Something wild.
Man, it was heavy weather, this. With my old flying buddy, Huey the Screwy. Yeah, the clunk got him out here to these Utah foothills. Adobe country. No man's desert. Huey's into old bones and dinosaurs. But before all that, Army hero Blair went as crazy as the war in Vietnam. Got all twisted up. His friend's the enemy his friends. And then who's you too? Well, the shrink stateside shrunk his mind back to what's considered normal for middle Americans. But Huey was still nuts enough to get a college degree. Paleontology. Petrified life science. But the way that kid dipsy-doodled over them Viet Cong jungles kept me, rear gunner Corey, in one piece. So I owe him all these years since. I got a franchise here in the desert. Filling station. On the outskirts of Oasis. About as close as you can get to nowhere, Nevada. One day I was going through my Vietnam souvenirs and thought of Huey Blair. I sent him a postcard. How goes it, Lieutenant? And I mentioned the huge, you wouldn't believe, petrified bones we got out here that appear then disappear in these rocky, sand-blown foothills. And he gets out here almost before the postcard gets to him. But not before a gale's covered them old bones again and made a liar out of me.
Why didn't you pound in markers, Corey?
Thought I could trust the sand and wind for a few days. Nothing's where it was.
And the bones blew away?
No, they're anchored in rock.
Come on, Corey. Where are the bloody bones?
Well, we never did find the bones I seen. Wind found them for us one howler of a night. But the wind didn't blow away them weird sounds and shadows.
Hear that?
No. But see that?
Yeah. Stegosaur bones.
What bones?
Stegosaur. Small-headed, hunchbacked, spike-tailed, plant-eating dinosaur. See these? Double row of upright plates along the back for defense.
Hey, am I still stringing you?
No, Corey. You delivered.
What do you figure he'd weigh in at?
25 tons. With a brain the size of a fox terrier or a military commander. 2.5 ounces. Corey, there's a good chance we've got a complete skeleton. If the stern end is down under the sand back there.
Start digging to see?
No, to cover it up.
What? You don't want this critter?
An Army glider down the valley there. It's too close. If they spot this flying low, it's goodbye bones. Souvenir hunters will come swarming all over.
And that'll be the end of 25 tons of stegosaur.
There's scratches on these bones.
Huh?
Teeth marks. I've never seen that. And those marks were made before the bones turned to stone.
Huh. What do you make of it?
Ever see teeth marks like that?
Well, I'm no dentist.
Not from any animal that exists today. Powerful bite, but not a large creature. Killer or scavenger? Corey, this could be be the biggest discovery in paleontology in 100 years.
What?
These teeth marks. The great mystery. What killed off the dinosaurs? Maybe this is the first clue. Let's grab a shovel. Cover the jewels.
Jewels?
Bushel of hooked diamonds wouldn't be worth what we got here. Shovel, Corey. Study this beast inch by inch. Keep the rest covered up. When I'm ready to call my gang from the museum to come and fetch him. What in creation is making those sounds?
There it is!
What? Where?
Gone. It's gone.
So you're seeing it too?
I don't know if I really saw anything. Maybe. Maybe not.
Getting you, Sarge? Yeah. It's getting you.
Up in the foothills with Huey the Screwy, helping him cover and uncover his 25-ton baby. I got to hearing what he heard and seeing what he saw. But back in town or at the filling station, I knew it was Bullswall, Huey's psycho imagination. He worked hard at the old bones business, though, making drawings and impressions and taking snapshots.
Corey, I can't thank you enough for tipping me off on the stegosaur. And I think I found some fragments of a Podokesaurus and a Saltopithecus.
What?
Mean, ferocious little beasts.
They made the bites on your big bones?
No, their bites are too small.
Yeah, but these drawings of them, Army glider planes in the valley, not much connection with the old bones business.
Just doodling. I always doodle.
And, these cages?
Even with field glasses, I can't make out what's in those cages. The Army's packing them into gliders and taking off. With what? Birds? Animals?
What do you care, Huey? We're out of that.
Something's going on.
Oh, stick to your bones.
Well, I am sticking. They're not going anywhere without me.
Well, good. You're the doctor.
Hey, keep quiet. What? They're sniffing around again.
So let them. Let them! They ain't brontosauruses, and they ain't tyrannosauruses. See? I've been boning up on your monsters. Don't let them buzz and chirp. So what?
More than buzzing and chirping now. Barking, howling.
I don't hear nothing. That's not part of the territory.
Liar. Look behind those rocks. Carcasses of birds, rabbits, rodents.
So what?
They're torn apart. Devoured by powerful jaws and sharp teeth.
Of what?
Creatures that don't exist to you.
Huey the Screwy. You can see, hear anything in the desert. Stop working like a dog. It's hot enough to melt a snake. There's always the cactus bar over an oasis.
What? Oh. I kind of thirsty at that.
Huey, I've heard talk.
Talk?
Yeah, local folks wondering who is that camped up in the foothills near the old Carker place. Is he on the run, hiding out? You're sure to get snoopers snooping on you if you don't stop acting like a fugitive.
You got it right. I am on the run. I am a fugitive.
Yes, sir. First mark on the house, and after that I overcharge.
Set him up, Sid. This is Hugh Blair.
Hey.
Yeah, Set him up was in our war, too. Was a barkeep. Just doing what he's doing now.
Decorated 6 times for it. Yeah. 6 bloody medals.
Corey, guess what I ran into up in the hills?
Living, breathing Stegosaurus.
The buzzing and squeaking and barking got really bad after you left this afternoon. I felt I was being spied on. Some guy. Tanned, full beard, pack sack like a prospector.
Where?
He knows my name.
Hugh Blair. Lieutenant?
Morgan from Vietnam. Morgan, the desk-flying major. If Morgan had $1 for every pointless death, theirs and ours, to his credit, he'd be a rich man. Morgan, the last straw in the Vietnam manure pile. Only my straitjacket saved Morgan from a lethal blast of napalm.
Lieutenant Blair.
That's right, Major.
How have you been?
Fine. Just fine.
No more, trouble? No more,
Crazies?
well, I didn't mean...
The crazies, all gone, Major.
You're well again, Blair. Good.
Fit, Major. Except for a spot on one lung. That's why I'm hanging out here. This hot, dry air is supposed to clear me up.
Is that your tent? Just over the ridge?
Yeah. How about yourself? I thought you were still in the Army.
No. Back to my real trade. Prospecting.
Find anything?
Paid to keep my mouth shut.
Sure.
Sketch pad you got there?
Yes.
Going arty on us, Blair?
Can't just sit around. I'd go nuts.
Is that a glider you're drawing?
In landscapes, mostly. The rocks, foothills.
Does the glider field down there interest you, Blair?
Not especially.
Have you figured out their function? The gliders, I mean.
No.
Well, any new tricks since we were nervous in the service?
You reckon so?
Let me see your sketches.
Not worth looking at.
Let me see them. Show me.
Sorry, Morgan. You're not my superior officer now.
Just an old buddy. Trying to keep you out of trouble.
Yeah?
See you around. Clear up that spot on your lung, Blair. And, don't get any more.
Corey, what did the son of a bitch mean by that? To cover up how much I was thrown meeting up with him, I invited Morgan to visit me tomorrow in my tent. I got rum, I told him, if rum's still his drink. Dark rum.
It is.
It is?
Yeah, Morgan's never going to change.
There's no bloody chance encounter.
Well, thought he's prospecting for minerals. Real estate, maybe?
Cooking up conflict, where there's peace and quiet.
Still beating the bushes for spies and traitors.
Yeah, but the Army shrinks have me labeled a psycho and Morgan a patriot. Nothing kinky in the way he pushed us in Vietnam into more and more outrageous sacrifices.
Yes, he said himself, to test our loyalties.
Definitely pathological, our getting tired of spraying Mekong peasants with bullets and napalm.
He sure made a special target of you, Huey the Screwy.
Took some hunting to find me here. Who knows except you?
The FBI, CIA, Army, and the entire credit network. They're never going to stop loving you, Huey boy.
Morgan's madness drove me into the nuttiness of wasting 3 hours on my way here, burying my stegosaur sketches. Just because of my doodles of those Army gliders. Scared of being taken for a spy.
Easy now, easy.
Morgan was filing to CIA all the time in Vietnam.
What's his job now? To keep a buffer zone between that glider field and honest men? Playing prospector. That's his cover?
Keep out. No trespassing. The signs are all over.
Huh. Sure way to draw the snoopers.
Well, as John Wayne would say, there ain't enough room in these here foothills for me and Morgan.
Hey, how am I going to defuse you, Lieutenant? Come on, meet the boys, the locals. Take your mind off Morgan. Best poker players in these parts. That's Fred, Joe, Art, P.W., and old Jake.
Yeah.
This flying buddy of mine from Nam, Hugh Blair. He's got a lung trouble, so we come to God's country for a cure.
Yeah. We seen you was camping up near the Carker place. Don't know as that's healthy, though.
Carker place?
Adobe Hut, just one hill over from that tent of yours now. You keep clear of it.
Why?
Oh, I ain't saying.
Spill it, old Jake.
No, sirree.
Well, tell him, Jake. Warn him.
I told him.
Tell him so he'll take it serious. Don't be such a cuss.
Well, they bite.
What bite?
Well, I ain't said no more. Not a word more.
A war vet hero from Nam, here for his health. Do him a favor. He did you one.
Oh, how do you get that?
Weren't for him, you'd be sitting playing poker with the inscrutable Viet Cong.
Set 'em up, said I don't want nothing from the Carker place coming after me worse than Viet Cong.
I'll tell you, the Carkers were homesteaders. Poor place for a homestead, sure enough.
There are a lot of kids and grandkids.
Oh, they could raise on that scrub land.
Yeah, sure. So what's up there on the Carker place?
Oh, well, no ghosts, if that's what tourists are looking for.
Something worse.
About as hard to spot as ghosts, but real, whatever they are.
And lately, coming down into town, making trouble. They're brown and naked and sneaky and make noises like no animal you ever heard.
Corey and I have heard them.
Maybe we have, maybe we haven't.
That's about all anybody can say.
And they bite.
They sure do.
Like critters from long ago and not of these parts.
Some say it's the Carkers, 3rd, 4th generation.
Yeah, original Carkers, Bert and Sarah, I knew them. Went crazy trying to make a go of homesteading on that godforsaken land of Cain. Ended up eating their own kin. And others.
It's only rumors, Jake.
Rumors! That's God's truth! And they're still at it.
There was Indians before them. They got starved out, too.
Enough folks from around here disappeared way back. And travelers that stopped at the Carker place just vanished.
The army's come in twice to clean the place out.
Didn't work.
Good for bar business, though. Jake, tell him about your dog.
No.
Here. Right here in Cactus Bar, one of those things. Ed up, old Jake's dog. And nobody noticed till we heard the thing crack the leg bones with its teeth.
Yeah. Know that. Best dog I ever...
The thing had finished most of the flesh and was cracking the bones for the marrow. When we jumped to go look,
it skidded out before we could lay a hand on it.
Well, who'd have dared? And lose 3 fingers like Father Kelly?
But I seen it. Wasn't like no creature I ever saw before. Like something small and brown and leathery from 1,000,000 years ago.
Worth the price of admission, Hugh? Cactus Bar?
Some yarns. Unbelievable. But not impossible. Makes me think of the creatures that did in the dinosaurs. Small, quick, ferocious.
Yeah?
They bite. Now, how many times did we hear that tonight? And they meant bite. The teeth marks on my stegosaur aren't tender little nibbles. How's that for full moon talk, Corey?
Makes a great story. Anyway, I'm glad to see you in such a good humor for a change.
Maybe the Army has discovered those prehistoric creatures and is trapping them. The Army will breed them and turn them loose on the enemy.
Great sport is moon talk, Huey.
It all comes together, huh? Those cages.
For the no-see-em critters? Another airborne weapon?
Is that why Morgan came snooping? Because he thinks I'm onto a top secret.
Why don't you ask him?
If he comes for the rum I offered him. Yeah. Yeah, I'll put it to him all right.
Lieutenant Hugh Blair of the Fighting Army Air Corps.
Yes, sir, Major Morgan.
As you were. Easy. Well, I've come for that free shot of rum you promised.
Yes, sir.
What are you up to with that machete?
Oh, just clearing sage. For the hell of it. So much of what we do, Major, is just for the hell of it.
Yeah. Seems, yeah. Sort of got the habit in the Domino War. Read any books on the war since coming back?
Few.
A man fights first, then finds out after what for.
What have you found out, Major?
Something. Not so different from what you were screaming about when you went, mental. And we shipped you home.
Is that so, Major?
We treated you rough. But you were rough, too.
Yeah.
Can we bury the hatchet?
Sure.
Drink to it?
Sure. Why not? Bury the hatchet. He's so friendly, I know he's about to fix me. His way in Vietnam. Nice, friendly, then the smash. Bury the hatchet. Will a machete do, Major?
What?
War reparations. Where? To pay back what we did on your orders. For the hell of it.
What are you talking about?
What we learned in the Domino War.
War? War's over.
And I beat you to the jump.
What are you doing with that machete?
Burying the hatchet, Major. In your... Just carrying out orders, sir. Oh, the creatures that bite. Smelling blood. Meat. A meal. Shall I leave you here, Major? Let the no-see-ems pick you clean? No. I'll give you a decent burial. In the haunted hut. Nobody will go snooping there. And if they do, and find your gnawed bones, they'll blame the Carker monsters. Major, you're my farewell to Vietnam.
The adobe hut. What was in it when I got there? Bits of crude furniture, cinders in the fireplace. And near it, a tiny, rough figure of clay and straw, half human, half lizard. And below that, a hollowed stone covered with dried blood and fresh. The rest of what happened we'll have to piece together. Huey scrawled words on the wall of the hut in wet clay and blood.
Carker sure knew how to keep snoopers out of this hut. A mummified woman. Skin and bone. Eyelids shut tight. Nose sunk in. Lips curled back from the teeth. Am I imagining? Her chest rising and falling? Breathing? Alive? This Carker? Sleeping? A creature that bites?
Hugh grabs his machete, makes for the door. No burying Morgan now.
Oh, no! No!
Across the desert, a brown, skinny creature, savage woman, comes hurrying to the hut. Hewitt turns back inside, drops the machete. The mummy sinks her sharp teeth into Blair's left hand and holds on.
Let go!
Hugh grabs the machete again and slashes the carcass. Severs the dry, bloodless body from the head. But the creature's teeth stay locked in his hand.
Let go!
He can't rip the clenched teeth loose with his free hand.
Bloody creature!
Or with his own teeth savagely biting. Crazed by the pain, he swings the machete to free himself. And his hand and the gripping white teeth of the thing that bites tumble to the floor beside Morgan.
Free!
Again, he makes for the door, but the female creature hurries toward him. He moves back into the hut.
I can't beat her. Outside, running. Ambush her. Inside the door.
But the blood flowing from his gaping wrist into the hollowed stone so weakens him He falls to his knees. The woman creature fills the doorway, but comes no further. She waits for his spurting blood to fill the hollow stone. The way you stand there, creature, woman, I know you've waited many times for the stone to fill with warm, red blood.
You have just heard They Bite, the Anthony Boucher short story dramatized for this series by Len Peterson. Featured tonight were John Stocker as Corey and Robert Haley as Hugh Blair. You also heard David Calderisi as Morgan, Ken James as Set-em-up Sid, and Mavor Moore as Old Jake. Our recording engineer this week is Tom Shipton, with sound effects by Matt Wilcott. The series story editor is Earl Toppings, with the production assistance of Nancy McElveen. Nightfall is produced and directed for CBC Radio by Bill Howell. And now, here's a final word from your host.
Hello again. Next week's Nightfall features a new adaptation of a story that has always had a special place in my heart.
Whenever his pale blue eye fell on me, my blood ran cold. And so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. It was an evil eye, but Weatherby was very kind to me. No one had been this kind. It was too much to bear. You fancy me mad. Mad men know nothing. But you should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work.
Edgar Allan Poe's The Telltale Heart, adapted for radio by Len Peterson and starring Richard Monette. Next week on Nightfall. Until then, careful of the edge.
Superstition be hanged.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the final startling and breathtaking performance on this afternoon's program, and just before the grand and glorious finale, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the one, the only, the incomparable, world's most daring trapeze performer, Flyer Sampson. Today, for the first time in history, Flyer Sampson introducing his own original and sensational super trapeze stunt, the gigantic, colossal, giant swing flyaway, in addition to which Flying Sampson will perform 2 1/2 somersaults onto that lofty swinging trapeze. The most difficult, the most spectacular, the most daredevil performance of all times, ladies and gentlemen, and you are about to witness it for the first time. So all eyes attention. I give you, high in the tent top, that supreme artist who refuses to use a net, the better to entertain you, Flyer Sampson.
Barker? Oh, Barker.
Yeah, Ruby?
Do you think he'll make it?
Liar? You can't miss.
He missed twice yesterday.
Yeah, that was before he found his trouble. Did 8 in a row after he got the hang of it.
Barker, don't say that.
What, Ruby?
The hang of it.
Oh,
You remember what Herajala said?
yeah.
Is Flyer wearing the white feather?
I can't see.
Well, he pins it at the belt, on the left side.
Well, his left side's away from us. Anyway, his suit's so white we couldn't tell.
Where's yours?
Huh?
Where's your feather?
Yes. Inside my ring jacket. Here, see.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a clever stunt, keeping your feather in your hair.
Yeah, it adds to my costume.
Oh, he's getting ready.
Oh, I hope he makes it.
He will.
He missed twice yesterday.
Yeah, but he hadn't gotten the hang... hadn't gotten the idea yet.
And he used a net yesterday. We should use a net till he's sure.
Ah, he's sure. Now, ready now. Watch. You do the giant swing on that stationary bar. Let loose. Fly through the air in a 2 1/2 somersault. Catch that swinging trapeze bar at the other end of the tent.
I know. Haven't I watched him practice for weeks?
Yeah, the trick is to catch that swinging trapeze at the other end of the tent.
Oh, I hope he's wearing that feather.
Here he goes. There's the giant swing. Once. Twice. 3. 4. 5. He's in the air. Grab that bar!
Oh, Flyer!
Good Lord, what's happened?
Look at him! Look at him!
I told him to wear the white feather with the spot of blood.
Herajala.
He is wearing the feather.
And I told him to. Now look at him. Hanging there. Caught in the twisted trapeze rope. Hanging.
Excuse me. Oh, Ruby.
Barker, the feather. I couldn't find it in Flyer's dressing room.
Ruby.
Oh.
Come in, Miss, Ruby. I take it you're talking about the dead man's dressing room.
Why, yes.
Uh-huh. Thought so. Excuse me, please. Murphy, cover Sampson's dressing room. Nobody in or out. Right. Now, Miss Ruby, suppose you tell me about the white feather.
Ruby. Police Inspector Guilfoyle. Inspector, this is Ruby Brooks.
Well, Ruby Brooks. I must say you don't look a bit like your pictures on the billboards.
All right, wise guy. I don't have to stick around here and be insulted. I know my rights.
Insulted? My dear girl, what I meant was you're so much more attractive than those horrible posters they have up all over town, honestly.
Now, stow it. Barker, what's a copper doing in here?
Just asking questions, Ruby. Routine stuff, you know. Be nice to him.
Sure, Ruby. That's not a bad idea.
What do you want?
Just checking up. We run a pretty respectable town here.
And we run a pretty respectable circus, mister.
I'm sure you do. Except every now and then, somebody winds up in a casket.
Meaning what?
Oh, nothing.
You're trying to make something out of Flyer Sampson's death?
Nothing more than it really is.
Well, he died by accident, see? And if you want some witnesses, brother, Just advertise for any one of those 1,100 people who saw him die.
They tell me Flyer Sampson was a first-rate acrobat.
He's the best in the business. I mean, he was.
They also tell me he was trying out a new trick today.
Yeah, new on the public. He's been working on it for 2 years.
And I also understand today's the first time he's tried it without a net.
So what if it is?
Strange, isn't it, that a man should die trying his new stunt for the first time?
I don't see anything so strange about it.
No? You use a net for your trapeze act, don't you?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, I was just thinking. With Flyer Sampson not using a net and perfecting a stunt nobody had ever done before, was liable to put out your spotlight, huh?
Now, look here, wise guy. If you're insinuating
Ruby.
that...
Now, take it easy, baby. Take it easy.
I wasn't insinuating anything, Ruby. I was merely telling you what I was thinking. Now, Barker.
Yeah?
What's your real name?
Jeff Kilby. People in the business call me Barker Kilby.
And the young lady?
She's my wife.
I see. I presume you performed as usual today, Mrs. Kilby?
Naturally. I have the high spot of the program.
I'm afraid I rather disagree with you. The high spot seems to have gone today to Flyer Sampson. Now, about the white feather. Well?
Barker, do we have to put up with this? After all, Flyer wasn't murdered.
Are you positive he wasn't murdered?
Of course I am. It was an accident. Ask anybody who saw it.
Then what's the white feather got to do with it?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Suppose you let me decide.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do, Ruby. Remember? The first thing you said when you come in here was you couldn't find the white feather in Flyer's dressing room.
I don't remember.
A very bad memory. And why, Ruby, if you're Barker's wife, did you knock before coming in here?
Oh, yeah, just a habit. We've only been married 2 days.
I understand, Mr. Kilby. You've been married 2 years. You see, before I investigate a case, I always do the preliminary work beforehand.
Well, we didn't announce our marriage until a couple of days ago.
I see. Now, about the feather.
There's no feather.
I rather think there is. Isn't there, Ruby?
You're blame right there is, wise guy. In your hat. And you're talking through that.
In other words, you won't talk, huh?
We've got nothing to say. Now or ever. Flyer Sampson died by accident. And if you happen to find out he was murdered, we didn't have anything to do with it.
That the way you feel, too, Barker?
Sure he does.
Barker?
Yeah. Now, that's the way I feel about it.
Very well. I realize I can't force you to tell me about the feather yet. But I'll be around. Sure. I'll be around. Go on.
Barker.
Baby, you shouldn't have talked to him like that.
It's gone. The feather isn't in Flyer's dressing room anyplace.
Are you sure?
I searched the whole place. It isn't in there. And it wasn't on Flyer when it happened.
He couldn't have destroyed it.
Oh, we both begged him not to, but he might have.
Yeah.
He laughed at us when we told him what Harajala said. Told us we were a couple of superstitious fools.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, but he finally promised to wear the feather just to please us. Well, he didn't.
And now that what Harajala predicted has happened.
Harajala's predictions always happen.
Harajala?
How did you get in here?
You've always taken me for a fraud. There's but one entrance to this room.
But you didn't come in that way.
No, I didn't, did I? How observing you are, Ruby.
What do you want?
Why, I just thought I should speak to you as a friendly gesture.
Speak to us about what?
About the white feather with the spots of blood.
Well?
It's a pity that Flyer Sampson ignored my warning.
The copper's right. Flyer was murdered.
To the contrary. You saw him misjudge his distance, rush the trapeze rope with his shoulder, and become twisted in its coils.
Because he wasn't wearing the feather.
Yes, exactly. Because he refused to take my warning. I told the three of you, wear the white feather of a baby swan, spotted with the blood of a dove, lest a horrible fate overtake you.
He did say that, Barker.
Flyer Sampson only laughed. Even when I gave him the feather for his own protection, he laughed.
But he took it.
Because I compelled him to.
But the feather isn't in his dressing room. Oh, where is it?
I have it.
You?
Yes. Here, you see.
Where did you get it?
From Flyer Sampson, naturally.
He gave it back to you?
Oh, no. I gave the matter much thought. I disliked his laughing at me. I told him what I saw in his future. I told him that he, and you, Barker, and Ruby, all have the same fate. Death by hanging. And that fate can only be avoided by wearing a white feather of a baby swan, spotted with the blood of a dove.
How did you get the feather back?
I took it back.
Took it back?
Yes. Flyer Sampson was a fool. He wouldn't believe me. Called me a fraud. He said he wasn't superstitious.
You stole the feather from Flyer. You knew he'd die if he didn't wear that feather.
Certainly. I saw it in his future. Just as I'd seen it in yours and Ruby's.
You killed him.
He killed himself.
No, you did. You knew he'd die if you took the feather.
Barker, he laughed at me. I do not like being laughed at.
Why, you dirty rat.
Barker!
You killed him just as sure as if you strung him up yourself.
Barker, that knife!
Don't come any closer with your knife, Barker.
No, Barker, no!
I always knew you were a rat.
Regret it if you kill me.
I've never regretted killing a snake in my life.
Keep back.
Barker, no! Barker.
Yeah. So Flyer wasn't wearing his feather because he stole it from him. To revenge himself because Flyer wasn't superstitious.
Barker, he did.
Yeah, no loss.
Oh, why did you do it?
He had it coming. Flyer Sampson was the best man in the business.
But that cop, he's still hanging around someplace.
We gotta beat it.
Where to?
I don't know. Anywhere, but we gotta beat it.
I'll go with you.
Go pack your things.
No time for that, Barker. That cop may be back any minute now.
I guess I lost my head. Seen him standing there, holding Flyer's feather.
Oh, come on. Got any dough?
Yeah, a couple of hundred.
I've got 50. Thank heavens I've got it with me. Come on, we've got to get ahead of that cop. Oh, Barker, we shouldn't have taken this plane.
Yeah, it's the fastest way to cover a long distance.
I know, but so much money.
You want to get away, don't you?
Of course. What are we going to do when the cash runs out?
Now we'll get a job.
Walking tight wires and swinging from tent tops, I suppose.
Now we'll go to Europe.
Sure, on $300.
Stop worrying, will you? You give me the willies.
Oh, if you just use your head.
I'll start that I told you so business, and so help me, I'll make you wish you'd kept your trap shut.
All right. Right. Well, what are your plans when we get to Frisco?
We'll hide out in a cheap room in the house. Keep indoors most of the time.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Well, you didn't have to come along.
Well, maybe I'd be better off if I hadn't.
Oh, now, baby, take it easy. I didn't mean it. I just never been on the lam before.
Well, I have, and I don't like it.
Yeah, there's the airport. Yeah, we're on the ground.
We'd better hop a cab as soon as we can.
Right. Here we are.
Barker.
Oh, what, baby?
Look out this window. Careful, he'll see you.
Who'll see me?
Look for yourself.
That cop, Guilfoyle.
How did he get here ahead of us?
Yeah. How?
He's watching for us to get off the plane. Oh, what are we going to do?
You'll never get me.
Barker, think of something.
Easy, baby. Pilot just stepped out of the cabin.
What are you going to do?
You just wait and see. All right, brother. This is a gun in your ribs. Now get back there at those controls and see how fast you can get this plane into the air again. Ruby! Ruby, wake up.
Oh, Barker. Oh, you frightened me.
Quick, the fire escape.
What?
I saw him.
Who?
Guilfoyle, the cop.
He see you?
Yeah, I think so. Come on, leave everything. You got the dough?
What's left?
And come on, now the fire escape. Hurry now, out the window.
Barker, look down below.
Go up, Ruby. They haven't spotted us yet.
Half a dozen cops down there.
Yeah.
How did that smart cop get on our trail?
I don't know. 6 weeks on the run, and he's still right behind us. Come on, baby. There's the rooftop.
Barker.
Come on.
Barker, I forgot the feather.
Oh, come on. There's no time for that.
I've got to go back and get it.
No. I haven't got time. Besides, Harajala's dead. Nothing can happen to us now.
Oh, Barker.
Come on, baby. Hurry. Along these roofs until we can find a place to get down.
Barker, I'm frightened.
Take it easy. They won't get us.
Hunted like this. Always hiding.
Now, this way, Ruby. Over here.
Oh, I should have brought that feather. You know what Harajala said.
He's dead. The spell's broken.
It wasn't a spell. It was something he read in our futures. He said that because you and I and Flyer Sampson were born on the same day that...
Oh, I have to jump here. One building to the other. Just a couple of feet. Here. I'll go first. Yeah. Now, come on, Ruby. Just a couple of feet.
All right. But it's so dark.
Can you see me all right?
Yes. Oh, Barker, maybe there's still time to get the feather.
Nuts. Just because Flyer Sampson got his neck caught in that trapeze is no sign we're going to end up the same way. Come on now.
All right.
Now, just give a good jump. Yeah, that's it. Ruby! Good Lord. Those wires. Around her neck. Ruby! What's this? Someone's been in my room. Someone searched it. That cop. Yeah, that filthy copper. He's tailing me. I gotta get out. Gotta get out of here. Hop a freight. Yeah, that's it. I gotta get out before it's too late. With me. Only one boxcar, an open door. I made it just in time. Better close the door. Yeah, it's safe now. No one followed me. I'm sure of that. Yeah, tired. And then from that copper. Better find a place I can lie down. Rest. Yeah, that's what I need. Yeah, lucky to find an open boxcar with no one in it.
But there is someone, Barker.
Who's that?
Don't you recognize my voice?
It's so dark in here.
You remember Barker?
Who are you? Who are you, I say? I've got a gun.
Then why don't you use it?
Yeah, I will.
You couldn't miss in this small place, could you, Barker?
Who are you? What kept me from hitting you?
Your knife was more effective, remember?
Harajala.
Do you have the white feather, Barker?
Harajala. No.
Give me the feather.
No, anything but that.
I gave it to you once. I want it back again.
No.
Then perhaps I can convince you.
No, keep away from me. Don't touch me.
You can't see me, can you, Barker?
No, keep away.
There. You feel me? Now, hand me the feather.
Here.
Thank you, Barker. Now, I have all three of them.
Let go of me. I'm getting out of here.
Are you going to jump, Barker?
Keep away. Keep away from me.
We're picking up speed.
Keep away. Don't touch me again.
We'll soon be moving too fast for you to jump. You'd better do it now.
Yeah, I will.
You don't want to stay here with me, do you, Barker?
No. Oh, you got the others. You'll never get me. Ah!
You did jump. Poor Barker. And how pretty you look, hanging back there on that mail hook.
You have heard Superstition Be Hanged, the 17th tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop, originating in the studios of WKY. Ben Morris was heard tonight as Barker, Ermay Ray played Ruby, Garland Moss was the fortune teller, and Muriel Schofield was Detective Kurt Guilfoyle. Next Friday at this same time, listen to Scott Bishop's 18th story in this dark fantasy series, Pennsylvania Turnpike, the weird and exciting tale of an aged hitchhiker who, strangely enough, refused to accept a ride in any car which did not have a person with red hair as an occupant. Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you from Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening. And welcome once again, friends of the Inner Sanctum. Don't hesitate, come right in. Once you get used to these grim surroundings, you'll never leave. Nobody ever does. Once you're in, you're out. This is the kind of place that grips you. The kind of place where the bars hold and no holes are barred. So come right in. Your only ticket of admission is your promise not to tell anybody about anything you may happen to hear tonight.
Brett, what a coincidence meeting you here at the post office.
Yeah, gotta mail a package.
Yeah, so do I. Hey, our packages are identical.
Yeah, that is a coincidence.
Yeah.
Same size, same kind of fiberboard boxes.
Even the same reinforced wrapping tape.
Well, I'm mailing something fragile.
Oh.
You should see the cushioning.
Now, that's a coincidence. I'm mailing something fragile, too. 2 very rare unicorn lamps. I wrapped each one separately. Hey, it wasn't easy with those horns, let me tell you.
Unicorn lamps?
Yeah.
I'm mailing unicorn lamps
No.
to a special someone in Cleveland.
Cleveland? Now, that's really a coincidence.
I thought Katie was going to be the only one in Cleveland with unicorn lamps.
Katie?
Yeah.
Did you say Katie?
Yeah.
Talk about coincidence.
Whatever your package, wherever you mail it, remember the 3 C's of good packing: appropriate container, proper cushioning, secure closure. For more information, contact your military postal service.
And now for tonight's tale. Lady with a Plan. Written especially for Inner Sanctum by Michael Sklar and Richard Manoff. And starring Elspeth Eric. It concerns a lady living in strange confinement and her fiendish scheme for escape. Moore Penitentiary is a sprawling mass of gray granite on a deserted landscape. To this grim and forbidding place has come a man with a purpose: to visit with Gladys Cross. He's a newspaper writer, and she is tomorrow's feature story.
It's not a pretty story. I'll tell it right from the beginning.
I'm no stranger to Moore Prison. I was a bride when I first came here. Wife of the warden. First lady of Moore Prison. What a laugh. It was a strictly business proposition. Edward got a wife, and I got security, and what I thought was a convenient way of life. But after 2 years of living like a prisoner in a house that was inside the walls of a jail, with a man who was 15 years older than I was, I'd had enough. But Edward had other ideas.
Divorce. You don't mean a word of it, Gladys.
Stop telling me what I mean. Will you give me a divorce?
When you're feeling less excited, we can discuss this sensibly.
No, you can't put it off. I've had all I can take.
I don't understand you, Gladys. I've been a model husband.
Model husband. You've treated me the way you treat your prisoners. You don't beat them. You grind away at their nerves until their minds are so much mush. I'm getting out before it's too late.
You're staying here with me where you belong.
If you won't give me a divorce, I'll leave without it.
Gladys, don't be a fool. No matter where you go, I'll bring you back. And I don't want to hurt you.
You can't threaten me.
Not you, my dear. I'm thinking of him.
Him? What are you talking about?
So there is a man.
You're inhuman.
No, dear. Just a model husband. Trying to keep his home intact.
There was another man. Stephen Bromley and I were in love. Drawn together by a hate for Moore Prison. Stephen was the assistant warden. I got word to him that I had to see him, to meet me that night at our secret rendezvous, a deserted side road 2 miles from the prison. When I got there in my car soon after dark, I didn't have long to wait. Stephen?
Yes, Gladys. I came as fast as I could.
Here, get in the car so we can talk.
Something is wrong.
I spoke to Edward this afternoon. He refused the divorce, and he threatened me if I left. He suspects there's someone else.
What? He doesn't suspect it's me.
You, his assistant, he'd never suspect you.
He will eventually. We've got to get away.
But Edward threatened me.
Edward. Look ahead, Gladys. You know what'll happen? You've seen it happen to the prisoners. You'll snap. Your nerves will give way. He'll break you.
Stephen, stop it. You know there's no way out.
There is. If your game.
I know what you're thinking, but that's impossible. We could never get away with it.
If we could, would you do it?
Tell me how.
Bucky Briggs.
Briggs, the lifer?
Uh-huh. You have him transferred to work in the laundry. Assigned to handle your stuff when you bring it down.
What are you getting at?
Bucky hates the warden worse than you do. Given half the chance, he'd strangle him in a second. Now talk to him. Begin to feel sorry for him. Let him think you want to help him make a break.
Then what?
Then all we've got to do is give him the chance to use his hands on Edward.
For 2 hours we talked. By the time we parted, our plan had been worked out in detail. It was a plan for murder. Murder with clean hands. The next morning, I took my soiled linens and drove across the prison yard to the laundry. Bucky Briggs came out to the car. He didn't even look up at me.
Where is it?
In the back of the car. Here, let me open the door for you. I've heard quite a bit about you, Briggs.
You want to take your fresh stuff home?
But I don't really believe what they say.
Look, lady, the warden needles me enough. I don't have to take it from you, too, see?
Well, I don't know what you mean.
You want your fresh laundry, don't you?
In a minute. I just want you to know that I'm interested in your case, Bucky.
So's your husband. Get your laundry now.
All right, Bucky. The seed was planted. All it needed was time. I began to plan the visits to the laundry in advance. The remarks I would use. Dropped intimately and at close quarters out of the earshot of others. And after a month, it came like the fulfillment to a patient prayer. I was at the laundry waiting for Bucky to bring my clean stuff to the car. He came out, stepped into the car, took a quick glance around, and suddenly slipped close to me.
It's up to you, baby. Get me out of here, and then it'll be you and me all the way. Deal?
I've got it all figured out, Bucky.
You don't waste time, beautiful. Give me the dope.
Tomorrow, when I come back. Be ready.
Check. I'll get word to some friends to pick me up on the outside.
Just one more thing. My husband.
It'll be a pleasure, baby.
I made a final check with Stephen, and then everything was set. I was sitting in the car the next day when Bucky came out. I reached over the front seat and opened the rear door for him. Get in, Bucky. Stay down.
Spot me.
It's been fixed. The guard's busy on the other side.
Where are we going?
To the house.
What about the warden?
He's in town today. Stop asking so many questions.
Okay, baby, this is your show. Just make it good.
This is the back of the house. Not a soul in sight. Now follow me out, hurry. That's the cellar door. Open it, Bucky.
Right.
Now, down the steps.
Now what?
The coal bin. Hide in there. You may have a long wait.
I got patience, baby. I've been waiting 2 years for this.
When it's clear, I'll call you. 3 bangs on the steam pipe.
I get you. That's when I take over.
Our room is directly overhead on the 2nd floor.
Check.
All right, Bucky. Get in the bin.
Hold on, baby. It's no way to say goodbye.
What?
I like them personal. Like this.
No, not now, Bucky. Now.
That's more like it. Something to remember you by.
Edward returned an hour later. I was puttering around the dinner table, too jittery to sit and wait for the commotion to break. And then, quicker than I expected, it happened.
Siren. That must mean a break. I know they can't get away with a break here. Hello. What the devil's happened? Briggs, form a searching party and wait for me. I'm coming over. Briggs is broken out.
Any sign of how he did it?
Nobody won't get far. I'll find him. And when I do, I'll break him for good.
Attaboy, Warden. You show him. But instead of listening to that alarm, you should have paid more attention to that wife of yours. Because that siren is cooking up something that'll be a real scream.
Help. Somebody, please. Help me.
Most of us wouldn't think twice about answering a plea like that. We'd help save a life in an emergency, even if it were a total stranger.
I'm hit. Somebody get me a medic.
And if we can't depend on our buddies in time of need, who can we count on? But how do you help out when you don't know that there's an emergency? How can you meet a need you don't know about? One sure way is by giving blood to the Armed Services Blood Program, where your blood can help save someone's life. That's because the Armed Services Blood Program is the primary source of blood for military hospitals. And they need regular donations from us and our families. So contact your blood bank or the lab at your medical treatment facility. Be a lifesaver through the Armed Services Blood Program. And remember, their supply is our supply.
The Roberts.
They gave us a toaster.
Joanne and Ed.
Toaster?
Mrs. Perez.
Toaster.
When you're looking for the perfect gift for any occasion, don't forget about U.S. savings bonds. A bond is the gift that keeps giving because it pays competitive rates when held for at least 5 years and will continue to earn interest for up to 30 years.
Bill and Martha.
Toaster.
Oh, your Aunt Libby.
A hot toaster oven.
Ooh, the Phillips.
Toaster.
U.S. savings bonds, because unlike many gifts, you can never have too many bonds. Contact your finance office for more information.
And now, back to Our Lady with a plan. And what a plan. Her husband, Warden Cross of Moore Penitentiary, is searching for Bucky Briggs, an escaped convict. But Gladys has hidden Bucky in the cellar of the house. He's waiting there now to kill the warden. And Gladys, she's waiting, too, for murder.
I went up to bed after Edward left and lay there tense. The sirens had stopped. For hours, there was dead quiet everywhere. And close to midnight, I heard the door open downstairs. It was Edward. I could tell from his footsteps that he was tired, defeated. I lay perfectly still, waiting for him to come in.
Bettis,
Yes?
still up?
Yes?
Got away. Incredible. Got away. No one knows how.
I didn't answer. He was a different person, harried, shaken. I watched him as he undressed. He looked suddenly older than ever, and I felt a sickening revulsion at the dejected spectacle he had become. I lay perfectly still as he slipped into bed and fell off to sleep. He was fast asleep now. I reached down over the side of the bed for my shoe and softly tapped its heel against the steam pipe. Edward was still asleep. I lay back and waited. Slowly. And Bucky's silhouette stood outlined in the half-light from the hall. He moved quietly into the room right past me. In a moment, his big, hulking figure, looking more gorilla-like than ever, stood towering over Edward's bed. I saw his hands reach out cautiously for Edward, but just a moment too late.
Who is it? Get away from me. Get away.
This is the payoff, Warden.
Edward was awake, and like a flash, he twisted out of Bucky's reach. I sat there paralyzed as they both crashed to the floor. Desperately, Edward tried to tear Bucky's hands from his throat, but Bucky held on tighter and tighter, digging his fingers deeper into the soft fleshiness of Edward's throat.
Gladys, for heaven's sake, help.
I didn't move. I didn't speak. And he understood.
Gladys, you'll never get away with this.
Shut him up, Bucky.
Easy, baby, easy. Another squeeze of his throat. There. Just like you wanted him.
I want to see for myself.
You don't have to. When I twist her neck, stays twisted.
Dead.
Now get me out of here.
There's a rope and a scaling hook behind the cellar door.
Check.
Stick close to the house until you reach the hedge. Then out across the south wall gate.
Check.
All right, now go.
Ain't you forgetting something?
What?
Come here.
Oh, please, stop, Bucky, please.
No. You gotta do this more often. I'm getting to like it.
Please, go.
Okay. Just one thing. Remember, every 2 hours before you turn in the alarm. I'll be waiting for you out there. Goodbye, baby.
As soon as he was gone, I glanced at my watch and followed the second hand around twice. Now I was ready.
You know, who is this?
It's Mrs. Cross. Bucky Briggs was hiding in our cellar all the time. He's killed my husband.
What?
Do something before it's too late.
Which way to go?
Toward the south wall.
Nice.
I put the phone down. My part was over. The rest was up to Stephen in the main tower. I waited 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Then all of a sudden it came like a million shrieking demons. From the window I saw the long fingers of the searchlights pointed at the south wall. And pinned beneath the glaring lights was Bucky, frantically pulling his way up the rope. I watched as the bullets hit all around him, picking puffs of powder off the stone wall. One of them had to find his mark. Bucky shuddered, slipped, then caught himself. He was hit. He had to fall, but he didn't. Hand over hand, he started up again, higher and higher. He was hit again, but he didn't stop. And then before I could realize what had happened, he was over the top and gone. Hello?
Mrs. Cross?
You found him on the outside?
No, not to trace him. Bucky got away.
But how? He was hit twice.
That's right. The car must have picked him up. But we'll get him. Unless those bullets kill him first.
He's got to die. He can't live. He mustn't live.
Don't worry, Mrs. Cross. We'll find him. Dead or alive.
I hung up. Dazed. Now Bucky was out there, waiting for me. A light. A machine gun. He knew now that I'd double-crossed him. And he was waiting out there to kill me. The next week was a nightmare. Edward's funeral, the messages of condolence. No chance to see Stephen alone. And then one night a week later, he came to me. Nervous, worried.
We messed it up, Gladys. No trace of Briggs, which means he's alive and out there. That's not so safe for you.
But we're safe here.
Of course, Gladys. We just happen to be leaving here.
Oh, no, Stephen, I'm not going.
That's impossible. The new warden's arriving next Tuesday morning.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Gladys, even if you could stay on, I'd argue against it.
But what about Briggs?
It's a big world out there, remember? We'll get lost in it, you and I. So lost that no one will ever find us. Not even Briggs. Say you'll go.
Well, I have no choice, I suppose.
Good girl. Now listen, I've got it all figured out. My resignation is in, takes effect next Tuesday night. Tuesday morning, you take the train to New York and head straight for the Hotel Empress. Don't budge out of your room. I'll be along in the evening, okay? You're not listening.
I was thinking of something.
What?
Something Edward said when he died.
Hmm?
You'll never get away with this. Tuesday morning, I was on the train for New York. It was a short, pleasant trip. My fears began to disappear. Once I reached the crowds of Grand Central Station, I knew I'd be safe. I threaded my way through the crowd, just one of thousands of people. And suddenly there was a hand on my shoulder.
Hello, baby.
Bucky. What are you doing here? How did you find me?
I've been waiting for you, baby. Like I said. I got friends back there. The grapevine tipped me off when you was leaving, and here I am.
But I...
The bullets, just like nothing. Takes a lot to stop me. Come on, let's get out of here before some fools bust me.
No, wait, Bucky, just give me a minute. I've got to call my hotel to hold my room for me.
Can't wait?
Well, if I don't call, they'll cancel it.
Okay, but only a minute. Make your call over there so I can keep my eye on you, sweetheart. I don't want to lose you.
Bucky had nodded toward a drugstore. It was a slim chance, but it was better than I'd expected. I entered the store, made a quick dash for the other door. I flung it open and raced madly toward the taxi stand. Over my shoulder, I caught a glimpse of Bucky. He'd seen me.
Hey, wait a minute.
I ran to the cab and jumped in. Hotel Empress in a hurry, and lose that cab behind us.
Okay, lady, this is the Empress. We shook that other cab.
I headed toward the entrance. Just as I entered, I caught a quick glimpse of a cab pulling up to the curb that I couldn't stop to see. I rushed into the hotel, up to my room, and locked myself in. Before I even had time to think, the phone rang. Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Cross. I just sent a gentleman up to see you.
I banged the receiver down. So it was Bucky in that cab. I had to get out. There was only one elevator, and I couldn't try the stairs because I didn't know which Bucky would use. I had only one way out, the desperate way, and I decided to take it. I unlocked the door. I turned off the lights, and I took a pair of scissors from my handbag and waited behind the door. I wasn't a moment too soon. Come in. I pressed against the wall behind the door and watched it open slowly. Then, leaping forward, I plunged the scissors into his back. Oh!
That's me, Stephen.
Stephen! You said you were coming at night.
I left earlier to surprise you.
Why didn't you phone?
You hadn't arrived yet.
Oh, Stephen. Stephen.
Hello, baby.
Bucky!
Surprised to see me, huh? Hey, who's that? Steve Bromley. You done him in. Nice work, baby, but why the chase?
I had to run.
I understand. Screw was following you. Thought you'd lead him to me.
Yes.
Sure, well, you did right, baby, but... Well, let's get out of here.
No.
You got no choice. Come on.
Let go of me.
Shut up. You'll have the whole hotel on our
Let go of me.
Come on, baby, or I'll break you.
Get away from me.
Come on.
What's going on in you?
The house stick. I'm getting out of here.
There we are, both of you. Looks like that guy on the floor. You ain't going anywhere for a long time.
That's to you.
Here, reach, chum. This ain't no toy.
Neither is that. Oh, my hand.
Now, let's get going.
There isn't much more to tell. You were at the trial, you know the rest. I'm back at Moore Prison for good. As a real prisoner this time. Bucky, he's got a few hours before they take him to the chair.
Mrs. Cross?
What is it?
Bucky Briggs is just outside the cell. Due to go in 15 minutes. Wants to talk to you before he goes.
To me? All right. Doesn't matter anymore.
Briggs, it's okay. 5 minutes, Bucky. And we're just outside.
Hello, baby.
I don't have anything to say to you.
Yeah, but I got something I want to ask you before I go. It's bothered me ever since I was nabbed.
All right, ask.
Why didn't you leave when I asked you to back in that hotel room? Why? You're laughing about.
As if you didn't know.
No, what?
If I went with you, I knew it was the end for me.
What are you talking about?
You wanted to kill me.
Me kill you? What do you figured out?
Oh, stop acting, Bucky. It doesn't make any difference now. All right, so I double-crossed you the night you escaped. I called the tower exactly 2 minutes after you left.
What? That's how they picked me up so fast.
I thought you knew.
What a sap, boy. Then what a sap.
Bucky!
You dirty double-crosser.
Bucky, keep away! Oh!
Double-crosser.
Throat!
Double-crosser.
Get your hand
break her
off
neck.
Let her go, Briggs, or I'll shoot.
You're too late, screw.
She's dead. Broke her neck.
It don't make no difference now. Can't kill me twice.
Now there's a nice, gentle character, that Bucky. Just a little too restless with his hand. Here and now, I'm starting a new movement for Inner Sanctum Mysteries. From now on, our slogan should be, when you grab a throat, stop and think, then stroke, don't choke. Before we say goodnight, friends, here's an epitaph for the tombstone of Gladys Cross. Here lies a good heart rent asunder by a man with a soul full of thunder. Her sweetheart named Stephen tried to help her get even. Now they all live in peace 6 feet under. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is I Hate Blondes. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Try Lipton's Noodle Soup. And tune in next week for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
When the spirit dies, but the dead live, the dark god of the night is a beast.
Stage 49, Item 30. Dracula by Bram Stoker. Dramatized for radio by George Salverson. Starring Lorne Greene as Count Dracula and Alan King as Jonathan Harker. Produced and directed by Andrew Allen, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Lucio Agostini. George Salverson's adaptation of Bram Stoker's Dracula.
This is the journal of Jonathan Harker. Should any read, convey its warning to those who will believe and act, and convey it to those who mourn me, for I have written my last word. Pennsylvania, May the 4th, 1897. A day of a strange, wild journey to carry me on my mission. Is travel among these motionless mountains and long sleeping castles always pursued so recklessly, so desperately? Our Slovak driver lashing his horses, the coach for Bukovina rocking and bouncing, the passengers crying for more speed.
More quickly, the sun sinks.
Crying for more speed as darkness is near, and watching me with eyes that are somehow troubled.
Obviously, you are the Englishman.
The Englishman? Yes, I am English.
In Bistritz, when we took the coach, there was much attention on the Englishman.
But why, sir, is it so remarkable to be English?
I do not know why, but I can tell you that this wild country, the ancient battleground of Bulgar and Turk, is not only a melting pot of races, it is a melting pot of all the world's superstition. And it is sometimes remarkable what an Englishman will do.
There's nothing remarkable in what I am doing. I represent a completely respectable firm of London solicitors. I am here to perform a service for a client.
And who is this client, sir?
Count Dracula.
Driver, more quickly. Am I to hide in?
Must we travel through these potholes as though the devil were after us?
Tradition would have it these roads should be never repaired, lest the Turk consider it a warlike action.
Herr Englishman, it is the eve of St. George's Day, is it?
Oh, yes, of course.
Do you not know at midnight all evil in the world holds sway? Do you know where you go, Herr Englishman?
I do not understand you, sir.
Our friend has had his say. You, sir, are from London and I from Prague. I fear we find these people amusing.
They seem to be afraid of me. I don't know why. The Count will have his carriage meet the coach at the entrance to Borgo Pass. Then I leave you to perform certain services for the Count at Castle Dracula.
Driver! I know.
I cannot understand this bone-shattering speed.
Perhaps our fellow passengers fear the dark. Or perhaps the devil is after us.
Darkness, with the feel of the mountains hiding in it. A long, hard climb toward Borgo Pass. The horses walking and my bones aching. Campfires near the road. Gypsies. I am going to walk a piece.
What are you doing?
I'm going to walk while the hero slows us down to a reasonable pace.
I forbid it. I am responsible. I forbid you to leave the coach. The wolves are savage here.
Those gypsies don't seem afraid.
I forbid it.
Oh, very well.
A stranger passes in the night. He believes only what he sees. Will he see what he cannot believe?
There is the road. There goes Borgo Pass. You see, there is for you no carriage.
The arrangements were very precise.
The Herr Englishman is not expected after all. Stay with us to Bukovina. Come, let us wait no longer.
We came at such a speed, I am sure that...
You are early tonight, coachman.
The Herr Englishman was in a hurry.
That is why I suppose you wished him to go on to Bukovina.
That is a strange-looking fellow when he smiles, those sharp white teeth.
Herr Englishman, if you must do this, take this crucifix for your mother's sake. Wear it, and God go with you.
The coach with its frightened passengers swept into the darkness on its way to Bukovina, leaving me with the stranger who had so suddenly materialized. Without a word, he motioned me to a carriage which stood silent in the shadows. As we drove upward through the pass, the cry of the wolves followed us until midnight found us in the courtyard of a vast, ruined castle, from whose tall black windows came no ray of light. The silent coachman set me down, drove away, left me in the darkness before the massive iron door. And there I waited. Waited and waited until...
Welcome to my house. Enter freely and of your own will.
Count Dracula?
I am Dracula, and I bid you welcome, Mr. Harker.
Yes, thank you. The door is very effective.
It once frustrated a Turkish army.
It wouldn't do to lose the key, would it?
Come, sir. It is late, and my servants are not available. Let me see to your comfort myself.
His servants. I wondered if the servants existed as I followed along the passage, up a great winding stair, and down the stone floor of another endless passage. Even Dracula's silent coachman was Dracula.
You will, I trust, excuse me that I do not join you at supper. But I have dined already.
I quite understand. Even in here, the sound of the wolves.
Listen to them. The children of the night. What music they make.
Music?
Ah, sir. You dwellers in the city cannot enter into the feelings of the hunter.
Dracula smiled. The firelight leaped and fled about the ancient room from the bright red lips, the sharp, white, pointed teeth. I dropped my eyes to his hands. The nails were long and pointed. I remembered as he greeted me how strong they were and how cold. I became aware of something else. I pushed my food away. My God, his breath!
Now, tell me of London and the house which you have procured for me.
Yes. Well, it's in a suburb, Purfleet, and is called Carfax. It contains in all some 20 acres, heavily treed, surrounded by a solid stone wall. There are very few other houses close at hand, one being a large mansion now used as a private lunatic asylum.
And the house? Carfax?
Much as you requested. Very large, of medieval times, including an ancient stone keep attached to an old chapel.
Good. I myself am of an old family. To live in a new house would kill me.
I understand, but really, Sir, Carfax is little better than a disused dungeon.
I belong to the past. A past of brave races who fought as a lion fights for lordship. The Huns, whose fury swept the earth till the dying peoples thought the werewolves themselves had come, that in their veins ran the blood of those old witches who, expelled from Scythia, mated with the devils in the desert. Fools! What devil or what witch was ever so great as Attila, whose blood is in these veins? But you will forgive me. I have kept you until morning, and you are tired.
May the 12th. Many days here, and somewhat amused at my first emotions, for the Count is an interesting, if unusual person. He seems to be away all day, but through the night he has questioned me closely about England, about banking and shipping procedures, and has obtained the names of various solicitors who might assist him in his proposed move. Tonight, for the first time, the Count has not appeared. The yellow moonlight almost dims the lamp by which I write. How strange. A London solicitor by this window which overlooks a 1,000-foot cliff, in this room of ancient beauty, alone. Alone? Yes, for there are no servants here. This must once have been the room of a great and beautiful lady. I almost imagine I hear...
Charming.
Who's there?
Our most desirable guest.
Where are you?
Here. Shall I come more closely? Now, do you see me?
Yes.
I want you to see me. It is lonely here.
I cannot imagine you could be lonely.
But I am. You are so young, strong, handsome.
Forgive me. I seem unable to get up.
Perhaps you are sleeping, dreaming.
Yes. Yes, I must be.
Yes, dreaming of love, perhaps.
A dream, a vision from some forgotten age.
One dreams of love and longs for love.
Yes. No, I have a love.
And what is she called, your love?
She... Mina.
Shall I come nearer?
Yes.
Has she hair like this, your love?
Yellow like the moonlight.
Would you like to touch?
Yes.
And I lean over you. So, touch it, if you like.
I can't.
Has she eyes like these, your love?
So dark, almost rubies.
Has she lips like these?
Rich, red.
And her smile, my love.
The whitest teeth, the sharpest.
Would you like me to kiss you?
Yes.
Then I will. Let me show you love you never dreamed. First, my lips to your throat. My sisters.
Beautiful.
Are my sisters impatient?
Go on. Yours is the right to begin.
He is young and strong. There are kisses for us all. Yes, kisses for us all.
How dare you touch him? How dare you when I had forbidden it? Beware how you meddle.
You yourself never loved. You never loved.
Yes, I too can love. When I am done with him, you shall kiss him at your will. Now, go. I must awaken him, for there is work to be done.
Are we to have nothing for tonight?
Yes.
I have awakened in my room a sweet horror in my heart, some grim desire I dare not confess to myself. Why do I remember tales of the vampires who sink their sharp, white teeth daintily and drink? A woman in the courtyard.
Monster, give me back my child!
A child! My God!
My child! Give me back my child!
That cry. A wolf. An animal. Why does it sound like Dracula?
Go back to your grave!
What is she saying? The wolves. That cry, and the wolves are coming out of the forest. I must get out there. I must help her.
You had her blood. Now give me my baby.
My door locked. My God, he roves the wolves.
Give me my child. My child.
My door is opened again. But though I've tried all the day, there is no escape from this part of the castle. No way but the windows and the cliff. At nightfall, heartsick, I was shaving, using the mirror from my traveling case.
Well, my young friend. Mr. Harker.
I did not see you behind me. I cut myself.
Blood! Blood on your face!
What are you doing?
Blood on your face!
Your hands! Take away your hands! My throat!
What is this you wear on your breast?
What? A gift. A crucifix.
This mirror is the wretched thing that has done the mischief. Foul vanity, away with it! Our business will be completed tonight, Mr. Harker. Tomorrow, I go to England. If you care to listen at the window, you may hear when the mirror strikes the stones below. You may.
He smiled with his sharp white teeth. What manner of being is this who, in a mirror, has no reflection? The Tziganya in the courtyard, the gypsies. If I could reach them, I might be saved. There is one door I haven't tried, the door to his quarters, Dracula's. Open the door, for God's sake! Gypsies, I hear you in there. You know I'm here. You know I was in there with that. Aren't you living men? Gypsies, will you leave me with the dead? Where are you? Go back to your graves. No use. The gypsies are leaving. Taking him. Write it. Night coming. Write it. Someone may read and find him. May the 30th. My last entry in this journal. I have sought every way of escape. There is none but the windows of these quarters which overhang the terrible cliff. I entered the Count's rooms. A door led me to a deep stairwell, down to a ruined chapel, down to dark vaults of dusty coffins. No way out. Then there was the smell. Old earth newly turned, and boxes, large boxes like coffins, half filled with the earth. 50 of them, I counted them, with earth new dug from the graveyard floor. Now I know where he spends his daylight. Now I know what he is. For in the last box, I found him. Dracula. In the coffin, alive or dead, I could not tell, but red, burning eyes opened, fastening on me. His youth seemed renewed, the cheeks fuller, the white skin ruby red underneath, the mouth redder than ever, the flesh swollen, and from the corners of the mouth, trickling over the chin and neck, gouts of fresh blood. He lay like a filthy leech, exhausted with his repletion. This was the being I was hoping to transfer to London with its teeming millions. I seized a shovel left by the gypsies. I raised it to strike at that hateful face, and it turned as the eyes blazed hatred at me. My limbs weakened. The shovel fell, gashing the forehead, and I fled. When I heard the gypsies in the vaults removing the dreadful boxes, I tried to return. They had locked me out, locked me in. I know their work. They're in his pay, filling his coffins, transporting them to the sea, where the work I have done will bring the vampire who breeds vampires to my home. What am I to become with those others waiting? The gypsies are leaving. I am alone with the living dead, who by day return to the earth of their own graves. And night is coming. I will choose the cliff. My beloved Mina, I will never see you again. May the 30th, the last entry, on the last day of Jonathan Harker. The precipice is steep, but God's mercy is better than that of those monsters.
This, then, is your little patient, Doctor?
Yes, Dr. Van Helsing, but asleep. Asleep, Dr. Van Helsing. Quite a simple case, Dr. Van Helsing.
To awaken the boy is no need.
No, certainly. He was found on Hampstead Heath this past September 29th. Quite a simple case, Dr. Van Helsing.
His color, it is good.
Nourishment, Dr. Van Helsing, nourishment. A simple case. Hardly justifies a journey all the way from Amsterdam by such a noted philosopher and scientist, Dr. Van Helsing.
I read of this and the other children in your papers. When found, he was so white, so bloodless?
Quite so. Simple case.
Now, please to remove the bandage from the throat.
Yes, as you wish. You see? The two tiny wounds. Simple case, Dr. Van Helsing.
Please, what is it that is so simple?
Malnutrition and anemia, sir. The parents deny it. Nonsense, Dr. Van Helsing.
And this lady so beautiful of the newspaper stories?
Oh, tut, sir. The beautiful lady who lures away the little ones in the night. Journalistic tommy rot, sir.
The wounds. For them, how do you account?
Scratches, Dr. Van Helsing. Scratches. Your interest flatters me, sir, but I cannot account for the honor.
Dr. Vincent, there is so much for which we cannot account. In August, I have come to London to fight such an illness as this. It was of a fine young friend of mine, a dearly beloved fiancée, a most sweet lady. He, my young friend, is a doctor as well. You may know him, Dr. Seward?
Dr. John Seward. He is a student of mental disorders. I believe he has a private asylum at Perth.
The same.
And what was the outcome of the case, sir?
With our knowledge, our science, we were babies. She died.
A pity. The cause?
The cause? That I should wish to know.
Anemia, Dr. Van Helsing?
Her blood, it was as rich as her youth. She died, somehow, of losing her blood.
She weeps and weeps without end.
Lord love you, Dr. Seward, old Minnie don't feel nothing, I'm thinking.
No, Swales, you're wrong. She feels nothing but all the world's helpless, horrible sorrow. So many years had held her silent. When she began to weep, I had hope for her.
Yes, years of staring, now another 10 of sobbing.
When did she start?
August 13th it was, Dr. Seward.
How are you so sure?
It was the night old Renfield gave up his pets and turned so violent like.
How do you remember that?
It was the first night that your poor Miss Lucy...
Oh, yes. How is Renfield tonight?
Still quiet with his pets, as he's been since the
Since the what?
The funeral, sir.
What?
Dr. Seward, sir, don't you... haven't you...
What is it, Swales?
Old Renfield, he's been asking to see you, but I didn't like to disturb you. What with all your trouble...
By all means, I'll see him, any of them. What else have I now?
If it were me, I'd be finding my consolation by the pint. A pity you've nothing but lunatics.
Open the door. I'll call if I need you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Mr. Renfield, you wish to see me?
Yes. Yes, indeed, Doctor. I have the temerity to beg your indulgence. A very great favor, Doctor.
Should I be permitted to guess? Your little colony of sparrows has exhausted your supply of string to maintain their faithfulness to their master?
No, sir, no. You misapprehend the significance of my future projects.
Then how may I help you, Mr. Renfield?
A kitten, sir.
A kitten?
Well, that would be rather irregular, Mr. Renfield. I gave you sugar to catch your flies. What became of your friendly little flies?
Oh, they all flew away.
Then somehow you collected a handsome family of spiders. Did they fly away?
Possibly.
Now, by some skill of your own, you've enticed this goodly collection of sparrows. Have you tired of them, by chance?
A harsh accusation, Doctor. A harsh accusation.
Now you ask for a kitten. Mr. Renfield, where is all this going to end?
A kitten. A nice little, sleek, playful kitten that I can play with and teach and feed and feed and feed.
I'm afraid I'll have to think it over.
Begging your pardon, Dr. Seward, but the old gentleman from Amsterdam is asking for you.
Dr. Van Helsing?
That's him, sir.
Van Helsing in England? Why?
A kitten, sir. A kitten to play with and feed.
Ah, my so loyal young friend, how is it with you?
As well as can be expected.
Such a terrible thing one does not quickly forget.
What brings you to England?
This.
Westminster Gazette? You turned journalist?
No, my friend. Read. Read here.
The Hampstead Horror? Really, Van Helsing?
Read.
We have just received intelligence that another child was missed last night. It was only discovered late in the morning under a furze bush at the Shooter's Hill side of Hampstead Heath. The child was terribly weak and quite emaciated. When partially restored, it told the now familiar story of being lured away by the beautiful lady. Doctors noted the same tiny wounds in the throat.
Well, what do you think of that?
It's like Lucy's.
And what do you make of it?
Make of it? How should I make anything of it? If I could make anything of it, Lucy would
You
not...
mean to tell me, friend John, that you have no suspicion as to what poor Lucy died of?
Must we go on discussing what she died of? She died.
Ah, my poor friend.
I beg your pardon. She died of nervous prostration following on great loss or waste of blood.
And the blood, how lost or waste?
Haven't we maddened ourselves enough trying to solve that fantastic riddle?
You are right. Night after night, the loss of blood. And the throat wounds. It could not have been lost thus, for where then was the blood? Nowhere.
No, nowhere. Can't we forget it?
You're clever, friend John. But you do not let your eyes see that which is outside your daily life. Can you tell me, for example, why in the pampas there are bats which come at night and open the veins of cattle and suck them dry?
Good God. Do you mean to tell me that Lucy was bitten by such a bat?
No, friend John. What I know is this. Our knowledge, our science, left us like the babies before this terrible thing. So for this past month, I have had resort to mythology, to the dark whispered memories of humankind. This only supplies the answer and points the way to a grim battle which you and I must fight.
I fail to understand you.
First, I must give you proof. Tonight, you must come with me.
All right. But where?
To the tomb.
Tomb? Tomb? What tomb?
Lucy's.
Lucy's?
Dr. Seward, sir, Mr. Renfield, he's turned violent again.
Hi, Van Helsing.
Friend John, I throw my reputation, my reason upon your mercy. Let me give to you proof.
Please, sir, he's broken out, and he's in a dangerous mood.
What? Oh, yes, I'm coming.
Friend John, you know me.
Yes.
Dr. Seward.
I'm coming.
This way, Dr. Seward, by the gate to Old Carfax.
I hear that. What's he started?
Took after two men coming out with a carrier's cart.
Don't understand this.
What manner of disorder is it, this poor man?
I call him a zoophagus, an eater of life.
Eater of life?
Many flies to a spider, many spiders to a sparrow. He eats the sparrow.
The attendants are having difficulty, sir.
I see the carter's men help from a great distance.
He banged the carter's men up something wicked, sir.
Hold his legs, sir. If he can't practice in the minuet. Murderer! That's it, hold him. Robbers!
Mr. Renfield. Mr. Renfield.
They shan't rob me. They shan't murder me. I'll fight for my lord and master.
There's nothing to be done with him. Get the straitjacket on him.
Lord and master? Did you not say he eats life?
It's beyond me, Professor. Only once before has he had a lord and master. Otherwise, only flies. You are the men the patient attacked?
Attacked, is it? Murder is the word. There'll be actions and damages over this, I can tell you.
No, surely two strong carters like yourselves are in no great danger from a feeble, sick man.
Well, not rightly speaking, Doctor. But then them boxes, as we was removing from Carfax, full of earth, is no light weight. And if it wasn't for our strength being spent on them, we'd have made short work of him.
Well, I'm sure it's thirsty work, and perhaps...
Well, I thank you kindly, sir. And we do sympathise with you and the poor gentleman, sir. They've got him, Doctor.
Ah! My lord! My master, will you desert me? All over. No hope. No hope unless I do it myself.
Get him into his cell.
And now the sun sets. You will come with me as you promise?
Yes, yes. Why is Renfield suddenly so quiet? What's he staring at?
Nothing that I can see, sir, but that there bat flying away into the sun.
Van Helsing, we come into the graveyard like ghouls by night. Don't even know why.
John boy, all your life you have honored me. Now...
Well, there's her tomb, then. My God. My Lucy.
Come.
You can't open the door.
The door will open. You see? Come.
Oh, no. No, I can't. I want to remember her as she was. No.
You are a doctor. You must know why she died. Even more so you may be revenged.
Revenged?
Come.
How will you open the coffin?
The coffin will open.
Wait. Don't.
You must see.
Do you want to put me in a straitjacket beside Renfield?
You must see.
My God, man, that's Lucy in there. Don't you
Is it? Is it?
She's gone. She's gone. What have you done with her?
Trust me, please. I will show you. It is near dawn. We cannot have much longer now to wait.
It's only that I spend my life with the man that has kept me from leaving you hours ago with your gravestones.
You will see.
That last night, when your only treatment was to fill her room with garlic flowers. Great heavens, garlic flowers. I knew you were going mad.
And her mother, poor soul, she came and she removed the garlic flowers. My first suspicion, my last attempt to save your Lucy. Her mother, she thinks the flowers by night not good. Ah.
You say dawn. I give you till dawn because I hope to save a mind that has meant much to me. But when dawn...
Look!
A woman. In nightdress.
You see? She is carrying with her a sleeping child.
What's she doing to it?
This is the proof. Carefully observe. Her lips to the throat.
Lucy! It's Lucy! She's alive! Lucy! No, I couldn't find her anywhere. She vanished.
You wait by the door. She must come. The child is all right. You saw...
Yes, but Lucy's alive. Alive!
Oh, Lucy, she is dead. Only lives the body.
Johnny!
There she comes.
Johnny!
Lucy!
Slowly observe. Is it Lucy?
Yes. Beautiful. Alive. Even more beautiful.
Notice the blood-red lips. The teeth have altered. Somehow they almost protrude. The eye teeth and the eyes red.
She was drinking that child.
Johnny! My arms are hungry for you.
Oh, Lucy.
Come, and we can rest together.
Slowly, Lucy. This you do not like.
Van Helsing, her face.
This you cannot pass. Return to your tomb. The sun it comes.
Her face.
See, she goes into her grave.
Twisted with rage like an animal, like a fiend. What did you do?
Friend John, there is much here that you and I, as men of science, never have believed. Tonight, the crucifix, has been our salvation.
My God. There was blood on her mouth.
Begging your pardon, Dr. Seward.
What is it, Swales?
There's a lady to see you, sir. She says her name
Don't know her. Never heard of her. I'm busy.
I'm sorry, sir, but the lady was most insistent.
Tell you I can't see her. Tell her to go away. Get out of here.
Yes, sir.
All right, Van Helsing. You've proved everything. Now what?
To me, too, it is so difficult to believe. But we have seen. There are the living dead.
Vampires.
So fails us our science. To go upon, we have only tradition.
Superstition.
There is among us a vampire who works this evil. He does not sting and die, the vampire. He becomes more strong. He is of cunning more than mortal. For his cunning is the growth of ages through which he does not die. He is a brute, and he may command the brute, the rat, the owl, the bat, the wolf. His love is the living, and his food is their blood. When his prey die, they too become the living dead, the vampire.
Yes, Lucy. And how does tradition tell us we can deal with this? Tell me, and I'll do it.
Good. I will tell you. I will show you. The grave diggers have gone. We are unobserved. Close the door.
The tomb of the Westinra family. If they knew...
What is that? Give me the bag.
These others who sleep here knew the purpose to which their tomb is to be put. If they knew that one of their lovers...
They have that to do which it must be done. Set up the lantern there and enter the coffin so we may see to work.
To work? Yes.
And here, ready, the garlic flowers.
What was that?
A dog.
What are you laughing at, Van Helsing?
I was thinking of my friend in his Holland greenhouse who sent me these flowers. Strange medicine.
What for?
When we are done, we lay them in the grave to make intolerable the grave to the vampire who must ever by day return to it.
So Lucy may never be at rest.
You forget then she will not be vampire. Open the coffin. Open the coffin. We must bring to her peace.
Yes. Oh, this strange, terrifying beauty. Is this really Lucy? Are those the lips I kissed?
It is and it is not. Do not think. You are still willing?
Yes. No one else has the right or the duty. I'm ready.
Then in the bag you will find what you need.
Yes.
The mallet, the pointed wooden stake.
You are very methodical.
Do not think, just do. Take them.
Yes. The stake. Where?
The heart. The heart.
The heart.
Through the heart, right through, and she will have peace. Now take up the mallet.
The mallet. Yes.
No, this is wrong. I should be the one.
No, she is mine. No one will do this to her but me. My God, how I loved her.
Remember, her career, it has just begun. Those children, they are not yet so much the worse. If she live on, undead, by her power over them, they come to her. They become as her. But if she die in truth, then all cease. The tiny wounds from the throat disappear. The children play, not knowing of this. And the soul of the poor lady whom we love shall be free.
Yes.
And perhaps she will know it is his hand that freed her, the hand of him that loved her best. Now, let it be done. Eternal rest give to her, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon her.
Oh, dear God, I can't.
Do it, will you leave her in torment? The just shall be in everlasting remembrance. She shall not fear the evil hearing. Absolve, O Lord, the souls of all the faithful departed from every bond of sin. And by the help of thy grace, let her be found worthy to escape the sentence of vengeance and to enjoy the full beatitude of the light eternal.
Master, Master, I await you, Lord and Master. I am here to serve you, Lord. Master, remember me.
Now then, what's all this, Mr. Renfield? Why not play with your little sparrows and give us a rest?
I've eaten them. They're nothing to me. Let me, if you will, sir, enjoy a moment of Dr. Seward's inestimable company.
The doctor's sick today, and if you ask me, I don't blame him. Shame on you, Mr. Renfield. All those nice, pleasant little sparrows, so chipper and friendly.
Ah, madam, I am honored indeed.
Now what?
What incomparable elegance, what gentle, dainty charm.
Why, thank you, Mr. Renfield. I do my best to keep up appearances.
I refer, insolent rogue, to the lady behind you.
Oh, her. Ladies are always following me about.
Are you Dr. Seward?
Oh, bless me.
It's you again.
Yes, it's me again, and the doctor can't see you. And how did you get in?
I walked in, and I must see Dr. Seward. It's about my husband. His mind. Some disorder. It haunts me. It terrifies me. You must let me see him.
Rogue, would you let a lady weep?
All right. I'll ask him again, Mum.
John, friend John. You're feeling better, perhaps? Possibly you should to your bed return another sedative.
No.
There's so little we know. I have learned the first time when he enter a house, he must receive invitation. But he's cunning. We must trace each detail in the case of poor Lucy. What do you watch so intently?
Nothing. Go on.
Each moment of her life, from the moment of the first sign, the paleness, the dreams, the throat wounds, this we must trace and study for some clue. What do you do with the pistol, friend John?
This!
Friend John, what is this?
In the window with his black, ugly wings spread out, there was a bat.
Ah, a bat.
Dr. Seward, are you all right, sir?
Quite all right, thank you, Swales. I just shot a bat.
Dr. Seward?
Swales, who is this young lady?
I'm sorry, sir. I heard the shot. She would follow me.
Dr. Seward, I believe it is not considered quite fashionable to point at a gentlewoman with a pistol.
What? Oh, your pardon. What is it you want?
Dr. Seward, it's about my husband, and your reputation has brought me to him.
What about your husband?
He's perfectly sane, and he insists he's insane.
That's refreshing. The world is full of people perfectly insane, insisting they're sane.
Please, Dr. Seward, it really is driving both of us out of our minds. He had some terrible experience he won't speak of. He was ill a long time, and now... Oh, you must help us, Dr. Seward. Prove to him he isn't unbalanced.
Friend John, there is no bat here, shot at or otherwise.
Dr. Seward, please.
What's your name?
Mrs. Harker, Mrs. Jonathan Harker.
I didn't mind the train down to Purfleet, but the carriage, the sound of those wheels, the horses' hoofs.
Oh, Jonathan, darling, we'll be there in a minute.
Unbearable, unbearable.
Oh, darling, please. Dr. Seward will help you, you'll see. But you'll have to let him have that sealed journal.
Oh, yes, I know you're right, Mina. We have to settle this, and the journal is part of it.
Oh, Jonathan, now that you're facing this, everything will be right.
Dear, lovely Mina, so good to me, so patient.
No, darling, I'm not. I love you, that's all.
Even as I am, tormented with the certainty of...
No, darling, sweetheart. There's nothing certain about it except that you've been ill, and you'll be better. And there's nothing wrong with your mind. Do you think I could love and marry someone whose mind... What is it?
Do you hear it?
What?
You must hear it. Tell me, Mina, that you hear it too.
Jonathan, what? Do you mean the music?
Oh. Yes, I meant the music.
It's only a gypsy camp out there by the road.
Only a gypsy camp? Take me to your doctor of Melbourne. Lock me up. tell Dr. Seward you read it. I haven't even allowed Mina here to see it. All those experiences, they're real to me. Everything's so real. Well?
Well, Doctor?
Oh, Lord, I see myself hanging above the ghastly abyss, climbing. None of it possible but the brain fever in the Budapest hospital. I know it happened, therefore I must have a madness in me.
Doctor, please, say something.
Van Helsing!
Doctor!
Van Helsing! Swell, you rascal! Yes, Doctor. What is it,
Van
Doctor?
Helsing, get him in here, now, this instant. Hurry, what are you standing there for?
Not me. Yes, indeed, at once.
For the love of heaven, Doctor!
No use, Mina.
Now, listen, you two are moving into my quarters here. You, Mr. Harker, are going to tell me everything you know about this Count Dracula. Every contact you gave him, every solicitor's name, every small detail you can rip up from your memory.
Is that to be part of the treatment?
Treatment? Jonathan Harker, you're as sane as I or the great Van Helsing himself. We need you, Jonathan Harker. And we're going to war.
War?
Yes, war on Dracula. Mr. Renfield, you have made yourself very difficult with your insistence when I'm exceedingly busy. What is it you wish? Sugar for flies?
Dr. Seward, I am in full possession of my faculties. I must beg of you to release me.
If that is true, in time, Mr. Renfield.
No, sir, now. This request is not of first consequence to myself, but to the health, the welfare, the very lives of others.
Why do you wish to leave, Mr. Renfield? What reasons?
If I tell you that, it will convince you only of my undoubted madness. What can I say?
You have answered for me, Mr. Renfield. Perhaps I can serve you in some other fashion.
What can I say? You will, I trust, Dr. Seward, do me the justice to bear in mind later on that I did what I could to convince you tonight.
And now, gentlemen, and dear lady of whom we have become so fond.
Thank you, Dr. Van Helsing.
Now we are ready to begin to act. But we deal with one which has survived many centuries, and we must assume many attacks. We must not fail.
We won't. He drove me to madness. He won't do that again to any other.
I'm cold.
Mina's not well today.
It has been a strain for such a gentle one.
This scarf seems hardly enough. I'll borrow a coat.
Take mine, of course.
We know that in life he was a brilliant man, a descendant of Attila the Hun. We know, too, from our studies, he must be the Count Dracula who did his army abandon to the Turkish slaughter and did homeward flee to raise a new force and try again.
And we know from Jonathan that he's at Carfax. Carfax, next door.
That is if our move's the next. Is he there? We will see.
Please, be careful. Last night, I dreamed.
Let him be careful now.
"27, 28, 29, 30. There were 50.
So these then are the boxes, the coffins, with the earth of his own grave, the vampire's lair, and each coffin a lair.
Did you hear something?
No.
It plays upon my nerves, this ruined old house. The dark shadows, the stone walls, the coffins. It's Castle Dracula again.
It is well to be cautious. Our enemy not only has a magic cunning, he has the strength of 20 men. And whereas our windpipes are of the common kind, we cannot hurt him as he can hurt us. He is dead.
Van Helsing, we've seen those boxes before.
Yes, friend John. An uncommon vampire, this Dracula, so wily as to have provided himself somewhere in London with 20 ways of escape and of hiding besides this old house's headquarters. It is our friend Jonathan here who must show us how to trace them through the solicitors, the shippers and carters who unknowingly transported these terrible things.
Renfield attacked those carters.
Renfield? Yes. Yes, Lord and Master was his cry.
Renfield knows something about this. We've got to see him.
I thought I saw a face.
Where?
There, in the shadows. The highlights of his face, the high ridge of the nose, the red lips, the red eyes, the awful color.
There's nothing there.
Listen.
Rats. Dr. Short! Dr. Short!
What's that?
Swells.
Thousands of rats. Look, they're coming. It's him. He's sending them.
Professor, it's Mr. Renfield. Someone tried to murder him.
Someone tried to murder Renfield. Dracula sends these rats. Great heavens, I see a million wicked eyes. Run! Run!
This is how I found him, Doctor. Just a few minutes back, as I was coming round to light the lamps. The window bars torn open, the door flung into the corridor, and the poor old loony.
The jacket. Take off the straitjacket.
There is no straitjacket, Mr. Renfield.
Poor devil smashed about like that.
We must arouse him. He must talk.
Brandy.
Swells. Brandy in my office.
Brandy.
Mr. Renfield, tell us.
The dogs howled, and the bats came. In the mist, he stood at my window as before. His eyes were fierce, like a man's when mad. He laughed with his red mouth. The white teeth tinted in the moonlight. I was angry. Before he sent the flies, the great fat ones, with steel and sapphire on their wings. All lives, all red blood, with years of life in it. All these lives and more will I give you through countless ages if you fall down and worship me. I invite him in. Come in, Lord and Master. Enter. He laughs. He's in my room. Then I know it is next to be the young lady of charm. I am a madman, and let me have a madman's strength. Yes, Lord and Master, I gave you the test. I gave you... Oh, Lord.
Renfield? Renfield! He's dead. There's no doubt how.
I tried to get the brandy. Poor old loony. He was a decent sort in his way.
Friend John.
Yes?
What did he say? It is next to be the young lady of charm?
Mrs. Harker. Mina. Oh, heaven, Mina.
Your skin is the snow. Your throat as soft as the quivering rabbit.
Cold. I am enfolded with ice.
I have kissed you, and I will kiss you again. I will come again and kiss again.
Cold. Cold.
Shall we warm your dream, beautiful one? You too will kiss. Place your lips, your pale lips, to my throat. They will be rich again. Your blood will be my blood. My blood will be your blood. You will know in your blood that I will come again, and you will seek me forever.
Dracula! Shoot him!
Shoot, but he doesn't die. I have the weapon he fears.
Be careful, he'll tear you to bits.
Oh, no, you fear this, is it not? You who live in eternal death, you fear this cross, the sign of eternal life.
You think to baffle me? You, with your pale faces all in a row like sheep in a butcher's? My revenge is just begun. I spread it over centuries. You shall be my creatures,
to do my bidding and to be my jackals when I want to feed. Go to the window. Stop him. We cannot stop him.
Only friend John to return. Through the shippers, the cottage men, we have traced each coffin to its hiding place. We have polluted each with the garlic flower and sanctified each with the holy crucifix. Now he has only Carfax. We will there catch him by daylight, helpless.
Unless Dr. Seward found him in his coffin in the Piccadilly house.
Unless. Otherwise, I could wish friend John would hurry. It grows late, and each night is a terror.
I'm cold. I'm not well.
What precautions can we take? Each must have the protecting crucifix. I place it to your forehead, Jonathan. And Mina, I touch it to yours. What?
Mina, don't be afraid. All he did was touch the cross to
her forehead.
Burnt.
Look. Mina!
Not now, Swale. Not now. Take care of it yourself. Van Helsing?
Burned into her forehead. A brand.
Van Helsing.
Jonathan, Mina.
Did you find him?
Only the coffins. I fixed them right enough, but then I went over to Carfax.
You should have waited. I, too, have a score to settle.
There were only 29. Somehow he has removed one, sometime in the night. Now we have no way to trace him.
Escaping. He is escaping. Darkness. The smell of earth. Wagon wheels.
What did she say?
I want to follow. I want to go.
Look what he's done to her, my lovely. The marks of a vampire on her poor throat.
We must all keep together always. What is the story? When in life he abandoned to the slaughter his helpless people and fled home to try again?
He's going to a seaport, to go home, to start over.
Come, all of us. We must together go to make the last desperate fight against this monster.
Where to?
If necessary, to Transylvania. To Castle Dracula.
May God give him into my hands just long enough to destroy that earthly life. If beyond it I could send his soul forever and ever to burning hell, I would do it.
Dracula in his coffin. We've got him.
We must do this quickly. The sun is low.
What are you going to do?
Hush, Mina, darling. We've got him now.
I'm frightened.
Friend John, I think you especially have the right.
I know just what to do.
First, let me remind you all that this is not vengeance. We set to rest the human soul.
Whatever it is, I'm ready. If you want to pray for him, start praying. For me, every blow will be for Lucy. What he made me do in her tomb.
How his eyes burn. With what ferocious rage out of the coffin.
Don't look at him. That was my mistake. Just do it.
Ah, yes, yes. Now the sun is low and soon it will be too late. Now, eternal rest give to him, O Lord. And let perpetual light shine upon him.
Jonathan. Oh, Jonathan.
Mina, darling. Your forehead, your throat. The marks of the vampire are washed away.
Stage 49, Item 30. Dracula by Bram Stoker. Dramatized for radio by George Salverson. Was produced and directed by Andrew Allen with an original musical score composed and conducted by Lucio Agostini. Starred as Count Dracula, Lorne Greene. As Jonathan Harker, Alan King. With Lister Sinclair as Van Helsing. Bud Knapp as Dr. Seward. Mavor Moore as Renfield. Alice Hill as Mina. Aileen Seaton as Lucy. Diane Foster as the vampire. And Eric Christmas as Swales. The others, Tommy Tweed, Doug Haskins, Murray Westgate, Frocia Gregory, Marcia Diamond, and Lloyd Bachner. Sound by Fred Tudor and Alan Gilroy. Technical operation by Bruce Armstrong. Stage 49 is from Toronto. Elwood Glover speaking. This is the Trans-Canada Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. This is the true story of Mary Reynolds, born in the wilds of Pennsylvania in 1793, died there aged 61 in 1854. The details of her peculiar life and eccentric personality were not set down until 1860, when a well-known doctor and prolific writer named Silas Weir Mitchell took it upon himself to gather together the facts of her erratic existence and publish them.
Mary, my dear?
Are you speaking to me? Mary, dearest. What is it? What do you want?
Mary, I'm your brother, Simon.
And you? Who are you? Why, I'm your mother, dear. A likely story. And this is your father. I never saw any of you before in my life.
Our mystery drama, The Mysterious Slumber, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Elspeth Eric and Deanna Kirkwood. I shall return shortly with Act One. The story of Mary Reynolds will not die. William James abstracted it in his Principles of Psychology, published in 1891. And in our century, it was told again by the famous psychoanalyst C.G. Jung in Volume 1 of his Psychiatric Studies, published both here and in England in 1957. Now we, I trust without pretension, bring you a dramatized version of the story of Mary Reynolds.
I'm the Reverend John V. Reynolds of Meadville, Pennsylvania. And Mary Reynolds was my aunt. For the last 25 years of her life, she lived in my home, keeping house for me and showing herself to be a woman of splendid character and sound judgment. When Dr. Silas Weir Mitchell wrote me, 30-odd years after Aunt Mary's demise, asking me what I could contribute to the tale of her strange existence, I was hard put to it to give him anything like a sensible account. Still, from what I had heard from my grandparents and my father, I was able to reconstruct certain essential and reliable details. Then, too, there were the lengthy conversations I had with Aunt Mary herself while she was living with me, which she did from the time she was 36 till she passed on at age 61.
Your breakfast is on the table, John.
Be right there, Aunt Mary.
Got something new for you to try.
Oh? What would that be?
It's called Scrapple. Mrs. Lacey told me about it after her trip to Philadelphia. They eat a lot of it there, Mrs. Lacey says. Well, what do you think of it?
It's good. It's very good indeed.
Oh, happy you like it.
Were you always such a fine cook, Aunt Mary?
I think so.
No, I mean before you came here to the parsonage, when you lived with your family.
I believe I used to cook rather a lot. Whether or not what I cooked was any good, well, I don't remember clearly. Probably sometimes it was. Other times, not. Probably that's the way it was.
But you don't really remember, do you?
Sometimes I think I do. Other times I think I never really lived my life at all, if you catch my meaning.
I'm not sure I do.
It's as though I'd read it all in a book. Or perhaps someone told me about it. Never all of it, just bits and pieces.
That must be very disconcerting.
Well, yes, in a way. Never to have lived your life. Yes. That's unsettling. However, I've got used to it, more or less. And I'm very content here with you, John. Don't think for a minute I'm not.
The vagaries of Aunt Mary's memory disturbed me a little, but they fascinated me too. She seemed, this late in her life, to have some dim, dreamy idea of a shadowy past which she could not fully grasp. From my father, her older brother, Simon Reynolds, I had got some notion of the schism which had split Aunt Mary's personality when she was 18 years old. An extremely mild, morose, even melancholy young woman.
Pass me your plates, everybody. I'll stack. Mary. Simon? Papa?
Here's mine. Yeah, Mother.
Mary, your plate, please. Oh, yes. Now you can clear. Yes, Mama. You sure you scraped them? Yes, Mama. Simon, you are going to take her to the church social, aren't you?
Mama, I already asked somebody.
Well, you can certainly take your sister along.
No, I can't. She'd be a wet blanket.
Maybe she wouldn't.
Yes, she would. I know. I've let her tag along before. She hangs back. She's got no conversation. She hardly even smiles. Nobody wants to dance with her. Nobody can talk to her.
Oh, now, Simon.
Let's have no bickering now, if you please.
Papa, do I have to?
Well, more likely than not, she won't want to go.
That's right. She hardly ever does.
Well, she can't mope around the house all the time. It's not healthy.
I could ask her to go riding with me tomorrow, I guess.
Mary's afraid of the horses.
Mary's afraid of everything.
Still, if you went at a walk, or maybe a slow trot.
It's nice in the woods this time of year.
The woods? You wouldn't take Mary into the woods.
You know how she feels about the woods.
I'd be with her.
It's the wild animals she's afraid of.
Yes, and the snakes. The rattlesnakes, the copperheads.
Anyway, I'll ask her. But I won't take her to the social. Mary?
What is it, Simon?
Come here a minute, will you?
I've washed the dishes, Mama, and dried them and put them away. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to go to bed. But it's early. All the same.
Mary, how would you like it if we saddled up a couple of horses tomorrow and rode through the woods?
Oh, no. No, I wouldn't. I couldn't.
Well, you'd have me along to protect you.
No, I couldn't. Mama, is it all right if I go up to bed now? Of course, Mary, if you want to. Thank you very much. Good night, all. Oh, that poor girl. That poor, poor girl.
My father was fond of his sister, though her melancholy personality, so unlike his own, made it difficult for him to get close to her, to enjoy her company in any light-hearted way. Still, he felt protective. He wanted to help this forlorn, unhappy young woman, try to bring a little joy into her almost morbid existence. One evening, he and my grandfather came home after a long day's work in the fields.
Supper ready, Mama?
Yes, you've got two hungry men here.
I'm just setting the table. You two go wash up.
Why are you setting the table?
Where's Mary? Why isn't she doing it?
Mary's upstairs.
What's she doing up there?
She's sick or something?
She's asleep.
Asleep?
Sleep at 6 o'clock?
She must be sick.
When did she take to bed?
Last night.
Last night?
Last night after supper. You were here, she did the dishes, and she went to bed. That's where she's been ever since.
She didn't come down to breakfast. I remember that.
Nor for dinner. Well, why didn't you say something?
Well, I didn't want to worry you. I thought, well, the poor girl's tuckered out. Let her sleep. When she's good and ready, she'll wake up.
Didn't you try to rouse her?
Ask her if anything was
wrong.
wrong.
Well, of course I did. What kind of mother do you think I am? I went up there half a dozen times at least. I spoke to her. I even shook her a little, pretty roughly the last time. But she never opened her eyes, never uttered a sound, just turned away from me and went on sleeping.
Oh, good heavens, she's been sleeping close to 20 hours.
What are we going to do?
We can't just sit around and wait for her to wake up.
What if she never does?
Now, don't talk like that, Simon.
I think we should go up there. All of us. Mama? Papa?
The three of them went up the steep stairs together. each with a separate and nameless fear, each with a dim hope that all would somehow be well and life could go on as before. They reached Mary's little room. Its door was open.
I didn't shut her door in case she should call out. I wanted to be sure I heard her.
Mama, look. She's sitting up in bed.
She's all right.
Mama, you gave us such a scare.
Well, let's go in.
Let me go in first. Mary, my dear?
Are you speaking to me by any chance? Mary, dearest? What is it?
Mary?
And what do you want?
Well, I'm your brother. I'm Simon.
What's a Simon?
I'm your brother.
What's that? Brother.
Mama?
What's she? I'm your mother, dear.
And I'm your father.
I never saw any of you before in my life. She's left her senses.
Gone clean out of her mind.
Could it be the long sleep that's done it?
Well, she doesn't look any the worse for it.
Oh, she looks almost pretty happy-like.
Mary, wouldn't you like to get up out of bed?
What's that you said? About a... Oh, what was it? A bed?
This. What you're lying on. This is a bed. Your bed.
Bed. A bed. Your bed.
Your bed. Mary's bed.
What's a Mary's? Mary is you, dear. You are Mary.
It's your name. Mary Reynolds.
What's name? Tell me. Are you making fun of me?
Oh, no.
I think you are. I think you don't like me much.
Oh, Mary.
Maybe not at all.
Mama, Papa, both of you go downstairs. Leave me alone with her.
You think we should?
We're not doing much good here.
Well, call us if you need us, Simon.
I will. I like you, you know. I always have.
Since when?
Since always.
Why?
No reason. I just always have.
You don't know me.
Oh, yes, I do. I know you very well.
I don't know you. How's that?
Well, it's all right, I guess. Give me your hand, will you?
This?
Yes, that's your hand. Give it to me. Let me hold it and help you get out of bed. That's it. Yes, like that. And we'll walk over to the window and look out, and you'll see what you shall see.
I shall see what I shall see.
That's right. Now let me pull the curtain. Now you can see.
Oh, I see it.
What do you see?
Right there. Right there.
That's a tree. It's a tree.
A tree. And beyond. All that. All that.
That's the sky.
Oh, it's pretty. It's pretty, so pretty. Oh, so very, very pretty.
My father said she was like a newborn child. Her memory was gone completely. The world and everything in it was altogether new to her. Her father, her mother, her brother, friends, and relatives who came to see her, all went unrecognized. It was as though she had never seen them before, never known them, was not aware that such persons had ever existed. To the scenes which surrounded her, she was a perfect stranger. The house, the fields, the forests, the hills, the streams, all were novelties. She had not the slightest consciousness that she had ever existed previous to the moment she awoke from that mysterious slumber.
Mary Reynolds awoke from her long sleep, not the withdrawn, unhappy, uncommunicative girl she had been before she took to her bed. She emerged a new person with a new personality and a new life. The old one vanished along with her memory of it. In a way, she was reborn, yet born in a state of maturity, with a capacity for relishing the rich, the sublime, the luxuriant wonders of creation. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. What happened to Mary Reynolds during her long, mysterious sleep? No one really knows. What could happen to change a melancholy and dispirited girl into a lively, cheerful one? And what caused the amnesia? The failure to recognize father, mother, brother? Was something triggered in the recesses of her unconscious mind that made her renounce her previous life and self and turn to a new life, a new self? I wish I had an answer for you, but I don't.
My father said that after Aunt Mary's sudden, inexplicable change, her parents decided to invite various friends and relatives within traveling distance to attend a party. Were they anxious to parade in front of them their new daughter? Charming, vivacious, cheerful, so different from the dull, retiring child they had known before? Or was it an effort to bring back Mary's memory of times past, of people known? No matter which, their intentions, I'm sure, were of the best.
Bye, Lucy. Bye, Frank.
Come back soon.
Well, that was a nice party, wasn't it?
It was lovely. Everyone was so charming. Oh, I loved them all. Who were they?
Oh, Mary.
Mary. That's me. This man told me.
Yes, Simon.
Yes, Simon. My, brother. Is that right?
That's right. And who is this?
Mama?
And this?
Papa.
That's right.
But what's a mama and what's a papa? Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter.
I wrote those words down for her.
You mean she can read words now?
Well, she doesn't connect words with things yet, or with people, but she can read them. It didn't take long to teach her. Less than 2 weeks, as a matter of fact.
But she used to read very well. She could read most anything. She read a lot.
She will again, Mama.
You know what, everybody? Mama, Papa, brother, I'm going for a walk in the woods.
Well, it'll be getting dark very soon.
It makes me no never mind.
Oh, Mary, there are wild animals in the woods, dangerous ones.
Oh, pooh. Your cousin Arthur saw a bear once.
So did I.
I know what you saw, and it was nothing but a big black hog.
Oh, that's not true.
I know what you're trying to do. You want to keep me shut up in this mean little house. You want to frighten me so I'll never go out, never have any good times. Well, it won't work because I'm going. I'm going now, and I'll go again tomorrow, and every single day after that.
There was no stopping her. Her brother, her father, her mother sat helplessly by as she went skipping off in the direction of the forest. As time wore on, she took to going off early in the morning, rambling until nightfall over the whole countryside, heedless as to whether she were on a path or in a trackless forest. Anyone who made the slightest attempt to hold her back became her enemy. And my father, as well as his parents, stopped trying.
Mary? Mary?
Oh, you mean me?
You are Mary. I am Simon. You are my sister. I am your brother.
I know that. You told me.
Yes, but do you know what it means? That we are brother and sister?
Is it supposed to mean something?
It means we have the same parents.
Oh.
Mama is your mother, and she's my mother. Papa is my father, and he's your father, too.
Uh-huh.
We are a family. Father, mother, son, daughter. Together, we are a family. A family called Reynolds.
I'm called Mary Reynolds.
And I'm called Simon Reynolds.
I think that's very nice.
It is. It's very nice. A family is a very nice thing to be a part of. Look, Mary, I'm going to write it down for you. We are a family. You see? We are a family. Now, do you think that you could write that?
But do you want me to?
Yes, I do.
All right. Give me the pencil.
And here's a piece of paper.
Thank you. We are a family. How's that?
That's good, Mary. That's very good.
I thought you'd like it.
Mary, did you notice when I wrote the sentence, I started on the left-hand side of the paper and wrote toward the right.
Did you?
Uh-huh. But you wrote from right to left.
Did I?
Would you have any idea why you did that, Mary?
No. That's just the way I did it. Now I'm going for a walk in the woods.
Thus, another oddity was added to Aunt Mary's new personality. By now, her parents and brother were beginning to accept the creature she had become. She was merry and high-spirited, ready for fun and adventure. Not at all the gloomy, withdrawn girl she had been before the long sleep.
Mama, Brother Simon, when are we going to give another party?
You want to have a party, Mary?
The way we did before. All those people, all that good food, the elderberry wine, the dancing and laughing and talking.
You really enjoyed that party, didn't you, Mary?
Oh, yes, I loved it. That pretty girl with the black curly hair.
That was your cousin, Nellie. She and her husband, Arthur, they live in Sudley. Arthur couldn't come that day because he was down with a fever.
Do you remember Nellie and Arthur?
I remember Nellie from the party. If she was the one with the black curly hair. But not Arthur.
I mean from before the party.
We all went to their wedding.
Did we?
You got a new dress for it, the blue flowered one.
Where is it?
Well, I think it's up in the attic. You never wore it again.
Oh, get it down from the attic. I'll wear it to the party. Who else will come?
Well, there's Aunt Helen and Uncle Charlie and Betsy Higgins, my best friend, your godmother, and the Halseys. They have the farm next to ours.
Ask them all. Ask everybody. We'll have the best time anybody ever had. We'll sing and dance and laugh and talk and have a wonderful time. Well, go on. Ask them.
All right. I'll start writing to them.
Good. You do that. Oh, and get my flowered blue dress down from the attic. I'll wear it to the party.
It'll take a little time, Mary.
Oh, hurry it up, will you? I'm restless. I think I'll go for a walk in the woods.
Mary, let me go with you this time.
What for? Why do you want to go?
I'd just like to.
Well, at least you're not trying to stop me. Like some people I know.
I tell you what, Mary. Why don't we go together on horseback? How would that be?
That would be all right. Anyway is all right.
Father isn't using Captain and Ginger in the fields today. Why don't I throw a couple of saddles across them and we'll set out together?
If you want to.
I do want to. Wait for me. I'll bring the horses around.
Mary and Simon set off on the backs of the two Percherons, which were ordinarily used for farm work. The sun was filtering through the tall pines. Cardinals and finches were singing. The air was cool and crisp.
Hear the birds, Simon.
Beautiful, Mary.
Oh, I love them all. Each and every one.
I'm glad.
Oh, look. What's that in that tree?
I think that's an oriole's nest, Mary.
Really? I think you're right.
Do you remember the orioles, Mary? The ones who used to nest outside our house?
When was that?
A couple of years ago. And a few years before that, too. They used to come back year after year. Do you remember?
Should I?
I guess it's not important. I just wondered.
There's so much I don't remember.
Well, you will. One of these days.
You know what, Simon? I don't care if I never remember. Let's go faster, shall we?
The brush is pretty thick.
I don't care.
I think we ought to turn back.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
Mary!
Come on!
Mary, slow down. It's not safe.
Oh, this old workhorse won't go any faster.
Please, Mary.
Oh, I wish I had a proper riding horse.
Put him in a walk. Please. Bring him back to a walk.
Why?
Mary, I'm begging you.
Whoa! Walk, Ginger. Whoa!
That's better. What are you doing, Mary?
I need a whip.
No, you don't. Mary, you don't need that.
Yes, I do. This branch will do the trick.
Mary, please.
This'll wake him up.
Mary, let's turn back. Let's go home.
Come on.
Mary, up ahead. That's a bear.
Nonsense.
It is. Pull up. Mary, that is a bear standing there. Now turn around, and we'll go back before he gets angry and attacks.
Get up, Ginger. Get up there. The horse won't move.
Of course he won't. He's got more sense.
Simon,
hold his reins.
Why? What for? Mary, don't. What do you think you're doing?
I'm going to get rid of that ugly thing.
Mary, it's a bear.
It's an ugly black hog. That's what it is. I've seen them before.
Mary, don't.
You impudent thing. Get out of here. Oh, stop grinning at me and get back where you came from. You hear me?
Mary, he's standing on his hind legs. He's getting ready to attack.
I'm taking my stick to him.
Mary, for the love of heaven.
Get out, you ugly black hog. Get out. Get out.
I have my father's word that it happened in just that way. He told me the story many times when I was a boy, and I must tell you that I stood in considerable awe of my Aunt Mary. So I think did her parents when my father told them about the encounter in the woods.
The horse wouldn't move, Mother, though she dug her heels into his sides and gave him some strong cuts with the stick that she'd broken from a tree. So she handed the reins to me, dismounted, and walked straight up to this enormous bear. It stood up on its hind feet and gnashed its teeth. Mary kept calling it an ugly black hog, but believe me, it was no hog. It was a bear.
Merciful heavens.
She shouted at the bear to get out of the way, to go back to where he came from. But the bear didn't move. Then, cool as a cucumber, she said, "Well, if you won't leave for words, I'll try blows." And with that, she walked straight up to it and started beating at it with this puny little branch she'd broken from a tree.
And then what?
Well, you won't believe me, but I saw it with my own eyes. That monstrous bear got down on all fours and walked away.
That's hard to believe.
I told you it would be. She came back to where I was, got back on her horse, and we finished our ride. I didn't have much to say. I'm not sure I said anything at all, but Mary chattered all the way back about this and that, just as though nothing had happened at all.
Such was the character of Aunt Mary's second self, as they came to call her new, apparently contradictory personality. Her daring, her extreme cheerfulness, her buoyancy and sociability made her an admirable companion, a welcome occupant of the house, a joy to be with. If certain eccentricities accompanied this new self, well, they were only something to be tolerated and accepted.
Was Mary Reynolds, in her encounter with the bear, simply a very brave woman, or was she a fool? Was she mad? Such questions are still asked about people who cross the ocean in a sailboat, who climb mountains, who race cars, who perform incredible feats of all kinds. We commonly consider them to be fearless, but it's possible they are scared to death and trying to deny it. I'll be back shortly with our concluding act. So far as I know, there has never been a definitive explanation of Mary Reynolds' drastic personality change, though the transformation has been observed and recorded by others. The most facile and admittedly superficial description is, quote, the removal of inhibition, unquote, enabling Mary to, in a manner of speaking, set herself free. But why this should have occurred when it did, after a prolonged slumber, at the age of 18, no one seems to know, least of all myself.
Aunt Mary's giddy existence went on for quite a while. Household chores were forgotten. Conventional behavior seemed unknown. Her family watched in amazement mixed with pleasure. Then, after about 5 weeks, one night after dinner...
More gooseberry pie, Mary? I don't think so, Mama.
Made it specially for you.
That was nice of you, Mama. Perhaps... No, I think I'll go up to my room. I'm a little tired. Maybe I'll just go to bed.
All right, you run along to bed, Mary, if that's what you want to do.
I think it is. I think that's what I want to do. Good night, all.
Sleep well, dear.
I will. I'm really very tired.
You think she's all right? Oh, she's just tired, Mama.
Oh, that running around is no wonder.
She kept asking about the party we're going to have.
Maybe she wants to rest up for that.
You think she'll recognize anyone this time? I'm not sure she even recognizes us. Oh, I know she calls you Mama and Papa, and she calls me Brother Simon, but I'm not sure she knows what those words mean. I'm not sure she knows who we really are. Or, for that matter, who she is. Well, anyway, she's a joy to have around. Even if she never makes her bed or cleans up her room or helps me with the meals. Simply romps around enjoying herself. I get my pleasure from just watching her. So different from the way she used to mope around, wearing a long face, never smiling. Anything is better than that.
Everyone agreed that the wild, unpredictable Mary was preferable to the depressed girl they had known. If she seemed to care for no one, not even to know them in any intimate way, still she was a merry companion, a ray of sunshine in the house, and they were content to leave her so. Not that anyone could have changed her.
Supper ready, Mother? We're home.
Almost ready, Papa.
I'm Mary.
You're setting the table.
Of course I am. I always set the table.
Well, you haven't been doing it for quite a while.
What are you talking about? I always set the table. You know that. It's one of my chores. I'm surprised at you, Simon.
Mary, did you go for a walk in the woods today?
In the woods? I never go near the woods. There are wild animals in the woods. You told me so, Papa.
You and I went for a ride in the woods, Mary.
Why do you lie to me, Simon? A brother shouldn't lie to his sister.
We went on horseback, on Captain and Ginger.
I think you're a trifle touched, Simon. I would never do such a thing. Yesterday I did what I always do. Did my chores, had dinner, cleared the table, washed up, and went to bed. That's all I did yesterday. That's what I do every day. So please don't tease me with these fanciful tales. You know I don't like to be teased. I never have.
I'm sorry, Mary.
Well, you should be.
Mary, dear.
Yes, Mama?
Would you go in the kitchen and stir the stew for me?
Oh, of course, Mama.
And in about 2 minutes, add a little beer to it, will you? Half a cup, maybe. It'll add a little flavor.
Yes, Mama.
Well, what do you make of it? She's gone back to what she was.
How? Why? What made it happen?
She slept all day, the way she did the other time. I went to her room an hour ago. She woke up, looked at me, and said, "Oh, dear, it's you. I suppose you want me to help you in the kitchen." Well, I hardly knew what to say. It was the first time she'd mentioned helping around the house since she changed. Now she's changed back. I don't know if to be glad or sorry. Nor do I.
Nor I. Well, what's to be done?
What can be done, Papa?
Mama?
Yes, Mary, dear?
There's no beer in the keg.
None at all.
Not a drop. And I don't understand it because yesterday the keg was full.
Well, we probably drank it all up at the party.
What party?
We had so many people here. Everybody drank quite a lot.
What party are you talking about?
Well, when all the friends and relatives were here, we all had such a good time, and you had the best time of anybody. You don't remember it, do you, Mary?
A party? And I had a good time? At a party? Who was here?
Your cousin Nellie was here.
Oh, her. With the kinky black hair.
You remember Nellie?
Oh, she's my cousin. I've never liked her, though.
Oh, Mary, you liked her at the party and you thought her hair was beautiful.
Oh, that's not possible. She married Arthur, didn't she? I could never see what he saw in her. She's not even pretty.
Do you remember their wedding?
Well, of course I do. You bought me a blue dress. I hate blue. It's my least favorite color. Was Arthur at this party you're talking about?
No, dear, just Nellie. And then there was your Aunt Helen and Uncle Charlie and the Halseys, Betsy Higgins.
My godmother.
You do remember her? My closest friend, Betsy Higgins?
Well, of course I remember her. But I don't remember any party. Still, if you say so, there must have been, I guess.
Mary, do you remember the day I saddled up Captain and Ginger and you and I went for a ride in the woods?
Now you are lying to me. I would never go in the woods. There are wild animals in the woods.
Well, that's true, but we went. And in the deep part of the woods, we came across a bear.
A bear?
But you weren't the least bit frightened. You said it was nothing but an ugly black hog. And you broke a branch off a tree, and you went at that bear. You yelled at him to get out, go away, and then you started beating him over the snout with your little stick.
I did that?
And you were as cool as a cucumber.
What happened?
That big bear put his head down and slunk away. Do you remember any of that, Mary?
If you say it happened, then it must have happened.
Aunt Mary remained in what her family by now had come to call her first state. Dull, depressed, even melancholy, as contrasted with her euphoric second state, for several weeks, until, after another prolonged slumber, she awoke.
Mother! Father! Simon, where is everybody?
Mary,
yes, what is it, dear?
You said there was going to be a party, Mother. You promised me another party.
What party?
Well, you know the one you promised me, like the other one.
But you didn't seem to want a party.
Not want a party? Why wouldn't I want a party? I like good times just like anybody else, you know.
But you said that you...
I know what I said. I said, let's have another party just like the one before. I told you that yesterday. Or the day before. I forget exactly which day it was.
Mary, my dear, you have been very depressed and unhappy for a few weeks now.
Oh, I have never been depressed or unhappy. How can you say such a thing?
Simon!
Yes, Mama?
Come up here right away.
Where are you?
In Mary's room. Simon, she's changed again.
What? What did you say?
Mary's changed again. It's the second state. She's back in it again.
Mary?
Has anybody looked out the window? Such a beautiful day.
How are you feeling, Mary?
Oh, I feel wonderful.
Well, that's good. I'm glad.
Well, of course it's good. What else should it be?
It's not the way you felt yesterday.
Oh, of course it is. That's the way I've always felt. I felt like this all my life.
No, you haven't.
Of course I have.
No, most of your life you've been a very unhappy girl.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
No, it's not. It's true. You just don't remember.
Is that it? That I don't remember?
Well, that's part of it anyway.
What's the rest of it?
I don't know. I just don't know.
I wish I could remember being unhappy. At least I think I wish I could. I'm not sure.
Maybe it would help.
I could try, I suppose.
Maybe you should.
Now?
Whenever you feel like it.
Well, I don't feel like it now.
All right, then don't. But maybe later.
Yes, later. Sometime. Not now. And you know why?
Why? No, you tell me why.
Because I feel so absolutely marvelous. Why should I spoil it?
No reason, I guess.
You know what I'd like to do right now, this minute? I'd like to go saddle up a horse and go for a ride in the woods. Will you come with me, Simon?
If you want me to.
Oh, I do. I want you to. Remember the last time when we ran into that ugly black hog and you said it was a bear? But I knew better, didn't I? And I beat that old black hog. I beat him off with a stick, didn't I, Simon? And he ran away. Dirty old black hog.
These shifts from one state to another continued at intervals, sometimes long, sometimes short, for about 16 years, till Aunt Mary was about 35 or 36. At that age, she began to stay permanently in her so-called second state. Gay, mischievous, fond of company and good times. But gradually she sobered down to a level of practicality and usefulness, becoming rational, industrious, cheerful, but capable of being serious as well. During her last 25 years, she lived with me and tended to my house, as I told you at the start. And it was there that we held the conversation with which this story began.
Sometimes I think I never really lived my life at all. It's as though I'd read it all in a book, or someone had told me about it.
Your mother? Your father?
Yes. And Simon. And friends, relatives. They would tell me things about myself. Sometimes tell me more than once. And I don't know if their telling me made me think I remembered those things, or if I really did remember them. You understand?
I'm trying to.
Well, don't bother your head too much about it, because I don't understand it at all. And I've got sick of trying. All I have is just these bits and pieces of my life that either I remember or think I remember. But if that's all I have, or all I'm ever going to have, well, so be it. I'll have to settle for it, won't I?
Still, it must be disconcerting.
Never to have lived your life? Well, it's unsettling, yes. But I've got used to it, more or less. And I'm very contented here with you, John. Don't think for a minute that I'm not.
I'm happy to have you here, Aunt Mary.
That's very nice to hear. Now, I must do the ordering from the grocer, take down the drapes in the living room.
What, Aunt Mary? Aunt Mary, what is it? What's wrong?
I wonder what's the matter with my head.
Aunt Mary! Aunt Mary! Aunt Mary, what is it? Here, let me lift you. Let me put you up on the sofa. Let me get my arms around you. There, I'll put you down gently. Aunt Mary! She gasped twice there on my sofa. Then a long, deep sigh. And she was dead. I have written all this to Dr. Silas Weir Mitchell. I wish I could tell him more. That I could offer reasonable explanations for the strange events that befell my Aunt Mary. But I am a simple minister in a small Pennsylvania town. My vocation is to comfort troubled souls, not to dissect troubled minds.
Cases like that of Mary Reynolds have been repeated over and over since her day. People who exhibited quite varied personalities at different times. The malaise has been called double consciousness, multiple personality, spontaneous character change. But giving an ailment a name does very little to effect a cure. I'll be back shortly.
This is what happened to Larry, another reader, or is it victim, of Raven House Mysteries. I was at the bus stop, reading the latest Raven House paperback, when a lady walked by. She seemed familiar, like I knew her from somewhere. I followed her. She started to run, and I lost her in the crowd. The next day, I saw her again in the supermarket. Our eyes met over the lettuce. I said, "Sarah, you're supposed to be dead." Raven House Mysteries are so engrossing, you can't help but let the mystery take over your life. It was a little embarrassing. I had her confused with the character in my Raven House mystery. Raven House publishes new mysteries every month. Which one will claim you as its victim? If you're clever enough, you'll find Raven House Mysteries wherever paperbacks are sold.
It is interesting to note that every case like that of Mary Reynolds is marked by total amnesia. The afflicted person has no remembrance of any other state than the current one. They call this an amnesic split. Again, a fine-sounding term, one which describes the affliction, but does not alleviate it. Our cast included Elspeth Eric, Diane Kirkwood, Don Scardino, and Mandel Kramer. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries.
This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Murder at midnight.
Hook, wait. Come back here.
Wait, nothing. I said you were nuts, crazy. And... No. Oh, don't.
I'm sorry, Hook. Very sorry. But I had to have it. I'm going to have it. And once you're dead, you'll never miss it.
Midnight. The witching hour when the night is darkest. Our fears the strongest. And our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight. When the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute. In The Dead Hand. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of terror and retribution by one of radio's best-known mystery writers, Robert Newman. Its title, The Dead Hand. The small studio cottage on Dr. Martin Trent's estate. Seated at the piano, alone in the gathering darkness, is Roger Blaine, the famous pianist, and playing as only he can play.
Can't you hear me, Lorna? You must hear me. You must come here now to me. I'm calling you, Lorna. Calling to you in a way you could never resist. With my music, making your heart beat faster, your breath come quicker. Lorna.
Hello, Roger. Am I disturbing you?
Always, Lorna. Just as I disturb you. As we disturbed each other since the first time we met.
Martin's out at the hospital, and I heard you playing, so...
That's not why you came, Lorna. You came because I called you. Because you promised you'd come and give me your answer.
What we talked about last night, my going away with you? Roger, I must have been mad. I don't know what got into me.
Don't you, Lorna? This is what got into you. My music. Telling you things I never could tell you in words.
Roger, stop. I can't think when you play like that. I can't leave him. He's my husband. I love him, respect him.
Can you love a surgical instrument? Can you compare what you feel towards him with what you feel now, this minute?
No, it is different. Roger, how can we? He's your friend. It was he that brought you here, gave you the cottage.
And haven't I given him anything? Music like this. Music such as no one has ever heard before.
Roger,
Lorna, listen to me. To what I'm saying here. I love you. I need you. It was you who helped me find depths within myself I never knew existed. You've got to come away with me. You owe it to me, to yourself, to the world.
Roger,
you
please.
Want to. You know you want to. And you're going to.
Roger, no, I can't. I tell you,
You are.
All right.
Lorna.
We can talk to Martin when he gets home tonight. Tell him. I think he'll
No, Lorna,
understand.
there'll be no talking, no explaining. My car's outside and we're leaving right now. The music, my music, was still with me as we drove out through the gates, down the highway, pulsing, throbbing. Yes, I could hear it, but could Lorna? I glanced at her sitting there beside me. Happy, dearest?
What? I don't know, Roger.
You don't know? Don't you realize what this means, Lorna? I'm playing better than I ever played before, and this is only the beginning. After my New York concert, South America, then Europe.
Roger, are you sure you love me? Me as a person?
Well, what do you mean, Lorna?
I know you've said you do, but whenever you've talked about it, Roger, about us, you've talked in terms of your music. Roger, are you sure that's not what you love?
Well, of course I'm sure. If I didn't have my music, if I couldn't play, I don't think I could live. But
I know.
It was you. You who lifted me to heights I never dreamed of, technically, emotionally.
Roger, stop the car, turn around, take me back.
What?
Take me back.
I don't understand.
I do, for the first time. With Martin away so much, I was lonely, flattered by your attention. And your music was like a drug, keeping me from thinking. But now I can think. And I know you don't love me, and I don't love you, so please, Roger, take me back.
No.
But, Roger, can't you see? This whole thing was a mistake.
It was not a mistake. I won't take you back.
Well, I'm going back, whether you take me or not, and if you won't stop the car...
No, let go of that brake! Let go! That's it! Look out! We're going to... When I opened my eyes, I was in a bare white room in a hospital. Standing next to the bed were Lorna and Martin.
Hello, Roger. How are you feeling?
What? I don't know. What happened?
You were out driving with Lorna. The car got out of control and you had a smash-up. They rushed you here to the hospital and, well, you've been here for 2 days.
Smash-up? Yes, I remember. Are you all right, Lorna?
Yes, Roger, I was shaken up. Cut a little bit.
My hand hurts. Especially the fingers. Nothing happened to it, did it, Martin? I've got a concert in a few weeks, you know.
Roger, don't stop it.
What? What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Don't worry about it, Roger. Not now.
But I've got to know. I've got to see.
Roger, please.
It's gone. Gone. My hand. My left hand. Martin. What did you do to me?
Roger, I think you know how I feel about you. About your music. You've got to believe me when I tell you there was nothing I could do about it. Nothing. It was your hand or your life.
My life. And what is my life without my music? Nothing. Worse than nothing. A living death. Why didn't you let me die?
Don't say that, Roger. We'll do anything we can. There must be something.
Something? There's just one thing. You've got to get me another hand.
We will, Roger. There have been some wonderful developments in prosthetics as a result of the war.
I don't mean an artificial hand. I mean a real hand.
What? Roger, you're mad.
No, I'm not. You took my hand and you'll get me another one.
We'll talk about it some other time.
You think I'll forget about it, don't you? Don't you? Oh, I won't. I say I'm going to have another hand, and I will have one. And what's more, you're going to help me get it, do you hear? You're going to help me. I was able to get up and around a few days later. I didn't talk to anyone if I could help it. Because somehow I couldn't ever look at their faces, only their hands. Big hands and little ones, long-fingered ones and stubby ones. Yes, they each had 2 hands. And I to whom my piano meant more than life, had only 1. Then, sitting alone one evening, I met Hook. I looked up, and there he was, a small, slight, sharp-featured man.
Hello. Nice evening.
Yes, I suppose it is.
You mind if I sit down for a couple of minutes?
No.
I wouldn't usually bust in on anybody except that... Well, I'm getting out of here tomorrow, and I feel pretty good about it.
Oh? What was wrong with you?
Bad heart. I'm going to have to take it easy from now on. It's going to make it kind of tough in some ways, but... you don't happen to have a cigarette on you, do you?
Well, yes, I do have. It's, there. Well, at least I did have. Silver cigarette case. Can't seem...
Is,
Find
this it?
What? Oh, yeah. Where did you find it?
In your pocket.
You mean you took it?
My name's Harris, Joe Harris. You usually call me the Hook. This is my racket. Or rather, it was until I...
You're a pickpocket.
Well, one of the best in the business. But now with my picket going bad, I guess I'll have to lay off, except like now for a gag. You didn't mind, did you?
Mind? Well, certainly not. I'm very impressed. As a matter of fact, do you mind if I look at your hands?
Look at them? What for?
They're beautiful. As beautiful a pair of hands as I've ever seen. It occurs to me that you say that you don't know what you're going to do when you leave the hospital here.
Well, I just hadn't thought about it much. Why?
I've got a proposition that might possibly interest you.
No kidding. What?
Well, I'd rather not discuss it with you here and now, but I expect to be leaving here myself on Friday. If you'd like to come and see me sometime after
You
that.
say where and when?
Well, I've been staying at a little cottage on Dr. Martin Trent's estate. I'll probably be going back there. How about Saturday night, late, around 11:30?
Fine. Okay with me.
Then it's a date. I left him there, hurried back to my room. I wanted to be alone. Had to be alone, for I was afraid that what was on my mind might show in my face. It certainly was a date. A date with death.
A man obsessed, half mad, and his unsuspecting victim. Will both of them still be alive to hear it when the clock strikes 12 for... Murder at midnight. Here is Roger Blaine to continue. Murder at Midnight.
I did leave the hospital on Friday, went back to the little studio cottage. By Saturday night, my arrangements were completed. They weren't very complicated. I made it clear to Lorna and Martin that I wanted to be alone, and I picked up a length of iron pipe.
the pipe I hid inside the piano when I heard footsteps coming down the path. There was a knock on the door. Come in?
Hi. Not too late, am I?
No, you're not too late.
Hey, pretty nice place you got here.
Yes, it is quite nice. Sit down.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Now, what's this here proposition you want to talk to me about?
It's a very simple one. How would you like to make $10,000?
What do I have to do?
You don't have to do anything. Just sell me something. Your left hand.
What? You're nuts.
No, I'm serious. I've got the money right here in cash.
I don't get it. I just don't understand.
Look, I'm a musician. I'm a pianist. Or I was until I lost my hand. If I can't go on playing, then life doesn't mean anything to me. My own life or anyone else's. But you, how important is your hand to you? Now, an artificial one will do almost as well. And you can live for quite a while on $10,000.
You mean you really thought I'd sell you my hand? Let you cut it off? I'm getting out of here.
Look, wait.
Wait, nothing. I said you was nuts, but I didn't really think... Oh, what are you going to do with that? No, don't. You can't. Some way, somehow I'll get you with this. I swear.
I'm sorry, Hook. Very sorry. But I have to have it. I'd rather not go into what happened after that. I got rid of the body. Then I went to see Martin.
You don't look well, Roger. Anything the matter?
No, I just came to see you about your promise.
My promise?
Oh, your debt, whichever you choose to call it. I told you I wanted another hand, that I was going to get another hand, and that you were going to help me. Well, now you can help me.
What do you mean?
Look in here, in this package. See?
Good Lord. Where did you get this?
It might be better if you didn't ask too many questions. I'm fighting for my life, for more than my life. You took my hand away from me. Well, now you can give me this one.
You mean you honestly, seriously think that I can perform an operation of this sort, do a graft, and that after I'm finished, you'll be able to use the hand?
Why not? Operations of this sort have been done, haven't they? With other parts of the body? The eye?
The cornea, not the eye. And some nerve grafting has been done. But this... Look, Roger, I know what a shock this whole thing has been to you. Know it better than you. You're not a well man.
A well man? I'm only half alive, and I'd rather be dead than go on living this way. But if I do die, I won't die alone. That's why I brought this along.
Roger.
A gun. Quick, easy, painless. If you won't do what I want, you die. And so does Lorna. Both of you, along with me.
You don't give me very much choice.
No.
All right. You in. Get me to the hospital.
Even before I became fully conscious, before I opened my eyes, I knew that it had been done. That it wasn't his hand anymore, but mine. Still, there was something wrong. I couldn't analyze what it was at first, but it was there. A feeling that something wasn't quite right. That perhaps it wasn't entirely my hand. I sat up. The hand was a mass of bandages, stiffened with splints. And inside the bandages...
Careful, Roger. Don't touch them.
Huh? Oh, Martin, I didn't see you.
I've been here with you ever since last night.
Last night? You mean I've been out that long? 24 hours?
It was very important that you keep quiet. You've been under sedation.
Oh, yes, of course. This isn't the hospital.
No. I brought you home with me, back to the house.
Oh.
I thought it would be best for several reasons.
Oh, that's very smart, Martin. We don't want any questions, do we? Not yet. You did do it, didn't you?
What? Oh, yes.
I knew you would and could. And it's going to work. It is working. I can feel it.
Please, Roger, you must be careful with that bandage. You can't touch it, move it, disturb it in any way.
I won't, Martin. But I don't have to. I tell you, I can feel the fingers moving, even inside this. And in another week or so...
We'll see.
Yes, we'll see. Got a cigarette, Martin?
Of course, I have it right. That's funny.
What is?
My cigarette case. It was right here in my breast pocket. I must have left it downstairs or at the hospital.
It doesn't matter. I can do it. Martin.
Yes?
I think... Here. This here. Here it is. Under my pillow.
What? How did it get there?
I don't know. It must have fallen out when you bent over. But... No.
Why are you looking like that?
Because... I think I know how it did get under my pillow.
What do you mean?
When fingers learn something, a special skill, they don't forget it, ever. Mine never have. Even when I'm not thinking of what I'm doing, they go on playing by themselves. These fingers here, they haven't forgotten either. You understand?
I'm afraid I
forget it. I'm awfully tired all of a sudden, Martin. Would you mind?
No, Roger. I'd like you to get as much rest as possible. There's a friend of mine coming here tomorrow to see you. Another doctor.
That's fine, Martin. I'll see you in the morning. Yes, I was tired, but that wasn't why I asked Martin to go. I did it because I wanted to be alone, because I had to be alone, because I knew now what it was that I'd only sensed before. The hand, Hook's hand, had a will of its own. It had picked Martin's pocket without my even being aware of it. I lay there alone in the darkness after Martin went, not touching the bandages, but flexing the fingers, forcing them to obey my will. I had to do that. I knew I had to do it because I suspected what might happen. And what did happen proved that I was right. I fell asleep finally. And while I was asleep, I dreamed. I dreamed I was walking down a dark, labyrinthine corridor somewhere under the earth. Then...
A little closer, Roger.
Huh?
Just a little closer.
Who's that? Who's there?
Just me. Waiting for you.
Hook!
Yeah, Hook. I said it'd get you. Well...
Out of the darkness came a hand that clutched me by the throat, gripped it tighter, tighter, tighter. I fought against it, tried to scream, and woke up. Yes, I woke up. And my waking was more horrible than the dream, for the hand was there, gripping me by the throat, moaning, exerting every ounce of my strength and will. I fought it off and pulled it down. I lay there, bathed in a cold sweat, staring at it, feeling the fingers quivering inside the bandages. My hand or his, I was tied to it now. Tied to a thing that was seeking to destroy me. Shaking convulsively, I leaped out of bed. I ran out into the hall and down the stairs to the living room. The piano. That was the one thing that might save me, save my reason. Seating myself at the piano, I started to play, using only my right hand at first. But I tried to force my left hand, his hand, to join in. Then suddenly...
No, Roger.
No.
That won't work. No music.
Stop it. Stop it. Do you hear it? It's my hand now. It's mine.
No, Roger. Never.
But it is. I'm stronger than you are.
Nothing is stronger than I am. Nothing in the world. And there's no escape. Because we're one now, Roger. And wherever you go, I'll be there, too.
It's not true. It's not. What are you doing?
Just a little closer to the desk, Roger. A little closer. That paper knife.
No, you can't.
But I can, Roger. I told you I'd get you somehow. Some way.
Put it down.
Drop. You can't fight against me, Roger. I told you. I'm too strong.
Martha! Martha! Quick! For heaven's sake! The hand!
Where is he, Martin?
The living room. I heard the piano and... Good Lord.
Martin!
He's dead.
Why? How? He was saying something about a hand.
He was in a completely psychotic state as a result of shock and a sense of guilt. The state psychiatrist was coming tomorrow to commit him.
Oh, Martin.
That hand he brought me wanted me to graft on. I don't know where he got it, but I suspect that was behind the whole thing.
Behind it?
Yes.
Well, what do you mean?
You don't really think I did graft it on, do you?
Why?
He was desperate, and I had to do something to quiet him. I splinted his left wrist, wrapped it in bandages, and told him not to touch them.
But, Martin, that paper knife in his chest.
Which hand is holding it?
His right one, his good one.
Yes. And still, in a way, it's possible that the dead hand, the one he was so concerned about, did guide it.
Her eyes wide with awful comprehension, Lorna stares at her husband, then down at Roger Blaine's body as, somewhere in the silent house, a clock starts chiming for murder at midnight. Remember to be with us again when death stretches out his bony hand and the clocks strike 12 for murder at midnight. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight is directed by Anton M. Leader.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall.
What in God's name's happening? I'm lying somewhere. And I'm cold. I can't even remember who I am. I just want to sleep.
Did you see that car roll?
Voices. People
What
I can't see.
happened?
Something awful's happened.
Some jerk got right in front of him.
I can't collect my thoughts. Just waves of cold, gray
You need the
fog.
blanket. Anybody got a blanket?
There's one in the back of my car. I'll get it.
And what about an ambulance? Anybody called one?
My husband's phoning across the highway.
Okay, fella, you're going to be all right. Just take it easy. Stranger bending over. Hey, can you hear me? Face just starting to take shape.
Listen, are you all right? Can you speak?
I hear you, but I can't make a sound. What happened to me? God, if I could only remember.
Wow, look at those skid marks, huh?
Skid? Who said that? Would I hit someone? Killed him? No, it's got to be a dream.
Here's the blanket. Not too clean, I'm afraid.
It'll do just fine. Just tuck it around him. Least we can do is keep him warm.
Is he... He's not dead, is he?
Oh, damned if I know, lady. There's certainly no blood, just a nasty-looking bruise on his forehead. And he's not moving a muscle. I asked him if he's all right, but not a sound, not even a groan.
Oh, he could be in shock.
Jeez, that's for sure. I was right behind him. He was doing close to 80 when he rolled. It scared the hell out of me, I can tell you.
Those poor eyes. They're staring right through it. I wonder if he can hear us.
So, Mr. X, you've been in an accident. And now you're lying at the side of the highway with people staring at you, wondering if you're a corpse.
Anybody get that other car's number?
No, I took off like a scalded cat. No, wait. I was at the airport. Yes, I was saying goodbye to someone. Oh, my head's spinning. But there's a name. I was saying goodbye to... Yeah, Janice. Janice, my wife. Mrs. Neville Edwards.
Look, did you see that?
See what?
Well, it was just there a second, but I'm sure he smiled.
Not bloody likely, as they say nowadays. All the pieces are starting to fall into place. Janice is in the air right now on her way to Havana. It's our first decent holiday since we were married. I was going to fly down tomorrow. Oh, why the hell didn't I leave with her? Why? Blind, overweening ambition. The presentation had to come first. Instead of flying off with the woman I love on a holiday I've slaved 4 years to swing, I had to prove to the president that I was the hottest little creative director in our country.
Lady, can you keep your kids out of here? This guy could be dead.
Andrew, Jennifer, come back here right now.
No, look, listen, fella, there's going to be an ambulance here in a couple of minutes, so just relax.
I don't think he hears you.
Look, if you can understand what I'm saying, just give us some little sign. I mean, move a finger or blink an eye.
Not a sign. There's just nothing there.
I wonder if this is what they call cardiac arrest.
Whatever it is, Dr. Kildare, it's not cardiac arrest. I can hear you. I can see you.
He's only got 10 days vacation.
My mind's functioning. It's all there. Yeah, rushing back from the airport. That bastard veering into my lane, the brakes seizing, and that endless rolling.
Spinal cord might be severed. You know, you get like total paralysis.
Yeah, that could be it.
God, what is this? The Mayo Clinic of the ditch? Well, I don't panic easily. Not when I can feel pain in my forehead and my ankle, which is probably broken, and you can't feel pain with a severed spinal cord.
Get that damn dog out of here.
Don't you let him know. Here comes the ambulance.
Okay, folks. Should Joe move out of the way?
Come on, get us away.
The ambulance has to get through here, guys. Come on. That's it. Let's make some room. Watch it.
Tommy.
Come on.
Really sick.
All right, everybody. Going out of the road. Were you first on the scene?
Yeah. I was in the car right behind. Some guy cut right in front of him.
Yeah. Hit him?
No, but he braked real hard. The car went into a roll about 100 yards back.
We put a blanket over him and tried to talk to him, but he doesn't seem able to speak or even move, and I couldn't feel any pulse.
I think it might be cardiac arrest.
Well, now, we'll just let the doctor figure that out. You all strapped the jury in, Ron? Ready to go. Out of the way, please.
Watch it.
Stand back. Stand back.
Where do we stand, Neville Edwards? On the negative side, I can't move a muscle, and I can't communicate. But on the positive, though, I'm not bleeding. My mind's certainly alert, and, I'm off to get fixed up.
These people, they're always the same, eh, Ron? Yeah, always want to play doctor.
Probably some kind of muscle spasm. Well, those guys at the hospital will know what to do. One little shot of relaxant, and I could be on my way to Havana tomorrow.
You know, Ron, that guy might be right.
You mean about cardiac arrest?
Yeah.
Want me to try a couple of thumps on his chest?
Are you kidding? You know the law as well as I do. No, don't touch him.
Better to bring him in dead than break the law, eh?
Exactly.
Keep it up, clowns. I don't panic easily. And if I have to feel sorry for anybody, how about the president and senior account executive of the biggest ad agency in Toronto? Plus 3 Chrysler vice presidents. All of them sitting around the old boardroom waiting for me to breeze in, open the magic briefcase, and extol their $2 million media campaign. They'll be well into their 5th drink before they realize they've been stood up.
57, 58, 59, and 60. And damn it.
Nothing at all, Doctor?
Not a trace of a heartbeat. I nearly shoved my fist through his sternum with this compression. It's not working.
Doctor, for God's sake, look at my eyes. They're all I've got to try and tell you. You're on the wrong track.
Same old story, nurse. Just a little too late with the cardiopulmonary therapy. This man died in the ambulance.
Well, at least it's not our failure, Doctor.
All the way in that ambulance, his brain cells were dying at the rate of millions a minute. And the attendants weren't allowed to touch him. This late, even if I got his heart going, he'd be a vegetable.
This crazy nightmare can end if you'll just get a few more opinions. Find out what's doing this. It's just some little spasm.
Well, I've got 3 hours of surgery facing me in the OR. Couple them up, nurse.
Oh, my God. No. This can't be happening. It's not real. Don't bury me alive. Somebody try to understand. I am alive.
I'll get an orderly, Doctor.
Right. Oh, nurse, before they take him downstairs to the morgue, remember to check his wallet for ID.
Yes, Doctor. I'll notify his next of kin. They can make arrangements for the body to be removed to a funeral parlor.
No.
Sorry we have to put you through this, sir. It's always a bit rough.
Yes, I don't exactly look forward to it.
We finally located his wife, but she's in Cuba.
Mm-hmm. Janice flew down just this morning.
It was her wish that we phone his office and have someone come to the hospital morgue to make positive identification. This is it here.
Ernie Jackson.
Yes, nurse, it is. It's Neville Edwards.
Good old, slow, methodical Ernie. Nobody's going to rush Ernie. Thank God.
Nurse, do you mind if I ask one or two questions? I mean, this whole thing's very hard to grasp.
Well, certainly, I understand.
See, I guess I was expecting him to be badly smashed up. There's hardly a mark. What was the...
He died of cardiac arrest. Probably in the ambulance.
Don't buy it, Ernie. Don't buy it. You never took anybody's word for anything.
Who examined him, nurse?
Dr. Harvey Bateman. Very experienced and competent.
Was he the only doctor? Didn't he check with others to be perfectly sure?
That's it, Ernie. That's it. Ernie is skeptical old bugger.
I can assure you, sir, everything was done. Dr. Bateman does not make snap decisions with human lives. Excuse me, I'll have to get that. Be back in a minute.
That's right, Ernie. Stare at me. Don't take your eyes off me. I'm going to make you understand. Just like hundreds of times before when we read each other's thoughts. Ernie, over a drink or a desk.
Cardiac arrest. Does that mean a heart can never start up again in its own good time? Yeah, England, they used to put little bells on your coffin with a string leading inside so you could ring it if you came back to life. It happens sometimes.
Good boy, Ernie.
Mind you, would cause a real fuss around this place. I'd step on a lot of toes if I checked this thing out.
Do it, Ernie. Do it.
But shock isn't enough. I need to feel some grief, and damn it, I don't.
Ernie?
That's right, Neville Edwards. I don't feel anything. Felt a lot more grief the day Janice phoned to say I could have my ring back.
Ernie, it wasn't my fault. We just fell in love.
I felt a much bigger stab in the heart the day our venerable president called me in to explain that perhaps my finest contribution to the agency lay in grinding out copy. Didn't even have the guts to admit he was just pushing his fair-haired boy up the ladder.
Ernie, it wasn't my decision. I never asked for your job.
You charmed them all, didn't you, Edwards? And talk about ruthless drive. God,
There were times when I thought of doing this to you myself.
Ernie, please.
And look
Ernie,
at those
please.
eyes. Even now. Making me think you might possibly still be alive. They're too bright. Too intense for a dead man. Then again, maybe you are dead. Just plotting to make it through the pearly gates first and beat all those other poor suckers who died today.
Sorry to leave you here by yourself, sir. Have you had enough time?
Yes, I think we're all finished here, nurse. Thank you.
No. No! Damn you, Jackson! You're killing me, you swine! You're killing me! How long have I been lying here, listening to the rain? If it wasn't for that sickening disinfectant and this cold enamel table, it could be my own room at home, with Mom and Dad sleeping right next to it. I loved to lie and listen to the rain at night when I was a kid. And just as I got sleepy, the bedroom door would always open, and there'd be Mom, bringing in my mug of cocoa. She'd stop at the side of my bed, and she'd slowly lean over me. There'd always be a wisp of hair falling down. And she'd kiss me goodnight. Oh, stop it, stop it. You know bloody well who's standing over you now.
Well, James, I think we'll begin by closing that window.
Right away, Mr. Miller.
In this age of refrigeration, I don't think we need the chill night air to preserve a human body. Thank you, James. By the way, it's very good of you to come out on a night like this. Sorry I had to call you.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Miller.
Well, it was very decent of you to help me out in this little emergency. You've had your dinner?
Oh, yes, sir. And I really hadn't planned anything for this evening, so there's no problem.
Well, not exactly no problem, James. I'm very upset at the conduct of Mr. Osborne. Preparation of the deceased was to have begun at 6 o'clock. At 7:20, he phoned that he would not be coming in. Severe head cold.
I know he was feeling pretty low yesterday, sir.
Then he might have been civil enough to give us the same advance warning the cold gave him.
Yes, Mr. Miller.
Osborne is a very talented mortician, but I will not put up with his irresponsibility. Like yourself, he showed great promise when he started with the firm, but over the years he's gradually declined into a devil-may-care attitude. Not good enough.
Well, like I said, Mr. Miller, I don't mind filling in.
I know that, James. And that's precisely why you will be replacing Mr. Osborne as of this moment.
Mr. Miller, I've really only been with you for a year, and Mr. Osborne...
Only a year, yes, but in that time, I've been deeply impressed. Not only with your work, but your eagerness to learn, and your dedication to the profession.
Thank you, sir. I'd just like to say...
Now then, James, I should think, cosmetically speaking, this will not be a late evening.
Yes, I was just noticing, sir. There's hardly a mark on him.
You know, James, I think I almost prefer the opposite.
The opposite?
I hope you won't think me callous, but when there has been extensive damage, graphic indication that death has laid his hand on someone, I feel it helps us accept the finality.
I don't think I'll ever be able to accept it, Mr. Miller. Especially when I see ones like this.
And just what do you mean by that, James?
His eyes. I'm not squeamish. I think you'll agree to that, sir. And I've handled every type of embalming.
And quite skillfully, let me add.
But since I've been with Miller Chapman, I've never had such a feeling when I look at their eyes. I could swear his eyes have been following me, afraid to lose me, wanting to tell me something.
Yes, James, that's it. Don't take your eyes off mine. Keep staring. I am willing you to understand. Keep looking at me.
James, let me tell you something. But first I'll close these poor staring eyes.
No. Oh, dear God. No.
There we are. I think that will help.
I'm sorry, Mr. Miller. I'm a little embarrassed.
No need to be, James. On the contrary, I think you've shown what I've always felt you to be. A sensitive and caring young man. The kind we need in our service.
Thank you, sir.
However, James, let me give you some... Well, I don't really like the term, but some forewarning of what strange things lie ahead as you move on in this profession.
What do you mean, Mr. Miller?
James, in this very room and on this very table, I have seen the eye of a dead man blink, the finger of a dead man move, the lips of a dead man twitch.
I've never seen anything like that, Mr. Miller.
You will, James, you will. And no matter how many years of experience you've had, it will indeed disturb you. But, James, always remember this. Though chilling in the extreme, these are all perfectly natural posthumous reactions. Simply a matter of muscles, tissue, and tendons, weary of life, finally settling into beautiful repose. Now then, I have something I want you to do.
Certainly, Mr. Miller.
I spoke on the telephone today with Ernest Jackson, a close friend of the deceased.
A rotten bastard.
Now, this Mr. Jackson has spoken earlier to the deceased wife.
Janice.
Apparently, there is a beige gabardine suit. I believe the deceased was married in it, and his wife is most anxious that he be buried, laid to rest in it. Mr. Jackson assured me he would get the suit and bring it here by 6 this evening. However, like Mr. Osborne, he hasn't turned up. Now, we do need that suit, James, so if you'd be good enough to go to this address...
I know that street, sir. It's only about a 20-minute walk from here.
It'll be a lot faster and drier in my car. Now, here are the keys. Car's in the driveway.
Thanks, Mr. Miller. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yes, indeed. Very fine, promising young man, James. Just as you probably were in your field of endeavor. Yes, good face, intelligent, unlined. The short years allowed you must have been untroubled. Well, I suppose an adoring and supportive young wife would have to be part of that piece. Yes. Well, they phoned the sad news to her in Havana. She's flying back about 9 in the morning. Doesn't leave us much time.
Janice. Love.
Life's intriguing little mysteries. He sends her off to Havana. He's killed driving back from the airport. Now, why would he send her off alone?
Janice. Love, I'm sorry. You begged me to come, even on the way to the airport. But with a lifetime ahead of us, one day seems so little to give up. A lifetime. Oh, God. Janice.
Now then, for the face. I think a number 5 will do. And over that base, and the slight bruise near the temple, I think a number 7. What's that? You idiot. After your resounding lecture to young James, you let your own glasses make a fool of you. No wonder you're seeing things. Glasses haven't been cleaned for a week. Thank goodness James isn't here. Embarrassing if he saw this silly trembling in my hands. Now then, slip the glasses back on and look again. It's still there. Not an optical illusion. But I've never seen this before.
Well, you're seeing it now. And take a long, hard look, you smug bastard. Because I want you to remember it for the rest of your life. God, my 11th hour miracle. I'm crying. I can feel the tears running down my cheeks.
This can't be happening. It's against all reason. Tears coursing down a dead man's cheeks. I've got to be sure. Better phone upstairs. Can't go ahead without a medical opinion.
Yes, Miller, you do that. They'll tell you quick enough. A corpse. doesn't cry.
Mind you, if the man is dead, if such a thing can happen after his demise, I'll be the laughing stock of the profession. You can just see it in the funeral trade papers. 30-year veteran of profession, Wilbur Miller, goofs. Well, I'll take the risk. Only the hospital would pick up the phone. Hello. Yes, this is Wilbur Miller of the Miller-Chapman Funeral Home. At approximately 11:30 this morning, a traffic accident victim was brought to the emergency admitting center of your hospital. The victim's name was Neville Edwards. Yes, would you please check and give me the name of the doctor who attended? Yes, I will. Nurse, hello, are you there? Yes, could you please hurry? It's very urgent. Thank you. Hello? Yes. Yes, that's the one. And the doctor's name? Dr. Harvey Bateman. I'd like to speak to him as quickly as possible, please. I see. No, this can't wait until tomorrow. Give me his home number, please. Pardon? Look, I'm not some crank. This is an emergency. I can assure you that... Oh, blast. Charles will know. And he's probably a better doctor than Bateman. Charles, it's Wilbur. I'd like to get your opinion on an urgent matter. No, nothing personal. Would you say it's possible for a deceased person to... It sounds so bizarre. I mean, can the tear ducts function posthumously? I see. Yes. I was hoping to hear that, Charles. Thank you so much. Absolutely incredible. Well, there's no time to be lost. Come on. You've got to be there. It's the Miller-Chapman Funeral Home, 343 Glen Grove Drive. I want an ambulance over here as quickly as possible. Yes. Ask the driver to come up on the side driveway. The door will be open. I'll be waiting for him. Right. Tell him to go straight to the basement. Thank you. God help him. He's alive. And those eyes. I closed. That desperate stare that bothered young James so much. He was listening. Understanding everything we were saying. It's too ghastly to think about. Oh, God. What he must have gone through.
Sir, where do we go from here?
James, you gave me quite a start. I thought you were going to drive over and pick up...
sir. Mr. Jackson was just pulling up out front as I backed out of the driveway. Boy, that was close. I missed his front bumper by about an inch. Mr. Miller?
Yes?
Are you all right, sir?
Yes,
You look sort of shaken up.
I'm all right. But, James, I have something to tell you.
If you want to go home, sir, I can finish up.
No.
There's only the cosmetic work to be done.
What?
Yes, sir. When I came back and you were gone, I went ahead on my own. He's finished, Mr. Miller. He's embalmed.
Suspense. Radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you an hour of suspense. A full 60 minutes of The Lodger. An eerie tale of 19th century London directed by William N. Robeson and produced by Robert Montgomery, who tonight also stars as The Lodger.
This is Robert Montgomery, with a few words about a city. A sprawling, furious city, which had slackened its pace to allow the miasma of horror to settle even to its furthest corners. I say horror, but there was a fascination, too, for there is always a fascination where there is violent death. The city, it was London, and the year was 1888, a London terrorized by the fifth in a succession of horrible murders. Such is the very real setting for The Lodger, for Mrs. Belloc Lowndes' novel is based on fact. It was almost certain that these deeds were the work of one person, for this meager identity was established by the victims themselves. They were all young, all attractive women. It was the killer, still at large, who absorbed the imagination of the great city, the killer who had taken special pains to make it clear that some obscure and terrible lust for vengeance possessed him. And because of him, laughter was forced, conversations waned, and there were silences where there should have been good talk between neighbors. Only in homes, doors bolted and blinds drawn, was the talk easy, as, for example, in the home of Ellen Bunting. In particular, Ellen Bunting. Ellen was no different from all the middle-aged housewives dwelling in London's squalid Whitechapel district. Her home was a small segment plastered into a block-long tenement in Marylebone Road. Ellen read the newspapers as avidly as she said her prayers, so she knew all the facts of the case. And she knew it was quite proper to refer to the wielder of the knife as the Avenger. This particular night, she and Robert Bunting, her husband, sat before their fireplace reading the newspaper account of the latest murder. The Avenger had struck again.
Why, he might be anybody. He might be the fellow you pass on the street. The one standing next to you. The man you bump into. Oh, it's a terrible thought.
Yes. If only the police had something to go on. But the Avenger's just too quick for them.
Oh, they do say here, Bunting, that the police have a clue they won't say anything about.
Them who says that says wrong. The poor chap who was on point duty in the street where the last one happened, he hears a yell, he says, but he took no notice. The coppers will have to stick to it better than that to catch a slick one like the Avenger.
It says here he left his calling card again. A bit of grey paper on which the monster writes his name.
Funny kind of visiting card, ain't it?
It isn't a thing to make a joke about, Bunting.
Or was it a square piece of paper or one of them three-cornered ones?
It don't say which, Bunting.
Well, it should. Those are the things I like to know about. Keeps a body informed.
Huh. And a fair girl again, just like all the rest. And let's see. Described by her friends as a very light-hearted girl. What a pity.
Did you ever stop to think who fits that to a T? In fact, fits all those girls? Did you ever stop to think about that, Ellen?
Why, no. Who?
My own Daisy.
Yes. Yes, Bunting, that's a fact. Well, maybe it's a good thing she's with her aunt instead of here. London ain't a safe place for any girl right now.
Just the same, I can't help thinking how fine it'll be to have her back.
Now, Bunting, you know that Daisy seems like my very own, even if she is my stepchild. But I'm telling you, there's no sense even thinking about having her back right now. We just can't afford it.
Oh, I know that, Ellen, only, well, maybe we could manage it some way.
Oh, haven't I scrimped myself half crazy trying to keep us going? But you don't care about that, do you? No, your Daisy's more important to you than I am. And
No, Ellen, that don't sound like you.
we haven't had a lodger for months. Nobody even comes to look at the rooms anymore.
Oh, but things will work out, Ellen.
They ain't never going to work out. Soon we won't even have a roof over our heads. Oh, I'm sorry, Robbie.
No. Well, don't go worrying another second, old girl.
Well-
Oh, the first thing you know, you won't be pretty no more.
Eh?
Well, you'll have your face all wrinkled and...
Now, see here, Bunting.
Oh, no, come now. Let's see you smile.
Oh, leave me alone. I won't. Oh, get on with you.
Now, who do you suppose that could be?
It's awfully late for visitors. Bunting, do you think it could be somebody looking for rooms?
Why, it just might be. You want me to go to the door?
No, I'll go. Mike, like as not, it's Mrs. Fane wanting to loan something or other.
Now, you be sure and get a good look before you let anybody in, dear.
I'm coming. Yes, sir?
Is it not true that you let lodgings?
Yes, sir. Won't you come in, sir?
Thank you.
Could I take your cape, sir?
Thank you. However, there's no need. I am looking for rooms. Quiet rooms. Above all, they must be quiet.
Oh, yes, sir. You'll find all my rooms quite quiet, sir.
All of them? How many are there?
Well, just now I have 4 left. The house is empty, save for my husband and me, sir.
Oh, that sounds very suitable.
You'll pardon me, sir, but the door...
I am happy that you closed the door, madam. It's not safe to leave one open in London these days. That is a thing you should remember. It would be so easy for anyone to slip in.
I assure you, sir, you needn't be afraid of that. Now, your bag. May I take it?
No, I'll hold it. If you'll be so good as to show me the rooms.
Oh, yes. Yes, sir. They're right up these stairs, sir.
Thank you.
This way.
Thank you.
You see, sir, there's just my husband and me here, and we're ever so quiet. And I'm sure you'll find these rooms to your liking, sir. Here we are. Now, I'll just light the gas. There.
Ah, it's very good.
It is pleasant, isn't it, sir?
Capital. First rate, quite first rate. Exactly what I wanted. You must understand, madam, that I am a man of science, and I often require the presence of great heat. This seems like a capital stove.
Oh, it is, sir.
And the sink. It will be exceedingly useful to me. Exceedingly.
And these pictures, sir. There's not many rooms with such pretty pictures, are there now? The 3 Graces. They've been in the family for years, sir.
Yes. I'm tired. Tired, very, very tired.
Indeed, sir. Then you mean to take my rooms?
Where's my bag? Surely I had a bag when I came in.
It's over there, sir. By the door where you put it when we came into the room.
Oh, yes, I beg your pardon, madam. But there is something in that bag which is very precious to me, something I procured with infinite difficulty, and which I could never come by again without getting into great danger.
I'm sure of it, sir. Now about the rooms.
Oh, yes. I'll take them. The very simplicity, the bareness of them impresses me.
And about terms, sir?
About terms. My name is Sleuth, madam. Sleuth. Think of a hound and you will never forget my name. And assure yourself that I am quite willing to pay you. I am quite willing to pay you, shall we say, a month's rent in advance.
What would you say to 15 shillings a week, sir?
And if I offered you £2, might I then rely on your not taking another lodger?
Oh, yes, sir.
First rate. Then everything seems quite suitable, Mrs.
Bunting, sir.
Mrs. Bunting. You see, I expect to do a great deal of studying here in this room. The Holy Bible.
Oh, yes, sir. And please, sir, let me help you with your luggage.
No, don't touch it.
But, sir, I only wish to...
Of course, Mrs. Bunting. You only wish to help. You must forgive me. It's just that I am so very weary.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
He bringeth them to their desired haven. Beautiful words, Mrs. Bunting.
Indeed they are, sir.
And now at last, I've found my haven of rest.
I'll be going now, sir. Is there anything else?
Oh, yes, of course. Of course there is. Your money, Mrs. Bunting. Now, let's see. Here's 5, 6, 7, 8 pounds. There.
Thank you, sir. And would you wish supper now? Tea?
Nothing, thank you, nothing.
Good night, sir.
Good night, Mrs. Bunting. You have... Stop it! You were humming a song.
Oh, but I...
Music, Mrs. Bunting, save that expressing the majesty of God is an accompaniment for irreverent gaiety and an instrument of sin. It bespeaks of obscene gods in revelry. It is the tongue of the devil mocking the saints.
Yes, sir.
And you assured me your dwelling was quiet.
But it is, sir. Believe me, sir, I didn't mean any harm. Believe me, sir.
Of course. I am sorry, Mrs. Bunting. I fear I spoke sharply. I don't wish you to think me rude. After all, you have been so very kind, so considerate.
Oh, well, I hope I know a gentleman when I see one.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And on second thought, Mrs. Bunting, perhaps a bit of bread and butter would be pleasant.
Bread and butter. Certainly, sir. I'll have it in an instant.
Ellen, did he take the room?
Come into the kitchen where he won't hear us.
Ellen, he took it. Tell me, he took the room, didn't he?
Yes, Robbie. We're all right now. Look, £8. A month in advance.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. Ellen, Ellen, you see what this means?
Yes, Robbie. You can have Daisy now. You can bring her home. Here, hand me that dish.
Right. Do you know something, old girl? We're not going to worry too much about Daisy being in danger, that Avenger fellow.
Whatever do you mean, Robbie?
Well, she's not one for dancing, you know, or any kind of like entertainment.
And what's that to do with it, please?
Something I read here in the paper while you was with the gentleman. They found out that every one of the Avengers' victims had just come from a dancing party or a music hall.
Oh, never mind the Avenger now, Bunting. Here, hurry. Take this bread and butter up to the lodger.
That was the first and the last time Mr. Bunting served the lodger. The man who called himself Sleuth made it at once clear that he preferred to be waited on only by one person, and that person his landlady. He gave her very little trouble. His oddities were something to occupy her mind. They amused her. And Mr. Sleuth had none of those tiresome, disagreeable ways with which landladies are only too familiar. To take but one point, Mr. Sleuth did not ask to be called unduly early. It was a great comfort not to have to turn out to make the lodger a cup of tea at 7, or even 7:30. Mr. Sleuth seldom required anything before 11. Nothing about her new lodger really distressed Ellen until the evening of the third day. It was time for Mr. Sleuth's dinner, and she started up the staircase to his room.
Oh.
She hath cast down many wounded from her. Yea, many strong men have been slain by her. Come in.
She saith unto him, stolen waters are sweet, and bread eaten in secret is pleasant. But he knoweth not that the dead are there, and that our guests are in the depths.
Why, Mr.
Yes. What is it?
Those pictures. Those pretty girls.
Half-human monsters, madam, who stare at me and eat of my sinew.
You've turned all their faces to the wall.
A woman is a narrow gate. She also lieth in wait as for a prey, and increaseth the transgressors among men. And that maneuver, that strange action, was the beginning of Ellen's concern. Logically, it was nothing. Mr. Sleuth simply had a queer kind of fear and dislike of women. And where one's lodger is concerned, a dislike of women is better than, well, the other kind. Besides, the next morning brought Daisy and laughing welcomes, for the sight of such a carefree girl was enough to gladden any parent's heart, and half-born suspicions withdrew into their own peculiar recesses of Ellen's brain. For Daisy was pink-cheeked, blue-eyed, and gay. She was also young and lovely, and she was blonde.
Oh, it's so good to be home. Oh, Daisy, you're even prettier than I remembered you would be.
That's right, Daisy. Let me look at you, darling. Did you have a nice time at your auntie's?
Oh, yes, but I'm glad you wrote me to come back. That old aunt's has nothing to do. There's nothing exciting to do.
And Joe will be coming around to see you now, Daisy. I told him you was coming home today.
Joe Chandler? That policeman? I don't know whether I want to be serious friends with a policeman. Him that walks around all day and's too tired when he comes home to have any fun.
A girl could do worse than have a policeman for a friend these days, with the Avenger about.
Well, the Avenger don't worry me none. Even though he's got 2 more victims last night.
2 more?
Yes, the cabbie was telling me about it. On the way down from the station.
Oh, the slick devil.
Got 'em within a few yards of each other. He's got a nerve.
Daisy, you talk like you've been taken in by him.
Oh, Mother.
Oh, that'll be Joe, I'm thinking.
I'll go, Father.
Daisy.
Hello, Joe. It's nice to see you.
Oh, Daisy, I've missed you something terrible.
It's nice of you to say so. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mrs. Bunting. Mr. Bunting.
Hello, Joe. Daisy was just telling us she heard from a cabbie that the Avengers struck again.
Aye, that he has.
Well, tell us about it, Joe. Have they got any clues?
Well, they have and they haven't. But the Yard is circulating a description at last.
Well, go on, tell us, Joe.
Well, it ain't given out to the public yet. But I guess you folks aren't the public.
Oh, no, of course not.
Tell us, Joe.
Well, this is the way we got it at 8 o'clock this morning. Wanted. A man of age approximately 28, height 5 feet 8 inches, complexion dark, no beard or whiskers, wearing a black diagonal coat, hard felt hat, high white collar and tie, very respectable appearance.
What I likes to know is why on earth didn't the people who saw him try and catch him?
Well, it's this way, Daisy. No one person did see all that. You see, at such time when the murders took place, not much of anybody was about, especially on a foggy night. One woman declares that she saw a chap walking away from the spot where it's done, and another one says the Avenger passed her by. And, well, the inspector who has charge of that sort of thing looked up what other people said, and, well, that's how he made up this wanted.
Well, did they find the murder weapon yet?
No, but from the condition of the bodies, they know what it's like.
What is the condition of the bodies?
Daisy.
Well, Daisy, you ought to see the way
Joe.
I guess I'd better not go into that. But I can say that the inspector described the murder weapon as a peculiar kind of knife. Keen as a razor and pointed as a dagger. And the Avenger knows how to use it.
Oh, I'd give anything, Joe. I'd give anything to see the likes of a knife like that.
You cruel, bloodthirsty girl.
Ellen.
Of course I'd like to see it. It'd be fine looking at a knife like that.
Well, if they catches him and you come along with me to see our Black Museum at the Yard, you'll certainly see the knife.
A Black Museum? Why, whatever do they have a museum in your place for?
Oh, it's a regular chamber of horrors, where they keep all sorts of things connected with crime.
Things like knives murders have been committed with?
Oh, much more than knives, Mr. Bunting. Why, they've got there in little bottles the real poison what people have been done away with.
Cool.
And can you go there whenever you like?
Why, of course. And I can take you, too. And your daddy, if he wants it.
Well, what do you say to today, Joe? The 3 of us. Daisy and you and me. I don't expect Ellen would want to go.
'Twould turn me sick.
Well, I guess I could.
Sure you could, Joe. Ellen ain't on in this turn. She can just stay home and mind the cat. I'll beg his pardon. I mean the lodger.
I won't have Mr. Sleuth laughed at. I'm sure it's very kind of you, Joe, to think of giving Bunting and Daisy such a rare treat.
How curious, how amazing to reflect that one unseen, mysterious stranger had touched the lives of those ordinary people. Ellen and Bunting and Joe and Daisy. Here in this drab neighborhood, on that bitterly cold, dreary day, here they had all been, thinking of, talking of, evoking one unknown, mysterious personality, that of the shadowy and yet terribly real human being who chose to call himself the Avenger. And the effect was a very real one, a sort of witchery. The very name Avenger seduced common sense, and somehow even Mrs. Bunting realized the irony of her presence among such talk. While this thought threaded vaguely through her mind, she took her tea, doing everything as was her way, with a certain delicate and clean precision. A sound startled her. Shuffling, hesitating steps were creaking down the house. She looked up and listened. Surely the lodger was not going out again into the cold and foggy afternoon. Of course not. Mr. Sleuth was evidently about to do something that he had never done before. He was coming down into the kitchen.
Yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir? I hope you didn't ring, sir.
No, I didn't. The truth is, I didn't know you were here, Mrs. Bunting. My gas stove has gone wrong.
Yes?
So I came down to see if you had a gas stove. I'm going to ask you to allow me to use it tonight for an important experiment I wish to make.
You'll find it very cold down here, sir.
It seems most warm. Warm and cozy after my cold room upstairs.
For the matter of that, you ought to have a fire in your bedroom these cold nights.
Certainly not. I dislike an open fire. I thought I had told you as much.
Yes, I remember. Very good, sir. I'll be out of the kitchen in half an hour. You can use it then, sir.
Thank you all the same, Mrs. Bunting. But I shall come down later. Altogether later, after you and your husband have gone to bed tonight. I assure you I will pay you something for the use of the stove, Mrs. Bunting.
Oh, no, sir. I wouldn't think of charging you anything for that.
That's very generous of you. Sometimes I believe that you are too generous towards me. I feel I have become a burden to you. Have I, Mrs. Bunting?
Oh, no, sir.
Then I'll bid you good afternoon, Mrs. Bunting.
Yes, sir.
It was as simple as that. A simple request by her lodger. But another part of Ellen's mind seemed to be working independently of requests, asking her insistent questions. The house seemed to her alive with alien presences, and she would catch herself listening, which was absurd, for of course she could not hope to hear what Mr. Sleuth was doing 2 flights upstairs. She wondered briefly in what the lodger's experiments consisted. It was odd that she had never been able to discover what it was he really did with that gas stove. All she knew was that he used a very high degree of heat. And later, waiting for sleep to come to her that night, such thoughts persisted. They inserted themselves like a cloud between a sweet dream and the dreaming of it. Questions and contrived answers and sudden realizations, as, for example, the curious matter of Mr. Sleuth's 3 suits, which he had purchased the very day he had arrived at Ellen's home. Today, when she had dusted his room, she had noticed that one of those suits had completely disappeared. It was intensely dark, intensely quiet, The darkest, quietest hour of the night when Mrs. Bunting was awakened by sounds at once unexpected and familiar. Her sleep had been restless with constant disturbing images, and so when she heard the first stealthy footsteps outside her bedroom, she was fully conscious. Tensely, she followed those steps down the stairs, down the hallway. She heard the front door open and then click shut. Utter stillness fell upon the house. And outside, the streets were so silent she could hear distinctly the clock from a church tower a mile away toll the hour. In her troubled fancy, she pictured a long, long figure plodding through the swirling fog, moving quietly, stealthily, seeking, stalking, finding. When soon after she heard the lodger return, there was no surcease from the horrible dread which possessed her. Instead, it grew into something shrill, something that made her crouch in her bed, her thumb clasped between her teeth, stifling a scream. And then she remembered. Of course, the stove. The lodger had told her he would use the stove that night for an experiment. For an experiment that needed an intense amount of heat. But for Ellen, there was no more sleep. Merely a tormented state of half-awareness, which suddenly stripped away soon after dawn.
Horrible murder!
Horrible murder, the piercing scream of a newsboy down in the street.
The Avenger strikes tonight!
Ellen Bunting heard the boy cry out the Avenger's latest stroke, made during the night.
No!
In tonight's full hour of suspense, Mr. Robert Montgomery appears in the title role as the Lodger. Tonight's study in suspense. In just a moment, we will return with Act Two of Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, back to our Hollywood soundstage. With Mr. Robert Montgomery in the title role, and with Act Two of The Lodger, we again calculate to keep you in suspense.
When Mrs. Bunting went down to her kitchen that morning, everything looked just as she had left it, except that the cavernous whitewashed room seemed to be filled with an acrid kind of fog and the smell of burned cloth. She twisted a newspaper, lighted it, then stooped and flung open the door of her gas stove. A fierce heat had been generated there since she had last used the oven, and through to the stone floor below had fallen a mass of stringy black soot. Somehow she wasn't surprised. Somehow it was as she expected. Yet her first glimpse that morning of the gray-faced lodger all but banished her sleepless night's terror. Mr. Sleuth looked lonely, very, very lonely and forlorn. There was a kind of pitiable, helpless weariness in his eyes. She found she was hoping desperately that her unspoken fears were unfounded, and she knew that she must be certain before she voiced her fears to a soul. And there was one thing she could do. Examine the lodger's single piece of luggage. What could it hold? Not much in the way of clothing, surely. It was too small, too narrow. It was more like a case for a knife. It was just noon when Ellen found her opportunity to search the lodger's room. When the bell was tolling the hour, Mr. Sleuth himself walked from the house, and she watched the tall, thin figure in the black Inverness cape disappear down the street. She waited a few minutes, and then she rushed upstairs.
Daisy! What are you doing in Mr. Sleuth's room?
Oh, whatever's the matter with you, Mother?
Oh, well, I'm all right.
But you're gone white.
You gave me a fright, child.
I'll bet Father a sixpence that I'd have a dust cloth in my hand before you'd mention it. You see, I won.
Oh. Well, are you glad you've come home, Daisy?
Oh, you don't know how fine it is to be back again. Well, just yesterday I was saying to Joe, the country's all right in its way, but there's nothing like London. It's the truth now, Mother, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, I suppose it is.
And Joe. He's a nice one, Mother. I like Joe.
I'm glad of that. Joe's a steady one. Daisy, as long as that Avenger's about, I say you should do something about those fair locks of yours.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'll dye 'em, maybe, or just pin 'em up under my hat.
I'm afraid that wouldn't do, Daisy.
What kind of a man is this lodger of yours?
Oh, I don't know.
He must be a queer one, sitting up here most all day by himself. Awful lonely, like I calls it.
People do what they care to do, child.
Well, whatever does he do with himself all day?
He reads. Reads the Bible.
Never. That's a funny thing for a gentleman to do.
There's nothing to laugh at. I should feel ashamed of being caught laughing at anything connected with the Bible.
He must be a queer card, that lodger.
He's no queerer than a lot of people I could mention. Daisy, you go into the lodger's sitting room and dust up. I'll take care of things in here.
And you won't send me back to old Aunt's? I can stay here, Mother, can't I?
I suppose, child. I suppose you can.
And Mrs. Bunting went about her work. Quickly she moved to the closet. The contents were a bit different from the last time. Another one of her lodger's new suits had disappeared, but somehow she expected that, too. It fitted with the smell of burned cloth she'd noticed that morning in the kitchen. But she found nothing under the bed. She went then to the chest of drawers against the wall. She opened the top drawer and found inside nothing but a frayed shirt and 2 handkerchiefs. The next drawer, underclothes and socks. The next, empty. There remained, then, only one possible place for the small, narrow bag, the bottom drawer. And it was locked. Tugging at the drawer, she heard suddenly the opening of the door behind her.
Oh.
Panic-stricken, she froze to the spot, and then slowly, ever so slowly, she turned her head.
Mr. Sleuth.
Mrs. Bunting? You've invaded my privacy.
Why, I was just...
My cupboard door is awry. Does this mean that you have been searching my rooms?
It's about her snuff box, sir. My husband, Bunting, that is, remembered an old snuff box. He thought still might...
Does this mean that I must keep its drawer locked to prevent your spying upon me?
Oh, no, sir. You see, sir, Bunting has a very high opinion of that snuff box.
To? Oh.
Quickly, tell me, who is this?
This is my stepdaughter, sir. Daisy. She just arrived yesterday, sir. You see...
Pleased to meet you, sir.
She's been away for quite a long while, sir. We really didn't know when she was returning home, Mr. Sleuth. That's why I didn't mention Daisy when you took the rooms.
And I must say, sir, that I was surprised to hear about us taking in a lodger. And pleased about it, too, sir.
Yes. Yes, I must say that I am the one who is surprised. Yes. And perhaps even pleased.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, of course I am pleased. There are, Miss Daisy, all kinds of pleasures, are there not?
Yes. I'm sure there are.
The despicable evil joy of the abandoned. Those who seek the darkness to sip the juice of forbidden fruit. Surely, Miss Daisy, you shun such pleasure as that.
Well, yes. That is, I suppose.
A vast difference, that, from the divine happiness of the blessed. Those of clean hands and pure heart. You do understand me, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Sleuth.
I devoutly hope so, Miss Daisy. Nowadays, there are so very few young women like yourself who do understand. In fact, I all but despaired ever of finding one.
Oh, I'm sure it's nice of you to say so, Mr. Sleuth.
It is a people who do err in their hearts, and they have not known my ways. Unto them I swore in my wrath that they should not enter unto my rest. True words, Miss Daisy. True.
Yes, sir. Now, I must be putting things away downstairs, Mr. Sleuth.
Of course, Miss Daisy. And I must rest. Believe me, it has been a revelation to meet you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I'm sure we shall have much to discuss.
He's a queer one, all right, Mother. But such a gentleman, isn't he?
At that moment, Ellen had been determined to pour out her terrible knowledge. But the moment was fleeting, and Ellen's resolve fled with it. She told herself that perhaps the past few days had been nothing more than a tormenting play of imagination. There would be a coroner's inquest tomorrow into the Avenger's last murder. Joe would take her. With Joe, they would admit her, and there perhaps she would hear evidence to disprove all her fears, to assure her there was no earthly harm in Daisy's being so near the lodger. This was her gravest concern now, for on the next morning Mr. Sleuth made it a point to see the girl more than once, and fearfully Ellen saw that Daisy welcomed the visits, that her eyes shined whenever the lodger's name was mentioned. That afternoon she heard once more the voices of her stepdaughter and the lodger coming to her through the kitchen door. She hesitated before entering, tense, apprehensive.
I do believe, Mr. Sleuth, I've never known a gentleman with such funny ideas. Oh, Mother. Mother, you should hear what Mr. Sleuth was just saying.
Perhaps, Daisy, you would excuse yourself.
He thinks people, and especially girls, should spend all their time praying.
I sought to explain to her, Mrs. Bunting, that all women are placed on this earth filled with wickedness.
I'm not so sure of that, Mr. Sleuth.
And they therefore must cleanse from themselves that evil which they possess. They must struggle constantly to find the paths of righteousness.
Mr. Sleuth, you mean a girl's not to enjoy life at all, not have any fun?
Frivolity, my child, is the harbinger of destruction. It is the devil's breeding ground, and all his implements are there. Temptation, pleasure, wine.
Why, there's nothing I like better than a glass of wine, and
You drink?
She didn't know what she was saying, Mr. Sleuth. Just a child. She never tasted wine. Daisy, you'd better
Frivolity,
go
my
now.
child, is the devil's breeding ground. Mark this. Those who consort with temptation, with impropriety, with lascivious music and dancing, those are the accursed.
But that's crazy. Well, however can you say that? There's nothing I like better than an evening of dancing.
You dance?
She's joking, Mr. Sleuth. That's what she's joking with you. Daisy's just a child. She's never been one for dancing. She's never even learned how to dance.
But I did learn, Mother, while I was away. And what's so wrong about it? What's the harm in just a nice dance?
She lieth in wait as for a prey, and increaseth the transgressors among men.
I don't know what you mean. I'm sure I never heard such nonsense.
You call Holy Scripture nonsense? So what I prayed against has come to pass. You are beyond salvation.
That's not so. I'm a good girl, I am. I won't have you saying that.
Daisy, go into the front room.
It's quite all right, Mrs. Bunting. I must be going upstairs anyway. I'm used to being misunderstood, you know. People never realize that my efforts are for the greater good of humanity. They don't know that I'm their benefactor.
Of course, sir.
And that power on high will direct my hand toward the expulsion of all evil. All the evil in the world.
Daisy. Daisy, listen to me.
Yes?
Daisy, I've got to tell you about...
About what, Mother?
Nothing. I suppose nothing.
And then I'll go out for a while. I'll tell Joe I'd meet him.
Yes. Yes, I suppose it's really nothing.
But there was something. Though the words had not yet shaped themselves in her mind, there was a knowledge stark and terrifying. It was as if a grinning face were leaning toward her, whispering, and a hand at her back, thrusting her forward. Ellen ran up the steps. She had to know, and who but the lodger could tell her. You are welcome, Mrs. Bunting. But I believe propriety dictates that you knock.
Mr. Sleuth.
Yes?
It's about Daisy, sir.
She is a great disappointment to me, madam. And I suppose to you. Yes, that must be it. You want me to help her seek salvation. You want me to kneel with her...
Oh, no. No, sir. It isn't that at all.
Well, then what is it, madam? Come, I was preparing myself for a walk. It's a fine dark day for a walk.
But surely you wouldn't go out now. It isn't fit for anyone to be out in that fog.
You must be jesting, Mrs. Bunting. From this window I saw Miss Daisy go into the street not 5 minutes ago. A very sweet-looking young girl, Miss Daisy. A pity she has estranged herself from innocence.
You don't know what you're saying, Mr. Sleuth.
Come to the window, Miss Bunting. Listen. How very quiet and still London is in the fog. Not a sound.
Yes. It's very quiet today. Too quiet, I'm thinking. Quite natural-like.
And I, for one, have a delicate feeling for nature. So now, Mrs. Bunting, if you'll excuse me,
But aren't you afraid, Mr. Sleuth? Aren't you afraid of going outside?
Afraid? Afraid of what?
I was thinking of the police.
The police? But what is man? What is man's puny power and his strength when set against that of the highest power? So Ellen had tried, and she had failed. But even then she had had her moment of triumph. Looking out of the window, she had seen Daisy, arm in arm with Joe Chandler, and smiling up into his face. She was relieved when the lodger left the house. She needed this time for thinking. And now she knew what she must do. In an hour or so, Daisy would be coming home with Joe, and then she would ask him to take her to the coroner's inquest. She must give the lodger that last benefit of doubt. And if that should fail, then she would tell Bunting, or go to the police. And in an hour, as she expected.
Oh.
It's me, Mrs. Bunting. I've come to see you about something. Mind if I come in?
Yes, come in, Joe. But where's Daisy?
That's what I come to see you about, Mrs. Bunting. About Daisy. You see...
Where is she, Joe? What's happened?
Well, you see, we were walking, and Miss Daisy asked to be by herself for a while for the reason that...
No!
Now, don't take on, Mrs. Bunting. What? I don't think what I've got to say can take you by surprise. From the look or two you've been casting me lately.
Why, Joe, whatever are you talking about?
Well, like I say, Mrs. Bunting, it's your daughter. It's Daisy. I want her hand. I want to marry her. Mr. Bunting now said if it's all right with you, it's all right with him.
Then Daisy's all right. Nothing's happened to my Daisy.
Well, of course she's all right. She told me she wanted to do some thinking about me, and she didn't want me around while she done it.
Oh.
I left her with her daddy just a minute ago at the corner pub.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you have my blessing, Joe.
Oh, that's mighty fine, Mrs. Bunting.
And, Joe, I want you to do something for me.
Of course I will. Just ask me, Mrs. Bunting.
Joe, I want to go to the coroner's inquest tomorrow.
Coroner? But why?
I've got a reason for wanting to go there. I want you to take me, Joe.
Well, I guess I could. Why, sure. Of course I'll take you, Mrs. Bunting. I'd be proud to take my future ma any place she says.
So the last frantic search for disproving evidence had begun, and the next day, with the knowledge that Bunting was left in the house to look after Daisy, Ellen boarded the underground train with Joe Chandler. During the last few days, all her perceptions had become sharpened by suspense and fear. She realized now, as she looked into the stolid but bewildered face of Joe, how she herself would have regarded any woman who wanted to attend such an inquiry from a simple, morbid feeling of curiosity. And yet, seated in the coroner's court, that was just what she was about to do herself. Ellen, seated near the rear of the room, listened to each of the witnesses, and from them she found none of the hope she had come for none of them had seen the Avenger or knew what he looked like. But then...
Miss Lizzie Cole may step forward. Right here, Miss Cole. Thank you. Now, we quite understand, Miss Cole, that you think you saw the individual who has perpetrated these terrible crimes. Let us begin at the beginning. What sort of hat was this man wearing?
It was just a black hat.
A black hat, thank you. And the coat? Were you able to see what sort of coat he was wearing?
He hadn't no coat. I remember that very particular. He's a queer one, I said. As it was so chilly, everybody as can wear some sort of coat this weather.
But the statement you gave to the newspaper reporters says that the Avenger, according to you, was wearing a coat. A big, heavy coat.
I never said so. I was made to say that by the young man from the newspaper. Just put in what he liked in his paper, he did. Not what I said at all.
And you assert that he looked at you, is that correct?
Frightened me half to death, he did.
If you could really see his countenance, for we know that the night was dark and foggy, will you please tell me what he was like?
Dark. He was dark.
So it went with Miss Lizzie Cole. Most positively, most confidently, the witness declared the man she had seen hurrying by in the darkness was tall. No, he was short. He was thin. No, he was a stoutish young man. And as to whether he was carrying anything or not, Miss Cole absolutely refused to commit herself. The next witness was a Mr. Cannot. This elderly gentleman was certain that he had not only seen the Avenger, but that he had talked to him. It was near Whitechapel, he testified, only a few minutes
before the murder, Mr. Coroner, when I saw him. He was quite a tall man, very gaunt-looking.
I see. And this man you think was the
Avenger.
You're quite certain that you met him on the very night he committed the murder we are now investigating?
I do so declare, sir. And I might mention a thing about him to which you might attach importance. The man carried a bag, a rather light-colored leather handbag.
A handbag, you say?
Yes, sir. A small, narrow one, sir. It was such a bag as might contain a long-handled knife.
A knife?
Please, we must have quiet. Quiet. Now, Mr. Kennett, what made you suppose that this stranger could possibly be the Avenger?
Well, this man, as he approached me in the fog, stopped and turned to me. And there was a very wild, mad look on his face, sir, if I may say so.
And he spoke to you?
Well, as he emerged from the fog, he was talking aloud to himself. Then, as he saw me, he said, "This night, my friend, a night fit for the commission of dark and salutary deeds." Yes, sir, that's exactly what he said, sir.
Is that all?
He had a rather high, hesitating voice. An educated man, I would judge, but quite mad, as I've told you, sir.
What do you mean by that?
Well, as he passed by then, he continued speaking to himself aloud. Oh, believe me, sir, believe me, he was reciting scriptures from the Bible.
Scriptures from the Bible? Horrified, Helen half rose from her seat, only half hearing the confusion about her.
Scriptures from the Bible, you say?
Aye, sir.
And you asked the court to believe that? I would say, Mr. Cannot, that the man we're looking for would be, least of all, a religious man.
And that's where you're in error, Mr. Coroner. The religious note is the very key to the case. I'm convinced of that, sir.
Very interesting. And now, if you please, you may stand down, Mr. Cannot.
Just a moment, sir, just a moment. You must understand, sir. The man you're looking for must be a religious maniac. That is the only possible explanation.
And you must understand, sir, time is going on. I have an important witness to call, a medical witness. Now, if you...
But certainly you're not...
You may stand down, Mr. Kennard.
The court was dismissing the very truth. Ellen knew that. She could no longer keep silent. Her hands shot forth and she screamed.
I want to say...
On the verge of speaking, she had fainted. And then when Ellen was revived a few minutes later, she said nothing. Her brain was in too great a turmoil, her nerves too shocked. Like one in a dream, she allowed herself to be led by Joe Chandler from the courtroom. Joe took his leave to go on duty. And as Ellen Bunting's train pulled away from the station, a new torture came to her. Forming in her mind was the awareness that if Sleuth were the murderer, she was equally responsible for his crimes. She had been giving him protection. If anything should happen to Daisy, she would be equally guilty. Fully as guilty as the Avenger. As Ellen neared her neighborhood, her dread was increased. With each moving footstep, with each heavier boom of thunder from the rainstorm that was almost here, the grip of terror grew tighter and tighter about her. She moved faster and faster. If only she were in time. The first light drops of rain sprinkled her brow as she turned into Maribon Road. Then she saw Bunting walking toward her. Sharply, like the dart of a knife blade, the one fact pierced her mind. Daisy was now alone with the lodger.
Bunting! Bunting!
Oh, Ellen, what is it?
Tell me, Bunting! Where's Daisy? Where is she? I say, where's Daisy? Where is she? I say, where?
At home, where I left her, Ellen.
No, Bunting.
What
No.
is it, Ellen?
No.
What is it?
Listen to me. Try to understand. Sleuth is the Avenger.
What do you say?
Our lodger. He's the Avenger, Bunting. Daisy's in danger. Hurry!
Daisy! Daisy!
Daisy! Where are you? I'll look in the kitchen, Bunting. You try the sitting room. Daisy?
Daisy!
Where are you, Daisy?
Answer me, Daisy!
Try the bedroom.
I did. She's not there. She's not downstairs.
Oh, then there's just his room.
Ready to smite thine enemy. For man born of woman is born unto trouble, and I shall cleanse thy kingdom on earth. Yes, I shall show her thy wrath from heaven.
Go on, open the door.
Speak, Lord, I am ready. The power on high will direct the expulsion of evil.
The knife! He's got the knife!
Daisy! Thy servant heareth. I behold Satan in lightning fell from heaven. In this woman I behold him, and lightning strike him dead.
Bunting, is she all right?
Yes. Take her out, Ellen.
No, Bunting, you can't stop the fire. We must save ourselves. Come away, Daisy. He's dead, child. He's dead.
Aye, he's dead.
There, Daisy, there. Don't try to talk about it.
I'll tell you, Joe, it was queer, it was. As if the Lord himself struck the ass with lightning and spread the fires of hell to cleanse whatever the lodger had touched. To burn down the house and all that's in it.
Our house. Everything we own.
No. Not everything, Ellen. Daisy's safe. That's all that should matter to us. She's safe. Thank heaven. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord.
Death by act of God. Thus the final entry in Scotland Yard's record of the famous Avenger case. Yes, the day which brought an end to Mrs. Bunting's lodger brought also an end to the knife slayings which had terrorized London. But curiously enough, there were those at Scotland Yard who were never quite sure that the charred remains of a man they removed from the ashes of the Bunting home were indeed those of the Avenger, any more than Mrs. Belloc Lowndes, who novelized the case, was ever quite convinced. And there are those who will tell you that the real Avenger, a tall man, clad in an Inverness cape, a man almost exactly like Mr. Sleuth, left England and came to America to live in a town near your town. He would be quite old now, but it may be true. Yes, perhaps, as it is written in Holy Scripture, he did fly upon the wings of the wind, to walk as a stranger in many strange places. He knoweth now that the dead are there. Hast found me, O mine enemy? Beautiful words those, don't you think? Beautiful words. This is Robert Montgomery, without the Inverness cape. And I want to thank Jeanette Nolan, who played Ellen, and Peggy Weber, who was Daisy, for their splendid performances in tonight's play. Next week, we have chosen a story whose elements are natural counterparts of suspense. I guess you could call it a love story. One kind of a love story. For indeed, there is a man and there is a woman who fall in love, and they marry. It is probably only a mischance of fortune that the man has no material means, and the woman comes from a family of substantial wealth. And the dire chain reaction of events, which are then set in motion against the bride's family, are undoubtedly matters of mere coincidence, I imagine. Yes, you could call it a love story. We'll leave it to your own good judgment after you hear Beyond Reason by Devery Freeman, next week's study in suspense.
Mr. Montgomery may currently be seen in the Universal International production Ride the Pink Horse. The Lodger was adapted for suspense by Robert Tullman and directed by William N. Robeson. Lud Gluskin is our musical director and conductor, and Lucien Morawek composes the original scores. Next week, hear Beyond Reason on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, 1 hour of suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Speak again the immortal tale, The Ghost's Touch.
Is it true that when you are very close to death, the dead are really able to reach out to protect you? I don't know, but Ralph Zant and I had been married only a few months when he died. We had been so completely and deeply in love that the memory of the happiness we had found is a thing which will always dominate my life. Well, John Stevens, one of Ralph's best friends, had invited me to spend some time with him on the coast where he had a large house. It was in the town where I had first met Ralph. Mrs. Stewart, my housekeeper and companion, went with me, and Paul Weston, another of Ralph's closest friends, was also there. But he lived in his own house nearby. I had been enjoying my stay there immensely. John had not been with us much, but Mrs. Stewart and I enjoyed the park and the beach. John had been particularly careful about my food, a fact which greatly pleased me. One morning, Mrs. Stewart and I had just returned from the beach. We were standing in the great front hall of the house when she brought up something I know had been on both our minds ever since we'd arrived. My, it's quiet in this big old house. Hasn't it been quiet, Mrs. Stewart? You know, I can remember when this was one of the liveliest houses in St. Anne's. And John was one of the jolliest men alive.
Sort of gives me the willies, Mrs. Zant. Something kind of brooding here. No one ever around this part of the house. The servants are all way off in the back there.
Does that seem strange to you? You know, I thought that maybe I was just disappointed, comparing it with the way I remembered it when Ralph and I were here together.
Oh, no, ma'am. There's something funny here. You mark my words. I didn't want to say nothing, hoping not to worry you. But Mr. John has acted so strange, too.
He's a lot more thoughtful than he ever was before.
And then there's that funny smell.
Yes, I've smelled that, too. But I thought it was just my imagination.
And the strange way Mr. John looks at you after breakfast, when he gets up so solemn-like and goes up into that room at the head of the stairs. He never comes out again till dinner. So what's in that room anyway, Mrs. Zant?
Oh, I don't know. It's a study of some sort, I guess, where John's doing some work.
You know, yesterday I got hunting for that smell, and I traced it right to that door. I sniffed all around there and tried to decide what it was. I heard something in there, too.
What?
Mr. John was in there. I could hear him muttering to himself. No words, mind you, just muttering. And every once in a while, it sounded as though he was stirring something in the glass. Finally, guess what he said?
Oh, Mrs. Stewart, I think you've been imagining things. We're letting ourselves get nervous over something that's probably nothing at all.
Well, he said, at last. Now I'm certain this'll work. And just then he came toward the door, so I ran back to my room and shut the door.
Well, I don't think he'd mind if we went and paid him a visit. Then we can see what he's doing. I wonder if he's up there now.
Oh, my goodness, that startled me.
Just the front door.
Why, it's Mr. Paul. I can see him through the glass in the door. I'll just let him in. It takes these servants here so long to get from way back where they are.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Stewart. Is Mrs. Zant here?
Hello, Paul. Come on in.
Oh, why, Dorothy. What are you standing there like that for? You look worried, and as though you're just about to do something about it.
Well, Paul, as a matter of fact, we were just going up to pay John a visit in his study. There at the head of the stairs.
Study? Why, Dorothy, didn't he tell you what that is?
No.
That's a laboratory, and he's forbidden everyone to come in there, practically on pain of death.
Well, he hasn't forbidden me, and I'm going to find out what goes on in there. I think that was a little mean of him.
Oh, Mrs. Zant, do you think you'd better?
Certainly I do. And I'm going up now.
Well, I might as well get hung for a sheep as a lamb. I'll come along, too. Come on, Mrs. Stewart.
Well, you aren't frightened, are you, Mrs. Stewart?
There's no telling what we may find.
Well, it can't be too awful. John's no demon, anyway.
No answer? Maybe he's gone out. I'm going to look and see.
Be careful, Mrs. Zant.
Get out. I told you. Oh, Dorothy, come in. I didn't realize it was you.
Well, we're all here, John. We came up to pay you a little visit.
Fine. Come on in, but shut the door. Hello, Paul. When did you arrive?
Just came in. Dorothy said she wanted to come up here. I told her we'd all been forbidden, but she insisted, so my curiosity got the better of me, too.
Well, that's fine. I'm really glad you did. This is a good day for me.
This is really magnificent.
Yes, Dorothy. What do you think of my private domain?
Well, it's big enough, I'll say that for it. It's a little frightening.
Yeah, don't smell so good to me either.
Mrs. Stewart doesn't understand experiments the way we do, does she, Dorothy?
No, I don't, Mr. John. And after seeing Mrs. Zant fooling with them dangerous chemicals, I don't know as I want to either.
Oh. What's that, Dorothy? You?
Why, yes, Paul. I've been doing some experiments. Just for fun, mostly, but it does take up my time since I'm alone so much. That's why I think it was so unfair of John not to tell me he had such a wonderful laboratory here.
Well, Dorothy, I've been saving that for later, until this experiment is well underway. I've been hoping we might work together very soon.
John, what are those tables over there? They look like...
They're dissecting tables? Yes, that's what they are.
Well, of course, if you're going in for anatomy on the side, I'm afraid you'll leave me way behind.
Why, no, my dear, quite the contrary. I had hoped you'd follow right along. I'm sure you will with this new experiment.
Well, you've got to tell us now what this experiment is. You've certainly got our curiosity aroused.
Now, I'll tell you, of course. I have finally developed a new formula. This is the chemical part, which will eventually make a subject absolutely impervious to pain. That is, I will be able to operate without the use of anesthetics. Perform any sort of operation I wish.
How does it work?
I feed small doses of a certain formula, a very dangerous one, by the way, to the patient in his food. Dangerous because while he's taking them, the patient occasionally falls into semi-conscious states in which he is very close to death. Then, when a certain stage is reached, there is one more dose which the patient must drink straight, without any other food. Then the subject becomes unconscious of any pain whatever.
But what's the purpose of that? Surely the development of anesthetics.
But this, you see, leaves the scientists free to operate on conscious living animals without the stopping of some functions brought on by anesthetics. And this never wears off.
Have you ever tried it?
Several times, my dear, and with success. I am just waiting now to try my greatest experiment of the lot. To use my formula on the most complicated of living organisms, the human.
But, John, you're not going to go on with this, are you?
Well, certainly. Why should I stop now? Especially when I'm so near the final experiment.
Do you mind, John, if Mrs. Stewart and I go down to the beach? I'm afraid the air in here has made me a little dizzy.
That's a good idea, Dorothy. We'll come right along to walk with you.
By all means, go ahead. Do get plenty of fresh air, my dear. I hope you'll see more of the laboratory later. Much more.
I wondered then what it was in John's look that startled me. Or was it something in his voice? A chill of apprehension made me turn and hurry ahead of Mrs. Stewart out into the cool seashore air. I was sure that John was telling me something, saying something to me alone. And I was afraid even then to let myself believe what I thought it was. Mrs. Stewart and I walked through the little park that lay between the house and the beach. It was a place of many wonderful memories to me, the place where Ralph had first kissed me. We passed the tree where Ralph and I had stood that day, and Mrs. Stewart, bless her, knew what I felt as we came to the spot. She looked at me.
These memories aren't going to spoil your visit now, are they, Mrs. Zant? You know, there's a lot of things a person has to live with all her life.
Oh, no, Mrs. Stewart. My memories of him wouldn't spoil anything. They're too beautiful.
Well, I just thought from the way you were looking over at that tree, the one...
You know, I'm going over and touch that tree. Just for luck. I feel as though I need some luck right now.
Mrs. Zant. Mrs. Zant. Mrs. Zant. What's wrong? What are you looking like that for? As though you'd seen a ghost.
Oh, Mrs. Stewart, Where are you?
Mrs. Zant, can't you see me here? Well, you're looking at me as though you've gone blind. Mrs. Zant. Mrs. Zant. Mrs. Zant.
No, I'm not blind. I can see everything. The tree, the grass, the whole park. But you've gone. I can't hear you anymore. I can't see you. Mrs. Stewart! Mrs. Stewart!
You remembered, didn't you, Dorothy? You're not afraid.
Oh, Ralph. You're here. But I can't see you. It seems as though I can feel your hand on mine. But I can't see you.
I'm right here beside you, darling.
Always beside you.
You've been gone so long, Ralph.
I'm always beside you.
But I haven't seen you. I haven't been with you before.
Dorothy. Dorothy, darling. It can't be for long this time either. They're coming soon. They're on their way now.
Who, my dearest?
All of them. Don't forget the others. They'll be here. Don't forget the others.
Why can't I see you, Ralph, when I want to so much? I can still feel you. It seems as though you have your arm around me. Oh, Ralph. Oh, Ralph.
I'm here, though. Right here with you, my darling.
Why didn't you let me know before that we were so near to each other?
Because you had to come a long way to me first. And now it's time for you to know it certainly. You already know why.
Are you here to protect me? You are. You are, I know it. But from what, Ralph? From what?
Dorothy! Dorothy!
Mrs. Dad! Oh, thank heavens, Mrs. Dad! You are, aren't you, Ralph? You will protect me. I'll come back to see you here, Ralph. I'll come back. Ralph! Where are you? Why don't you answer? Oh, Ralph, where are you?
Dorothy, it's all right. Dorothy, can't you hear me? Can't you see me?
Oh, Paul. Paul, it's you.
Yes, Dorothy. Do you feel all right? Mrs. Stewart.
Oh, Mrs. Sand, I ran and found Mr. Paul as fast as I could. You stood there looking straight at me and you wouldn't answer me. You didn't even see me when I put my hand up in front of your face. Oh, you gave me an awful fright.
Mrs. Stewart came running for us. She said you seemed to have gone into a trance.
I came as soon as I could. She's all right now, isn't she?
Yes, now she is. But it certainly is strange.
Not strange at all. In fact, rather to be expected.
Why, Mr. John, Mrs. Zant hasn't ever had anything like that before. You didn't even see how she was. Mr. Paul here can tell you.
Why expected, John?
Oh, perhaps the air in the laboratory upset her. Perhaps something she ate. Who knows? The shock of Ralph's passing away hasn't really left her yet, has it, my dear?
I think we're imagining things.
I'm afraid that perhaps the food my cook has been serving has been a bit rich these past few days. I spoke to her about it this morning.
You all right now, Mrs. Zant?
Oh, quite all right, thank you. I think we'd better go down to the beach.
I'll come along with you, Dorothy.
If you'll excuse me, I must get back to the laboratory. My dog has been acting rather strangely in the last few minutes. Something very interesting may develop. Will you excuse me?
Certainly, John. We'll be back shortly.
Don't hurry. Dinner won't be ready for a while, and that's all you need to be back for. I'll see you later.
Dorothy, I don't like this at all.
Are you afraid of something, Paul?
Mr. Paul needs this funny spell you just had, and I agree with him.
It was very strange, but it was very wonderful.
Tell me, Dorothy, you know something about chemistry. Would it be possible for John actually to do what he says he has done?
Well, there are a great many strange things that can be done with chemistry, Paul. And I believe, yes, that a mind bent on such an insane purpose could probably develop such a combination.
But wouldn't it be very dangerous?
You're thinking of that spell I just had in connection with it, aren't you?
Well, he did say some strange things there in the laboratory.
And you may be very right, too, Paul, in suspecting him. I may already have been...
Dorothy.
Oh, Mrs. Sand, no. Please, let's go home today.
But, Dorothy, if you think...
No, Paul. Something happened when I was standing under that tree. I talked to Ralph.
But, Dorothy...
And I promised to go back to talk to him again tomorrow. You see, I have to stay here now, because I must talk to him again.
It isn't possible.
I may be in great danger, Paul. Even this minute, here with you on this sunny beach, I may be very near to death. But I want to see whether what I believe is true. Because perhaps I am so close to death that the spirit of the man who loves me can reach across the narrow space that divides us and protect me. If that is so, I will have discovered more than 1,000 insane experiments can prove. You see, I have to stay now.
But, Dorothy, hasn't he protected you already? Hasn't he warned you?
No, Paul. He's waiting for something. Something else. I think I know what.
Didn't he say?
No, but there will be more. He told me to come back. He wouldn't have done that if there weren't more. Would he?
Shall I have the main dish brought in? Are you both ready? I think you'll find the dinner very good tonight. Since I spoke to the cook this morning, she... Oh, here it is now.
Are you sure you feel well enough to eat, Dorothy?
Yes, thank you, Paul. I feel very well now.
The afternoon must... Oh, Rogers, I believe you've mixed the plates. That one is for Mrs. Zant.
That's all right, John. I don't believe I'll have much dinner anyway. I'm not very hungry. Give Dorothy mine.
But I insist. Dorothy's is really quite special.
Listen. Oh, listen.
Is something wrong, my dear?
No, it was nothing.
But, John, does it really matter that much?
Perhaps John has had something special prepared for me, Paul. That's very nice of him, and it will be quite all right.
Thank you, Dorothy. We scientists seem to understand each other, don't we?
Dorothy.
It's all right, Paul.
This dinner and going to bed early tonight will fix Dorothy up splendidly, Paul. Wait and see.
Suddenly I had felt Ralph close to me again. It gave me a new confidence, a knowledge that whatever happened now, I was protected. I tasted nothing strange about the food, but I hadn't noticed anything in the meals before either. Ralph was waiting, I was sure now, until John became bold enough to spell his own destruction. The next afternoon, nothing could have kept me in the house. John had been in the laboratory all morning. And when I looked in, I noticed with a shudder that one of the operating tables was covered with clean white sheets. I went quickly out to the tree where I had been with Ralph the day before. It seemed a long time before I again felt that strange, numb feeling, as though my life had almost left my body. But...
Dorothy, my darling, you are here, under our tree.
How could I help coming, Ralph, when you promised that we'd be together again today?
I didn't promise, my dear. I couldn't promise that much. But remember, my darling, I am always near you.
Ralph! Ralph, where are you? You aren't here anymore. What was that? I'm frightened, Ralph. Look. The grass is all beginning to burn and turn brown. Our tree is withering. Ralph! What was that? That great black mass coming toward me.
Dorothy!
John, where did you come from? I can only see your face staring at me out of that awful darkness.
It's all right, isn't it, Dorothy? You're going to be all right.
Oh.
You said so last night. And you know it's true, don't you?
What's true? I don't know anything now. Where's Ralph? Oh, John, why are you frightening me this way? Ralph! Ralph!
You're going to be all right now. Aren't you, Dorothy? All right now.
You're all right now, aren't you, Dorothy?
Oh, it's one of those spells again, Mrs. Zant. I'm frightened.
Mrs. Stewart and I came out to walk with you, Dorothy. We found you here again, just standing here, not seeing anything.
I'm going to call Mr. Paul. I don't like this. It frightens me. Mr. Paul will know what to do.
Shall we go back to the house, Dorothy? You'll feel better in a minute.
No, John. Let's just wait here a minute. Mrs. Stewart will be back with Paul.
But everything is ready at the house. I have some work waiting.
But, John, that darkness all around you. I can't see anything but your face again.
You will follow me back to the house, won't you, Dorothy? That's it. Of course you will.
Yes, John. Of course. I'll come with you.
Everything here is brown and burnt. Park has grown so withered. It's horrible here now.
Come on, Dorothy. We'll go slowly. Come along with me. One step. One step. That's it. Come along with me.
Look at those birds over there. They're such big black birds. And they're falling, dropping right into the sea. What's the matter with them, John? Why don't they come up again?
Don't be afraid of them, Dorothy. Just come with me. One step. One step.
And look, those awful things. Snakes. Snakes. Huge ones. And they're not moving. John, they're dead. Nothing here ever stays alive anymore. Oh, it's hard. It's hard. It's burning hot.
It doesn't matter now, Dorothy. Nothing will hurt anymore. One step. One step. Here's the door. The door to the house. Wait. Wait while I open it.
But John, it's open. It's open and it's all dark in there. So dark I can't even see your face anymore. John, where are you?
Right here, Dorothy. Come up the stairs. One step. One step.
But everything is so confused. I can't find the stairs. I can't find anything. It isn't real. Everything is mixed up. I've lost something. I've lost something I can't remember.
We're almost there, Dorothy. One step. One step.
I can't remember. It was... Ralph! Ralph! Ralph, where are you? I'm afraid. I'm alone here in the darkness. There's no one here. Even John has gone away now, and there isn't any light. Ralph! Oh, Ralph. Oh, Ralph, you are near me. I can feel you here now. I'm not alone.
It's near now. It's almost time, my darling. Here, let me hold your hand.
I can feel your hand on mine, Ralph, but I still can't see you. It's so dark in here.
Come on, Dorothy. The stairs are there. One step. One step.
Oh, Ralph, your hand is helping me along. Hold me tight.
In here, Dorothy. Right in here. This is where we'll work, isn't it?
It's the laboratory, Ralph. This horrible, evil-smelling laboratory. Ralph, I'm afraid. Why don't you speak to me?
Now we're all right, Dorothy. Now we'll work together, won't we?
I'm thirsty. I'm so terribly thirsty. That heat. The park is so hot. It's all burned up. I'm thirsty.
Here, drink this, Dorothy. Oh. This will cure your thirst. You'll be all right. Nothing will hurt anymore.
I'm not afraid now, Ralph. I'm thirsty. Why can't I have a drink? It'll be all right.
That's right, Dorothy. Drink this. Let me hold it up to your lips.
I'm so thirsty. I'm going to... Don't let go of me, Ralph!
What is it, Mrs. Hands, look there.
Lord, what's got him?
He's choking to death. Something's strangling him.
John. John. He's dead.
Oh!
He was just holding that glass to your lips, Dorothy, when we came in, and suddenly it shook out of his hand as though someone had grabbed hold of his wrist. A powerful hand.
It was like as if a ghost had reached out and knocked that glass out of his hand.
Someone did, Paul. Ralph.
But no one was here. It couldn't have been...
Oh, Mrs. Sam.
I was protected. I knew I would be. Ralph was able to reach across and save me, Paul. I know it.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought you The Ghost's Touch. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you, now.
Another 7-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 107-year-old. Well, Satan, here this time for us to cheer folks up with another of our pretty little bedtime stories. Well, now, if everyone will douse out their lights, we'll be getting down to business. That's it. Make it nice and dark and cheerful. We wants gloom and shadow for this cheerful yarn. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see inside a house way down in Mexico. Mexico, where once a bunch of Indians lived. They're all dead now, them old Aztecs the Spaniards conquered, but sometimes the dead are very much alive. And now begins our story about the knife of sacrifice. The knife of sacrifice.
I'll cheese, Deegan. That's another rubber beater.
We're certainly the champions tonight, Mr. Meyer. Your deal.
You and I'll take him for a ride this time, Pete. I doubt it. I can't keep my mind on cards while that mestizo out there keeps up his rotten fiddling. Isn't he ever going to stop?
You're not still objecting because Manol chooses to serenade his beloved in this gorgeous moonlight.
If it puts that fat cook of ours in good humor, by gee, I hope he keeps it up all night.
So do I. Then perhaps you'll think of something else to feed us besides tortillas and frijolies. Tortillas, frijolies, and don't forget the enchiladas. If I ever get out of this infernal country, I hope never to taste, see, smell, or hear anything Mexican again as long as I live.
And that remark from a gentleman who was christened Pedro Jose Marie Morales.
Since we came to Zacatlan, Pete, you've certainly acquired a grudge against the land of your ancestors. Oh, chuck that, will you? You know the only thing Mexican about me is my name and my looks. I can't even speak the language of the blasted country. I wish you and your wife would lay off about my half-breed ancestry.
You hear that, Eunice? Pete would have us forget that on the maternal side, he's a direct descendant of the Emperor Montezuma.
All right, Pete. I promise never again to mention that you resemble an Aztec king, and that I'd give anything to see your bronze beauty draped in a feathered cloak and headdress.
Well, I got the cards all dealt. Pick them up.
Oh, let's not play anymore. Bridge in this tumble-down Dobie shack seems more out of place than ever tonight.
You didn't expect Ritz-Carlton accommodation on an archaeological expedition in the wilderness, I hope. Oh, Pete is down in the dumps tonight. Pretty soon we find what we came here to look for. And then, by gee, you feel fine again, huh?
When we find what we came here to look for, I won't feel anything. I'll be dead.
Oh, snap out of it. How can you be so discouraging when this morning we found the proof that we're searching in the right spot?
Proof? That obsidian knife? What does that prove? Except that some Aztec lost it here 400 or 500 years ago.
But, Pete, Dr. Meyer and I have explained that it's a sacred knife. A knife of sacrifice, used only by high priests. Such things weren't carelessly lost, any more than the altar vessels of the Christian church would be. I should say not. It was buried, hidden in the ground, and by design, not chance.
You know it's a clue to what we're all seeking. It's only a question of time now before you and Carl and Dr. Meyer find the treasure.
Oh, I know I'm acting like a bad sport, Eunice. But we've been digging in this godforsaken hole for nearly 6 months now, and... Oh, well, it's all right for Carl and Doc here. They're scientists. But I'm only a greedy engineer. I want the gold that's supposed to be buried here. And we haven't seen a glimmer of it.
We saw the hammered bracelet that mestizo found. Pure gold it was. And of the age of Montezuma.
So, like fools, we all jumped to the conclusion that when Cortez sacked the city of Mexico, some of the high priests buried some of the temple treasure somewhere around Zacatlan.
History agrees that much of the city's wealth was hidden to keep it out of the Spanish hands. And this is certainly a reasonable spot to look for it.
I know this is the place. That bracelet proves it. And so does the picture writing Carl deciphered. Also, the geological strata in which we found that knife this morning. That knife which could only have belonged to the kind of high priest who would have hid the treasures of the temples. And think of the ancient associations of such a treasure.
Boy, even with the cut which the Mexican government will demand out of anything, we'd be millionaires if you fellows are right. Gold. Pure gold. Millions and billions of dollars worth of it might be buried here.
The historical value.
Oh, the beauty of it.
It's only what it means in American dollars that interests me.
May I see that knife again? The one you found?
I certainly did. You pass it over, Pete. You're closest.
All right. Here, take it quick. I don't like the hold of the thing.
It hasn't very pleasant associations, has it? You say it's made of glass, Dr. Meyer?
Yeah. Obsidian is volcanic glass.
You're sure it was used for human sacrifices, Carl?
I've seen too many such knives to be in doubt about it. As human sacrifice was an everyday occurrence here at the time of the Spanish conquest, ceremonial daggers such as this were very common. The gods of the Aztecs were perhaps the most bloodthirsty ever worshipped.
How was the knife used?
The victim of the sacrifice was laid prostrate on a great green stone, curved upwards in the middle to elevate the chest. Then the priest plunged the knife in his breast and tore out the living heart.
Do you wonder I don't want to be reminded that such people were my ancestors?
You know, I have a theory that when the treasure we're looking for was buried, this knife was probably used to sacrifice a victim to the spirits of the earth, or to the gods of hate and war, to gain their favor, so they'd watch over it, as it were.
What gave you that crazy idea?
It isn't crazy. That's been the custom of all peoples. Some of them possessing a much less primitive religion than the Aztecs. And with the Aztecs, anything or nothing was made an excuse for human sacrifice.
Put that knife away. Out of my sight.
Yes, it gives me the shivers, too. Here, Pete. Put it in the drawer there.
Oh, don't hand it to me. I don't want to touch it again.
Oh, don't be such a booby.
All right. Give it to me. It's funny. When I hold it in my hand, I seem to see the great green stone you spoke about. And a victim for the sacrifice.
Hmm?
Now you take it, Doc. Take it out of my hand. Put it out of sight.
Sure, Pete. Sure.
What on earth is the matter with you tonight? You haven't been yourself since we found that thing.
Oh, I'll go out and take a walk. Maybe I'll snap out of it.
Wait, my boy. I will go with you.
No. I want to be alone. I'm all right. That filthy Mexican out there has begun to play again. If he doesn't lay off, I'll kill him. You! Manuel! Stop that fiddling! Stop it, I tell you! Stop it!
Pete, you know he doesn't understand English.
You'll understand this by...
Stop him!
Drop that gun!
It's shooting Manuel!
Oh, get that pistol.
Give me that gun! Let me go! Take your hands off! Give me that gun! Doc, I've got his wrist. Knock it out of his hands. No! Help me hold him. He's fighting like a madman. No!
Pete, what is the matter with you? You don't know what you are doing.
All right, Doc. We've got him now.
Fortunately, his bullets didn't hit Manuel.
Yeah, he ran at the first shot.
What did I do?
What did I do?
You tried to kill a man, you fool, that's all.
I didn't. I didn't hurt him.
No, thanks to your rotten marksmanship.
Oh, thank God. Oh, keep that gun, Carl. Don't let me ever have it again.
Oh, what happened to you, Pete? You suddenly became a raving lunatic.
I don't know. Something suddenly, I just wasn't myself any longer. I was... Oh, I don't know. If I were as good a shot as you, Carl, that man would be dead. What happened to me? What happened to me?
Pete, pull yourself together.
What happened to me? Tell me what happened to me.
Make him sit down in that chair. I'll get him a drink.
What happened to me?
Quiet, old man. You're hysterical.
It's all right now. No one is hurt.
And you'll never do such a crazy thing again.
But what made me do...
Never mind. Here, drink this whiskey.
Thanks. I know what is wrong with you. You've always been used to the city. This quiet here, these woods, these mountains, they have been too different for you.
Yes, I've seen this coming for a long time. You've got to have a change. All of us have. You three men work like pack animals all day. And when night comes, the best thing we can think of to do is to sit around and play bridge.
We might play pinochle for a change.
But we don't play at anything. We all make work of everything we do. Pete's outburst just now might have happened to any of us. Carl was impossible to live with last week. And before that, no one could speak to Dr. Meyer. And I want to scream sometimes. We're all on the verge of a nervous blow-up.
Eunice is right. We've got to get out of ourselves occasionally.
But what can we do alone at night? Except play cards and talk.
We must do something it'll be impossible to take seriously. Something childish. Something... Oh, I know what we're going to do.
Where are you going?
I thought of just the thing. It's terribly infantile, but we may have some fun with it. And we can't take it seriously. I found it.
Holy smoke. What's that?
A planchette table. I slipped it in the trunk when we left the States, and I'd almost forgotten I had it. We're all going to use it to talk to the spirits.
Talk to the spirits?
I thought of it when Carl spoke of the Aztecs making a sacrifice to the spirits so they'd guard their buried treasure. Maybe those same spirits will tell us where it's hidden.
But I don't understand.
A planchette table is like an Ouija board, Doctor. Only it writes messages with a pencil.
It's awfully silly, but a lot of fun. And a change. Here, all of you draw chairs around this table.
I'll get paper and pencil.
And put out all the lamps, Carl. It's more spooky in the dark.
All right. Here, you adjust the pencil.
Oh, such a lot of nonsense.
But Eunice has the right idea, Doc. Nonsense is what we need. There. Dark as I can get it with all this moonlight streaming in.
Now, let's all place our fingertips lightly on the little table and hold a thought. Shall we ask it the exact spot to find the Aztec gold?
Might as well. That's on all our minds.
Oh, such a silliness.
It's good of you to try and make me forget I've almost murdered a man. I'm grateful to you.
Oh, Pete, please. We're going to play now.
All right. I wonder if the spirits could tell us where the gold is hidden.
Don't you dare take this thing seriously.
No, of course not.
Isn't it spooky, though? Sitting in the shadows that the moonlight makes.
How could you have thought that moon romantic, Eunice? It's a moon of blood, shining over a bloody land.
Pete, snap out of it.
I'm trying to figure out what made me shoot at Manuel. Maybe it's the blood of my murderous ancestors who tore hearts from living bodies.
Oh, please.
Maybe this land of theirs is making me revert to type.
Pete, you talk like a fool.
Oh, stop talking altogether and keep your mind on the question. Besides, we're doing this for fun. You give me the creeps saying things like that in this dark room and...
I won't say anything more. It is a strange moon. I see shadows in it.
Oh, stop it. Where's the fun here? This thing don't move.
Come on, Planchette. Where did the Aztecs hide their treasure from the temples?
Oh, you've got to be respectful to spirits. Like this. Great spirits of the dead, give up thy secrets. Reveal to us the things that we should know.
Oh, such a lot of nonsense.
Quiet. The thing is beginning to move.
You're pushing.
I am not.
None of it is. It's the spirits.
The planchette is going fast. I ain't pushing. Pete, are you?
Hush. Carl, look at Pete.
Pete, old man. You're sitting in the darndest shadow.
That shadow wasn't there before. What makes it?
What makes this little table move?
Pete, why don't you answer?
Pete is pushing the table. I can feel.
Oh, that shadow, Carl. It makes Pete look as though he had on a feathered cloak, a feathered headdress, as though he were an Aztec.
Pete, why are you so still?
Oh, Carl, something's wrong with him.
Yeah, light those lamps.
He's choking. There's someone had him by the throat.
He's struggling, fighting with something that ain't there.
Oh, Carl, that shadow. The shadow of an Indian in a feathered cloak.
It is going away from him.
Light those lamps.
Oh, yes, yes.
Doc, Pete's cold as a dead man.
Yeah, but he's breathing. And his pulse is beating.
I got a lamp here. Oh, this is ghastly.
Oh, he's only fainted. He's coming to now.
Pete!
This land, blood of my ancestors. Carl.
Doc. Pete, what's happened to you?
But now I know why I tried to shoot that man. Something's trying to steal my body. Something's trying to steal my body.
Pete, what nonsense are you talking?
Oh, Carl, look what the planchette wrote on this paper.
Doc, it's Aztec picture writing.
Pete wrote that. I felt him push the planchette.
Pete couldn't write it. He doesn't know Aztec.
But I know what it means. It tells where to find the treasure. The treasure guarded by the dead.
By gee, this is the place. This is the place. Dig, you messed this hose. Dig.
I knew that what I wrote that night would lead us to the treasure.
Pete, you couldn't have made that picture writing.
Well, if I didn't make it, who did?
I don't know. But I refuse to believe that there was anything supernatural about your fainting spell and the action of that planchette. I'll have to see the treasure actually uncovered before I'll believe this is really the spot.
This is the spot. And the night on which that planchette revealed it, at 2 different times, something gained possession of me. Body and soul.
This is the spot, all right. Ain't we already found a few things in the upper layers? Aztec things? In a minute, these workmen are going to lay bare the entire treasure. But I agree with Carl when he says all the rest is craziness.
Well, have it your own way. If the gold is here, and I can get out of this blasted country alive with some of it, I'll be satisfied.
What do you mean? If you can get out alive?
Just what I say. You believed a human sacrifice was made to ensure the guardianship of spirits for this treasure. I believe another must be made before those spirits will give it up.
Oh, rot. With the superstition you're talking lately, I'm beginning to think one of your Indian ancestors has set up house inside your brain. Snap out of it.
Signori! Signori! Pronto! Pronto!
Carl, Pete, over there. They found something.
Signori! Pronto!
Quick, come on!
Signori! Signori!
They found the treasure. They found the treasure.
What is it? What have you found?
Look, signores.
Bones.
Look what they've uncovered, Carl.
A human skeleton.
See, signores.
And it's lying upon a great green stone. A stone that curves upwards to elevate the chest. The stone where the priest lay his sacrifice to tear out the living heart.
There's nothing we can do with him, Eunice. Since the men uncovered that green stone and the skeleton, he's absolutely convinced that the only way we'll ever reach the gold is by means of a human sacrifice to what he calls its guardian spirits. The man's mad as a March hare.
I wonder. It's been over a week since you found that stone, Carl. And that's all you found.
How can you say that when you've seen the vault of masonry it covered? Inside that vault must be the temple treasures.
But you have been unable to penetrate that vault.
Because the priests did their work so well. It's as strong as a modern safe.
You have modern tools, the sort that would force any modern safe.
We've had accidents with our tools. I've told you, one on top of another. But when we get that fresh dynamite from Mexico City tomorrow and some decent detonating apparatus...
Carl, why do you suppose the explosives you already have never failed to work before? Why will they work now anywhere excepting on that vault? Why do your tools break or lose their edges? Why?
If you're suggesting there's a supernatural reason, cut it. I hear enough of that stuff from Pete. He's got all the workmen believing it. Our failure to break open that vault has been due to simple accidents, coincidences. There's nothing supernatural in the world.
Yet, by the supernatural, you found where the vault was buried.
Pete lied to us. He moved that planchette table, and all the time he must have known the ancient picture writing.
And the location of that vault, and the great green stone that covered it? Oh, Carl, he's never been in Mexico before.
But if it was a spirit who guided his hand that night, why should it have revealed the hiding place?
Because it was blood-hungry, perhaps. Its sacrificial knife demands another victim. Oh, Carl, I've come to believe as Pete does. And remember, the spirit revealed that vault through a descendant of the race which hid it, not through us, whose ancestors destroyed that race and its religion.
If there's any truth in that bunk, Pete isn't in danger at all, as he thinks.
No, but we are. Oh, Carl, I've grown afraid in the last few days. I can't bear to look at the moon at night. It seems a moon of blood, as Peter's called it. His people worship the moon, you've told me, with their other gods. A moon of blood, shining over a land of blood. Oh, let's go away from here, Carl. Let's go away.
Before we open that vault and find the treasure?
Yes, it's not for white men.
You're talking nonsense. Tomorrow we'll have the new explosives, and then we'll see what's in that vault. I'm going to go and join Doc now. He's waiting for me.
Is Pete with him?
I don't know. I haven't seen him since this morning. Dear, where's that obsidian knife? Did you put it away somewhere? I took it from the drawer last night and laid it on the table here.
I haven't seen it. Maybe Pete or Dr. Meyer.
Doc hasn't got it. He was asking about it this morning. And Pete is afraid to even touch the thing.
I'll look for it.
Oh, don't bother now. I must run along. Be back in an hour or so. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye. A moon of blood. A land of blood.
A holy moon. An avenging land.
Oh, Pete. Oh, I never heard you come in. You startled me. Carl just went out the other door if you want to catch up with him. Pete, what's the matter with you? You look so different.
Like perhaps the descendant of an Aztec king.
You're like the shadow I thought I saw before your face that night. The shadow that seemed to struggle with you, that you said was trying to steal your body. You have that knife Carl was looking for. You have it in your hand.
It is the knife of holy sacrifice.
Oh, Pete, keep away from me. Pete, I'm afraid of you. Keep away. Keep away. Oh, Carl! Carl!
I cannot let you scream now. And only tonight will I remove this gag, that you may scream once upon the great green stone. A scream which may reach the holy moon of blood and the spirits of death which guard my people's treasure. One scream upon the great green stone you shall have tonight, as I plunge this knife of sacrifice into your breast and tear out your living heart.
Where can Eunice be, Doc? It's 3 hours since I went home, and she was gone then.
We should have remained in the house and waited for her. Now perhaps she has come back while we were out here looking.
But we did wait in the house until it began to grow dark. She never stays outside so late. All this crazy stuff Pete has been saying has made her afraid of the moonlight.
Maybe she's with Pete. They used to take long walks together.
Not since he began to get so queer.
When one is worried, Carl, one is never reasonable. Pete has not been at the digging all afternoon. I bet anything we'll find them safe now at the house.
Well, maybe you're right.
Come on back and see.
All right. She wouldn't be over in this direction anyway. From force of habit, I suppose, we seem to have headed for the diggings.
At the diggings is the last place she would be. She don't like that big green stone she got there.
Oh, come on. We'll get back to the house. The moon is becoming bright now. She's bound to be at home. The moon of blood, she called it. It does look strange and red tonight. Wait a minute. Who's that over there?
Where?
On the bank above the buried vault.
That man, or some mestizo, perhaps.
He seems to be bowing, making queer gestures.
Yeah, bowing to that vault. Now he raises his arms and looks at the moon. That's funny. Oh, drunk, I bet you.
But no, Doc. It's Pete.
By gee, it is. And acting like a lunatic.
He's alone. I knew Eunice wouldn't be with him. Oh, she must be at the shack now. Come on.
Wait. What's Pete got there? Look, that big long bundle he's lifting from the shadow by that tree. Come closer.
Let's not waste time. I've got to get back to the house, Doc. If I don't find Eunice there...
You'll find her there. Don't worry, my boy. But that bundle, Pete has laid it on the big green stone.
Let's not bother about him. I've got to find out where Eunice is.
Wait. That bundle, Carl. It looks like a human body.
Yes?
It's tied like in a sheet. We're too far away to see, but...
I can see. It is a body. And that's not a sheet. It's a woman's dress. Good God! That color! Eunice wore a dress that shade.
It is Eunice.
And Pete has a knife in his hand. That knife of sacrifice. Quick, for God's sake!
Carl, we're too far away. We can't make it.
I have to make it. He's a madman.
You got a gun?
No, he's a lunatic. I can't shoot a man who doesn't know what he's doing. Run! We've got to stop him.
We can't make it. Because he's mad, you've got to shoot. Shoot him in the arm, in the leg. He's raising that knife above her.
Eunice! I've got to shoot, and may God forgive me. I shoot to kill.
You got him. He's fallen across your wife, across the big green stone.
Carl! Oh, Carl!
Eunice, I'm coming.
Oh, lift me off here. Untie my hands.
Yes, dear, yes. Oh, my dear, my darling.
Pete is dead, Carl. The knife of sacrifice as he fell stabbed him in the breast.
What's that?
The bullet. That dynamite we left in there. That we couldn't make go off.
It's blown the vault wide open.
The treasure. It is ours at last.
Eunice. Oh, look at that shadow by the vault.
Like we see before. An Aztec priest in feathered cloak.
It's gone now. Disappeared within that shaft of moonlight.
Carl, look into that vault. Our treasure.
Treasure? God.
Dead men's bones.
Und rusty Spanish armor. White men's bones.
That is the treasure of the Aztecs that we sought. A burial vault of hate and death.
Well, that's the end of that, Satan. Come see us again and we'll tell you another pretty bedtime story. Well, you got to go home now. Satan and me's got business to attend to. Important business. Hey, Satan? near midnight, Satan.
Welcome to the Black Mass. We present an adaptation for radio of The Jolly Corner by Henry James.
I know it's only a detail, Denver, but let's stick to the plan. No harm so far, but it's good we caught it in time. All right. We'll meet in the morning for another look. All right, then.
Careful there, Alice. I'm sorry I had to stop, but you know you have to keep watch.
I'm impressed.
Impressed?
The way you stood up. Think of it. All these years you may have neglected your real gift.
Building skyscrapers?
Yes. If you had stayed in America, you may have discovered your real genius.
Adding more awful architecture to all this bigness.
Do you find it all really more awful now?
Ah, they were ugly enough then, I remember. But with some charm. Now, proportions and values are upside down. The modern is monstrous.
But you're here, and that's what you think of everything.
Everything. That's too much. I dodge the question. Everything has somehow been a surprise, but even so, my thoughts are almost altogether about something that concerns only myself.
Your property?
Yes. Yes, exactly. I had to come back eventually to look after my property. This new monster is only a renovation. The apartment has flourished all along. I've managed to live for more than 30 years in Europe on the leases. My back turned. Now I've had no trouble catching on. Climbing ladders, learning about materials, looking wise. It's actually been charming. Amusing, catching on to it this way.
Well, you're going to be well off for it, too. Astonishingly much, I should say. You can turn your back again.
Well, I don't know yet.
You mean you'll live here, in one of your marble towers?
Oh, never. I have my other property, you know.
Oh, yes, the old place, you mean, on the corner. Mm-hmm. I wondered if you kept it.
You kept it? Oh, yes, I've kept it. It's for that, I think, really, that I returned. I yielded to a humor I've had.
It hasn't changed.
Oh.
I've passed now and again. It's still as it was, except that it's empty. The corner has changed, I'm afraid.
Ah, yes, the corner. The Jolly Corner. I called it that, and it was. I was very fond of it as a child. The happy years growing up there. Finally, after my brothers died, the property came wholly into my hands. Yes, I suppose it was to see my house on the jolly corner again, as much as anything, that I came back.
Are we walking there now? I was hoping you'd show me.
Do you mind if we stop for a moment? Would you like to see it?
Oh, of course. Is it really empty all this while?
Entirely. Except for Mrs. Muldoon, good woman who lives in the neighborhood. She comes by every day to open windows and dust and sweep.
Oh, it must have been her I saw once when I passed.
No doubt. Do you pass often?
Oh, now and then. To get to the downtown town.
You see? Empty. Empty. Vacancy reigns from top to bottom.
Oh, who's there? Is it you, Mr. Bryden?
Yes, it's me, Mrs. Muldoon. I brought a visitor.
Oh, you gave me your start, you did. Ma'am?
This is Miss Staverton.
Hello, Mrs. Muldoon.
Don't let us interrupt, Mrs. Muldoon. We're just going to look about.
There's no trouble, Mr. Bryden. I know you usually come later in the day, but let me push back some of the shutters and let in some light. Oh, to show you, sir, how little there is to see, I'm afraid. The rooms are enormous.
Too large, I'm afraid, for the times. For me.
Unless you were a billionaire.
Ah, yes. Had I but stayed at home and invented skyscrapers.
The dining room is off there, but if you will, you can look down here later. It's my noonday round before leaving, and I can open up for you upstairs.
Oh, don't bother about us, Mrs. Muldoon. We'll just walk about.
Oh, no bother at all, Mr. Bryden. I'm only too glad to oblige. There's only one request I hope you never make of me, sir.
Well, and what's that?
Oh, well, if you should wish for any reason to come in after dark, I would just have to tell you, if you please, that you must ask it of someone else.
You mean there are things to see, then?
It's what you might see, miss. And I put it to you that no lady could be expected to like scraping up to them top stories in the evil hours, could she?
Evil hours?
What with the gas and electricity off, they're evil enough. I've sometimes been late enough to need a taper, and it's been a gruesome march through all them grey rooms.
I can imagine it, Mrs. Muldoon.
What do you imagine? Ghosts? Do you imagine my jolly corner is haunted? Well, there'd be nothing to fear.
Maybe. But I'm not of a mind to find that out, Mr. Bryden. Now, I'll go ahead and open things and leave you to your own. Then I must go off if you're not been needing anything.
Thanks, Mrs. Muldoon. I'll lock up when we leave.
Ma'am.
There used to be a fine view here of the river. There you can still see a slice of it between the buildings.
10 stories higher, you'd have your view again. I suppose that's what they want. To pull this place to pieces and start up.
It's exactly what they want. They're at me daily. They can for their lives understand a man's liability to decent feelings. There are, after all, other values.
In short, you're to make so good a thing of your skyscraper that those ill-gotten gains will afford you to be sentimental here.
Well, yes, exactly. But is it sentimental? No, it's more. It searches me as I wander about.
Oh, you prowl?
Mere sight of the walls, shapes of the rooms, sound of the floors. This old silver-plated knob. I hold it and feel the slightest pressure of other palms. Dead ones now. 70 years of the past. The ashes of my youth still afloat in the air. Well, I thought I had forgotten.
But you can live here again if you decide to stay on.
I might have lived here. I might have put in here all these years. Then everything would have been different enough. But that's another matter. And I can't now. And so the beauty of it, of my perversity, my refusal to tear it down, is the total absence of a reason. If there were reason, it would have to be a matter of dollars. So we'll have none. Not the ghost of one.
Are you very sure that the ghost of one doesn't, sir?
Oh, ghosts. Of course the place must swarm with them. I should be ashamed of it if it didn't. Poor Mrs. Muldoon's right, and it's why I haven't asked her to do more than look in.
Well, if it were only furnished and lived in.
Ah. For me, it is lived in. For me, it is furnished.
Ah, yes.
Well, this old elm lives on.
What a charming garden.
The memory is so alive. So alive. Mother, father, my dear sister, that was her room up there with the balcony. I've seen her 1,000 times sitting there, looking down, calling. Ah, my brothers, they're all gone, simply having run their course, having met their end one way or another.
And what would have become of you?
Ah, yes. All things come back to that. What might I have been? What course would I have run? An absurd, but I must admit, an intense speculation.
A morbid obsession?
What would it have made of me? What? I keep forever thinking about it. Idiotically, how could I possibly know?
Well, you see what it has made of others.
Something. Would it have made something of me?
Well, you're something else.
Oh, Alice, I'm nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all.
You followed your own preference. That's something.
Yes, Europe. Europe running off. I liked it. I loved it. If I'd only the least doubt, I would have stuck it out here. But I was too young, 27. That small, tight bud transplanted to a climate that blighted him once and for all.
You wonder about the flower. So do I. I've been wondering these several weeks. I believe in the flower. It would have been quite splendid, quite huge and monstrous.
Ah, monstrous. Monstrous above all. And I imagine by the same stroke quite hideous and offensive.
You don't believe that. If you did, you wouldn't wonder. You'd know, and that would be enough for you. What you feel, and what I feel for you, is that you'd have had power.
You'd have liked me that way?
How should I not have liked you?
I see. You'd have liked me, preferred me, a billionaire.
How should I not have liked you?
Well, I know at least what I am. I've not been edifying. I believe I'm thought in 100 quarters to have been barely decent. I followed strange paths and worshipped strange gods. It must have come to you again and again. In fact, you've admitted as much, that I was leading all these 30 years a selfish, frivolous, scandalous life. And you see what it has made of me.
You see what it has made of me.
Oh, you're a person whom nothing could have altered. You were born to be what you are, anywhere, anyway. You've the perfection nothing else could have blighted. If I hadn't left, don't you see how I'd never have waited till now?
The great thing to see seems to me to be that it hasn't spoiled anything. It hasn't spoiled your being here at last. It hasn't spoiled this. It hasn't spoiled your speaking or...
Do you believe then that I am as good as I might have been?
Oh, no, far from it. But I don't care.
You mean that I'm good enough?
Will you believe it if I say so? I mean, will you let that settle the question for you?
There's an idea. Some idea which, however absurd, I cannot yet bargain away.
Oh, you see, you don't care either, but very differently. You don't care for anything but yourself.
Exactly. But he isn't myself. He's the just so totally other person. But I do want to see him. And I can. And I shall.
Yes. You shall. Well, in any case, I've seen him.
You?
I've seen him in a dream.
Oh, a dream.
But twice. I saw him as I see you now.
You've dreamed the same dream?
Twice over. The very same.
You dream about me at that rate?
About him.
Then you know all about him. Well, what's the wretch like?
I'll tell you sometime. Some other time.
It was after that visit with Alice that there was most of a virtue for me in surrender to my obsession. I sometimes came twice in the 24 hours. I projected myself all day, straight over the bristling line of hard, unconscious heads, and into the other, the real, the waiting life. The moments I liked best were those of gathering dusk, of the short autumn twilight. The time which again and again I found myself hoping most, listening, feeling my attention, never before so fine, on the pulse of the great, vague place. I always caught the effect of the steel point of my stick on the old marble of the hall pavement, on the black and white squares, where I played once, long ago. A dim, reverberating tinkle from the depths of the house, of the past, of that mystical other world that might have flourished for me had I not abandoned it. I'd put my stick noiselessly away in a corner, then feel the place in the lightness of some great glass bowl, all precious concave crystal, set delicately humming by the play of a moist finger round its edge. The concave crystal held this mystical otherworld, and the murmur of its rim was the sigh there, the scarce audible pathetic wail of all the baffled, forsworn possibilities. What I did was to wake them. They were shy, all but unappeasably shy, but they weren't really sinister. At least, not before they had taken the form I so yearned to make them take. The form I hunted from room to room, story to story. Long after midnight, with my glimmering light, moving it slowly, holding it high. And he would roam restlessly too. When I stopped, I could hear him. He was cautious, shifty. His evasion laying on me finally a rigor to which nothing in my life has been comparable. No pleasure as fine as this tension. No sport demanding the patience and nerve of this stalking a creature more subtle, more formidable than any beast of the forest. I'd place my light on some mantel shelf, step back into a shelter or shade as if a rock or tree, holding my breath, living in the joy of the instant. With habit and repetition, I gained to an extraordinary degree the power to penetrate the distances, the darkness of corners, to resolve back into their innocence the treacheries of uncertain light, the evil-looking forms taken in the gloom by mere shadows, by accidents of the air, by shifting effects of perspective. Putting down my light, I could still wander on without it. pass into other rooms, see my way, visually project a comparative clearness. It made me feel this acquired faculty like some monstrous stealthy cat. I wondered if I would have glared at these moments with large shining yellow eyes. And what it would be for my poor hard-pressed alter ego to be confronted with such a creature. Apparitions. Oh, apparitions. People have been in terror of apparitions, but who had ever before so turned the tables and become himself in the apparitional world an incalculable terror? I liked the open shutters. I opened everywhere those Mrs. Muldoon had closed, closing them as carefully afterward. I liked, and above all in the upper rooms, the sense of the hard silver of the autumn stars through the window panes, the flare of the street lamps below. That was human, actual, social. The world I had lived in. That light supported me mostly in the rooms to the front and the prolonged side, though it failed me in the central shades and the parts at the back. There the house was the very jungle of my prey. The place was more subdivided there. Small rooms for servants had been multiplied, nooks and corners abounded, and there was a back staircase over which I leaned many a time to look far down. My whole perception was open to cultivation, bringing it to perfection by practice, grown already so fine that I could hear. Well, there was something unmistakable. I felt it as I walked. I was being kept in sight, tracked at a distance, so that I should appear less arrogantly to myself merely to pursue. I'd make abrupt turns, wheel about, stop, seek it out. I had kept vistas clear, doors open, so that in the darkness my imagination might almost achieve it, project it, project into it. A refinement, a beauty. I had known 50 times the start of perception that had afterwards dropped, had 50 times gasped, there, under some fond, brief hallucination. But he'd retreat. Though he retreated more reluctantly as time went on. Then, finally, one night, at the top among the more intricate rooms, he was there. He was there waiting, not falling back, waiting at the far end of a series of rooms I had just passed through, waiting, worked up finally to anger, ready to fight. Thus we stood. Both terror and what? Rejoicing. Terror, but also relief that in that other form I could inspire such fear. Thus we were one and the same. The door between the rooms was open, and from a second another opened to a third. But there the chain ended. The third door, which had only moments before been indubitably opened, had subsequently been closed. I stood before it. The question of danger loomed, and with it as never before the question of courage. For what I knew the blank face of the door to say was, show us how much you have. Show us how much you have. It glared back at me with that challenge, and he behind it shut up, defiant, turning the situation. Oh, discretion. It could take its time. But at the threshold, this hunger so close to being met, it was amazing but also exquisite and rare that insistence should have quite dropped from me. Discretion. Discretion. Could it save the situation? I wouldn't touch the door. I wouldn't touch it. I'd only wait a little to prove that I wouldn't. I listened. As if there was something to hear. And this attitude between us, while it lasted, was its own communication. If you won't, then good, I spare you. I give up. We both should have suffered. I retire, never to try again. So rest forever. Rest and let me. I turned away. I turned away. I turned away and retraced my steps. And finally, at the other side of the house, I did what I had never done at these hours. I opened half a casement and let in the air of the night. Spell was now broken, and it didn't matter. The empty street. Its other life, so marked even by the great lamplit vacancy, was within call, within touch. High above I watched, as for some comforting common fact, some vulgar human note, a scavenger, a thief, some night bird I would have blessed, positively welcomed that sign of life. But nothing. Oh, nothing. Discretion even there. Not the least stir of the great grim hush. The life of the town was itself discreet, under a spell. Great builded voids. Have they ever spoken so little to any need of the spirit? Great crowded stillnesses with its sinister mask. Oh, it was this large collective negation that proved to me at last what a night I had made of it. I thought, of course, of retracing my steps. There was, after all, the whole rest of the house to traverse for me to leave safely. Safely. Unless the door had meanwhile opened, and he was once more at large and in possession. But if I saw the door open, if I saw it, it would send me straight to this window and make my way uncontrollably, insanely, fatally to the street. No, I wouldn't look. That hideous chance I avert only by recoiling in time from assurance. Assurance. I have the whole house now to deal with. My instinct is all for mildness, but I ran through the rooms, the passages, to finally the top of the stairs. Mildness, yes, I take it all with no rush. No rush, but quite steadily. The house seems immense. The scale of space inordinate. They might come in now, the builders, the destroyers, they might come as soon as they want. Do you hear, all you rooms, all you steps and flights? The wreckers will have you. The wreckers will have you a splintered pile. I descended as if to the bottom of the sea. last flight to the lower hall. Oh, there, the marble floor. The squares, black and white, of my childhood. Only to cross these once more to the door to safety. To safety. The vestibule gaped wide. The inner door had been thrown far back. That one I had closed. Oh, at last, he, to meet, to touch, to know. The penumbra, dense and dark, was the virtual screen of a figure which stood in it as still as some image erect in a niche. Or as some black-visored sentinel guarding a treasure. A treasure. My liberation. Oh, my supreme defeat. Grey, glimmering margin. The central vagueness diminishing, taking form. It was somebody. Somebody, something. What made the face dim was a pair of raised hands that covered it, buried it. The head was bent. The figure wore evening dress of gleaming silk lappet and white linen, pearl buttons, gold watchguard, polished shoes. A pair of thick eyeglasses hung from a string. My revulsion had become immense. He hides his face from seeing. Standing there for the achieved, the enjoyed, the triumphant life, yet he can't bear to be faced. Wasn't the proof in the covering hands? The hands. So spread that I could see that one of the hands had lost 2 fingers. They were reduced to stumps as if accidentally shot away. But even so, the face was guarded and saved. Coward! Coward! Show yourself! Show yourself! No, it isn't mine. It isn't me. It is hideous, monstrous. It fits me at no point. Imposter! The face is that of a stranger. It approaches, comes upon me nearer. He is evil, odious, blatant, and vulgar. He advances as for aggression, and I, sick with the force of his shock, fall back under this life larger than my own, this rage of personality under which my own collapses, turns to darkness, gives way, is gone.
Mr. Brighton! Mr. Brighton! Oh, ma'am. He's coming round, I think. Mr. Brighton, sir! You gave us a scare, you did.
Mrs. Muldoon, he'll be all right. Would you fix something?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'll go to my place with some tea now, or broth. Some broth will be better now. I'll only be a few moments now.
Mrs. Muldoon, don't bother.
She's gone. She'll be right back.
Alice.
Don't move. Lie here a moment. We found you here in front of the vestibule. You had fallen.
Oh, where was I?
We thought you were dead.
It must have been that I was. Oh, yes, I can only have died. You brought me to life. How?
And now I shall keep you.
Oh, keep me. Keep me. Keep me, Alice. But how did you know to find me?
I was uneasy. You were to have come. Do you remember? And you sent no word.
Oh, yes, I remember. I was still out there in my strange darkness. Where was it? What was it? I must have stayed there so long. So you knew of this, of what has happened.
I've known that you've been coming here.
Known?
Well, I believed it after our talk here.
That I'd persist.
that you'd see him.
Ah, but I didn't. There's somebody, some beast that I brought to bay, but it is not me.
No, thank heaven, it's not you. Of course, it wasn't to have been.
But it was. It was that. I was to have known myself.
I, too, saw you.
Saw me?
Saw him. It might have been at the same moment. In my dream again. He came back to me. I knew it for a sign that he had come to you.
He didn't come to me.
You came to yourself.
Now, yes, I've come to myself thanks to you. But this brute with his awful face, a black stranger, he's none of me, even as I might have been.
Isn't the whole point that you'd have been different?
As different as that.
Haven't you wanted to know exactly how different? But anyway, you appeared to me.
Like him?
Yes. A black stranger.
And how did you know it was I?
He told me you had seen him.
You liked him. You liked him, that horror.
I could have. He was no horror. I had accepted him.
Accepted?
I didn't disown him. I knew him. You, my dear, so cruelly didn't. You saw only his difference. Well, he was less dreadful to me. It may have pleased him that I pitied him.
Pitied?
He's been unhappy, ravaged.
And haven't I been unhappy? Am I not ravaged?
I don't say I like him better. But he's grim, he's worn. Things have happened to him. His glasses, I recognized the kind for his poor ruined sight. And his poor right hand.
And he has $1 million a year. He has $1 million a year. But he hasn't you.
And he isn't you. He isn't you.
Mr. Bryden. Oh, sir, you're all right again, I see. Now, shall I bring the tea to you here, or can you come outside?
We'll go outside, Mrs. Muldoon.
We're all right now.
Go ahead, Mrs. Muldoon. We'll follow. Isn't you. He isn't you.
That was The Jolly Corner by Henry James. You heard Eric Bowersfeld as Bryden and Pat Franklin as Alice. The technical production was by John Whiting, with music composed by Peter Winkler. The bassoon was performed by Bill Kaufman, and the story was adapted for radio by Eric Bowersfeld. And now, good night.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. Before television, children entertained one another, often with quite gruesome games, like sitting in the dark and answering the question, what's the most horrible thing you can imagine happening to you? The answer usually involved werewolves, vampires, ghouls, and the like. But I've never found such things real enough to be frightening. I believe the question should be rephrased. What's the most horrible thing that could really happen to you?
But they're going to kill me.
Well, I can't help you. I've got nothing to work with.
But you're supposed to be a lawyer.
I'm not a magician.
So, you're just going to let them electrocute me? I'm innocent. Can't you understand that? I'm innocent.
Not anymore.
What do you mean, not anymore?
I mean legally. That's the law, Joe, remember? Innocent until proven guilty.
But I'm not really guilty.
Where's the proof? Proof is 9 points of the law. And on your side, Joe, you don't even have 1 point of proof.
Our mystery drama, The Victim, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bryce Walton and stars John Lithgow. I'll be back shortly with Act One. This is my idea of genuine horror. To be somehow proven guilty of murder when you are not. To be locked away in a cold cell, alone, friendless, helpless, waiting to die. How many innocent people have been executed for crimes they never committed? How can such rank injustice happen? Here is how it happened to one man. Here is his story in his own words, as it appeared in the Morning Sun Times.
I'm Joe Thompson. In the headlines now. My picture in the papers and magazines. But before that Monday night, when my nightmare began, I was Mr. Nobody. Going nowhere but on over the hill to the wrong side of 40. Old Joe Average. Divorced. Lonely. Average height. Average build. Average paunch. With the kind of face you'd forget even while you were looking at it. I'd killed another evening in a restaurant and bar. Got home around 12:30 that night. Home. One room with a pull-down bed, a closet-sized kitchen, and a television set that wasn't mine. I'd popped another can of brew and was semi-conscious in front of the TV, and there was a knock at the door.
Is this any way to greet a visitor?
What way? What do you mean?
I mean, half-dressed, hair all messed up? Well, you haven't even taken yourself a shave.
I wasn't planning on having company.
Well, I wouldn't have planned on it either. If I was you, I wouldn't even be at home.
So you should have called first. Hey, what's the idea?
I'm not a fan of early John Wayne. Nothing funny now. Just stand against the wall, nice and easy.
Hey, what are you doing?
Risking you for concealed weapons, remember?
That's no weapon. That's my wallet. So keep it. It's empty. This whole scene's empty. Nothing worth taking out of here unless you collect old TV sets. Go ahead, take it. But you'll also have to pick up the payments.
Hold on to your sense of humor, pal. You'll need it.
Hey, what are you doing?
Handcuffing you. That resisting an officer won't help your case either.
What case?
I'll ask the questions.
So who's asking?
Oh, excuse my rudeness. I'm Sergeant Crow. My partner, Officer Wilson, is waiting for us downstairs.
Sergeant, look, you can see in my wallet there. I'm Joe Thompson. You've made some kind of mistake.
You made the mistake, Thompson.
Hey, why throw my clothes around? Well, wait, I've got some rights here. You're a cop. Show me some identity. You barge in here, don't tell me anything. Handcuff me, tear my clothes apart, break things. What about the search warrant? I've got rights.
Didn't you invite me in, Thompson?
I sure didn't.
I say you did.
You're wrong. I didn't.
Oh, I apologize for disturbing your elegant wardrobe, but I got... here they are. You'll need the raincoat and hat.
What for?
We're going out, Thompson. You have an appointment.
But it isn't raining.
We'll take the raincoat and hat anyway, just in case. Let's go.
Go where? Why should I go anywhere?
We're going downtown, Thompson. Police headquarters, Central Station. where you set up the appointment.
I didn't set up any appointment there.
Sure you did. You set it up last Saturday night.
I don't know what you're talking about. I tell you, you got the wrong man.
Then why do you object to cooperating with the police? Where's your civic spirit?
Civic spirit? That's a laugh.
Now, simmer down, Thompson. If you're innocent, you can't object to answering a few questions.
About what?
Hey, this is no place for a serious discussion. We have a place all set up for that downtown. A special private room just for answering questions.
How long have you lived here in Palm City, Mr. Thompson?
About 6 months.
You married?
I was, but my wife thought better of it.
You're adrift.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, how would you classify yourself, then? You don't seem to spend very long in one location.
I'm a carpenter, sir. That's my line of work.
And hasn't a great deal of your work consisted in standing in unemployment lines?
I've put in my time there, yes. But I've got a job now at Larson's Building Supplies on South Street.
You're a carpenter there.
Well, I'm getting close. Work in the lumber yard.
Were you working there last Saturday?
Yeah, that's the big day at Larson's.
How late did you work Saturday?
Until 6.
And what did you do after that?
Why, mostly I guess I just drove around.
Oh, just drove around?
Yeah, I do that a lot. Just doesn't seem to be much else to do.
Cruising?
I wouldn't say that. Just driving, killing time.
Killing time?
Lonely, in a new town, not knowing anyone much.
Do you drive around looking for company?
Maybe. It's always a possibility. But
did you also kill some time in the Shamrock Bar?
Sure, I dropped in there for a few.
To pick up some company?
Well, it could happen. But mostly I just...
what time were you cruising the Shamrock Bar?
I don't know exactly. Like I said, I was there to kill time. Not count it. I had a few. My memory's on the hazy side.
When did you get home from the Shamrock Bar?
Maybe around 2 a.m.
This raincoat and hat, Thompson, they're yours?
Yes, they are.
You went to the Shamrock Bar, then home, huh? Well, where did you get all this mud on your raincoat and hat?
Mud?
Yeah, this reddish clay mud smeared all over. Where did you pick that up, and when?
I guess I don't... Wait, yes, I remember now. I had a flat tire. Sure, it's all coming back to me. A blowout.
Mm-hmm.
Had to change a flat there off the road.
Oh, off the road? Where?
Along Jemison Drive somewhere, I think. It was dark, and I couldn't...
Well, if you can't remember where this suddenly remembered convenient flat occurred, maybe you can tell us when.
I can't. No, I can't. Not exactly.
Oh, well, can you remember if it was after or before you cruised the Shamrock Bar?
After, I think.
Mm-hmm. And when do you think?
I think maybe around midnight.
You're Benny Sharp?
For 66 years, sir.
Your occupation, please.
Bartender at the Shamrock. Since the end of World War II.
Is this man, Mr. Thompson, one of your customers, huh?
Him? Oh, sure. He's in here every Saturday night. That's his name, Thompson?
He was at your bar last Saturday night?
That's right. Leaning over the end there.
Was he wearing this raincoat and hat?
Yeah.
Was the raincoat and hat smeared with this reddish clay mud?
Not that I remember. No, sir.
Well, when did Thompson come into the Shamrock?
About 9:30, I'd say.
When did he leave?
Maybe a little after midnight.
Now, was the girl Dorothy Logan at the Shamrock Bar Saturday night?
Yeah, she was. She's there just about every night.
And what time did she leave?
Around midnight.
Now, Thompson, do you remember following Dorothy Logan out of the Shamrock Bar a little after midnight Saturday?
I told you, no. I never knew any Dorothy Logan.
Small, slender, 18 years old, dark brown hair, red sweater. You knew her such a short time, maybe you just didn't get around to her name.
I didn't get around to her at all. I never saw her. I never followed any woman out of the Shamrock Bar. I was always careful who followed me out. are you taking me now?
Just down the hall here, Thompson. We have a little theater set up down here for our guests.
Little theater?
Right. For bad actors.
You've got to fill me in. What am I supposed to have done? You can tell me that much.
I can tell you what you'd better do. Call yourself a lawyer.
Why? Why do I need a lawyer?
You guys are weird. All sound alike. Who, me? I never did nothing. I'm clean. A lot of you, innocent as babes. Some of you really think you are innocent. That's what's really weird.
I'm not weird. I am innocent.
Here we are, Thompson. Now, just step up here between these two gentlemen. That's right.
What is this?
You're on stage, pal. Let's say you're trying out for a part. And if you get it, you'll be a star performer. Now, just stand up here, straight and natural. That's a ticket.
Now, Miss Travis, please look at the men lined up there. You look at them, study them very carefully. Now, take your time. Now, do you recognize any of them?
I'd rather not, but I do.
Well, have you seen one of these men before?
I sure have. But what I saw wasn't a man, it was an animal.
Would you point out the man you recognize?
That one. Second from the right there.
You have seen him before?
Yes. But what if I hadn't? Look at him. Anybody'd know on first sight he was an animal.
Where and when did you see this man?
In Jonathan's Grove last Saturday night. No, actually it was early Sunday morning.
Now, are you certain? Now, you must be absolutely certain, Miss Travis, that this is the man you saw.
I'm certain, all right. Do you ever forget how a skunk smells? He's the one. He's the killer.
I am sure you've noted the fact that all men are mortal. This is most fortunate, at least for mystery stories, where anyone can be a victim, don't you see? Which is perhaps as it should be in a democracy. For example, anyone at all may be robbed, mugged, murdered, or falsely arrested. It is just a matter of waiting one's turn. Or is it? Joe's story of persecution sounds straightforward and believable enough. Perhaps we shall clear up some disturbing contradictions in Act 2. Joe Thompson's continuing story of persecution as it appeared in the Morning Sun Times rings with undeniable conviction. Joe's been there. He's experienced the nightmare. Joe knows firsthand the depths of terror. The terror of a small and innocent man found guilty of a murder. He's telling it like it is. We believe him. Of course we believe him. But I'm reminded of an old English legend. I know not what the truth may be. I tell the tale as 'twas told to me.
I kept telling them the truth. What else could I tell them but the truth? But nobody believed me. Nobody even bothered to listen. Nobody cared. I was presumed guilty of murder. And who cares about murderers anymore, right? Let's care more about the victims, right? Sure, fine. That's just dandy. I'm on the side of the victim. But I was the victim. They couldn't see that, though. All they could see was Dorothy Logan and the need to nail somebody to the wall.
You followed Dorothy Logan out of the Shamrock Bar Saturday night or early Sunday morning. You lured her into your car, drove her into Jonathan's Grove and back of the tavern. She resisted your advances, and you killed her. You strangled her with those powerful carpenter's hands.
No, I didn't do that. I couldn't have...
No, you're guilty, Thompson. Now confess. Tell us the truth. Make it easier for yourself and for all of us.
But I'm telling the truth. I never knew any Dorothy Logan. Never saw her, never followed her, never followed anybody. I sure never killed anybody.
Evidence, witnesses, and testimony at this homicide court hearing strongly indicates the contrary, Mr. Thompson. And that will be all for now.
This way, please, Mr. Thompson. I'll show you to your room.
Thanks, Sergeant. Even set up a reservation.
Here we are. Sorry, we have nothing with a view.
How about a mattress?
Mattress will be along. No mattress cover or bed sheets, though.
Why not?
Some of our guests have hanged themselves.
Wait. Please listen and believe me. Somebody has to. I didn't kill that girl. I couldn't kill anybody.
No one in here has ever been guilty. No one's ever killed anybody. But himself. Sure is weird.
Oh, forget it. So what's next on the law and order program?
Well, your case goes to the grand jury, and like I said, you better get yourself a lawyer.
I can't. I told you that. I can't afford any lawyer.
Well, then I hate to tell you this, but you'll be assigned a public defender, a second or maybe third-year law student hoping to learn something, maybe pick up some experience. And what you're getting is a born loser named of Hal Mark.
Hi, Joe. How you feeling?
You'd be Hal Mark.
Right on. I've been assigned to your defense. How you holding up, Joe?
I feel better in traction. I'm climbing the walls in here. You've got to get me out.
Yeah. Well, Joe, we've got a problem.
No kidding. I've got the problem. I've never done anything wrong, and they want to kill me.
Now, I know the facts, Joe. Believe me, I know. But I'm not referring to the end, the bottom line of this case. Our hurdle is big and immediate. The grand jury hearing's coming up in just a few days. Now, we aren't prepared. I have here a copy of your homicide court proceeding. Now, I have slept with this report. I've turned it inside out, and it's a hang-up.
If you were a doctor, I'd figure I had terminal cancer.
I got to level with you. There's no evidence here in your favor. Nothing.
You're supposed to find something.
Well, you give me something to work with.
Like what? I didn't kill Dorothy Logan. I wasn't there.
That's it. You see, your word. That's all there is. We have to have some positive evidence, some kind of alibi. Witnesses. Okay, like, maybe someone saw you changing that flat tire. Someone stopped to offer a hand. Anything.
And there wasn't anybody. Nobody stopped.
We're just driving around? Who knows? Did you stop for gas somewhere? A filling station attendant?
No, I didn't need any gas.
Oh, boy. You know, I can see just one way out for you, Joe.
Don't tell me.
Plead guilty.
What?
When you go before the grand jury, plead guilty. Throw yourself on the mercy of the court.
Mercy? What mercy? They want to kill me.
I can't help you. I got nothing to work with.
But you're supposed to be a lawyer.
I'm not a magician.
So you're just going to let them electrocute me? I'm innocent. Can't you see? Can you understand that I'm innocent?
Not anymore.
What do you mean, not anymore?
I mean legally. That's the law, Joe, remember? Innocent until proven guilty.
But I'm not really guilty.
Oh, where's the proof? Proof is 9 points of the law. And on your side, Joe, you don't even have 1 point of proof. Now, I'll stick with you to the end. I'll try to dig something up, but...
spare me.
I don't blame you for being uptight, I understand. If I was in your shoes, I'd be shaking in them forever. But you're not getting rid of me. I'll be there at countdown.
So stick around. Take notes while they cut me up. And hope I last until your final exam.
Yeah, Officer Crow.
Yes, sir.
What was the defendant's attitude on the night you questioned him at his apartment?
Oh, his attitude was very hostile, very uncooperative.
Mm-hmm.
He resisted arrest. He insulted an officer.
What officer? How?
Oh, me, sir. He accused me of not telling the truth.
You found this raincoat and hat in his apartment, huh?
Yes, I did.
Well, have laboratory tests been conducted on his raincoat and hat?
Yes, they have.
What were the results of the analysis?
Well, the mud found all over the raincoat and hat is identical with the mud found on the body of the murder victim, Dorothy Logan.
There's no question.
My memory's never failed me in 66 years, and I remember him being in the Shamrock drinking at my bar Saturday night.
And you still remember when he left?
About midnight.
And you still remember when Dorothy Logan left, huh?
About the same time. Maybe a little before. I get a lot of customers on Saturday night.
And when the accused left the Shamrock, you didn't see any mud on his coat and hat?
Not that I remember.
Helen Travis, you said you were parked in Jonathan's Grove Saturday night or early morning, a little after midnight?
Yes, sir. I was parked in there with a friend.
Mm-hmm.
It was after midnight, but I'm not sure of the time. My friend and I were, marveling at the sky, the stars all out.
Mm-hmm.
Such a pretty night for a while.
Will you describe what else you saw that night, Miss Travis? I mean, other than the constellations.
Can't hardly even think about that horrible night, but... Okay, I'll try.
Yeah, well, I thank you, Miss Travis. Please, proceed.
Well, we're parked, my friend and me, admiring the heavens, when this beat-up old heap of a car drives in, parks just a ways from us, no more than 50 feet or so. And I couldn't be mistaken about what I seen. I mean, no way. The moon was full and bright and all those stars out. I mean, it was Mr. Thompson's car, all right. I'd know that old heap with the rubbed-out blue color anywhere. He didn't see us, I guess, on account of our car lights not being on, and we're parked in close alongside a mulberry hedge, but I seen him clear enough. The way he came out of that car into the moonlight, dragging that poor girl, and the way she was screaming. We were afraid to go over there and try to help or anything. I'm ashamed to say it, but we were afraid. But after he drove away, we went over there, and she was dead. And all that blood.
Well, why didn't you report this earlier, Miss Travis? Why wait until Monday to call the police?
We were just too scared, I guess. Afraid to, get involved. But it wouldn't leave us, me, alone. I just kept thinking about that poor girl, and what if it had been me? So I called the police, described the man I saw, and his car, and his license number.
How can we fight eyewitness testimony like that, Joe?
You're supposed to find a way.
Well, can't you come up with something, anything, to show that you were someplace else?
No way. How often does this happen to innocent people?
I can't say. And I wouldn't want to guess, Joe. I am telling you again. Your only chance to save your life is to plead guilty. Throw yourself on the mercy of the court. Hope for a second-degree verdict.
You really think I'd do that? Admit being a murdering fiend when I never hurt anybody?
You're hurting me, man. Hey,
let me go. Are you crazy? Is everybody crazy?
Let go! You want to kill me, too?
You too? See? You do believe I'm guilty. You miserable shyster. Why not kill you, too? Why not? I can only fry once. Isn't that the line? I can only fry once.
Well, I am getting out of here. Crazy, man. You are crazy.
Well, you may be right. Yeah. Could be.
Joe, you have got nothing on your side. No witnesses, no alibi, no money. Look, I checked out the Travis dame. She's okay. A waitress at Al's Diner. And that eyewitness account of hers is bad. Real bad. And you've got the whole judiciary system of this town against you.
How's that?
Well, it's corrupt. It's greedy. The DA is ambitious. He wants as many murder convictions as possible because he's going to run for state prosecutor. And what's more, the months of May, June, and July are called the lethal season.
A lethal season?
Yeah. More murders occur during hot summer months. Courts get overloaded with killers. They got to be cleared out as soon as possible.
Yeah, could be it's me. Could be I've lost my marbles.
Are you serious?
Maybe she did see me kill that girl. And I don't remember because I'm some kind of split psycho.
You mean a split personality? A schizo killer like Jekyll and Hyde?
Oh.
Hey, you mean it. You want me to cop an insanity plea?
No. Wait. What if I'm not crazy?
Well, so what? You do a little time in a funny farm and go free.
But it's bad enough already. Being guilty when I'm not. Do I have to go crazy, too? When maybe I'm no crazier than anybody else.
Okay, it's your funeral. But I'd rather be crazy if anything than dead.
If I'm not crazy, what is it? Do I have some fiendish double?
Possibly. But I have to be on my way, Joe.
Wait. And if I didn't do it, who did?
You're the only one who's going to worry about that.
How long do I have to worry?
Not long.
What happens now?
It's happened. You're indicted for first-degree murder.
The worst criminals among us may become the object of hero worship. As a child, I was emotionally stirred by Billy the Kid and Jesse James. But how times have changed. I can't honestly think of a single present-day murderer I would care to identify with. I certainly wouldn't care to identify with Joe Thompson, whether he's a murderer, a convincing liar, or in fact is, as he insists that he is, an innocent victim. Which reminds me, is any victim entirely innocent? Perhaps we'll find at least some of the answer in Act 3. People still insist on reading newspapers and listening to the news. Most likely because they desperately need to be assured that something, somewhere, is happening to somebody. The misfortunes of others make us feel, by contrast, so much more fortunate than we really are. We can only hope that the ending of Joe Thompson's nightmare story of persecution does not disappoint you.
So I'm found guilty of first-degree murder and put away to die, like a bug in a killing bottle. My only company was hopelessness and fear. I'd wondered if everyone else was right and that I might be crazy. Now I began to fear that I was going crazy in that isolated cell, waiting, knowing when and where and how I was to die, and knowing I was helpless to do anything about it. And one night, I woke in a cold sweat, thinking of a name that might mean a last faint chance for salvation.
Mr. Sam Ferris.
Ferris?
Yeah, he says he has an appointment to see you, Joe.
Oh, yeah, Sam Ferris. Almost forgot.
Here you are, Mr. Ferris. Make yourself at home.
Thank you, Sergeant. I prefer larger quarters.
I didn't really think you'd come, Mr. Ferris. I wondered if you even got my letter or read it.
Oh, I read it all right, but before committing myself, I had to review your case. Sergeant, would you kindly excuse us?
Oh, sure. Pardon me, Mr. Ferris. Take your time. Now, call out if you need anything. Maybe you'd like some coffee?
No. Just some privacy.
Oh, right, Mr. Ferris. You got it.
Here, Mr. Ferris, you want to sit down?
Why not?
First off, Mr. Ferris...
Sam.
I gotta say first that I'm innocent. Believe I'm innocent. Like I said in my letter, I couldn't have killed that girl. I've never been in Jonathan's Grove. Never heard of that girl or seen her before. You gotta believe me now. Say you believe me. Do that or it's off. No talk, no nothing. Forget it.
No. Just cool down, Joe. Just cool down. Now, how did you get on to me?
I dreamed about you. I read a magazine story about you once, and I remembered in my sleep here. The lawyer of last resort. The man who goes to bat for the little guy who's been written off and doesn't have the chance of a moth in a blizzard. You've pulled off miracles in the courts. I figured you could pull off the biggest miracle of all time and help me.
Well, no miracles, Joe. It's just evidence, facts, and the right of every man to equal defense before the law. And I have never Never taken the case of a man who smelled guilty.
You mean it? You figure me innocent?
Well, I am here, Joe.
You give me a chance?
Oh, the prosecution has, Joe. Now, one look at the prosecution's case, and it is so full of holes you could use it for a fishnet.
You mean it?
Easy, Joe. You have been running in the rain too long. It's time to just dry off and just sit tight. I am going to do a complete rundown on your case, those so-called witnesses, especially that gal, Helen Travis.
Sam, where you been? I thought maybe something...
Well, I've been losing sleep, Joe, losing sleep. But that DA is going to lose a lot more.
How's my case look now?
What case? There just never was a case.
So how come they figure they could kill me?
No defense, Joe. No lawyer. Now, first off, they put most of their eggs in Helen Travis eyewitness testimony, and nothing is so undependable and so unreliable in a court of law as an eyewitness. Any 10 eyewitnesses will give you 10 different versions of the same event, and nothing is easier to break down and discredit than an eyewitness. Now, what about the boyfriend she was parked with who was supposed to have seen you commit the murder most foul?
That's right. Where was he?
Well, it wasn't easy finding him. I saw Helen Travis. Now, she couldn't remember just which guy she was with. Now, one guy she named denied being with her at all, and the other joker said he hadn't seen anything because the night was pitch black. Now, I checked the Weather Bureau, and sure enough, at night the sky was black with clouds. No stars, as Travis said. No bright moonlight, no moon at all, so... That's why they didn't bring in the boyfriend to testify.
So they couldn't have seen me. Couldn't have seen anything. I knew she was lying. Or crazy.
Or drunk. Probably all three. And even if it had been a moonlit night, she couldn't have told your car was blue, because no one can distinguish at night any difference between green, blue, black, purple. Now, for Sharp, bartender.
Yeah. What was his bag?
Well, I saw him. He says he'd never testified definitely that he saw you leave the bar after the Logan girl. Now, he isn't sure the exact time you left. He says he never was, never said he was. And it's the same with the Logan girl. And he says he never saw you with her at the bar, so much for Sharp. And now for the physical evidence.
Yeah, the mud on my coat and hat.
Mm-hmm. That could have been picked up anywhere in the area. Now, I am talking about withheld evidence. You see, I checked at the headquarters. There were sneaker footprints all around the girl's body. And that foot that made them was patently larger than yours. Evidence never presented in court. And the crime lab had blood and hair samples, but didn't begin testing until the weekend before the hearing. And by then, the original samples were too old to be properly tested. Now, the DA knew the sophisticated laboratory analysis might prove that the blood and hair belonged to someone else, so just forget it. And there's other evidence, all proving one thing, Joe. You have been a victim of gross injustice.
No argument there, Sam.
Well, I took my findings directly to Judge Winters. Now, he read the statements and had them verified. He declared the Travis woman unworthy of belief. And he said the DA and all those responsible for your persecution are guilty of criminal negligence of a high order. So, you're a free man, Joe. Come on. I'll buy you a drink.
So there, on the razor's edge between life and death, I found salvation. How many other innocents have been unjustly condemned? No one knows. I only know that I could be dead and buried in a dishonorable grave for a crime I could never have committed. I only know that eternal vigilance is still the price of liberty. My story, as it appeared in the Morning Sun News, ended there. It was a sensation story. It also paid me $4,000. But there is more. Much more that I didn't tell. The story I share with one other person, Miss Helen Travis. I used to stop off at Al's Diner, where Helen had the early part of the night shift, waiting tables. Business slacked off after 11. I'd hang around. Helen would join me in a booth for coffee. Helen was about my age, bored, bitter. We were there in Al's Diner Monday night. The Monday after Dorothy Logan was murdered.
Refill, Joe?
Thanks, Helen. And how was your evening?
Texan was in here. So wealthy he didn't even know he had 4 kids in college. At least so he said. It hurt, but I laughed, and he tipped me $25. And what about you, Joe?
No.
Has the little man got any more big pipe dreams?
Well, we can still rob a bank.
Yeah, you can get yourself killed doing that.
You know a better way?
Joe. No, I'm tired out.
So am I.
Tired waiting for nothing to happen.
Gotta make it happen.
Tired reaching for the sky and getting it right in the teeth. I'm tired hating myself because I'm a bust. I just want to accept myself and live with it.
We're not cut out to be gracious losers, honey. Gracious winners have more fun.
Pipe dreams. We're over the hill, Joe. It's finished.
Maybe only the astronauts can have the moon. But we can shoot at it. We ought to make it a good ride anyway.
Even if it's all downhill?
No, everybody's on the toboggan ride.
You're a funny cat. All hot air, but I like to listen to you yak. You almost make me believe all over again in the big bufola.
They're out there grabbing it every day, Helen. Why not us?
I just feel burned out.
Oh.
Wasted, like an old rack at the thrift shop. Like that girl that was murdered Saturday night.
Oh, another one?
Don't you read the papers?
Oh, who needs more bad news?
Oh, here. It's all over the front page. Girl hung around at the Shamrock Bar, Dorothy Logan. Just a kid into the city looking for, Lord knows what. One of our dreams. The brass ring you're always yakking about. So what did she get? Murdered. In the mud. Squashed like a bug. Wasted. Only difference between her and me is it's taken me longer. That girl, that night, Joe, gives me the creeps.
Oh, why the creeps? It happens every night.
Not right in front of your eyes.
What?
I was there where it happened. When it happened. I was so bored Saturday night, I took a ride with an old boyfriend. If you saw him, you'd know how really bored I was. Anyway, he parked in Jonathan's Grove. That girl was killed a few yards away. I know the spot. At about the same time we was there.
But you didn't see or hear anything?
Oh, no.
Yes, you did, Helen. You saw and heard it all.
No, it was dark.
No, it wasn't dark. You saw it, honey. You saw the killer's car. You remember the license plate, and you know the killer.
I do?
Yeah. You're looking at him.
Hey, you sure could have fooled me. I figured your limit was pulling wings off butterflies.
No. I mean, that's what you're going to phone up the cops right now and tell them. You're going to describe me, my car, give them the license plate, and tell them you saw me murder Dorothy Logan.
Hey, sorry, Joe, but you're gone. Gone round the hill.
You just gave me the idea. The big one, Helen. The first and last big one of our life, honey. Because if they're big enough, one is all you'll ever need. Now listen. And do what I tell you. And all you have to do is stick to your story. And when it's over, we cash in. Helen, and don't say anything. Just listen. We have to be careful about seeing or talking with one another for a while. It's called collusion. I'm sending you some money and a plane ticket to Acapulco. I've set up reservations for us at the Hacienda del Lobo. I'll see you there next Saturday night.
Joe, you wouldn't kid me.
I never did. Haven't we got more walking around money than we ever had in the bank?
Boy, it was a nightmare. I wouldn't go through that again for the key to Fort Knox.
Who needs Fort Knox?
What happened?
Sam Ferris and I sued the city. Charged that I was subjected to false arrest, unlawful imprisonment, illegal search and seizure, malicious persecution, loss of job, damaged reputation, cruel and unusual punishment, mental torture, and you name it.
What does all that add up to?
$2 million, honey.
Oh.
And the golden bacon. Hey, you okay?
I feel dizzy.
That's not dizzy, Helen. That's flying. Here, drink this. You look a lot younger, especially when you smile.
You know, Joe, when I first saw you flaked out in Al's diner, I figured you had about as much life in you as a window dummy and weren't nearly as handsome.
I've changed.
You're beautiful, Joe Thompson. Just beautiful.
It's wholesome and American for a criminal to want to rise in the world, to want to get on to bigger, if not always better things. However, I hope this success story doesn't inspire you to do likewise. I'm not even sure to what degree our hero is a criminal. If so, he managed to carry out a crime that was somehow rendered legal by the illegality of the law. I shall return shortly. In large quantities, it is frequently appealing. For this very reason, long sentences have been designed for grand larceny. Money persists in being a problem. They say it isn't everything, that it's the root of all evil. Then there are those who consider it eminently worthwhile, or who at least feel that they deserve the chance to decide for themselves, whatever the risk. I should like to look in on Joe and Helen Thompson one day and perhaps find out if it was worth the cost. Our cast included John Lithgow, Russell Horton, Terry Keane, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Good evening. This is Peter Lawrence. Man kills passionately out of hunger or anger, out of fear or love. But man also destroys life coldly and impersonally, without rancor, unemotionally, and with but one purpose, to gain. It is of greed and murder that you hear tonight in a mystery playhouse. Oh yes, guilt has been known to lie heavily on the soul of the coarsest and unregenerate of human beings. And conscience is an unseen but terrible demon to those whose hearts are set in evil, exerting a grim and unrelenting power over their minds. Tonight our story concerns itself with a price of greed and revolves about a strange and almost fateful phenomenon that forced a man to stand ghastly trial before a jury of the dead. Listen as we tell you of Captain Bull Harrison and the 6 who did not die.
far below the equator, where the blinding sun beats with fierce hatred on the endless surface of the sea, lie the lonely islands of the Gambier archipelago. There is no movement in the white, hot expanse of sand and ocean, no movement save the brief, fluttering excursions of flying fish and the few palm fronds that wave languidly above precarious footholds in the scanty soil. Barren and lonely are the Gambiers, and lonelier than most is the atoll of Mandariva, a strip of sand and gray coral rising from the sea like something foul and festering. For at high water the tide sweeps over it, and retreating leaves on its sloping beach all manner of snails and shellfish that helpless broil and putrefy under the blazing sun. No trader has ever visited Mandariva, for there is no one with whom to trade, and the gunboats of the Australian Territorial Patrol give it wide berth, for there is no one to watch. Only an occasional pearling vessel with its crew of native divers ventures within sight of Mandariva. Such a vessel is the sloop Nancy Hale, 4 days out of Sydney. A weather-beaten hulk with caulking oozing from her open seams, she lies at anchor in the lee of the island. It is sundown, and her small boat is returning from a day of pearl diving, the oars stroked by 6 dark-skinned natives, the Cockney mate standing in the bow. As the boat swings broadside to the sloop, the mate clambers aboard.
All right, Kamali. Make her fast to the stern cleat. And mind you don't lose one of those oars overside.
Me, not 10. Now it is 10. Me do some work all time.
Go, blimey, stop your even babbling. I don't care whose turn it is. Make her fast and ship them oars. If it ain't done by the time I get back from seeing the captain, I'll take the eyes off you. And you mind what I say.
Filthy beggars always getting their ends up about something. It ain't one thing, it's another. I'd give £10 right here and now to be lifting a pint down in the Red Dragon Call, blimey I would, instead of sweating me blood out in a million miles from civilization. Hi, Captain. Like there's only 3 sheets in the wind. I'll take a look.
Who's there?
Now keep your shirt on, Bull. It's nobody but me, Foggy.
Oh, back already?
Well, been 10 hours under that blasted sun. Ain't that enough?
Close the door. How'd you make out?
Not bad. But, you might invite a chap to have a nip of that there gin sitting on the table.
Go ahead. That's the last of it.
Oh, blimey, the last of 60 bottles we took on at Sydney. You ain't been bashful about drinking it, have you?
You got any objections?
Oh, now, don't be getting your end up, Bull. No offense.
While you're drinking, let's see what you got for your 10 hours.
Well, no, I think we done pretty fair at that. Here's one, your eye. Nothing like a spot of Dutch gin to set a chap right. Oh, good at that. Too bad there ain't more of it for the all back to Sydney.
What makes you think we're hauling back?
I thinks we are, Mr. Addison. Fast as the old trouble takers. I thinks we are.
Come on, out with it. What'd you get? A handful of stinking seed pearls?
Seed pearls, is it not on your life? Give an eye to these, if you please.
Good Lord.
Not bad, eh, Mr. Addison?
Where'd you get these, Foggy?
50 yards southeast of Mandariva in 2 fathoms of water.
You know what they're worth? God, they must weigh 50 grains apiece. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4,
8 by my count.
That's right. 8 times 50. 400 grains. All perfect, too. Hardly need peeling. There's 1,000 pounds here, Foggy. Maybe more the way the market is today. By heaven, you're right. We are hauling back. I can do a lot with 1,000 pounds.
Ain't you forgetting something, Captain? As about me and the natives.
What do you mean?
Well, the natives get half the catch according to the agreement with their chief, and I get 10%. Well, figuring rapid and not intending to be accurate, I should say that leaves you 400 pounds, not 1,000.
Trouble with you, Foggy, is you don't know how to figure. Now listen. When we took on this batch of divers, we never dreamed we'd run into a haul like this, did we?
Can't say as we did.
All right. We figured maybe we'd come back with 50 or 100 grains, not 400.
What are you leading up to?
How far can I trust you, Foggy?
Well, now, I'd say that all depends on how much it's worth to be trusted.
If we get what I think we should for those 8 beauties, your cut will be 300 pounds, $1,500.
God, blimey, enough to take me back to England in style, ain't it?
More than enough.
Well, it sounds most attractive. How do you plan to work it?
Right now, 8 people know about this catch. You and me and the 6 divers. Chances are there are plenty more pearls where these came from. Must be a natural bed. We got to fix it so's only you and me know the location of that bed. Savvy?
I ain't interested in the bed. All I'm thinking about is getting enough to ship back to England.
Okay, this is how to get it.
You still ain't giving me no details like it, if you understand what I mean.
There's nothing to it. We lay over here tonight. Tomorrow morning we tell the boys we're making one last dive and hauling back. I'll go along with you in the small boat so's I can mark the spot. I'll take a belaying pin with me. They'll all dive in pronto because they've been there before. And when they come up one at a time like they always do, wham! You get me, Foggy?
I get you, Bull. To it. We ain't going to no tea party.
You say no more dive. You say we go back.
Mind your babbling tongues, you heathens. We got the captain with us today. He wants to see how you dive. Ain't that right, Mr. Addison?
That's right, boys. This is the last dive, and then we haul back. Good catch this trip. Plenty gin.
For the likes of them as is left to drink it.
Shut up, you fool.
We make only one dive, then we going back.
How about that, Mr. Addison?
Yeah, one dive, then you're through.
They likes that. They're poor beggars.
Button your lip, Foggy, and tend to business. We're southeast of Mangareva, about 50 yards off. This the spot?
Close enough, I'd say. Shivers! Heave that anchor, Taru. Over with it.
Sure this is the spot, Foggy?
As near as I can come to it. She holding, Taru?
Yes.
All right, let her swing with the tide, what there is of it.
Water slack. Okay, get him over, Foggy.
Here we go, boys. You first, Kamuli.
No dive. Me ear hurt.
He's got a dive.
Here, let's have a look at your ear.
No can see. Hurt deep inside.
Why'd you say something about it before we left the sloop?
Wait a minute, Foggy. I'll handle this. Come, Ollie.
Ear hurt bad, Captain. Very bad.
One dive won't do it no harm. I come out here special to see you and your boys go down. Tell you what I'll do. Anything you bring up this dive belongs to you. No split. All pearls yours. How's that? Well, what about it, Kamali?
No dive.
Stand up in the boat. Stand up, I said. Now, for the last time, Kamali, you're going to dive or not?
No dive. Ear hurt bad.
Well, maybe this'll cure it. Now, the rest of you get over and make it fast. Go ahead. That does it. They're over. Hold the boat steady, Foggy. I'll work the belaying pin as they come up.
What about this one, you slug?
Leave him be till we get rid of the rest. Hold steady now. They won't be staying down there long, I can promise you.
I got a funny feeling no good's going to come of this.
Stow your feelings and keep the boat steady. That's all you gotta do. I'll take care of the rest. One little tap of this belaying pin as they come up will be enough.
Here comes one. Right aside the boat.
Steady. Steady. That does for him. Went down like a rock.
2 more coming up.
I see him. That makes 3. See the others?
Not yet. Water got roughed up a mite. Hold on. Here they come. 2 together.
That'll make it easy. Steady now.
Blimey, did you see the way them two's eyes rolled up? Like to send the shivers through me.
Give me a hand with this one and stow the gab.
What you gonna do with it?
Heave him over. Wait till I tap his skull to make sure he don't come to.
There ain't nothing finicky about you, is there, Bull?
Grab his feet. Lift him now. You're all right. Heave. Now, get that anchor up. The job's done. All neat and clean.
It ain't done for me. I'll be seeing them poor beggars' eyes rolling up for a long time to come.
You'll forget about it once we hit Sydney. There'll be plenty of gin and rooms in the best hotel in town.
All I want is to book passage on the first boat back to England.
Don't worry about that, Foggy. You'll go back to England a rich man. I got another idea. The money we get for those pearls is gonna be nothing compared to what we end up with.
Now what's on your mind?
You'll find out. Get that anchor up. All set?
Right.
Bend to on the oars. We're gonna be rich men, Foggy, you and me. Plenty rich.
£1,200 you got for them pearls, and me supposed to get my share, and I ain't seen a shilling, and I'm not going to now.
Shut up and open the door. You got the key?
No, I ain't got nothing for killing 6 men.
Pipe down, you stupid fool. Like to get us hanged? Here's the key. Open the door.
We're going to be rich men, Foggy, you and me. How's about that, Mr. Harrison?
Open the door, I said.
£1,200, and now we ain't got nothing.
Close the door.
£1,200 lost.
Stop talking about it. I've heard all I want to hear.
Oh, you have? It don't bother you that I ain't got no passage money, does it?
You think I figured on losing it? I had a system to beat that roulette wheel. Something happened. Didn't work.
I told you to stop.
You told me. What do you know about it? All I was trying to do was to build that stake up, make us some real money.
Yeah, now we ain't got nothing. Gamble it away you did.
There's more where that came from. I've got 20 pounds left. Enough to pay for this hotel room, dock charges on the sloop, and provisions. We'll go back to Mangareva and get ourselves some more of them big pearls.
I ain't going nowhere near Mangareva. Not on your life, I ain't.
Why not?
Because it ain't got pleasant memories, that's why. I'm quitting. I know a rum deal when I sees one. £1,200 left in a gambling house.
So you're quitting, huh? What makes you think I'll let you quit?
You ain't got no right to stop me.
No, I got a right to see that you don't open that big blabbing mouth of yours. I got that right.
I knows when I'm well off. I ain't doing no talking.
Maybe I'd better make sure of that.
Yeah, always one for making jokes, aren't you?
This don't happen to be no joke. We murdered 6 men back at Mangareva, you and me. We're the only ones knows about it. I think you better ship with me when the Nancy Hale pulls out in the morning. Yeah, I think you better.
I ain't shipping on no more pearl boats, and I ain't going nowhere near Mangareva. Now, that's final.
All right, Foggy. That's how you feel about it. Open the window, will you? It's hot in here.
It ain't a bit hot. You've been drinking too much.
Open it anyway. Thanks. Yeah. Nice view of the harbor from there, Foggy.
Pretty with all them lights blinking. Bull, how's about giving me half the £20 you've got left?
Sure. Why not? Yeah. 2 5-pound notes.
Much obliged, Bull. If I wasn't so set on going home, what are you holding my wrist for?
You're going out the window, Foggy. You're going to fall out.
No, I ain't done nothing.
I want to make sure you won't do anything.
Let go of me, Bull. Let go.
So long, Foggy.
Bull.
12 stories to the street. You won't talk now, Foggy. Not at all. Ease off on that jib halyard, Dave. More! Okay, reefer up. Stand by to heave anchor.
All right. You, Manu. Lend a hand with that winch. All right, let her go. Anchor down and holding, sir.
Make her fast.
Aye, sir. Make her fast, Manu. This is the spot, sir?
Yeah, this is it. We stole the aye and the sir business, Dave. We ain't formal on the Nancy Hale.
That suits me all right. So that's Mangareva, is it? Ain't much to look at.
Best pearl bed in the South Seas right under us. Won't even bother with a small boat today. Work right from the sloop. Get the divers over.
Okay. Hello!
Yes, boss.
Get your boys over.
Oh, no good first. Me, headman, go first.
You'll learn, Dave. First dive's taken by the head man. These boys are new to this spot and won't go under till he comes up and says it looks clear.
Sorry. All right, Manu.
Got 8 beauties out of here last trip, Dave. You're gonna be real glad you shipped with me.
Manu, come.
Give him a hand.
Here you are.
Take boat out of here, quick. Bad water.
Shut up! What's the matter with you, Manu?
Me dive. Go to bottom. 6 men down there. Dead.
You're crazy.
No, crazy. 6 dead men. They stand up like they live. My boys know dive here. Bad water.
Hey, wait a minute, Manu. What do you mean there's 6 dead men down there standing up?
Like live, they standing up. But they dead.
That's enough from you. Shut up. Now the rest of you'll listen to me. You'll dive or I'll know the reason why. I came here to get pearls and you're gonna get them. There'll be no acting up on my boat. Dave, there's a diving helmet and lead shoes in one of the starboard lockers. Get them out. Test the air hose and the pump. Know anything about diving equipment?
Plenty, but I never went down myself.
You won't have to. I'm going down. I'll prove to these pickers there's nothing wrong down there.
Everything okay, Captain?
Yeah, just about touching bottom. Ease up on the rope a little.
Let the rope go, Manu. Easy. Take a bite in it. That better, Bull?
Yeah, much better. Keep that air pump and hand generator going.
Don't worry. Yeah, how's it look down there?
Can't see much yet. Gotta get used to it.
Lean forward when you walk. You need more rope?
Okay. I ain't doing any walking. All I want to do is stay down here a couple of minutes and prove to those native beggars that...
Captain, what is it?
Hold me up!
Hold on that rope. What is it, Bull? What happened?
Get me up, Dave! Get me up! Now don't come near me. No!
Rope stuck. No can pull.
It can't be stuck. Lay on it, all of you.
Dave! Hold me up!
We're doing our best, Bull. What's down there?
6 men. One who's right. They're standing in the water and gunning at me. For the love of heaven, get me up!
We're trying to, Bull, but something's holding you. What is it?
I don't know. My feet are sinking down. Maybe it's asphalt.
Oh, no. Lash that rope to the windows. Move fast.
They got me. They can't get away.
We're lashing the rope to the windows, Bull. We'll get you up now. Hold on.
No, let go. You...
No can do. Rope stuck.
Get back to that air pump.
Air. Gotta have air.
Oh, no. Man the pump.
No. Captain bad. Stay in bad water.
Aye, you. Bull, they won't man the pump. We can't budge you. Bull!
You're stuck just the same as I am, aren't you? Stuck in the asphalt. That's why you're standing there grinning at me. You can't move.
Bull, listen to me.
Sure, I killed you. And I killed Foggy, too. I wanted it all for myself, and I'm gonna get it. Pearls, the biggest pearls you ever saw. They're down here all around me. I'm not afraid of you. You're dead. Dead, you hear me?
Bull, for the love of heaven, listen to me.
Pearls all around. Big ones. Go ahead. Bring your dirty devil's grin. You can't beat me. You can't.
Captain Bull Harrison, the watery courtroom, facing his jury. The jury with good reason to pronounce him guilty of murder and greed. Poor Bull. Down there with the pearls he wanted so much, and the men he murdered to get them. Funny, isn't it? Or is it? Please don't go. Come with me to the green room where the players are rehearsing our next performance. Come. Come.
Hello? No, I'm not Pamela North. He hung up, as usual. Maybe I'd better practice up on my falsetto. In a hurry this time. Hello? I am not... Dead. Oh, the door. Maybe he didn't believe me. No, I'm not Pamela North.
Well, of course not. I am.
Hello, Pam.
Oh, I'm glad to be home, darling.
Wasn't the reunion fun?
It was awful. Everybody sat around noticing how much older everybody else looked.
Postmortems, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Darling, is there a man in your life?
Of course, dear. You.
There must be somebody else. Because I'm pretty sure I haven't been calling myself up and asking me if I weren't Pamela North.
Darling, you're not well.
I'm in perfect health. Listen, some goon has been phoning every hour and asking for you. As soon as I convince him that I'm not you, he hangs up.
Well, that's funny.
Well, it's reasonable enough,
I
but...
wonder if it has anything to do with the little man.
What little man?
The one who followed me home.
Maybe I should have asked you about the men in your life.
Frightened me, darling. The street was so dark and he was so gray, sort of, and indistinct. I ran.
Did he run after you?
I don't know.
I would have.
You did.
But you slowed up for me.
Oh.
You answer it. I wouldn't want to disappoint him again.
All right, darling. Hello? Yes, this is Pamela North. What did you... hello? Jerry.
I know, he hung up. Probably thinks it's good, clean fun.
You know, darling, I am getting scared.
Nothing to get scared about. You're beautiful. Come here to the window.
All right, darling. Wait.
Is that your little man coming down the street?
Yes, Jerry. He's looking up at the house numbers. I thought he was only a nasty little old man, but...
Come away from the window.
What are you going to do?
Call the police.
Oh, I may just be imagining things, Jerry. My imagination can't be that vivid.
May have been a car backfiring.
No, those were shots.
I'll take a look.
Jerry, don't you go near that window.
Relax, darling. No one could see me up here. Honey?
What is?
He's deserted.
The little man?
He's gone, too. Maybe that was a car backfiring. At any rate, most people would think so.
Darling, we've heard guns being fired too often.
Well, whoever fired those shots isn't there anymore. Neither is your little man. I sort of suspect he's disappeared from our lives. I hope.
That was our doorbell.
Uh-huh.
Let's make believe we're not home, Jerry.
It might be important.
That's what I mean.
I'd better see who that is. It's silly being terrified by nothing, Pam.
You can answer the door if you wish, darling, but I'm going to keep right on being terrified.
Well, if you insist.
Oh, no, I'm going with you. I want to be terrified in company.
All right, but get over to one side. I'm going to open the door.
All right, darling. It's the little man.
So it is. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you.
Shut the door, darling.
Uh-huh.
Are you Pamela North?
Yes, I am. Jerry, he's ill.
Not ill. Please, let me speak. They will kill you, Pamela.
You need a doctor. You better not strain yourself by speaking.
Must be. Don't need doctors. Must speak. I had them red line bar. Kill Pamela North. That.
He's falling.
I've got him. He collapsed suddenly. That's a hot wraps up. I'll lay him down here on the sofa. Get his coat open.
Shall I phone for a doctor, darling?
No. There's nothing a doctor can do for him.
Dead?
Chest full of bullets. Yes, he's dead.
Oh, the poor little man. But who...
He came here to warn you against a murderer, darling. But the murderer got to him first.
Well, what is all this, do you suppose? Why do you think anyone would want to kill Mrs. Pamela North? She seems to be a perfectly harmless young woman, don't you think? But there must be a reason. Well, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for our next performance. And our guests will be the famous amateur detectives, Mr. and Mrs. North. Oh, incidentally, We are interested in your reaction to our shows. So why don't you write to the Mystery Playhouse, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA, telling us what you like or don't like or anything you care to say. Would you do that? We'd appreciate hearing from you very much. This is Peter Lorre, closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Granite Furniture Company, with stores in Sugar House, Murray, and Provo, presents... The Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of The Mark of Shame. The Granite Furniture Company brings you the Hall of Fantasy. Listen now to original tales of the imagination and some of the classics of the supernatural as we take you down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to the mysterious realms of the unknown. These are stories of eerie and fantastic thrills brought to you by your friends at the Granite Furniture Stores. And now for tonight's story, an adaptation by Robert Olson entitled The Mark of Shame. The blood that coursed through the veins of Cousin Andre did more than run the natural errands of existence. That blood fed his hates, his prides, his willful ego, till the end of time and beyond. Yes, and that same blood flushed a vivid red mark of shame in Andre's fair young face. It was phenomenal. Nothing like I'd ever seen before. Nothing, certainly, like the welts on a child's tender back. This mark never faded from his handsome, womanish cheek. As usual, it had started over a woman. This happened at a masquerade ball given in the Palais Royal. A logical setting for quarrels over women, or privileges, or just quarrels. It was a gay affair. The women who followed in the footsteps of Philip of Orleans were likely grounds for controversy. One could hardly refer to their love as steadfast, for their favors swung from one brightly caped courtier to the other, from a fallen sword to a victorious one, with the swiftness of death itself.
But such were our times. And in this colorful gathering, it was not difficult to recognize the predominant shade as a blood red. No need to mention the woman's name. Makes no difference anyway. She was not the issue. The issue was that Andre de Brissac, darling of the court, had been shamed, and I had dealt the smarting blow. I remember that moment with amazing detail. It was as if everything in that ballroom had suddenly been caught in startling paralysis of time, poised between one tick of the clock and another, one heartbeat and the next. Even the note of the music hung suspended, undecided whether to fly out the rich windows or fall in splendor like a Christmas ornament. I remember the dancers caught midway in a step, their faces turned toward me, the frozen gasp of the woman in question, sound that seemed barely to clear her lips, and paused in the awful highlight of that instant. And in Andre's eyes poised the sharp, tempered steel of hatred and humiliation. Then, as if some unseen conductor waved the baton, the room was once more animated. The clock completed its tick, the heart its beat, and the note its soaring flight. The hatred of Andre de Brissac flushed from the eye to the heart to the brain, thence to the voice that made it live in my memory forever. But the most amazing phenomena occurred a moment later, while he still stared at me. For to Andre, there came a crimson blush of shame, clearly outlined by the very form of my hand, in the exact spot where it had landed a flashing, stinging slap. So it was that on that dim August dawn, Andre and I crossed to one of the bridges that led to the ground beyond the church of Saint-Germain-des-Prés to fight a duel over a beautiful viper of the court of Philip of Orleans. Andre stood there opposite me with his two young friends at his side. They were all scoundrels, including my cousin, sorry to say. They seemed eager for this sport. We must have made a strange sight in that golden sunrise hour. We had just come from the Regent Saloon, still in the costumes we'd worn the night before. I was adorned, if adorn is the proper word for it, as a Mississippi Indian, while Andre wore a unique hunting habit, copied from a portrait that hung in the library of Puy-Verdun, the family chateau. The orange and purple of his adornment looked pale in this early light. The mark on his face was all the more vivid.
I am ready, cousin.
Andre, when this is over, no matter what happens, will you promise me one thing?
Please. When this is over, one of us will be standing, the other dead. That's the only promise I care to make now.
That's true, Andre. But you forced me into a situation for which I have no appetite. I'm a soldier, Andre. It is my business to cut down my enemy. Now, I'm the better swordsman. That's why we must talk now or not at all.
Then if you don't mind, cousin, we'll make it not at all. As for your being a better swordsman, you'll do me the honor of proving your skill.
Your curly locks have sabotaged your good judgment, sir. The captivating ladies of the court shall miss their nimble-tongued darling.
Oh, but they shan't miss his boorish cousin. Enough of this. On guard.
On guard, cousin. You stand well, my merry fellow of fortune. But I could teach you much.
Conserve your breath, cousin.
Ah, your beautiful face, Andre. Your parry was poor. I saw it tipped with crimson. Your lovely powder bear would swoon to see that. It goes ill for you, I fear.
You glowed over a scratch.
Andre was really quite skillful, but not skillful enough. My contention that the court's fencing master could never compare to the art of learn-or-die brutality of battle proved correct. I mortally wounded Andre, and instantly I was mortally sorry. Life had been sweet for him as he lay there on the ground, the golden morning sun giving his beautiful features a pitiful glow. I thought I saw a look of despair come into his eyes. He realized that his lifeblood was ebbing away like a tide that would never return. He beckoned to me, and I walked over to him and knelt at his side. Andre, forgive me.
Listen to me, Hector de Brissac. This is not the end of us. I am not done with the earth. Just because my jaw will soon stiffen and my eyes glaze over, they will bury me in the old vault at Puy-Verdun. But that is not the end either. You will be the master of the chateau. They may even laugh to think that Andre has been killed in a duel. They will sing masses to my soul, and I will be done with them all. You have accomplished that, Hector. But you and I have not finished our business. I will be with you when you least know me. Andre de Berzac, with an ugly scar on a face that women have praised. Love, I'll come back when your life is its merriest. At your happiest moment, I will come between you and all that you hold dear. And when this hand is a ghostly thing, dear cousin, I shall drop a poison into your cup of happiness. I shall stand between you and the sun for the rest of your life. Doubt not my will, Hector de Berzac. I can do as I please. And it pleases me to haunt you when I am dead.
I did not doubt the iron will of Andre. As he lay his head back on the dewy earth, never to lift it again, the chill breath of early morning touched me with inexpressible loneliness. I looked at him as he lay in his fresh, wan world of sleep. How fragile he seemed, built only for lace cuffs and bright buckles. I could see why he had been such a favorite. I could almost, even now, catch the fiery twinkle of those clear eyes. And no one who knew the short manhood of my cousin could deny the great force of his tempestuous nature. No, I looked down upon that young face which I had marked so foully, and was sorry for what I had done, truly sorry. As for the curse, I took no heed of the blasphemous threats. I was a soldier. I had seen many men die for my own sword. Andre had done me a cruel wrong. I couldn't have forgiven it. Men had died cursing me before. Men who had loved life as rapturously as Andre. One more curse was... well, one more curse. I put it out of my mind. A very foolish thing to do. Andre's death had made me rich, but I found no pleasure in the wealth. This chateau, which had rung so with the raucous laughter of Andre's friends, became quiet and lonely. None of the servants showed me the slightest sign of friendliness. Even in the village, the children would shrink from me as I rode through. That's why I was so happy when the servant announced that Monsieur le Directeur was waiting to see me. Dr. Corday, I'm delighted, monsieur.
Oh, thank you, my lord. I have some medical reports on the patients in the village. I thought you might want to look them over.
I know nothing about such things, Corday. If there's no ravaging epidemic, I should be happy to dispense with it altogether.
Oh, there's nothing to fear. The usual aches and our share of deaths and our share of babies.
Good, doctor. Will you join me?
Well, I...
Do, monsieur.
Thank you.
Dr. Corday, what do the people in the village say about me?
Say? Why, the people love you, my lord.
You can dispense with them, my lord, Corday. I'm a soldier, not a court dandy. What do the people really say?
Shall I tell you?
Of course you should tell me. Why do you suppose I asked you? Oh, monsieur, forgive me. This is a bitter life. I have no taste for it. I'd rather be a soldier. I really would.
Well, in that case, you'd be quite interested in hearing what the people of the village say.
What is that?
That you have sold your soul to the evil one for your cousin's heritage.
That's really funny, Doctor. Really very funny. I never wanted this life, never once. I wouldn't hesitate a moment to trade it for a place in His Majesty's troops.
What you need is a wife, my lord.
A wife? I can't even win the sympathetic ear of a friend, let alone the heart of a lady.
It's a very gay season in Paris right now, my lord. You should find an angel there to take compassion on you.
Paris? A marvelous idea. At least I can be my own man there. Doctor, I'm grateful for your visit. Come in again when I return.
With a wife?
Who knows? In Paris, I ran into an old comrade, a sulky, sour old captain of dragoons. Many times he'd aired his displeasures to me. He told me a great many things about himself. But one thing he should have talked about, he never even mentioned. That was that he had a perfect sunbeam for a daughter. That her name was... Can you hear the music as I say it? Eveline. Eveline Lecalais. Eveline, I've been a fool.
Is it wise to tell me, monsieur?
Wise or not, I must. Eveline, I've been a soldier all my life. I know little about what pleases a lady. When I take your hand, I'm filled with the fear that you will not feel as I do, that there's someone else.
There is no one, monsieur.
Thank heaven. Eveline, I've wasted the best years of my youth worshipping a wicked woman who cheated me and finally made a fool of me.
She was the fool, monsieur.
Bless you the same, Eveline. Well, you must know what I'm trying to say. I'm told women do know. I love you, Eveline. I want you to go back to Puy-Verdun with me.
Oh, monsieur.
As my wife. Will you?
You will have to speak to my father.
Forgive me, but I already have.
Oh, you are a soldier, monsieur.
But what is your answer, Eveline?
I will marry you.
Oh, Eveline, my adorable one. This is...
Yes, go on. Is anything the matter?
No. No, of course not. This is the happiest moment of my life. You are listening to The Mark of Shame on tonight's journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy. Brought to you by your friends at the Granite Furniture Company, with stores in Sugar House, Murray, and Provo. And now, back to tonight's story, The Mark of Shame. Puy-Verdun was not the sordid, lonely place I had left. The difference was my charming bride. Now, when I rode through the village, the children actually crowded about our carriage. They no longer feared the de Bersac who sat beside the lady. Her charities had won her their love and transformed the gloomy lord into a gentle master. They even forgot the untimely death of my cousin. And I no longer hesitated with that strange catch in my throat to tell her about it. Eveline, I never knew I could be so happy.
I, too, Hector. I'm happier than I ever dreamed.
Even the villagers feel it. They used to avoid me like a plague.
You only imagine that. Why should they avoid such a gentle master?
Maybe it's because you've made me so, Eveline. I feel like a traveler who's just been transplanted from the frozen Arctic wastes to the heart of some green and friendly valley. It's almost... Oh, I don't know, darling. Sometimes I doubt it.
Why, dearest?
It seems almost fantastic to be so happy. I could be aroused so rudely at any moment with a coarse shout of reality.
You aren't dreaming, husband. I won't allow it. For you know, if you were, I would be too, and I wouldn't like that.
See what I mean? Nothing like this ever happened to me before. It's like standing in the bright sun.
Hector?
Yes?
Who's the lord of the chateau nearest to this?
What?
Who is he, Hector?
Darling, don't you realize that this is the only chateau within 40 miles?
That's strange.
Why?
Because I saw him again yesterday.
Him? Whom did you see?
I don't know now.
Suppose you tell me about it.
Well, in my walks about the park and woods in the past month, I keep meeting a man who appears to be of a noble rank.
Of noble rank? Are you sure you don't mean a peasant?
No. His dress and his bearing was that of a nobleman. I couldn't have mistaken that. I imagined that he must occupy some chateau near Puy-Verdun.
That's not possible, Eveline. We're in the heart of a desolate region. No, that couldn't be possible. Well, come here a moment.
Yes, monsieur?
See the picture there on the wall?
This one, monsieur?
No, the one next to it. That's right. I want you to...
Yes, monsieur?
I want a curtain hung over that picture as soon as possible, understand?
Oui, monsieur.
Good. Now bring some tea to your lady's drawing room. In spite of myself, I was disturbed by Eveline's visitant. That night I asked her more about it. Eveline, this man you say you saw...
Say I saw. I did, in fact, I do see him.
How often?
Every day.
Every day where?
Sometimes in the park and sometimes in the wood. You know that little cascade and the old rock work that makes a sort of a cavern?
Yes, I know the place. I used to play there as a boy.
Oh, I love it. I spend my mornings there reading.
And that's where you see him?
Yes.
Has he ever had the courage to address you?
Never. I look up from my book and he'll be standing there very quietly, watching me. Then I'll continue with my reading, and when I look up again, he's gone.
He must be some peasant out to frighten you. I'll go into the village tomorrow and see what I can find out.
No, Hector, he's not a peasant. He has the manner of a nobleman.
I suppose he's quite old.
On the contrary, he's young and quite handsome.
For the next week, I spent my mornings with Eveline. We took many casual rambles into the woods and park, but we saw no one but a few peasants or occasionally a member of our own chateau. These works were beginning to disturb the routine of my life. And since I was a man of rather deeply ingrained habits, my wife noticed the unrest.
There's no need to take these walks with me, Hector. You know you have other things to do. I'll spend my mornings on the grounds, and the stranger can't intrude on me there.
I'm beginning to think the stranger is your own fantasy, darling. You've probably met too many handsome cavaliers in your books. No doubt he's some Persian prince in modern costume.
Hector, that's what puzzles me. The stranger's costume isn't modern. Shall I tell you what it looks like?
By all means.
Well, he looks as if he's been in an old portrait that had stepped down from his frame.
It wouldn't have been a more startling blow if she'd butted me in the stomach with the end of a staff. I thought of the picture in the library with the orange and purple hunting costume Andre had worn that fateful night in the Palais Royal. But then something else happened to take my mind from the picture, Andre or anything else. For after a time, my wife, who had always been as lovely and glowing as the fresh petal of a rose, began to fail in her health. Her change seemed to have stolen up on her. Even I, who had seen her every day, hadn't noticed it until one day she put on a lovely gown she hadn't worn in several months. I was amazed how loosely it hung on her. Then I noticed her eyes. Eyes that had at one time sparkled as bright as the jewels she'd planted in her hair. They were now quite dim and sick. Darling, how long have you been ill?
I'm not ill, Hector.
That's insane. You are ill. Quite seriously so, I might add. Stupid of me not to notice it before. What's done this?
I feel faint.
And she fainted. I caught her in my arms and swept her to her bed. Then I sent a messenger for Dr. Corday. Tell him to come immediately. I don't want a single moment's delay, understand?
Yes, monsieur.
I stood there as helpless as a child and watched my lovely Eveline seem to waste away with this insidious thing. I cursed every moment of delay before Dr. Corday arrived. When he did come, I rushed him to a room before he'd even had a chance to remove his cape. Then I sat and poured myself a drink for the torturous wait. But even before he came out to speak to me, I, for no explainable reason, had lost faith in the powers of medicine to combat the thing that had struck down my Eveline.
Strange, very strange.
Doctor, is she...
Frankly, I don't know. I just don't know, my lord.
Monsieur le Docteur, I mean, well, I was beginning to be afraid that she may be a little... Well, Dr. Corday, this isn't easy to say.
Well, then let me say it for you. You're wondering if she's insane. Let me assure you that she is not.
Oh, thank heaven. She's been seeing some... well...
Oh, you mean this strange visitant? Oh, yes, she spoke of it. It's possible that she may be suffering from some sort of illusion at that. But she's so rational on all the other accounts. I think that this person is quite real, at least to the eye. Usually, a monomaniac tells very incoherent stories of their illusions. Hers is no such thing. She speaks as calmly and rationally as you and I. Are you positive that there is no one who can encounter her in her walks about the garden?
I don't see how. The moat is 10 feet wide and continually flooded with water. Raoul keeps the lock secured day and night. No, I don't see how it's possible.
Well, perhaps someone related to your household in some way. A young man with a fair womanish face and a crimson scar that looks as if it might have been the mark of a violent blow.
Oh, no. The dress, Doctor. How is he dressed?
In a hunting costume. A purple and orange hunting costume.
Doctor, this... Oh, no. What can I do?
Right now, my lord, you'd better go in and see Lady de Bersac. She's asked for you.
Darling, how are you?
Oh, Hector.
Eveline, why haven't you told me? The doctor says you've seen the stranger again.
I see him every day. That's what's killing me.
I rushed down to the library, took down the portrait, and showed it to my wife. She looked at it and trembled like a leaf. She clung to me as if she were about to fall into some nameless chasm.
It's witchcraft. The costume is the very same.
Then she described his face to me, line for line, even to the cruel mark my hand had left. I knew that Henri de Bersac had come back to keep his promise. I took Eveline away. We traveled through the southern provinces and on into the heart of Switzerland. I wanted to outdistance the phantom. It was no good. He followed us everywhere we went. Never did I see him. Always Eveline. That type of vengeance had Andre's touch. He used my wife's innocent heart as his cruel weapon. His constant, unholy intrusion was destroying her. Nor could I shield her or drive Andre from her.
He's here even now, Hector. As you stand there and I here, he stands between us. He'll never let me rest nor let me forget him.
Thus it was I fought like a madman against something I couldn't see, fought through this terrible void to get back to the side of my beloved wife. And then, a short time later, we were in a Tyrolean village. It was a brilliant moonlit night. I was about to speak a word of encouragement to Eveline when she spoke.
Hector, I'm going to tell you something so strange and terrible that you'll probably hate me forever.
Hate you? Why, my poor darling.
Oh, no, please don't sympathize with me. I won't be able to tell you, and I must tell you, I must.
Darling, you're just tired. What you need is some rest.
Hector, I'm dying.
No. No, Eveline, you're not.
Yes, I know it. That's why I must say what I have to say.
I won't listen.
You must listen. At first, when I began to see the stranger in the park, I shrank from him. He seemed terrible to me. Day after day he came. Then one day I wasn't afraid anymore. I found that I was thinking about him, watching for him. Then for a while I didn't see him.
Was that when I was with you?
Yes. Even then, when I was with you, I found that I was desolate without him.
Eveline, you don't know what you're saying.
Oh, believe me, Hector, I do. I wouldn't blame you if you killed me. But I began to count the hours to the time when I'd see him next. He took all the old joys from my heart and left me nothing but the unholy pleasure of his presence. Now, Hector, curse me, kill me, anything. Only know this. Whatever it was, witchcraft, the imperfections of my heart, I don't know. I only know I fought against it and couldn't win. Now I'm dying, and oh, forgive me if you can.
Forgive you? What is there to forgive, my darling? This is no work of yours. Oh, Eveline, my wife, forget everything but that you're in my arms. Forget everything except that we love each other.
I'm dying, Hector. I'm dying.
No. Fight it, Eveline. Please try to fight it. I need you. I can't live without you.
Forgive me, Hector. I want to die. I want to be with him.
Her eyes fluttered and she was gone. Something more than the cruel lash of her words hit me. Even though I was barely conscious, I felt it. I got up and ran to the mirror. Sure enough, there it was. Full across my cheek.
So runs the tale of The Mark of Shame. Remember to join us next week at the same time for another journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy. Tonight's program was adapted from Miss Braddon's story, Eveline's Visitant, by Robert Olson. Heard tonight were Richard Thorne as Hector, Beth Calder as Eveline, Archie Hughley as Andre, Ken Jensen as Dr. Corday, and Michael Orogo as Rowell. Musical background was provided by Earl Donaldson. The engineer was Nephi Sorensen. These programs are produced and directed by Richard Thorne. Remember, be with us again next Sunday night on call at 9:30 when the Granite Furniture Stores in Sugar House, Murray, and Provo will take you on another journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy.
Murder at midnight.
Quentin, look.
The window. Torn out of its frame.
No, they're on the floor. Sylvia.
Good Lord. Her head twisted almost off, and her body looks as if every bone in it was broken.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a moment in Death's Worshipper. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's masters of the macabre. Our story by J. Williams is a tale of fear from afar called Death's Worshipper. On the surface, it's a New York apartment like thousands of others. In a house with a brownstone front on a dark little street. But to Kate Bonney, living here with her brother Peter, it has become a prison cell, a place of menace, a house of terror.
I can't explain, Peter. It's as though I were caught in a spider's web, waiting helplessly while the spider comes closer.
But, Kate, you still haven't told me just exactly what's troubling you.
It's real, Peter. It's a feeling that, well, like in a nightmare when you know something awful is after you and you can't escape. It's drawing closer. It's coming here to this room to find me. What'll I do, Peter? What shall I do?
Please, Kate, pull yourself together. You've got to.
I'm sorry, Peter. I'll try.
Ah, that's better. Now then, let's have it. I can't come home every night to a sister who's afraid of the dark. What's it all about?
Do you remember the weekend I spent at Quentin's place in the country?
Just after he got back from India? Yes, of course.
You couldn't make it and I went alone.
The conference in Chicago, I remember. Reminds me, I wonder why I haven't heard from him since. Those letters he wrote about some discoveries he made.
Discoveries? Don't mention them.
Why not?
Because I have an idea that they're behind everything that happened.
What do you mean?
He didn't even mention the expedition until after dinner that first night. There were just the three of us, Quentin, Sylvia, and myself. He went into quite a bit of detail describing his reasons for going. The long trip through the jungle.
Finally came to a little gone village and tackled what I was sure was the last belt of jungle. That last stretch took us 6 hours. At last we broke out into a clearing, and there it was, towering above us, the temple of Shiva the Destroyer.
Oh, that must have been a thrilling moment.
Thrilling? You can't possibly know what that meant to me.
I was just frightened.
Sylvia frightens rather easily.
That's not true, Quentin. It's just that it looked like some kind of crouching beast with a single devil's horn.
Rubbish. It was breathtaking, Kate. Imagine a great square block of stone set in a riot of jungle foliage. Out of it rises a tremendous three-cornered spire fully 100 feet high.
Oh, that must have been magnificent.
Yes, and the whole thing covered with a lace tracery of stone carving.
And this was what you had set out to find?
This was it. Oh. You see, the Hindu Trimurti, or Trinity, is composed of three deities. Brahma, the creator, Vishnu, the preserver, and Shiva, the destroyer.
Yes.
Well, in this tiny district in the hills, there had once been a local cult which worshipped only the destroyer. In a curious and perverted way, well, the worshippers became their god.
I don't understand.
When they prayed to Shiva, the god himself entered and took possession of them. They were Shiva, with all the powers and all the frightful energy of the god.
But good heaven.
No, not a very good heaven. For you see, the heaven of these worshippers was nothingness.
Nothingness?
Yes. For them, the ultimate goal of man was destruction, the merging of oneself into a kind of cosmic non-existence.
Now you can understand how I felt, Kate, when I first looked at that temple.
Yes.
I suppose that... Yes, even a greater mind than yours, Sylvia, might well shrink before the majesty of a concept like that.
Well, I know I would have been frightened, too.
But India is a place where just such a concept would originate.
Life means nothing there. Death flourishes in 1,000 forms. I climbed the spire of the temple and looked down over the sea of jungle to the brown river in the distance and the thread of smoke that marked the village. I was a midget, an ant, crawling over the surface of a giant's house. Shiva is the giant, and humanity, we're so insignificant, so worthless. I wonder if they weren't right after all, those worshippers of the destroyer.
Quentin.
Perhaps death, nothingness, is the greatest goal.
Stop it, Quentin. Stop it, do you hear?
Sylvia.
Oh, don't worry, Kate, and don't bother.
Oh, but I don't... I'm all right. Now. Sorry, Kate. I think I'd better go to bed.
Yes, you're tired, Sylvia.
I am tired. These wild ideas of yours. Of all this talk about Shiva, destruction. I wish you'd get those thoughts out of your head, Quentin. You hadn't been the same man since...
Good night, Sylvia.
Sylvia, are you sure you're all right now?
Yes. Yes, Kate. I'm fine.
But she wasn't fine, Peter. And it wasn't just fatigue that was bothering her. She was frightened, I could see that. Frightened out of her wits by something. And Quentin was different. When Sylvia had left us, he sat looking at me silently for a long while. And when at last he spoke, it was on another note.
You know, Kate, all this talk of nothingness and death makes me believe more firmly than ever that man must try for happiness while he's alive.
I agree. At least it's a pleasanter subject than what we've just been talking about.
I'm glad you think so. Because I'm not happy now, Kate.
But I thought you and Sylvia...
Sylvia. There's nothing between us, nothing. Hasn't been for years.
But I...
No, not even when we first got married. But you... When I first met you with your brother Peter years ago, something happened to me. My heart sang. It was as though I had burst out of my shell. I knew then.
Quentin, you don't know what you're saying.
I do. For the first time in years, I know exactly what I'm saying. I found a philosophy I can believe in, Kate, in a troubled world. And for the first time, I've found strength to tell you that I love you.
Quentin, please.
Kate, listen. Don't be alarmed. It would be so easy to go away together. Anything is possible for me now. Anything. We will go away. It doesn't matter where.
No.
We'll find a new life together. The power I know can be yours, too. I love you, Kate. We can make a new world for ourselves. We can be the gods of that world.
Quentin, stop.
I see. I didn't really expect you to say yes immediately. It is quite a decision. But perhaps I can get you to change your mind.
Quentin, you mustn't think...
You're right. I mustn't think. I must act.
I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep after that. I didn't even try. I went out for a walk. And when I got back, about a half hour later, there was a light in the studio at the far end of the garden. I was curious enough to walk over and look in the window. The room within was hung with oriental tapestries, with odd, crooked eastern swords. Quentin sat alone, staring at a figure on the table before him. I could hear him through the window. His face was set, wooden, expressionless, but his eyes seemed to shine in the candlelight like a cat's. And the figure before him, it was horrible. It was a bronze statuette with a serene but awful smile on his face, a smile of hellish triumph. A dozen arms sprang from each shoulder. It bore a club with a skull at its tip, and it seemed to dance upon the back of a crouching dwarf. And Quentin, staring at it, was speaking to it.
Approach not the Raja.
I didn't know what it meant. I only knew that it was awful. That in some dreadful way, Quentin was trying to make his beliefs come alive. I ran up the lawn, and the clouds that spread over the moon seemed like dark shapes rising from some infernal pit. Wings seemed to beating about the house as the wind rose. And in my ears rang Quentin's chanting. Even in my room I could hear it, mingle with the moaning of the wind. The moon had disappeared.
I couldn't see the light in the studio. I was too far to hear it, but the chanting went on. I don't know. I seemed to hear voices in the wind, many voices chanting with Quentin. Thunder growled up from the darkness. Then there was a single flash of lightning, and a clap of thunder, and on the heels of the thunder... Oh, Sylvia! Sylvia! Sylvia, are you all right? Sylvia, what's the matter? Oh, Sylvia!
Kate! Sylvia, what was that?
Where are you, Quentin?
Here. I was down in the garden. Did you hear?
Yes, it sounded like it came from Sylvia's room.
This way, quick.
Oh.
She must have been having a nightmare or something.
Oh. Quentin. Quentin, look.
The window. Torn right out of its frame.
No, there. On the floor. Sylvia.
Good Lord.
Is she?
Let's see. Good heavens. Her head twisted all around until... And her body... It looks as if almost every bone in it is broken.
Staring at the broken body, which has been flung against the wall with unimaginable force, lying there like a shattered doll, Kate sways weakly in horror. Is this the work of some demon called up by Quentin's incantation? Or is it something else? Then, as a clock strikes somewhere in the silent house, she is certain of at least one thing in a reeling world, that she is in the presence of...
Murder at midnight.
And now, back to Murder at Midnight and Death's Worshipper. Pale and shaking, Kate Bonney continues telling her story to her brother.
It was as though something with superhuman strength had twisted her head around and then just tossed her aside against the wall. Every bone in her body was broken.
It must have been pretty ghastly, but surely you're not going to let the memory of that...
It has nothing to do with memory. Something that's more than human, I don't know what, killed Sylvia. And now it's after me.
After you?
Haven't you seen the papers in the last few days?
No, you know I've been up to my neck in work. What's that got to do with it?
Oh, look here. These clippings, I've been saving them.
Let's see. Another unsolved murder. Police admit bafflement. No motive. Well?
Go on. Read the rest of it.
Middle-aged man, identified as J.D. Brathwaite, broker. Neck was wrung, apparently, by someone with tremendous physical strength.
Yes, and this one. An unidentified woman, neck wrung and the body thrown against the wall. And this, and this, and this. All the same.
Kate, darling, this is all perfectly ridiculous.
No, look. Here's a map of our neighborhood. The first death took place up here. The next, 2 blocks further south. Don't you see, one after the other, they're coming closer to this house, to me.
Kate, now listen, it's quite clear what's happened. You were upset by Sylvia's death, naturally. Just because of the coincidence of these crimes, you have an obsession that someone or something is haunting you. You've been working too hard. And I suppose you've been having nightmares, too.
They're not nightmares.
I'm going to run across the street to Dr. Sanford.
No, Pete.
You lie down and try to rest. I'll bring Sanford over and have him take a look at you. You're all run down.
No, Peter, don't leave me. You don't know what
Pour yourself a drink, Katie. I won't be a minute.
Who's that? Peter. Is that you? Peter, answer me. Is that... Who is it? Quentin.
Hello, Kate. How are you?
Don't come any closer. I'll call Peter.
Why, Kate? What's the matter?
I suspected then when it happened. And now these last few days I know. Sylvia, you did it. You killed her, Quentin. I don't know how, but
You're
did.
mistaken, Kate. It wasn't I. I was only the instrument of something greater, stronger than man.
Quentin, What do you mean?
Don't be afraid. He's really benign. Shiva the Destroyer.
Oh.
It is his love for mankind that allows him to bring the blessing of annihilation.
Oh, no.
I worshipped him, and he came. He came in a rush of wind on the thunder and took possession of me. I was Shiva. Using my body, he climbed the wall, burst the window in. He killed Sylvia.
Oh, no.
Yes, Kate, I became Shiva. At least I must have. I don't remember it clearly, but there were great wings, lightnings, and when I came to myself, I was seated in my studio again.
And those others?
You know about them? Yes, I killed others. I don't remember how many. But all life will end in nothingness, and man's highest goal is to dissolve into dust. I was conferring on them the highest possible blessing, obliteration.
Quentin, you're mad. Your discovery...
My discovery has made me a god. Now he's starting to come to me, now without the incantation, without my willing it. Sometimes at night I feel the great wind of his coming. I turn to ice as the god approaches to seize upon me, and... Kate, I'm afraid.
But why did you come here? What do you want of me?
I need you, Kate. I'm afraid. That's the truth. I'm afraid of the blackness, of the nothingness, of the inevitable end of all things. When I'm alone, I feel the horror of it, of the darkness. You can save me, Kate. You're the only one who can help me. Sylvia's gone. There's nothing to prevent...
You don't know what you're saying.
Come in, Doctor. Oh, Quentin. Hello. I was just...
Stay where you are. Don't come any closer.
A gun? Now, look, Quentin.
I warn you, don't come any closer. Stand still, Peter. Kate, for the last time, will you come?
Quentin, please listen to reason. Put that gun down.
Quentin, easy, Peter.
I wouldn't mind killing you, Peter. But if you wish to live, stay where you are. And don't follow me.
Has he gone mad or what? Kate, what happened?
I'm not sure. He killed Sylvia. He admitted it. And he's killed... I don't know how many others.
What?
It's true. He believes that Shiva, the Destroyer, controls him. He believes that when he kills, he's granting a blessings to the one he destroys.
But that's crazy.
No, not so crazy, Peter. May I say something?
Why, of course, Doctor.
I thought there was something wrong with him the minute I saw him. His eyes, I think it's a case of self-hypnosis. Something like the Moros practice when they run amok. They believe that they're possessed by God, and while in this state, they can actually perform amazing feats of strength and endurance. A number of primitive peoples have the same belief. Dervishes, Indian fakirs. Your friend must induce this state by an incantation of some kind, or by concentrating on some object until the hypnotic state is induced.
That's true. I heard him. I saw him praying to the image of Shiva. That's how he must do it.
Well, if it is true, he's extremely dangerous. We'd better get the police. May I use the phone?
Wait, I can't believe it.
He certainly wasn't joking about that gun, Peter. And according to your sister, he's already killed several times.
No, he mustn't do that. Peter's right. We're his friends. And he loves me. He said I was the only one who could help him. He really is afraid and alone.
Of course, Kate. Doctor, Quentin and I were kids together. If he's in trouble, we've got to do something to help him, not call the police down on him. Where do you think he's gone?
I'm sure he's gone back to his house in the country. We could try there anyway.
My car is just around the corner. I think we're taking an awful chance, but on the other hand...
It's a chance we've got to take, Doctor. He told me that Shiva comes to him now without incantation. I'm terribly afraid of him and of what might happen. But I'm more afraid of what he may do now to himself or to someone else.
We turn right here below the toll gate.
That dirt road?
Yes. Look, isn't that a tail light up ahead?
Another car. It may be his.
There's a storm coming up.
If it'll just hold off for a while.
A storm. Just like that first night.
There, the other car's turning off.
That's the driveway to Quentin's house.
Step on it.
house is dark. Perhaps we were wrong.
No. I know where he is. This way around to the back.
There's a light.
That's the studio.
Quiet. Quiet, let's have a look first. Well, he's there. Alone. Sitting behind the table with some sort of statue in front of him.
The statue of Shiva.
The door's open. Come on.
The bright one, the happy one, Ishtar Devata, Soma Divesvara.
Quentin, what are you doing?
The incantation. He's calling up that demon. Quentin, stop! Quentin, it's Kate. Don't you hear me? Stop it, please. Please, Quentin.
Kate? Kate, is that? Said Mahayogi. Approach.
He's in a trance. No, don't touch him. The slightest thing now might turn him into a raging maniac. Let your sister try.
Quentin, you must stop. This awful thing, it isn't you anymore. It's not what you want. You said you loved me. If that's true, you must shake this madness off.
Kate, calling me? I can't. He's too strong for me.
Try, Quentin. Try. You can do it. Come back, Quentin. If you really love me, fight it. Fight it.
I can't. He's coming. Coming. Can't you hear them? Get away, Kate, before he comes. Only one thing left. One thing I can possibly... the statue. Smash it and...
Don't move, Peter. What was it?
I can't see. That flash.
Lightning. It must have struck.
Quentin! Quentin!
Let me look, Kate. He's dead. That lightning bolt killed him immediately.
Dr. Sanford. What's that on his forehead?
Burn. Lightning does curious things.
Yes, but there. The head of the statue he smashed. The same mark on its brow. Like an eye. A third eye. The mark of Shiva.
The vengeance of a thwarted god? Or coincidence? Kate and her brother look at each other, and then again at the contorted face with that inexplicable burn etched like the mark of Cain upon its forehead. And in the distance, from some far-off steeple, a clock begins to chime the hour. 12 strokes for...
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death hovers on dark bat wings and the clocks strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
The part of Kate was played by Bess Johnson, and Carl Emery was Quentin. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
In the dream, you are falling, lost in the listening distance, as dark locks in. Nightfall.
True. Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous. I had been, and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. Now then, am I mad? Observe how healthily, how calmly, I can tell you the whole story. I was wandering on my way to nowhere. Away from... that's my secret. We all have secrets. And I came to the old man's place on the edge of this town and asked for a dipper of water.
There you are, fella. Best spring water around here.
Oh, that's good and cold. I needed that.
Shall I fill the dipper again?
I could drink another.
Have you come far?
Yes, far.
Much further to go?
Don't know.
You're thin, fella. The sun's burnt your skin to a bark. Here, but don't drown yourself drinking it.
That's good.
I should give you something solid. A meal. I eat late after the chores, if you don't mind waiting.
I'm used to long waits for meals. I'll give you a hand.
Oh, there's no need.
I'm not afraid to work for a meal.
All right, if you wish.
It'll feel good to have a hay fork in my hands again.
I've been needing a man around here.
You need a man?
I can do a full day's work, but toward night it gets heavy. Still, the man's wife dead and buried last winter, and his 3 daughters married and gone to their husbands' farms. His 2 sons off to seek more than this small farm can promise. A man needs work to keep his thoughts from growing heavy.
Yes, I know.
What's your name?
Alfred Bain.
Weatherby is mine. The pigs and chickens haven't been fed, nor the team, and I've 6 cows to milk, and the 7th freshening shortly. Come along then to the barn.
I stayed on and worked for the old man. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain. But once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. For his gold, I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture. His left eye, a pale blue eye with a film over it.
Shall we cut hay tomorrow, Alfred?
Hay? Yes, we can cut hay, but doesn't the sky say rain?
No, that's not a rain sky for around here.
It is where I come from.
That'll clear by the morning. I can feel rain when it's on its way. I have a way of feeling what's ahead.
Do you? Of what's ahead? What is? No, I don't want to know. And you can't know everything.
Far from it.
The weather's enough.
Go sharpen the sides.
Whenever his pale blue eye fell on me, my blood ran cold.
And so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. It was an evil eye, but Weatherby was very kind to me. No one had been this kind. It was too much to bear. You fancy me mad. Mad men know nothing. But you should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him.
Let me carry those horse collars and harnesses, Mr. Weatherby. I'll hook up the team.
Oh, no. Why should you?
Yes, let me. Here, let go the traces.
You've more than earned your keep today, and your wages.
But not your kindness.
Ha! How else should one treat a hired man? My sons thought I was a tyrant.
A tyrant?
Perhaps I do treat you better than I treated the boys. Now, that is strange.
Why do you?
I don't know. Because you're not afraid of work. My sons thought they were too clever to work. But I didn't treat them so badly.
Some people should be treated badly.
Scoundrels? I've never met a real scoundrel.
Some innocent people should be treated badly, too.
What an idea.
They should be treated the worst of all.
Why do you say that, Alfred?
Isn't that the way life is?
Toss that line over. No, I'll snap the buckle on here. I'm not an invalid, Alfred. I'm not that old yet.
I'd hate to see you an invalid. I wouldn't want that for you.
Nor I.
I'd like to do something for you would like, Mr. Weatherby.
What for?
You've admired this knife. Could I give you this knife?
No, keep it. There's no reason you should give it to me.
I've been insulted by people I respected. You haven't insulted me yet.
Oh, why should I? I must get on to the elders' meeting.
There. The horse is all hooked up. Up you go.
How did I manage without you, Alfred? Gee up. I hope I persuaded you to stay on.
Every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of Weatherby's chamber door and opened it, oh so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed, so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. When I was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh, so cautiously, just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night, just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, so that it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him.
Good morning, sir. Do you want the shutters opened?
What manner of day is it?
Fine day. Warm sun and a little breeze from the east.
Yes. Open the shutters.
You slept well?
Yes. I slept well.
Happy to hear that. We start repairing the stone wall to the west field this morning?
Yes, I suppose so.
Porridge is ready. And the coffee.
Hand me my boots, sir. Oh. Alfred, I do not understand you.
Understand me?
A hard-working, reliable man like you, drifting about. Oh, my back. I'm an old man, I fear. Not long, I feel.
You're not feeling up to yourself?
I don't know. More than likely, it was only a bad dream that left me liverish.
What did you dream?
Oh, it is gone now. It's good I have you around, Alfred. When Amelia went to her rest last winter, I was willing to go to mine. But lately her face has grown vague to me. We had a long life together, she and I. And it was good till these last few years when some mold crept in. Which way should I face? Toward rest or restlessness? What am I waiting for? I wish I knew.
Breakfast. Get up and everything will look different.
No, it is easy to make the days look different. The nights are always the same. The same.
On the 8th day, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own power, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feeling of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly as if startled. Now, you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, and so I knew he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on, steadily. I had my head in and was about to open the lantern.
Who's there? Who is there?
I kept still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle. I did not hear him lie down. No, he sat up in bed, listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. It was not a groan of pain or grief the old man made. Oh, no. It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul. A groan of mortal terror. I knew the sound well. Many a night when all the world slept, it has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart.
Is it the wind? No, there's no one. What is it? Who is there? No, there's nothing to see or to hear. But I feel a presence. I've known you were coming for me. Death, the dark shadow. It's the wrong time, before the crops are in, and while I've still some business to arrange with people in the town. My house is not in order. Do not surround me this way.
I opened a very, very little crevice in the lantern. You cannot imagine how stealthily. Until a single dim ray, like the thread of a spider, shot from the crevice and fell full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it, all dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray, as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. Have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now, There came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage.
Why do you wait, Death? Why do you wait? You didn't hesitate with Amelia. She had a shawl half knitted. I have much half done and less than half.
I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried to see how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meanwhile, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. I have told you that I am nervous, so I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet, for some minutes longer, I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst, and a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor.
Stop it. Stop it.
Stop it! What? Go away! No!
I threw open the lantern and dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. For many minutes, the heart beat on with a muffled sound. At length, it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there. Many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. Old man under the planks. You were a good man. If I could have plucked out the evil eye without killing you, that is what I would have done. Don't think badly of me, Mr. Weatherby. I did you a good turn, too, ridding you of that evil eye. But if I've done any wrong, it's because of that evil eye looking at me, giving me thoughts no man should have. But I haven't done wrong. I've done good. A great deal of good. And everything is... Who? At the door. At 4 a.m. But what have I now to fear? Nothing. The eye is closed, and the heart is still.
Sorry to bother you at this hour.
Yes?
We're officers of the town's night watch.
Is something the matter?
We'd like to speak to Mr. Weatherby.
Mr. Weatherby? You would like to speak to him, but he is not here.
Where is he?
The old gentleman has gone visiting in the country.
Where?
That he didn't say when he left. Perhaps to one of his daughters, but he didn't say.
His buggy is in the yard, and his horses in the barn.
Oh, yes, he took a ride with some friends of his who were traveling the same way.
What friends?
That I don't know. Oh, I don't know all his friends. Mr. Weatherby has so many.
You're his hired man?
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen him about the town. What brought you here?
A rainbow.
What's that?
Isn't everyone looking for a rainbow?
Yeah. One of the neighbors heard a shriek that sounded like trouble and came to the police office to tell us about it, and we've been ordered to investigate.
And search the house.
The shriek. Yes, the shriek was from a dream. A nightmare I was having. I dreamt a light from a lantern was shining in my eyes. But do come in. Mr. Weatherby will be pleased to learn the police give him such good protection. He has some valuable plate and coins in his cupboards. Come in.
We shall. Why is it you're dressed already?
I start my chores soon.
Your name is Alfred.
Alfred what?
Bain. Alfred Bain. Search everywhere. Go ahead. I don't know what you're looking for or what you expect. Robbers? Then you must make a careful search. Let me show you Mr. Weatherby's treasures. Perhaps you'd like to see his chamber, too. Come with me, I'll show you. I'd hate to have trouble here while Mr. Weatherby's away.
There is nothing wrong here.
Everything seems in order.
I'm glad you came and looked around. And is there anywhere else you'd wish to look?
No, I think not.
Well, sit down. Don't go yet. Rest yourselves. Sit there and here. I'll fetch a chair for myself. How well you've done your duty. I must commend you. No, the light of that lamp will be in my eyes. There. I'll put my chair here. How fine it must be working as a police officer. Protecting the townspeople from theft and robbery and violence.
Oh, it's a living.
I've often wanted to be a police officer.
Have you? Well.
My senses are very acute. I hear the most minute sounds around me. I'm very sensitive to everything. Perhaps I shall still end up as a police officer. That would suit me admirably.
When will Mr. Weatherby be returning?
I don't know. Shortly, I hope. There's the oats to cut if this hot sun stays with us.
The crops are good this year hereabouts.
Excellent. Mr. Weatherby is very pleased with his. He says I brought him luck.
A hired man does that sometimes.
Oh, but I can't take credit for that.
Mr. Weatherby speaks well of you, I hear.
Oh, does he? Does he?
And Weatherby in the past has been hard to please. Here, take a pipeful of tobacco from my pouch.
No.
Yes, please do.
Oh, thank you.
We're not supposed to smoke on duty.
But the full watch without a pipe is a long time?
We'll have to trust you not to inform the captain. Huh?
The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease, with my chair upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers sat and chatted of familiar things, but ere long I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distant.
The new street lamps in the town have made our job a little easier and more pleasant, especially on very dark nights.
Oh, I'm sure. But out here, on the edge of town, there are not many lamps. And there should be more. Several more, at least.
Oh, someday.
People are always stumbling into holes and hurting themselves. One day, someone will break a leg.
But these things take time.
The town has come a long way.
Indeed.
Yes, I like this town. I hope I can settle down here.
Well, why not?
Yes, well, why not?
Mr. Weatherby certainly needs a good man. He's grown too old to do much of the work around here himself.
That's exactly what I feel. Exactly. Mr. Weatherby needs someone, and why not me?
He and his sons couldn't get along. Oh, the fighting that went on.
A difficult man.
I don't understand that. He and I have never had an argument. We've gotten along very well. Scarcely a cross word.
You must be a rare fella.
No.
It's Mr. Weatherby who's the exceptional man.
He's had his troubles. His old family leaving and his wife dying, the aches and pains of old age, and losing the sight of his left eye.
His left eye? He's blind in that left eye?
You didn't know?
No, I did not.
That's why it stares that way, and sometimes wanders on its own.
He can't see out of it? His left eye?
Not a speck.
No doubt I grew very pale. I realized the noise was not within my ears. It increased. It was a low, dull, quick sound, such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I rose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gestures. Why would they not be gone, those officers? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased.
Sit down, Mr. Bain. Sit down. I'm not going to argue with you over which line of thoroughbred has produced the better horse.
No, don't give in. Argue with me.
Argue what?
Whatever... You made a statement, and now you won't stand by it. You won't back it up.
For my life, I can't remember what the statement was I made that started this whole thing.
Nor can I.
The two of you? Then I'm being made a fool of.
No, we're simply talking. Can't we talk?
Talk? Yes, talk. Say anything you like, and I won't disagree with you. I can be as sociable as anyone else and agree, no matter what is said. You do not need to convince me either. What do you wish to say?
Oh, come now. One doesn't go at talk as boldly as that. One slips into it. I like talk to slide in of its own accord, don't you?
Do I?
I don't like talk that's too careful either, or touchy. Easy talk is what I like.
Easy talk and the fire and smoke.
Oh, stop it. This chatter and the smiles, those smiles, yours and yours. Is it possible you don't hear that?
Hear what?
Listen to it. Louder, louder, louder.
What?
You hear, both of you. You suspect. You know. You're making a mockery of my horror. I cannot bear your hypocritical smiles any longer. I must scream or die.
What's taken hold of you? What's wrong with you?
Villains! No more pretense. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here. It's the beating of his hideous heart. It has stopped.
Here. Let's see what is under those planks.
It has stopped.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Look not upon the wine when it is red in the cup. The good book tells us, it biteth like a serpent, It stingeth like an adder. But when it glows that fiery red and bites and stings like a rattlesnake, that's when it bubbles the blood and fires the brain. That's the time, the only time it's worth looking at. But it's hard, so hard to do the right thing. And it's such a small word, such a tiny word. It only has 2 letters. Why is it so hard to say no?
I'm guilty.
I say you're innocent.
I wanted to kill him.
That's unimportant.
The gun.
Yes.
My fingerprints are on the gun.
I still say you're innocent.
Why?
Because I want to believe it.
Our mystery drama, Little Green Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Kim Hunter. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. At a place in Russia called Borodino, Napoleon won a battle but lost a war. Now, why should we be concerned? This is, after all, the Mystery Theater, not the History Theater. You see, at the Battle of Borodino, Napoleon was not his usual alert, brilliant self. He was tired. It was an effort to think, to act. Why? Because he had a cold. And why did he have a cold? Because his feet were wet. And why? Because his orderly was drunk the night before and had neglected to make sure that the emperor would have a pair of dry boots. And so the history of the world was changed. We don't even know that orderly's name. But let us consider some other workings of blind chance.
Oh, my head.
You looking at me for sympathy?
Please don't shout.
I'm only whispering.
This time, I swear I'll stay on the wagon.
Till you fall off again.
Look, I got it down to once a year.
Once too many. Where did you go last night?
Oh, boy, do I know.
Well, what did you do?
Do I remember?
All year, you hardly touch a drop.
I know.
And then one night, for some reason, for no reason you ever want to talk about, you just get blind, staggering drunk. Now, why?
If I could answer that. If only I could answer that.
Are you going to work today?
Oh, sure. Big sale. Got to open the store early.
Elmer, look, about the note.
Yeah, well, that's why I thought we'd have the sale. Raise cash quickly.
Did you talk to Bob Kirtland?
Well, yeah.
About an extension?
You know Bob Kirtland.
He said no.
Well, don't worry. I'll have the cash for him by next week.
Sure, by giving away all the stock in the store.
It won't be that bad.
It'll be worse. We needed the extension, Elmer, so we could work off the debt and still have some equity.
I went to see Kirtland at his country house. I told him if he didn't give me an extension, it'd mean I'd probably have to go out of business. You know what he said? He said in the long run, he'd be doing me a favor.
He what?
He said I wasn't cut out for business. The sooner I realized it, the better.
Okay, it's been a bad year, Elmer. It's not your fault.
Well, I told him. He just said it hadn't been a bad year for him. Just for fellows who didn't know what they were doing.
So how did you leave it?
How did I leave it?
Well, he may have said no, but is there any possibility that he might change his mind?
I don't think so.
Would it help if I asked him?
I don't think so. Bob Kirtland is a man who's completely devoid of sentiment.
Oh, don't say that.
And furthermore, he has it in for me personally.
Now, that's where you're wrong. Bob Kirtland never gets personal about business.
Yeah, well, I think that's changed.
What do you mean?
I got a little personal about Bob Kirtland last night.
Elmer.
I couldn't help it. I saw all those years of hard work and every dollar we have in the world going down the drain and...
And what?
Well, I guess I told him off.
Oh.
I called him a vulture.
A vulture?
Then I stopped off at Sid's,
had a drink.
Mm-hmm.
And then another drink.
I see.
That's all I remember. Really, I'm sorry, Lucy. I'm really, really sorry.
All right. Well, you are going to pick up the phone and call Bob Kirtland, and you are going to apologize.
Now, wait just a minute.
It has to be done.
Not after what I said to him.
Especially after what you said to him.
I've got my pride.
Yeah, pride is an extravagance you can't afford.
That's what he wants to do, make me crawl.
He is a meticulous man. The floor is clean in his house.
I won't do it.
I'll dial his number. Oh, now, what do you suppose that is at this hour of the morning? Well, don't stand there, Elmer. Open it.
Good morning.
Sheriff.
Oh, it's you, Sheriff.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's me.
Well, that doesn't sound so good. Well, come on in anyhow. We see you once a year. Each time after Elmer's had his little evening. You were here last, let's see, yes, it'll be a year next month. Elmer went swimming in the town hall fountain.
You want a cup of coffee, Sheriff?
Well, I do, but I don't know if I should. I come here to place Elmer under arrest.
Huh?
Well, what for? Did I do something crazy last night?
I'm afraid you did.
What did he do, Sheriff?
Elmer, I arrest you for the murder of Robert Kinfeather Kirtland.
Oh, no.
I must inform you that anything you say may be used against you.
Murder?
Bob Kirtland? He's dead?
Yeah. Last night.
But why do you say that Elmer did it?
Elmer was there.
But that's right. I was.
Elmer, did you?
I don't know.
We found the gun.
Elmer's never fired a gun in his life. Well, Elmer wouldn't know how. He wouldn't even own a gun. He dislikes guns. Everybody knows that.
Now, that may be true, but he fired one at Bob Kirtland last night.
How can you say that?
His fingerprints are on it.
Well, how could he...
I'm sorry.
Elmer.
I don't know.
Well, all right. Bob had Elmer in a very tight squeeze.
No, the whole town knows
and,
that.
Elmer went to visit him last night to see if they could make some kind of a financial arrangement. Do you understand, Sheriff?
Yeah, it's clear.
And Bob Kirtland, being Bob Kirtland, I mean no disrespect to the dead, but... Well, Bob Kirtland was the meanest, stingiest, most vindictive
Yeah,
man.
I've heard that said.
Well, and one word led to another. Elmer became so angry, so desperate. You see, he faces the loss of everything. Do you realize that?
Yes.
And so he lost his temper, and in a fit of rage, he killed Bob Kirtland. It's murder, yes, but... You see, it's not cold-blooded, premeditated murder. Oh, it's not justified. Murder is never justified, but it is understandable. And the jury will have to take that into consideration.
The jury also has to take something else into consideration, Lucy.
Well, what's that?
The fact that he had a gun.
A gun?
A fit of rage, all very well, Lucy. But why did he bring the gun unless he meant to use it? Elmer?
I don't know, Sheriff. I just don't know.
Lucy. Well, I didn't think you'd be in the store today.
I can't afford not to be in the store, Phil.
I want you to know I'll do everything I can.
Thanks, Phil.
I don't believe Elmer could have killed Bob Kirtland.
Well, they've got a gun with his fingerprints.
I don't care about that. Do you believe Elmer's guilty?
Well, it's crazy. Elmer's the sweetest, most gentle human being in the whole wide world, but maybe once a year when he starts drinking...
I believe he's innocent.
Oh, Phil, you and Elmer, you're two of a kind.
No, we're not. We're friends. We're buddies since kindergarten. But I'm not like Elmer at all, and you know that. I'm practical, where he's a dreamer. I'm down to earth. I've made money, a lot of money. And it's yours. Yours
and Elmer.
Oh, no.
What do you mean, oh, no? I'm Elmer's friend. I'm your friend. You should have borrowed the money from me in the first place instead of going to Bob Kirtland.
Well, you don't borrow money from friends.
Now, look, Elmer needs a lawyer.
Well, I thought I'd ask Lou Ballantyne.
To do what? Lucy, this is a murder
I
case.
know, but Lou is very good.
Sure. Drawing up contracts, writing wills, but he's never, ever defended against a murder charge.
Yes, but still,
It's like it is with doctors. You don't go to a psychiatrist to take your appendix out. Now, you need a lawyer who specializes in murder, and you're not going to find one in this town.
I just don't know what to say then.
I do. I've engaged a lawyer for you.
You have?
You need one of the best lawyers in the world, because that jury is going to be afraid to acquit Elmer, or even to let him off easy.
How can you say that? Elmer grew up in this town. Everybody knows him. They'll be fair.
Melissa Kirtland is on her way home from Europe. Her father's dead. Now she owns the town.
Well...
Lucy, look, I forgave you for marrying Elmer. But she never forgave Elmer for marrying you. Now, that's why you need a lawyer who can keep the judge and the state's attorney and even the jury on their toes.
Oh, Melissa, wouldn't I...
Wouldn't what? Oh, Lucy, you're a very sweet and decent person, but you shouldn't judge everyone by yourself. On that jury, you'll have shopkeepers, you'll have farmers. They won't be out to alienate Melissa Kirtland, the richest woman in the county.
But Elmer wasn't himself. Everybody knows he wasn't himself.
It'll be tried before Judge Gary.
Judge Gary is fair and honest.
And Jerry Holt, the DA, would like to run for governor. The Kirtland family has been the biggest contributor to the party.
Phil, I don't know what to do.
You don't have to do anything. We'll make sure Elmer gets every possible break. I've already engaged a lawyer from New York.
I don't think any lawyer could help.
This one can. She's never lost a case.
She?
Oh, come on now. Are you prejudiced because she's a woman?
Interesting question. When a man faces trial for his life, no one can be closer to him than his attorney. And if the lawyer happens to be a woman, can his wife ever really feel completely at ease? Especially if he's acquitted. It means that the most important thing in his life will have been done for him by another woman. I just bring this up as a bonus. I'll return shortly with Act 2. The hand, they say, is quicker than the eye. But what, then, is quicker than either? Why, the mind, of course. Mind, eye, and hand. They were designed to work in unison and harmony as a team. But what happens when they seem to be working at cross purposes? Well, obviously, we're in for a great many differences of opinion.
Lucy, this is Miss Adelaide Gordon.
How do you do?
Miss Gordon, Mrs. Baker, Elmer's wife.
Tell me, Mrs. Baker, is your husband innocent?
Well, how would I know that?
I think a woman knows.
Well, according to all the evidence.
We're not concerned with the evidence.
Well, how can you, a lawyer, not be concerned with the evidence?
You think a jury makes up its mind on the basis of evidence?
I would assume so.
No, a jury is made up of human beings. Human beings do not make personal decisions on the basis of facts.
I'm not a big city lawyer, but I would venture to disagree.
Would you?
Well, I think people are more intelligent than they're given credit for.
Permit me, Mrs. Baker. About 12 years ago, you were the most popular girl in this town. You could have had your pick of practically all the attractive and eligible young men.
Well, I wasn't that popular.
You chose Elmer Baker, who had no money and very poor prospects.
I was in love with Elmer.
My point exactly. The most important decision you ever made in your life had nothing to do with facts, evidence, or logic.
Well,
you're not alone. People don't change the habits of a lifetime just because they happen to be sitting on a jury. They'll believe what they want to believe.
But in a court of law, the evidence...
A person sitting on that jury doesn't know what to believe. Maybe he wants to believe Elmer is innocent. But he looks at you. You're his wife. He has to see that belief on your face. Suppose he doesn't.
Look, there's proof Elmer's guilty. He was there. His fingerprints are on the gun. The best thing for him to do is to admit it and just throw himself on the mercy of the court.
He'll be put away for life. Is that what you want?
No. You have no right to say that to me. I'm just telling you how I feel.
Your feelings are of no importance. Elmer is my client. He becomes the most important person in the world to me.
I don't think that Phil did a wise thing in engaging you.
You don't?
This is a small town. You have a brilliant reputation. People will resent your presence here. They'll feel you're the big city expert here to show up the local talent.
Look, let's straighten it out, Mrs. Baker. You wouldn't feel this way if I were a man. You're jealous of me.
That is the most ridiculous thing.
He's in desperate trouble. You want to be the one to save him. I have no interest in your husband as a man. I'm considered one of the top 10 trial lawyers in the country. But I won't force myself into this case. I could be on the next plane out of here.
Now, wait a minute, Miss Gordon. You agreed to take the case.
Mrs. Baker can lose it for me. Let the jury see the doubt and indecision on her face, and we don't have a chance.
But we don't have a chance anyhow. The gun, the fingerprints.
Believe he's innocent, Mrs. Baker. Phil Hastings here believes it.
Do you, Phil? Do you really?
Yes.
That's why I accepted the assignment. Because Mr. Hastings is sincerely convinced of your husband's innocence. Mrs. Baker, you know Elmer better than anyone. In your heart. Now forget the gun and the fingerprints and the motive and the opportunity. Do you believe Elmer could commit murder?
No.
Believe that when you sit in the courtroom. If Bob Kirtland put the squeeze on many people in this town, there could be others with a motive to kill him. Is that true, Mr. Hastings?
Oh, yes.
Let's see if we could trace Elmer's movements. He left home at about what time, Mrs. Baker?
Oh, just about 4.
And he headed out toward the Kirtland place. How long would it take him to get there?
About half an hour.
No one was at the house except Mr. Kirtland. Now, the next thing we hear about Elmer comes from you, Mr. Hastings.
Yes. About 11:30, I got a call from Sid Bellows. He owns a bar. He said I ought to come down and keep an eye on Elmer. I went down there. Elmer was pretty far gone. I couldn't reason with him in that state, so I stayed with him till he passed out. Then I took him home.
And what time was that?
What time was that, Lucy? Midnight?
Mm-hmm. Midnight, exactly. I know, because there was a show on the air that had just gone off.
And then what?
I managed to get him to bed. He slept through the night till 7 in the morning when he had to get up to go to work.
He left the house at 4 in the afternoon. At 4:30, he arrived at the Kirtland house. Well, what time did he show up at the tavern?
A little after 5. Sid will confirm that.
How long would it take to get from the Kirtland house to Sid's tavern?
Maybe a half hour.
And he only spent a few minutes with Bob Kirtland. The coroner places the time of death somewhere around 4:30.
Oh, I don't know. It just gets worse and worse.
Look, no matter how bad it sounds, Lucy, you just keep believing.
I'll try.
Sheriff, who discovered Bob Kirtland's body?
Bill Howley. She comes in mornings, does cleaning. She got there 8 o'clock. Front door was open. She kicked something with her foot. She looked down. It was a revolver. A .32 caliber revolver that fired the bullet that killed Bob Kirtland. That's been established by ballistical tests.
Did she pick it up?
She was about to. Then she noticed Bob Kirtland lying on the floor, dead. She didn't touch nothing. She's seen too many murder shows.
And this is the gun that's supposed to have Elmer Baker's fingerprints on it.
Now, I appreciate the fact that a lawyer has to put it that way, ma'am, but it wasn't supposed to have. It did have Elmer's prints on it.
How did you find that out so quickly?
Well, we knew Elmer'd gone to see him, so we just did a routine check. We got his prints at the city hall, Elmer's volunteer fireman. I must say, ma'am, I've never seen a murder case where there's so much evidence against a man.
How many murder cases have you seen, Sheriff?
Ma'am, I must admit, there you got me.
I would like to see Elmer now, please.
I've heard of you. You mean you're going to defend me?
Yes.
But you must cost a fortune.
I don't come cheaply.
Well, I could never afford to pay you.
My fee is being taken care of.
By whom?
You have a good friend.
Phil. I won't let him.
He's already done it. Let's talk about important things. You, for instance. I understand you go out and get roaring drunk once a year. Why?
I don't know.
Yes, you do.
I guess because I'm a failure.
In other words, you feel sorry for yourself.
That's right. I wanted to be a writer.
What stopped you?
I'm just not good enough.
And you can't accept it.
I opened a bookshop. I like to be surrounded by great writing.
Well, that should make you happy.
I'm a bad businessman. The only books I sell are those I like to read myself. Consequently...
Your selection is limited.
Yes. Well, things turned bad financially. I had to borrow money from Bob Kirtland. I couldn't pay it back on time.
So you went to see him to ask for an extension.
Yes, that's right.
How did it turn out?
Bad. Well, I knew it would be bad before I even got there.
How?
You believe in signs, omens?
It depends.
I have this new car.
You were tight for money and you bought a new car?
Well, what could we do? The old one collapsed. You can't live without a car in this town?
Go ahead.
Kirtland's place is across the Mule River.
Yes.
You've got to go over the new bridge to get there. Big steel suspension bridge. I don't even know why I bother telling you this. I mean, it's stupid.
You never know.
Well, they were painting it. They had a crew spraying this green paint on the bridge. Those fellas are supposed to be careful, but I got some paint on the grill of the car.
Paint?
Well, it wasn't much. It was just a couple of drops. But it was just my luck. I knew then things would go badly.
And they did.
I asked Bob for some more time. He said no. Well, we had some words. And I left. Just to go out and tie one on.
Did you kill him?
I don't know.
You were sober at the time, weren't you?
Well, I don't know about that either. You see, even to go and talk to Bob Kirtland took more nerve than I've got when I'm sober. So I bought a bottle, and I kept fortifying myself on the way there. As I remember, that was the text of Bob's sermon to me.
Did you kill him?
I must have.
That's not an answer we can work with. Did you kill him?
I don't know. Look, I can't stand the thought of killing. That's how I've been all my life. I'm absolutely unable to take another human life. And yet...
Yes?
Well, there's the gun. How can we explain my fingerprints on that gun?
At this point, we can't. Let's forget it for now. You say you were unable to take a human life.
Yes, I'd sooner die. But...
Yes?
The gun.
What about the gun?
Well, that's it. I can't explain that gun.
What was I doing with a gun?
Now, wait. Did you have a gun when you went to see Kirtland?
I don't see how. But I remember a gun.
You remember a gun?
Yes.
You remember seeing a gun, carrying a gun, firing a gun?
I just remember holding a gun. There was a gun in my hand.
When?
That day, that night. It's gone from me. I can't really remember what happened. All right, maybe I don't want to remember. What's the difference? The fact is, everything's gone from my memory except that gun. I remember holding a gun.
Slowly but surely, it's coming out. He remembers holding a gun. How would you like to be his lawyer? Miss Adelaide Gordon is supposed to be among the 10 best in the country. She's never lost a murder case. How would you bet now? Well, don't risk your money. You'll get the answer in Act 3. Beware, as long as you live, of judging people by appearances, said a French philosopher. And so, if we must forbear to judge people, how much more vital is it to withhold our judgment of things? Give a man a strong motive to commit murder. Have him present at the scene of the crime. Find his fingerprints on the murder weapon. And now ask yourself this question. Would you rather be the attorney for the defense or the prosecution?
You remember a gun?
Yes, I remember a gun. A revolver.
What do you remember about it?
Nothing. I just remember a revolver. I was holding a revolver in my hand.
Why?
I don't know.
And you fired it?
I don't know.
Where did you get it?
I don't like to keep saying I don't know. But
you have to help me. I have to start with something.
But everyone says...
Forget what everyone says. Ask yourself, is it possible for you to kill?
But how did my fingerprints get on that gun?
Let me worry about that.
Let you worry?
If you killed him, then that would account for the fingerprints. You were desperate. You acted in a frenzy. Why did you bring the gun? All right, you brought it to scare him. You never meant to use it. You lost your head, you pulled the trigger. You were so scared, so disoriented, you even dropped the gun where it could be found.
Well, then, maybe that's what I did.
I must know for sure. If you're convinced you didn't do it, then I'll believe you didn't do it. Did you or did you not kill Bob Kirtland?
No.
All right.
I'm not a killer. I don't care how it looks. I didn't do it.
Then that's the defense. Phil, we have to talk to her. I'm frightened. She isn't doing anything.
Now, maybe it looks that way, but you
But
don't...
what? Look, she's supposed to be this big, high-powered lawyer, but she just sits there and nothing happens. The district attorney makes all the points. If I were on that jury...
Lucy, it's possible there are legal issues that she's trying to get certain irregularities reversed by a higher court.
What irregularities?
Well, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
Is she a lawyer? At least Lou Ballantyne is well-liked in this town.
What can we do?
Talk to her. Maybe she can change Elmer's plea. I mean, this way he's sure to be convicted. I'm sorry. You're dissatisfied, Mrs. Baker. I don't know what to say. It's obvious we're losing this case. Do you believe Elmer murdered Kirtland? Well, no. Do you, Phil?
No.
I don't believe it either. How can I change our defense? It's the truth. Well, why...
Why can't we just say that Elmer was seized by a fit of temporary madness, and that's why he killed Bob Kirtland?
You'd be asking me to base our defense on a lie.
Please, Miss Gordon, I don't know what to think, what to believe. I only know that this way we are just losing.
Can you give us some assurance that your line of defense will be successful, Miss Gordon?
I'm a lawyer. I go with what I believe is the truth. I believe Elmer is innocent, and I have to go down the line with it.
Come in. Oh, well, good evening, Miss Gordon.
Mind if I ask you a few questions, Sheriff?
No, have a seat.
Thank you.
Case isn't going too well, is it?
Between you and me, it could be better.
Off the record. Why'd you take it?
I was impressed by Phil Hastings. He's absolutely convinced of Elmer's innocence. And despite the way Lucy talks, so is she. And when you look into Elmer's eyes, you know he's not a killer.
None of that seems to be going over with the jury.
Well, this jury's different.
That's the truth. They can't afford to acquit against the evidence.
I know about Melissa Kirtland and her influence.
And she hates Elmer.
That's understandable. She thinks he killed her father.
No. She hated her father. Just 12 years ago, she was crazy about Elmer. That's funny. Richest girl in town falling for the poorest boy. She made no secret of it. She was out to get him. But he turned her down. And she never did forgive him.
He could have married Melissa Kirtland.
And instead, he married Lucy. Lucy was going steady. Well, we thought it was steady with Phil Hastings. Phil took it hard. He got into a pretty bad fist fight. I know, I had to break it up. I guess Phil's more of a man than most folks ever give him credit for. He made up with Elmer. They're the best of friends.
I see.
He must have gone into hock to hire you, even though he knew it had to be for a lost cause.
Why do you say it's a lost cause?
Well, you're just the wrong lawyer. Well, now, no offense, now, nothing personal. It's just the way it is.
Please, sit down, Miss Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Ballantyne.
Well, I must say, this is an honor. The Adelaide Gordon visiting an old country lawyer like myself.
You're much too modest, Mr. Ballantyne. The fact is, I've come for a consultation. Have you been following the trial?
Yes. We've never had anything like it in town.
You're aware of my line of defense?
Yes.
What line would you have used?
Same one. I would have insisted on Elmer's innocence, just as you are.
Why?
For the same reason. I believe in it.
That's my problem, Mr. Ballantyne. You would have the ability to transfer this belief to the jury. Evidently, I don't.
I think you're doing an excellent job, Miss Gordon. The trial isn't over yet.
It is, and you know it.
Well, if we could assume that Elmer did not murder Bob Kirtland, we must ask ourselves the logical question. Who did?
I'm a lawyer, not a detective.
Sometimes there's little difference. You might ask yourself a question. Instead of trying to find out who else may have wanted to kill Bob Kirtland, who might have wanted to kill Elmer Baker?
Kill Elmer?
Well, sending him to jail for 20 years, for life, amounts to the same thing.
Yes, I see what you mean. Who would want to kill Elmer?
Nobody. I mean, I don't have any enemies.
Think. Who? You never got into a fight with anyone?
No, never.
Well, that doesn't square with what the sheriff told me. He said you and Phil Hastings had a terrible brawl when you took Lucy away from him.
That doesn't count.
Why not?
Phil and I, we were best friends before I married Lucy. And even though we had that very brief flare-up, we've remained best friends ever since.
Go back to the day of the murder.
Oh, again?
Did Phil know you were going to see Bob?
Yes, he disapproved. He said he'd lend me the money to pay part of the note.
And you didn't take it?
I like Phil too much to borrow money from him.
You left the store and went to see Kirtland. You drove all the way out there, and you had to cross the what bridge?
The Mule River. Big suspension bridge.
And they were painting it.
Yes, that's what lit the fuse. I got this paint spattered on my grill.
Then you had your interview with Bob Kirtland. And from there on, your mind is a blank.
Yes. But maybe I did kill him. Look, you get to be 40, you're headed nowhere. You don't have the ability or the guts to do what you really want.
Look, don't even start that line of thought. Right now, we can't afford it. Your Honor, the defense calls Mr. Peter Garrick. Mr. Garrick, on the afternoon of the 25th, where were you?
I was on the Mule River Bridge.
What were you doing there?
I was there with my crew. We were painting the bridge.
Painting the bridge.
Well, we were spraying on the first coat. You know what I mean, the green coat.
Uh-huh. You were there from when to when?
Well, we start in the morning after the rush at 10 o'clock, and we usually quit 4:30 before the night rush.
You were spraying this paint, you say. Cars driving past, they could have caught some of it.
Yeah, maybe a couple of drops. We keep a bucket of turpentine and rags at the end of the bridge and a sign that says, use this to remove any paint that may accidentally...
I know. And you stopped at 4:30.
Yes, ma'am. On the head.
If it pleases the court, it is our contention that Elmer Baker is innocent. However, this leaves a question. If Elmer Baker did not murder Robert Kirtland, who did? At approximately 4:30 that afternoon, someone fired the fatal bullet into Mr. Kirtland's body. But who? It is my contention, and I intend to prove, that Elmer Baker is the victim of a plot, a carefully designed and brilliantly executed scheme that almost worked. The defense calls Mr. Philip Hastings.
Me?
Yes, Mr. Hastings, you. Mr. Hastings, can you account for your movements on the day of the 25th?
Well, do I have to?
Yes, Mr. Hastings, you have to.
I left my apartment after breakfast. I went to my office, which is just down the street from here. I was busy all day. I even had lunch sent in. And then I worked late, and I went home. I brought some work with me. And then at 11, I got a call from Sid Jenkins of Sid's Bar and Grill. He said Elmer was getting a bit hard to handle. So I went there, and I calmed him down and took him home.
At no time, then, during the 25th, did you visit the home of Mr. Bob Kirtland?
Why would I want to?
Please answer.
Of course not.
Then, on the 25th, you had no occasion to cross the Mule River Bridge.
Certainly not.
I say you did.
What?
I say you killed Bob Kirtland.
What?
Counselor, are you charging Mr. Hastings with murder?
I am, Your Honor.
On what evidence?
Some years ago, Elmer Baker took Lucy away from Phil Hastings.
And that's why Mr. Hastings murdered Bob Kirtland?
Yes, Your Honor. To make it look as if Elmer did it. Phil never forgave Elmer. He bided his time.
Oh, that's a lie.
I would appreciate some facts, Counselor.
Phil Hastings saw a sudden opportunity to be rid of Elmer Baker. With Elmer in jail and out of Lucy's life, Phil could once again woo her and this time win her. But he had to maintain the appearance of great friendship. So he followed Elmer to Kirtland's house. When he saw Elmer leave, he went inside, shot Bob Kirtland.
It's a lie!
Your Honor, I shall present the proof in just a moment. He knew Elmer would be staggering drunk. He met Elmer at Sid's bar, took him home, and while Elmer was practically out cold, he made Elmer grasp the butt of the revolver, which is how Elmer's fingerprints came to be on it.
Well, that just isn't true.
After he brought Elmer home, he drove back to the Kirtland place and dropped the revolver on the floor.
What are you trying to do to me?
And there was Elmer, neatly tied up for the killing. But Phil had to make sure. In the ordinary way, Lou Ballantyne would defend Elmer. Lou, who knows each one of you in this town, who could have convinced you of Elmer's innocence. So Phil decided to make himself appear a great friend by calling in a famous outsider.
Not one word is true.
Counselor, this is all supposition. Are there facts? Do you still insist, Mr. Hastings, that you did not go to the Kirtland house on the 25th?
I never left this town.
You did not cross the Mule River Bridge?
Certainly not.
Then, Your Honor, I suggest the court moves to the parking lot, where on the right front grille and the left rear panel of Mr. Philip Hastings' car, we will find tiny smudges of the green paint that was sprayed on the Mule River Bridge on the day of the murder.
And they did. They found the tiny incriminating stains of paint exactly where she said they would. You've heard the saying, for want of a nail. Well, here Philip Hastings might lament, for the want of a few drops of turpentine. I shall return shortly.
The 1977 Buick Regal. It comes with Buick's terrific V6 engine. It carries 6 people and lots of Buick comfort. It's lean. It's maneuverable in city traffic. It's the most luxurious mid-sized car Buick builds. Yeah, this new Regal is pretty much everything a car should be, except for one thing. It isn't yours yet, but it can be. Just see your Buick dealer for a test drive soon. Just about everyone.
Belief. They say it moves mountains, but they don't say which way. Well, you can move them any way you wish in the face of an opposition. You can do great things, provided you make sure all the little details are taken care of. If you want to commit a murder, make sure you don't leave some little insignificant, tiny, loose end dangling. It can lengthen into a noose. On second thought, don't do it. Our cast included Kim Hunter, Bob Dryden, Carol Teitel, and Nat Polen. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
So if you had lost your game of chance with friend Gino Bracciolti, could you have afforded to pay?
I'd hoped you wouldn't think that question was necessary.
Oh, but I do.
Then I'll answer it the way I answered Gino. I always pay my debt.
Oh, come on, that's not an answer. It's an evasion.
What do you want of me, Gary? What are you trying to prove?
I want you to level with me.
Let go of my arm, Gary. You're hurting me. Thank you. All right. I'll level with you. The debt has been paid, the money returned. The chapter should be closed, but you're not satisfied with the ending. You feel that there's another gimmick, a twist within the twist to make it a story to satisfy you as a writer. That's the whole point, isn't it, Gary? The question in your mind isn't really if I had lost. What you really want to know is did. Isn't that your question, Gary?
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
I'm E.G. Marshall. If life had a second edition, oh, how I would correct the proofs. So sighs the poet. And I'm sure most of us would agree. Yet, if by some accident or miracle, call it what you will, the book of your life could be reprinted, would the pages show the same mistakes? Who knows? Who can really say for sure?
Joey, that dame, she goes for you. Hit her up for some dough.
No.
Joe, we got nothing left to drink. Go see that dame. She'll give you a couple of bucks.
No. I'm not like you. I'm not a bum. I was a cop. A detective first grade. One of the top men in the department. Yeah. And I'm going to be back up there again one day. You just wait and see.
Our mystery drama, Gate 27, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
Working hard, there's no denying. Do your best, you keep on trying. So take a break, that's satisfying. You and Maxwell House. So pour a cup, enjoy the flavor. The taste is always true. Relax and get yourself together. Maxwell House in you. Get that good, the last cup feeling. With Maxwell House, only Maxwell House gives you good to the last cup feeling. Maxwell House.
Maxwell House has a taste, a feeling that no other coffee can give you. Because Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
Get that good to the last drop feeling. Maxwell House.
Hey, what's the holdup? This isn't rush hour. Haven't you heard? Cousins is having their half-off sale. You mean all this traffic is heading for Cousins? If you were at Cousins' half-off sale last year, you'd understand. It's unbelievable. Practically everything is 50% off and more. Suits, sport coats, sweaters, outerwear, dress shirts, you name it.
You mean to tell me that those great-looking fashions from Adolfo, LeBaron, Cassini, Lou Miles are at least a half off?
Now you know why everyone's in such a hurry. Designer three-piece suits that were $295 are now $147.50. $450 LeBaron suits are now $225. Ola Cassini suede front sweaters that were $125 are now $49. And get this, Cousins' $145 all-weather trench coat is now $69.
At those prices, I can get an entire winter and year-round wardrobe. All right, fella, take it easy. Don't you realize Cousins is having their annual half-off sale?
Cousins Clothes, 11.5 mile in Southfield and Lathrop Village. And Cousins Big and Tall Store, 11 mile in Southfield and Lathrop Village.
What did the philosopher say? He that is not handsome at 20, strong at 30, rich at 40, nor wise at 50, shall then never be handsome, strong, wise, or rich. Our story will tell of Joe Driscoll, who has just arrived at his 50th birthday, and at this point has none of those attributes. However, let the tale be told by a man who knows Joe Driscoll better than anyone else, Detective Lieutenant Frank Ruhlbach.
The fact is, at the time you're discussing there, Joe Driscoll was a bum. A down-and-out drunk who just drifted around. Every morning you'd see him in Grand Central Station, here in New York, at the height of the commuter rush hour. And he'd usually shape up in front of Gate 27 on the upper level. The railway cops were always ready to give him the bum's rush. Hey, you. Keep moving.
I'm not doing anything.
Start walking. I guess you could say it's the standard morning ritual. Both of them know it. After a while, the cop has other fish to fry, and Joe is left in relative peace. But by now, most of the incoming crowd has already walked away from Gate 27. Only a few stragglers are coming up the stairs. One is an elderly, grim-looking, hatchet-faced man. A most unpromising prospect. But beggars can't be choosers.
Mister, could you spare a thought?
Get lost, you filthy animal.
And now there's only one more person coming up the stairway. A lady. As a rule, Joe is not a mall buzzer. That's a guy who works on women. With some of them, all you have to do is open your mouth and they scream. But this one looks to be somewhere in her 40s, nicely dressed in a blue suit, and she has a smile on her face.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes? What is it?
Could you spare 50 cents for a cup of coffee?
50 cents for a cup of coffee. Never realized how inflation must be hitting your business, too. Coffee, I remember it used to be a dime, even a nickel. What could a nickel possibly buy today, do you think?
Nothing.
A dime?
Maybe a phone call?
If you had a dime, is there anyone you'd want to call?
No.
You know something? I happen to have a dime, but there's no one I could call up either. Well, 50 cents, you said. You're not really going to buy a cup of coffee with it, are you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, sure.
Tell me, can you actually get a bottle of whiskey for 50 cents?
No. But, 50 cents here, 50 cents there. It adds up.
And how many 50-cent pieces have you made so far this morning?
None.
Well, then, we better get you started. Here.
Oh, say thank you. I appreciate that.
And that's how it began. Each morning, he'd wait for her to come up the stairway at gate 27, and each morning, there she'd be in her smart blue dress. And each morning, she'd smile at him cheerfully and say,
Hello there. Here you are.
Say thank you. I appreciate that.
She'd hand him something, change or a dollar bill, and she'd walk away. And that was the extent of it. She never asked him his name or why he was on the bum. She never suggested that he try to reform. She just smiled and handed over the money. Later in the day, he'd be sitting in the park with a crony. They'd be drinking, and something was happening inside him. Something that he thought had been long dead.
Here you are, Joe.
Huh? What's that?
It's your turn.
Oh.
It's your bottle.
I don't want any.
What do you mean? You don't want any?
Just what I said.
Oh, okay. More for me. Joe.
Yeah?
Why don't you want any?
I'm gonna quit drinking.
Yeah? That's good. I wish I could quit. Why are you gonna quit?
Because of her.
A dame?
Yeah.
That's something new. I heard of guys who start drinking because of a dame, but to quit? Who's the dame?
I don't know.
You mean you ain't even met her yet?
No. I met her.
You met her? You don't know who she is?
Yeah. I feel I want to talk to her. But how can I talk to her? What can I say to her? Harry, look at me. I'm just a bum.
You want a drink?
My face, my clothes, I'm filthy. Oh, yeah, sure, I'm all right just as somebody she could be sorry for, but for her to take me seriously, as a person, as a guy, you know what I mean, Harry?
You sure you don't want any more of this?
But here's what I have to do. I have to quit drinking. Harry, are you listening to this?
Huh?
And then I have to get cleaned up. Got a job. I don't think I could get back in the police department anymore, but there's plenty of jobs. Right, Harry?
Anything you say, Joe.
Yeah, and then, Harry, listen to this. I'll get my own place. A car. Some good clothes. You know, and one morning, I'll show up at gate 27. And I'll say to her, hey, listen, let me buy you some breakfast. Yeah, Harry, that's what I'm going to do. What do you say to that, huh?
You want a drink?
Harry, I said no. This is it. No.
And every afternoon he'd sit there in the park, and every afternoon he'd bravely make the resolution. But as the shadows lengthened and dusk gradually enveloped the city, his resolve would falter and then weaken and finally collapse.
You want a drink, Joe? Joe?
Yeah, Harry. Hand it over.
And when night would fall, he'd find a doorway or an alley or, if he had the price, one of the flop houses. He could barely afford a bowl of soup. But at least dreams were free. You didn't have to pay for them or work for them. You could have any dream you wanted as long as you wished for it. And in his dream...
And the witnesses say he was reaching for his gun.
They saw his hands move, so they thought he was going for his gun. But you see, I knew better. I knew he was going to raise them high in the air.
How? How did you know?
I could see it in his eyes. He was scared. He didn't want to die. I could see it in his eyes. But I shot him anyhow.
Why, Joe? Why did you shoot him?
Because of her.
Who?
Florence. My wife, Florence.
Oh, you were married?
Yeah. I loved her. Even though everyone told me about her.
What did everyone tell you?
Oh, things I wouldn't believe.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. And then one day I came home when I wasn't supposed to, when I wasn't expected, and I caught him. In my own house. I caught her with him.
With whom?
Who knows? If I'd come home earlier a different day, it would have been somebody else. Well, I turned around, walked out of the room, out of the house.
You did the right thing.
No, it was wrong. I should have killed her.
Why?
Well, because I had to kill somebody. I had to get rid of all that anger. Well, that night I ran into Lou Follette. I said to myself, somebody has to pay for this. And you're going to pay for it, Lou Follette. That's why I killed him. Because I was afraid to kill her. Florence. I was afraid to kill my wife, Florence.
But everyone said you had no choice but to shoot Lou Follette.
I don't care what everyone said. All I know is that night I went out and I started to drink, and I didn't stop for 5 years. That is until I met you. Now I don't have to drink anymore. Because I met you. And I love you. You love me?
Yes. I love you.
I knew it the moment we met.
So did I.
But when I think of what I must have looked like...
I didn't notice any of that.
How could you miss it?
I looked into your eyes. I fell in love with your eyes.
I love you. But, you know, I don't know anything about you.
What do you want to know?
Everything. Tell me everything. I don't even know your name. What's your name? Wait. Don't go. Where are you going? What's happened to you? Where did you go?
I didn't go no place, Joe.
Where did you go?
I'm here, Joe. Are you okay? Joe? Are you okay?
Harry, where did you go?
No, Joe, you was dreaming. Dreaming.
No, Harry. No, it was so real.
Listen, Joe, there's one thing about you. You can sleep anywhere.
The two of us, we were sitting there together.
It's morning, Joe. The bottle's empty. We gotta get another one.
And she was about to tell me her name. Oh, why do I always wake up when she's about to tell me her name?
Joe, you know the dame you told me about? The one in Grand Central that always starts you off with 50 cents or $1. You want to go there? Hit her up again, Joe?
No.
Oh, she's a pushover.
I don't want to see her again.
Oh, Joe.
I don't want to see her again until I'm ready for her.
You're ready now. You ain't got a dime. Go over to Grand Central. See if maybe you can hit her up for more than $1.
Harry, I'm not going to take another dime from her as long as I live. Do you understand?
Joe, let go of me.
I'm not like you. Harry, you listen to me? I'm not a bum.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not a bum. I was a cop, a detective first grade, one of the top men in the department. And I'm going to be back up there again, Harry. You just wait and see.
Bold words, strong words. But even as he spoke, he was already headed toward the terminal and track 27. He waited till a stream of incoming commuters brushed by him, and finally, there she was, wearing the same blue suit, the same sunny smile.
Hello there. Here you are.
And she pressed the coins into his hand. She kept walking, and the great escalator took her up into the Pan Am building and out of sight. And he stood there, and suddenly he was in the dark, because the light had just gone out. He was in the dark, and his eyes were filling with tears. His heart would be breaking if it hadn't already been broken 5 years before.
Where does a man move when he has no place to go? When the light of hope is finally gone out and he is surrounded by the eternal darkness? Well, if he's a character in one of our stories, he can move on to the second act, where it is to be hoped things will get better.
Can't see the difference between the letters B and D. He won't stop talking for 5 minutes. Why won't you behave at school? He won't sit still. My child tries so hard, why can't he learn? He can't distinguish his right hand from his left. Why can't you remember how to tie your shoes? He's impossible to live with. This is Pat Collins for the Foundation for Children with Learning Disabilities. These frequent complaints of parents can actually be symptoms of a child with learning disability. Problems in language and math, lack of coordination, disorganization, and hyperactivity are just a few indications of this problem. The keys to helping a child with a learning disability are early detection and special teaching. For further information on recognizing learning disabilities and to receive a free copy of Their World, a publication of FCLD, write LD, Box 2929, Grand Central Station, New York, 10163.
By now, everybody knows that Falvey, the most reliable name in automobiles, is Toyota.
Oh, Falvey is Toyota.
Because Falvey, in the Troy Motor Mall, still maintains the widest selection of Toyota cars and trucks. And because Falvey is price competitive on Toyota, Falvey has quickly become one of the largest Toyota dealers.
Falvey of Troy in the Troy Motor Mall.
But that's not all. Right there in the Troy Motor Mall, 500 feet away, Falvey is also Volkswagen. Think about it. Is Volkswagen fuel efficient? Does Falvey have a wide selection? And most important, is Falvey price competitive on Volkswagen? Answer, Falvey does it again.
Volkswagen, Saab and Jaguar, Toyota too. Falvey is on a deal. Falvey of Troy in the Troy Motor Mall.
Hello, this is Bob Newhart. You say you've insulated your doghouse. And you wonder if you can take a deduction on your income tax. Listen, I think you have the wrong number. Yeah, you want the public library. The library, right. They'll answer any.
Have any questions at all, you can call. I'm the library.
The library, right. So you just call them and ask them any question, and... What's that? Golly, I don't know if penguins can sing. I don't know who invented applesauce. Listen, I think you want the public library. The library. Oh, I think penguins can hum a little. Don't mention it.
If you have any questions at all, you can call. On the library, you can call.
A public service message of the American Library Association and your local library.
On the library.
While there's life, there's hope, said a number of poets, including Terence, Cicero, and Oliver Goldsmith. Therefore, I am encouraged to say it too. A poem should be like a mathematical equation, both sides in balance, which means we can also say that while there's hope, there's life. I'm sure that Detective Lieutenant Frank Rulebach, who is telling our story, would agree.
Sure. Hope. You'd be surprised, or would you, at how many people there are in the world who have no hope at all, who've given up on everything, even dreams.
It's getting light, Joey.
Yeah.
We better blow. When the janitor comes down the cellar for the garbage cans, he'll throw us out.
Okay.
Maybe he'll call the cops, which would be even worse.
Yeah. Sure.
Hey, look at it outside. It's gonna be a nice day. Huh? You, didn't sleep last night, did you?
No.
I noticed. Weeks. You ain't been sleeping. You hungry?
No.
Joey, I got to have a drink.
I know, Harry.
I can't wait all morning. Go to the station. This dame. Hit her up for $1. At least we can get a bottle of wine. I'll meet you in the park.
And Joe Driscoll walked as quickly as he could to Grand Central Station. He waited there at track 27, upper level. He stood there in the middle of the rush of the incoming commuters, waiting for her. Suddenly, the stairway was empty. He could see down to the platform, and it was deserted. There was no sign of her. He stood there, and he didn't know what to do.
You're here again, huh? No matter how many times I tell you to beat it, you keep coming back.
Officer.
Now move along, huh?
But she hasn't come up the stairs yet.
Move!
She comes every morning, officer. Why didn't she show up today? Something must have happened to her. She wasn't on the train.
On what train? Who wasn't on the train?
This lady.
How would you know a lady?
I know her very well.
Yeah? What's her name?
I don't know her name, but she's kind and she's sweet and she believes in me.
Sure. I believe in you too. Now just move along, huh?
But she's on the train every morning, officer. Why wasn't she on it today?
Who?
The lady I've been telling you about.
The lady whose name you don't know. The lady who don't exist. All right, now, beat it.
But something must have happened to her.
Joey, maybe you could go where she lives.
Harry, how many times have I told you I don't know where she lives?
Well, could you look her name up in the phone book?
Harry, I don't know her name.
Joe, we just can't sit here all day.
What could have happened to her?
What's the difference?
Harry, she's in trouble.
Oh, everybody's in trouble. Whole world's in trouble.
Why wasn't she on that train this morning?
Joe, we can't sit here all day.
Please, Harry, I have to think.
About what?
Just let me alone, will you? Let me think.
He sat there all day and all night. And for the first time in weeks, he was able to dream. He was able to dream about her.
Joe?
Is that you?
Yes, Joe.
I can't see you. Where are you?
Where are you? I can't see you either.
You weren't on the train.
I know.
Where were you?
Joe, I need you. Help me. Help me, Joe.
How can I help you?
Please. I love you. Help me.
How? What can I do? I'm nothing. Nobody.
Don't say that.
It's true. I'm just a bum.
You're not. You're not.
No. Just look at me.
I am looking at you. I see a man of strength, of character, of courage.
No. It isn't true anymore.
It's true if you want it to be. Do you want it to be? Try, Joe. Try.
I'm afraid.
Don't be afraid. I'll help you. But first you have to help me. I need you. Please, come to me.
Where are you?
Come to me.
How can I find you?
You can find me.
How?
Aren't you Joseph O'Dowd Driscoll, one of the top detectives in the department?
I'll find you. I'll find you.
Joe. Joe, wake up.
Huh? What?
Joe, you've been dreaming again. You've been dreaming.
Oh, yeah.
That morning, I think I got the shock of my life. I was sitting at my desk, and I looked up, and there was this grimy-faced, ragged bum standing there. How'd he get in here, anyhow?
Don't you recognize me, Frank?
I
guess you don't. It's me, Joe.
Joe?
Joe Driscoll.
Oh, Joe. How are you, Joe?
You can see how I am, Frank.
How are things?
Things couldn't be worse.
Joe, if you need a couple of bucks...
Frank, I need more than a couple of bucks. I need a bath. I need a shave. I need a haircut. Frank, I have to borrow a suit of your clothes. You've got to help me.
Yeah, okay.
I have to find her. She needs me.
Who?
This girl. No, this woman. This wonderful woman.
And he told me about her. He told me everything I've told you so far. I listened. I really didn't know what to think anymore, I suppose, than you do. After all, what can you say to a man like Joe Driscoll? Maybe she's got another job.
No.
Which could mean she doesn't commute anymore.
No.
Well, maybe she takes an earlier train.
No.
A later train.
No.
Why do you keep saying no?
Because I don't think so.
Why don't you think so?
Because she's in trouble.
Well, maybe she's on vacation.
I don't think so.
Look, maybe she got married and she doesn't have to go to work anymore.
I don't think so.
Why do you keep saying I don't think so?
Because I know she's in trouble.
How do you know?
Because I'm still a cop, Frank. I still have a policeman's instinct. I know she's in a jam. I just know it, that's all.
Okay. Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Find her.
How?
First, Frank, I have to get cleaned up. Can you take me home with you?
I took the morning off. We went to my place. It's a good thing my wife was out working. After about an hour in the bathtub and with a razor, he didn't look too bad. When he put on one of my suits, he even looked presentable.
See this, Frank?
Yeah, it's your ID card from the department.
Yeah. I had to turn in the shield, but I always kept this. I may have to use it to find her.
Joey, you can get into trouble for impersonating a cop.
But I am a cop, Frank. Even if I'm not still with the department at this time, I'm a cop. I can never stop being a cop.
Is that how you feel, really?
Yeah, I do. Look, Frank, I have to get moving. I have to find her. It's been 2 days.
Oh, wait a minute, Joe.
For what?
Please, ask yourself a question. Ask yourself, does she exist?
What do you mean, does she exist?
Well, does she?
Sure she does.
Maybe she does, but only in your mind.
Frank, I'm not crazy.
No, of course not. But you've had a bad time. You lost everything. You gave up everything. You became a drifter.
Look, Frank.
Something inside you said, no, this can't go on. Joe Driscoll is not going to be a bum for the rest of his days. Joe Driscoll is going to make a comeback. I'm so glad you feel it, and you're going to make good. I know it. So this woman, you don't need her anymore.
How can you say that?
Well, you needed her in the beginning. You needed her, the idea of her to wake you up. But you're all right now. You can make it on your own.
Frank, are you trying to tell me this girl is only in my imagination?
Isn't she, Joe? Isn't she?
Is she or isn't she? For 5 years, Joe Driscoll has been a drifter and an alcoholic. Has a mysterious woman inspired him to return to society, or is it his own innate sense of right and wrong which is making itself felt? Remember, we have only seen and heard this lady through Joe Driscoll's senses. Who is to say that it all hasn't been inspired by the bottle? Of course, that's why we have a third act.
Weekdays on CBS television. Don't miss your favorite daytime dramas. Follow the continuing stories of people loving, hurting, and needing each other. Their lives changing every day, full of turmoil and triumph on The Young and the Restless. Then, it's romantic intrigue and hidden desires on As the World Turns. Be sure to watch The Young and the Restless and As the World Turns. Weekdays on CBS television.
True Value Hardware stores hope you never have a problem starting your car this winter. But just in case, be prepared with the Carroll Cable 12-foot 10-gauge booster cable set, just $688 as their January hardware value of the month. Hi, Pat Summerall to say it features solid copper contacts and cables for reliable starts, plus rugged steel clamps with heavy-duty springs for durability. And this premium Carroll Cable 12-foot booster cable set is just $688 while supplies last at participating True Value Hardware stores and home centers.
They say their product is the highest quality.
But how can I be sure?
But they say it's a great value.
Well, how will I know until I try it, and then it'll be too late?
Well, there is another way. A way to stop buying blind and start buying smart. Read Consumer Reports. Consumer Reports tests and rates thousands of things you shop for. Foods, home care products, appliances, automobiles, and much more. Millions of Americans read Consumer Reports magazine every month for reliable brand name ratings.
Oh, Consumer Reports, of course. My neighbor's been subscribing for years.
Now you can, too. Just phone toll-free 1-800-528-6600 for 11 issues of Consumer Reports, plus the big 1982 buying guide, plus the 1983 buying guide when published, plus the 383-page health and drugs guidebook. All that usually costs $29, but now it's only $14. Call right away.
Was that 1-800-528-6600?
Right. 1-800-528-6600. Don't get taken. Get Consumer Reports.
Who was it that first called it the demon rum? Certainly the name is apt, even if it so happens that it isn't the same demon for everyone. For some, it's a demon that can spin an entire universe of gossamer fantasy. For others, the demon creates a shadow world that seems so real, so logical, so wonderful.
Ask yourself, Joe, does she really exist?
Yes, Frank, she does.
Okay.
You don't believe that?
Sure, Joe, sure. I believe it.
Well, I don't care if you do or if you don't. I believe it. Help me get started. Will you, Frank?
Joe, listen, I don't know how good this is going to be for you.
Please, Frank, help me.
Joe, I want to see you come back, and I'll do everything I can to help you.
Then do what I ask you.
What?
I told you what. Just help me get started. How do I begin, Frank? You see, I've been away a long time, and my mind isn't working the way it used to. What's the first thing I do?
Well, there could be a perfectly reasonable and logical explanation why this woman... that is, if she exists.
Well, please, Frank, we're past all that. She exists, and she's in a jam. Now, how do I get started?
Okay. Let's go to the scene of the crime. This is where she'd come up from.
Yeah, gate 27. She's about 40, Frank. 5'7", weighs, I'd say, 130. Brown hair, brown eyes, oval-shaped face. Wears blue dress, or a blue suit.
The lady in blue.
She always makes this train that gets in here around 8 o'clock. Now, first thing you have to do is find out where this train comes from.
Train number 8217 starts at New Haven. Makes 11 stops before Grand Central. Brings in close to 1,000 people. Joey?
Okay, so we're getting somewhere.
Where?
Well, we know she has to get aboard on one of those 11 stations.
Oh, sure. Well, what are we going to do? Ask every one of those 1,000 people? Do you know a woman about 40 who wears blue?
Frank, we don't have time. She's in trouble. I know it, and I have to get to her fast. Look, there has to be a way to cut through all of this.
You're too smart a cop, or you used to be, to believe you can break a case in 15 minutes.
Frank, I can't get rid of this feeling. We don't have time.
But time is what a cop needs. Time and patience and shoe leather. You know that, Joe.
We can't ask 1,000 people.
My point, exactly.
But you don't have to ask 1,000. How many people are in each car?
I don't know. 80, 100, maybe?
I think I got something.
Yeah, what?
The car she rides in.
Well, it doesn't have to be the same one every day.
But it is. Yeah, it is.
How do you know?
Listen, Frank. Here's how it was. I'd be at this gate, right? The train would come in, and a whole mob of people would come up the stairs. And you know where she'd be?
No.
At the very tail end. She and this old hatchet-faced guy, who looks like a hanging judge from one of those old Western movies. Yeah, the two of them would be the last one up the stairs. So what does that tell you?
I don't know, Joe.
It means they come from the end of the platform, and that they had to be riding in the last car.
That's not bad, Joe, not bad.
Yeah, so we don't have to talk to the whole train. The conductor who covers the last car, he'd know. He'd see her every day.
Well, that doesn't mean he'd know her. I mean, know her name or anything about her.
Yeah, but he'd know where she gets on, which one of those 11 stops. And then we would know where she lives.
Uh-huh. So we wait till tomorrow morning when the train comes in. We ask the conductor on the last car.
But we can't wait till tomorrow.
Why not?
Because we don't have time. Frank, I'm trying to tell you. She needs me now.
Well, what is that we can do?
Maybe we can find their conductor.
Now? Joe, look, I gotta get back.
Maybe he's got a layover till his next trip. Frank, where do those train crews hang out? It's okay. It's okay. I can take it from here.
You looking for me?
I'm a police detective. You the conductor on the last car of train 8217.
Well, I'm not the conductor. I'm Mr. Brakeman.
But do you work the last car?
Yeah. Hey, what's this about? I'm due on number 1212. I'm filling in for a pal. I gotta be on the platform in 5 minutes.
Listen, on the last car of this train, every morning there's a lady. Would you happen to remember her?
Mister, you got the idea how many ladies were on that train?
This one has brown hair, brown eyes.
Yeah, that's my type.
About 40.
That's just about the right age.
And she dresses in blue.
Oh, yeah, that's the bee lady.
The what?
The bee lady. She raises bees.
How do you know?
Well, she told me. She raises bees. She makes a special kind of honey. Because these are very special bees. I understand they're dangerous. But that's what makes the honey. Anyhow, she comes in every morning to call on her honey customers.
Oh, what's her name?
Well, how would I know her name?
Do you know where she gets on?
Yeah. Sometimes I see her running for the train. I hold it for her. Hey, what's wrong?
Well, why do you say something's wrong?
Well, the past 2 days she hasn't been on the train, and now the cops are asking about her. And you're trying to tell me nothing's wrong?
Where does she get on the train?
Station called Eastport, 6 miles out of New Haven.
Help you? Yeah, I'm Sergeant Driscoll, New York Police.
I'm Sergeant Summers. How can I help you?
I'm looking for a woman. About 40, brown hair, brown eyes, oval face, dresses in blue.
Oh, come on. I could describe a great many women.
In the morning, when she makes it, she gets on the 658 to Grand Central.
Oh, that doesn't give me anything to go on. You wouldn't happen to know her name.
That's what I'm trying to find out. Offhand, that description doesn't strike a note, huh?
Well, I tell you, it used to be a little town. Everybody knew everybody else. But now there's so many new people.
I understand she keeps bees.
Bees?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. We got all kinds of folks, all kinds of hobbies.
I understand it's more than a hobby. It's a business.
A business, you say?
Yeah, she sells the honey.
What do you want it for, Sergeant?
Let's just say it's personal.
Okay. Only thing I can tell you, walk around town, ask at the stores. You might run into a friend of hers.
I don't think she has any.
No friends?
No, I don't think she knows very many people.
Why do you think that?
Oh, because of something I remember she said to me. She said, I happen to have a dime, but there's no one I could call up either.
What was that again?
Yeah, it's not going to help.
Well, look, all I can say to you, ask around. Somebody might know her.
Yeah, but the trouble is that could take time, and I don't have time.
Well, I wish I could help you.
Yeah, thanks. Wait. She doesn't sell honey in this town, but she makes it here, which means, doesn't she have to have some kind of certificate or permit?
Let me check it out with the town clerk. Aviary. There's a listing for a Mrs. Louise Hastings.
Mrs.?
She's described as a widow, place of business and residence, Frog Hollow Road.
Where's that?
Oh, boy, that's in the boonies.
Yeah, well, how can I get there?
You could never find it. Tell you what, Detective Driscoll. Let me give you a lift. How do you like this for solitude, huh?
Yeah. Hey, there's a car. She has to be home. Place is quiet.
That's all you've got up here. Quiet.
Yeah, but it's too quiet. Louise? Louise?
I don't think there's anybody here.
Let's ring the bell.
Doesn't sound like there's anybody home.
Yeah, but the car's here. Where would she go without a car? Huh. Hey, the door's open. Louise.
Look at her.
Louise.
Is she,
Help me lift her up.
Okay. She's holding the phone in her hand. Look, see? She picked it up and pulled the extension cord out of the socket. What happened?
Here, set her down on the couch.
All right. She's breathing.
Yeah, but it's shallow. Weak.
What happened to her?
I don't know. There's no sign of any assault.
No, the whole place is in order.
You better plug in that phone and get a doctor, quick. Louise. Louise.
Oh, it's you. You.
Yeah, it's me, Louise.
I knew you would come. I knew.
What happened to you? What happened? What
What happened, Doctor?
What happened? Shouldn't be fooling around with bees, especially the kind she messes with out there now. I guess it's a living.
Yeah, but what happened, Doctor?
One of those bees stung her. She went into what's known as anaphylactic shock. Comes from having a protein allergy. Good strong bee bite, you can go into shock, create other complications, and you can die.
But how is she?
Well, we got to her in time. Just in time. She was going out.
Will she be all right?
I think so, but somebody's going to have to take care of her. She lives out here like a hermit.
Oh, don't worry, Doctor. Somebody will take care of her.
Who?
Me. Can I go in and see her now?
Of course.
Hello, Louise.
Hello? Who are you?
I waited for you at gate 27 for the past 2 days.
Oh, it's you. I kept dreaming you would come.
I kept dreaming you needed me. Louise, are we both awake now?
What's your name?
Joe.
Joe. Oh, yes, Joe. We're both awake now. I think.
Cast your bread upon the waters, the book tells us. One good deed deserves another. The basic, the most elementary principles of life. And consider all these rules of brotherhood and charity were formulated by the ancient peoples. Why? Perhaps in those times they understood that charity not only aids the receiver, but also enriches the giver. And it forms a common bond for all humanity. I shall be back shortly.
Hi, I'm Landon Saunders. And you know, it's the little things that get you down. You wake up in the morning feeling pretty good, but the kids are sick or noisy or messy or all three, or the traffic's bad. Your job's no better, your boss is grouchy, your coworker's lazy. Your bills mount up and you feel tension that you didn't have before, and you become morose, depressed. Maybe you have 3, 4, 5 days like this in a row, and you don't know what to do. Well, I've got a few suggestions that I think will help you cope with that depression. Here's one idea. Decide not to let your depression dehumanize you. You're a person, a very special and valuable person. Nothing or no one can change that. And you don't have to react in any other way. Your depression is never bigger than you are, and it's generally not fatal. If you'd like a copy of my depression plan, it's free. Just put the word depression on a postcard and send it to me at this address. Heartbeat, Hartford, Connecticut, 06142. This is Heartbeat.
We see them everywhere. The ragtag members of that aimless army of the hopeless, the homeless, the defeated. They drift through the streets and the public buildings of every town and city. Or perhaps we don't see them. Perhaps we try to look past them or around them or through them. Is it because they make us feel so nervous, frightened, guilty? How hard it is to be thy brother's keeper. Our cast included Fred Gwynn, Kerry Keane, Court Benson, and Bernard Grant. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
We thought you were on the ocean.
I was.
Well, what happened? Didn't you like it?
I liked the water. I kept hoping I'd see a whale or some dolphins, but I never did. I guess they live out further where it's deeper. I don't know. Anyway, no whales, no dolphins, so I took the next boat back from Newfoundland. And here I am.
Why didn't you let us know?
I didn't think of it.
We'd have met you.
I took the Hackney coach from the station. Had a little trouble with the front door.
But you haven't.
Well, we're coming
getting up to the midnight hour now, and here are some of the top headline stories we'll be following.
Tonight's Super Bowl pub crawl ends in tragedy for 2. I'm Gary Baumgarten, and I'll have a live report upcoming.
And more automotive layoffs loom over the city this evening. Rob Marr will have details on that story. From Weather Command, it's going to be very cold.
Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. Welcome to my mansion of mystery. Big houses are such an expense these days, what with rising costs and higher taxes. Big, lovely old homes are a problem to keep up. It's a pity, too. We're about to visit one such lovely home, known for 160 years as the Logan Place, currently inhabited by Miss Estelle Logan and her sister Cora, the last of the Logan line. At the moment, Miss Estelle Logan finds herself in a difficult position.
There's nothing you can do, Miss Logan. You need $10,000, which you do not have and cannot borrow. What I can do for you is see that your interests are protected.
My interests lie entirely in this house. That's what I want to protect.
Well, you have my sympathy, but things have gone too far.
I'll believe that, Mr. Henley, when the sheriff puts me bodily onto the street.
Our mystery drama, The Cantankerous Ghost, was written especially for Radio Mystery Theater by Bob Joran and stars Marion Seldes. I'll return shortly with Act One. As I said earlier, large Victorian houses are such an expense these days. No one knows that better than Estelle Logan. Now in her 70s, she is the last of the proud Logan family rattling around in the 160-year-old homestead with her sister Cora. She has tried to keep up appearances, but it daily becomes a losing battle. The cold, hard fact is being presented to her at the moment by an attorney she's engaged to help her.
I'm afraid you have no choice, Miss Logan. The taxes are too far in arrears. You can't get another mortgage on the place.
Then I have to lose the house?
I wish there was something I could do. If I had the money, I'd lend it to you myself. But things will only get worse. Borrowing now only puts off the inevitable.
I promised my father on his deathbed I'd keep this house until my last breath.
Circumstances make some promises impossible to keep.
I did it all wrong. I've called for help too late.
You realize some money from the sale of the house after the taxes have been satisfied? You and your sister can get a small apartment.
I've sold everything of any value to keep this house going. All my jewelry, antiques. Even most of the furniture, as you can see.
Well, then surely you can see the futility of trying to go on.
But I have survived. I will survive this crisis. I intend to stay right here.
But I've already explained.
I know what you've already told me, that the house will be sold for taxes. I was aware of that before I engaged you. I expected more for my money than something I already know. I thought you could do something to prevent it, to help me.
You have my complete sympathy, Miss Logan. But things have gone too far.
I will believe that, Mr. Henley, when the sheriff puts me bodily onto the sidewalk.
What did the young man want, Estelle?
I told you, Cora. He's the attorney I hired to try to save the house. He didn't want anything, except his fee, I suppose.
Oh, Papa wouldn't like that. You know how Papa was about lawyers. He'd be furious if he knew you were hiring lawyers.
We are going to lose the house.
Lose the house? Well, that's impossible. It belongs to us. It's always belonged to us. My Papa made sure we'd always have
I told that lawyer I'd fight, but I don't know, Cora. I think he knows what he's talking about.
Lose the house? I can't believe it. Is that why that strange man comes and looks at it all the time?
What strange man?
Well, he's rather nice looking, well-dressed, and I'm sure well-bred.
When did he come to look at the house?
I saw him day before yesterday, and again this morning. Today he had a young woman with him.
What did they do? Tell me.
Oh, goodness, Estelle, no need to snap at me. I know you're upset.
Please, Cora, tell me about this man.
The first time, he walked up and down the sidewalk, looking and making notes in a little book.
From the bank? An appraiser.
Oh, I knew it. And this morning, with the young woman, well, they walked around the backyard, nodding their heads, as though they approved.
But why didn't you send them off? They've got no right to trespass. This is still our home. Why didn't you chase them?
Well, they weren't causing any harm, really. I didn't think it would upset you so much.
Oh, everything's upsetting me at the moment, Cora. I'm sorry I was cross.
Well,
we have to face it, dear. We're in trouble.
You know more about it than I do, dear. But as for losing the house, oh, that's ridiculous. Papa would never allow it.
There's nothing our dear Papa can do about it. I wish to heaven I knew what I could do.
Would you like some more tea, dear?
No, thank you, Cora.
You should have eaten more than you did, Estelle. You've been looking a little peaked lately.
Oh, Cora, please.
Oh, I'll get it, Estelle. Now, you stay here.
See who it is first. No one's come to the front door in years.
What? It's that man again. The one I told you who was...
Let me get it, Cora. I'll send him packing before he knows what hit him. The nerve coming right to the door. Vulture!
I beg your pardon, are you?
Scavenger! Get away from here. I know you've been sneaking around. My sister saw you. Now just go away and get out. This house is mine. It's always been mine. It always will be mine, so just forget about it.
I gather you're the owner of the house.
I am. And if you think you're going to get it for taxes, you're sadly mistaken. Now just leave and don't come back or I'll call the police.
Hey, wait a minute, lady. You don't even know what I'm here for. Will you let me explain?
I'm surprised you'd want to take advantage of us like this. So surprised, in fact, that... Yes. Yes, you can explain. I'd like to hear your explanation.
Thanks. Can I come in?
No, that's going too far.
Okay. Look, I'm interested in your house. It's just what I want. Lots of eaves and gables, tall windows, gloomy and run-down looking.
Well, that's hardly a compliment.
No, your house is perfect.
Yes, well, it's not for sale.
I don't want to buy it.
You don't want to buy it?
No.
But then, what interests you? I thought you said...
It's the ideal house, and I've been looking at dozens of them the past few weeks. I want to rent it for a movie I'm directing. A horror movie. We'll pay you $2,500 a day. Thank you for showing me around, Miss Logan. Oh, boy, the interiors are perfect.
Well, do sit down, Mr. Blake. Will you join us for tea?
Yeah, I'll take a cup, thanks.
Cora?
Right away, dear.
Now, Mr. Blake, you did say $2,500 a day?
Mm-hmm. Plus payment for any damage we might do. We're fully insured.
Damages? What kind of damages? Now, Papa wouldn't like...
No, nothing serious. But, well, in setting up our equipment, we might scar the floor, break a wall fixture. We'll cover the cost of all repairs.
But when would you want to start?
Tomorrow, if that's all right with you.
Tomorrow?
I'll add a $1,000 bonus for the inconvenience.
And how many days do you think this is going to take?
Well, I hope we can wrap it up in about 10 days. But if we do go longer, I hope you'll be patient with us.
Oh, Mr. Blake, I assure you, we'll be the very soul of patience.
We'll shoot the staircase scene first. Myra comes up the stairs, sees the light under the door. The door starts to open and she faints. Where is Myra?
Makeup. Hey, Rudy, get Myra. We're ready to shoot.
I want to get all the straight scenes out of the way first. When the special effects men get going, it's going to take some time. And at $2,500 a day, I want to move as fast as we can.
Ready when you are, Rex.
You know the scene. It's all pantomime.
Mm-hmm. Up the stairs and faint when the door starts to open, right?
Right. You ready up there on the second floor?
Ready.
Okay. Roll 'em, Eddie.
I don't understand it, Rex. That white cloud's there in the background and all the dailies.
Well, what about the stuff we shot yesterday afternoon?
Same thing.
Everything we shot is bad?
Yeah, can't figure it out. Now, I'm using the same equipment I used last week in the sailing scene. Camera's okay. Film's fresh. I checked everything.
Oh, look at it there. It skips around right behind Myra. Look, like the film was fogged in different spots.
Yeah, that's the puzzle. If the film was fogged, one whole side would be milky. Now, this thing flits around like a ghost.
Check your equipment again. Now we're back to square one with this stuff.
Is something wrong, Mr. Blake? You look distressed.
We have to reshoot everything we did for the past 2 days. Equipment trouble.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, the film fogged. In every scene, there was a white mist in the background.
Oh, well, I don't know anything about these things. I'm so sorry you're having trouble.
Yeah, the big trouble is finding out what's wrong. I have the best cameraman in the business on this picture.
And it hasn't happened before?
No, not like this.
We're ready for the dining room scene, Rex.
Everything checked out?
Yeah, I ran some tests this morning. Camera's perfect, film's fresh. I'm using the same stock now that I used for the tests. Nothing can go wrong.
Don't count on it.
I'd better get out of your way. Let you work.
Okay, places, everybody. Look, Eddie, I want a good effect as Myra lights the candles. I want to see the reflection of the flame in her eyes.
Oh, you'll get it.
And, okay, Myra, now take your time. Be very deliberate as you light each candle. And working close, will you, honey? Just the way you did yesterday. Now, I want you hovering over the candelabra.
Right.
Okay. Roll 'em. Action.
Oh, darn. Sorry. The flame went out.
Cut. Hey, Rooney, check those doors. There's a draft in here.
Okay. I didn't feel any breeze. The candle just won't light.
Well, try it again. We won't roll.
There it goes again.
Now, try one of the other candles. Where the devil did they get those things? Here, give me those matches.
Be my guest.
Wasting time for a silly candle.
Well, you're not doing any better than I was. They just go out.
All right, take a break, everyone, until we get new candles.
Oh, Mr. Blake, I have some candles upstairs if you'd like to try them. They're brand new, and they look just like the ones you're using.
It would save us time. Thanks, Miss Logan. Okay, let's see if we can do better with these.
Isn't that peculiar? There isn't any wind, and it just goes out.
These candles are doing the same thing. This is ridiculous. We can't get a simple candle to light in this house. Look, Eddie, set up for this staircase scene again while we buy up every candle in town.
Poor Mr. Blake. He's certainly having a hard time, Cora.
I'll be awfully glad when these people leave. All the shouting and confusion. I can't get any rest at all.
Neither can I. We'll drive the blackguards out.
Estelle, who said that? Look, Estelle, in the rocking chair.
A white mist.
I'm going to faint.
A white mist, just like Mr. Blake described on his film.
Whatever is plaguing Rex Blake's filming in the old Logan place seems to be making itself known in one form or another. Perhaps now we'll find out just what that white mist is and why the candles won't light. And also, what other ghostly things lie in store for the Logan mansion and the film Rex Blake is trying to make. when I return shortly with Act 2. Using actual homes for a movie setting is common practice among filmmakers. There's no doubt the family life is disrupted for a time as technicians drag lighting cables all over the place and cameras loom in every corner. Estelle Logan welcomes it, however, because it means enough money to pay her back taxes. But it seems there's another resident of the house who objects.
A white mist, just like Mr. Blake described on his film.
Now, just what's going on here?
That's what I want to know. Exactly who or what are you?
I am Clayton Logan, original owner and builder of this house, which of late seems to have turned into a circus.
Clayton Logan? Great-grandfather's ghost?
Yeah, the same. I have been slumbering peacefully for 110 years until that crowd of ninnies started tearing up the place. Now, what is going on?
But you can't be here.
And why not? I believe I've already informed you that I am the original owner and builder.
I don't believe in ghosts, much less converse with them.
Well, that, my dear, is your misfortune. I'm sorry I died before you were born. Now, tell me, what is all this nonsense in the house?
Well, I rented the house to a film company to make a movie. I should think that would be obvious.
Well, what is a movie?
Oh, it was you. The mist that turned up on the film.
You're talking gibberish.
And you kept the candles from lighting.
Oh, yes, candles. I was merely curious and leaned a little too close. It gave me, needless to say, great satisfaction to watch that young man's discomfort when they kept going out. The one with the beard.
The director, Mr. Blake.
We shall have no more of that around here. Now, you tell them to leave.
They are paying me $2,500 a day to use this house.
Abuse the house, you mean?
They pay for any damage, and besides, I need the money.
What for?
I'll lose the house for taxes if I don't get this money.
No nonsense. Lose the Logan place? Impossible.
But you don't know what expenses are like these days. You've been dozing for how many years?
110.
Well, then why haven't we seen or heard from you before?
Well, I haven't been disturbed before. These movies, whatever they are, they have me completely unnerved. I shall have to do everything in my power to get them out.
But they'll be leaving in about 10 days or so. Just be patient. They'll leave. And besides, there's not much you can do about it. Being a ghost.
Oh, you are a spunky one. Logan always rises to the challenge. You are my kind of person, my dear. A formidable adversary. I like that. Well, there are things to attend to.
You're disappearing.
Temporarily, my dear. Temporarily.
Oh, good heavens. Oh, I forgot all about you, Cora.
What happened? Oh, I must have fainted. Oh, what was it?
It was great-grandfather Clayton.
Oh, you spoke with it? Him?
I did. It was Clayton Logan's ghost, and he's furious about that movie company being here.
You mean there's a real live ghost in this house?
Well, that's a strange way to describe a ghost, but yes, Cora, there is.
We can't stay here with a ghost.
We most certainly will stay here, and not a word to the movie people. I'm afraid they're in for more trouble, but I don't want to lose them.
We won't be shooting tomorrow, Miss Logan. We're setting up for some special effects.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
You know, I've never asked you just what this movie is about.
Well, it's a horror film based on the book Dream House. It was a big bestseller last year.
Oh, well, I never read those things, but I do remember ads for that in the paper.
Oh, it's a good story. About a young couple who buy an old house. Their dream house. And the house has a personality of its own. They plan some renovation, and the house actually helps them.
In what way?
Well, they plan to add a window on one wall of the living room. They mark exactly where they'll install it, and the next day, there it is. Like magic. And other things like that.
But where's the horror?
Well, that's the last part of the movie. After the couple get the house just the way they want it, they decide to sell it for a profit and move away. Well, the house doesn't like that.
Oh, I see.
And gradually, the house makes them prisoners until the climax, when the house collapses into rubble with them trapped inside.
Well, good heavens, you're not going to collapse our house.
No, of course not. We'll do that scene in the studio with special effects. You see, right now we're setting up for a scene where the wife starts up the stairs, and suddenly the stairs just level out, and she slides all the way to the bottom. The house's revenge, of course.
Gracious.
The men install spring-action risers on each step. Then, with a flip of the switch, they all pop up and turn the staircase into a slide. Now, it won't damage your stairs at all.
But what happens to the poor actress?
She's well padded under her clothes. And besides, Myra's a trooper. She'll do anything. Well, I gotta run. See you tomorrow, Mrs. Logan.
Yes. Goodbye. The tricks they can do in the movies. Oh, there you are, Cora. I was just looking for you.
Where is he now?
Oh, Mr. Blake just left.
Oh, no, not him. The ghost.
Great-grandfather? I have no idea. I haven't heard from him since yesterday.
To think he's been here all the time, looking over our shoulders, as it were.
He said he was sleeping.
Well, I am not going to get any sleep with him prowling around this house and those people cluttering up the place downstairs. I'm going over and stay with Maud Wilkins till this is all over.
Well, I see they're all still here.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't appear so suddenly.
Oh, perhaps you'd like me to knock.
Well, you could give me some kind of a warning. You know, you've scared Cora away altogether. She's gone to stay with a friend.
Well, I'm glad I'm affecting someone. You and that man in the beard are as thick as thieves. You pay no attention to my wishes.
Great-grandfather Clayton, I told you before. I need the money this film is bringing me. And besides, I find it rather interesting.
Well, I don't at all like that contraption they put on the stairs. Now, I built those stairs with my own two hands. And a little help from your grandfather.
Nothing in the house is being harmed, except your rest. You can certainly do without a little of that for a while. You've already been sleeping for 110 years.
Well, I see you are undeterred, Estelle. Now, in our first visit, I admitted I liked your spirit. But from one spirit to another, I intend to get them out. Now, from what you told me of this movie making, it's a play. I know just how to go about it.
I hope you don't mind my watching all the time, Mr. Blake.
Oh, not at all, Miss Logan. We're shooting the staircase scene this morning.
Well, I don't envy that poor actress sliding down the stairs. As you said yesterday, she is a trooper.
Rex, we're ready when you are, but I just can't seem to find Myra. The script girl's been all over the place looking for her.
Well, could she have gone into the village?
No, not Myra. She never leaves the set during the call.
She didn't say anything to anyone about going somewhere?
No. She always checks with Madeline.
Well, we can't shoot the scene without the leading lady. We'll just have to wait until she shows up.
You say it's not like Myra to leave the set?
Yeah, that's right, Miss Logan. She has the patience of a saint. She is always on call.
And she did arrive this morning.
Oh, yeah. She rode in from the motel with Madeline and me.
Well, I do hope she turns up soon. Excuse me, I have something to do. All right. What have you done with Myra? Great-grandfather Clayton, I know you can hear me.
Well, of course I can. I was just waiting.
For what?
You asked me not to startle you by appearing so suddenly. I was giving you time to get ready.
You've done something with that actress, haven't you?
She is perfectly comfortable and totally safe.
Where is she?
I invited her to my quarters.
Your quarters? Great-grandfather, if you've done something to harm that woman, we could be in terrible trouble.
Oh, no, I have not harmed her. She's a beautiful woman. I have simply relieved the play of its leading lady. And they all now have to pack up and leave. Now, perhaps you'll be good enough to tell them that.
You have got to tell me where she is. Where are your quarters?
I won't give that away. There are more secret stairs and hidden hallways in this house than you realize. Oh, she's sleeping peacefully in my quarters and will continue to do so until that crowd of marauders leaves.
She's sleeping?
Yeah, bewitched by my magnetism. I was able to hypnotize that lovely young thing and put her to sleep. And she'll continue to sleep till I choose to wake her.
Please, Great-grandfather Clayton, wake up that actress and release her.
Not until I am satisfied that those people will pack up and go.
Oh, you're being impossibly selfish. I told you I needed the money they're paying me to save the house. If I can't pay the taxes, Cora and I will be thrown out.
You'll not be thrown out of this house. It is impossible.
It is not impossible. I should think you'd want to help us. Instead of hurting us, your own flesh and blood.
Oh, ye gods. Not tears. I thought you were above that.
Well, you're callous and you're unfeeling and you're incredibly stupid.
Callous, perhaps, and even ruthless. That's how I amass my fortune. But certainly not stupid.
Then why won't you see it my way?
Very well, my dear. You do have a point. I foreclose enough mortgages in my time to know that it does happen. But never to a Logan.
Then you'll release Myra.
She'll return safe, sound, and enormously refreshed.
And you won't do anything more to interfere with the picture.
Word of honor. Although I rather think I was helping you by trying to upset them.
How?
Well, the more delays they run into, the longer it takes. The more money for you since they're paying you by the day, I do believe.
Oh, Great-grandfather Clayton, I'm surprised at you. Well, I couldn't face that nice Mr. Blake knowing I was cheating him, and it would be cheating.
Now, he doesn't know about me. I can pull a few tricks that will really surprise him.
Well, much as I need the extra money it might bring, I cannot be a party to such an arrangement.
Well, have it your way, my dear. I shall not interfere any longer. I'll put up with this band of gypsies for your sake.
Myra, where have you been?
Waiting to film the staircase scene. What is holding you up?
You haven't been drinking this early.
What are you talking about? I've been waiting on the back porch. I've been out there since... Wait a minute. I do remember a slight buzzing in my head. I felt a little dizzy, but that's all I remember. Did I go somewhere?
Well, only you can tell us, sweetheart, but... It doesn't matter. We're pulling out of this place.
Oh, Miss Longdale, you're back.
I wish I knew what was going on here.
Yeah, well, so do I. Mrs. Logan, I'm sorry, but we're leaving. There are too many crazy things going on in this house.
Oh, but Mr. Blake...
No, we can't afford any more delays. I'll just have to find another place. And take my advice, Miss Logan. You get out yourself. You're living in a haunted house.
No truer words were ever spoken. But then, all hauntings aren't gruesome. I rather think Great-grandfather Clayton is a delightful, if rather crusty character. But he was wrong. Delays won't add to Estelle's income from the rental of the house. The delays, just as she feared, are driving the movie people out. And eventually, Estelle and Cora too, when they can't pay their taxes. We'll learn what happens when I return shortly with Act 3. I think it would be fun to live in a haunted house, never knowing what to expect from the spectral inhabitant. The ghost of Estelle Logan's great-grandfather came up with some unexpected results from his capers. And now Estelle faces the loss of income, which would have saved her house. She has just been informed of the movie director's reason for leaving.
You're living in a haunted house.
I know.
You know? Well, why didn't you tell us that when you rented us the place?
I didn't know it then. You see...
Miss Logan.
Please, wait. I don't want you to go on. I know where Miss Longdale has been for the past 2 hours.
You do?
I know you'll find this hard to believe, but the ghost of my great-grandfather hypnotized her and took her to his quarters.
What?
Your what took Myra where?
To his quarters. He has been trying to drive you away from the house. He hates all this confusion.
Miss Logan, I can't say it hasn't been fun, but we'll be gone tomorrow. I'll have a check for you for the days we've been here.
But I want you to stay, really. Great-grandfather promised not to interfere anymore.
That's very nice of him, but I think we'll just look for another place.
Now, are you satisfied? They are determined to leave. I hope you enjoy the new owners when this house is sold for taxes.
Now, just a minute, Estelle. Don't abandon hope so easily.
They are packing up and leaving tomorrow.
Well, I think we might persuade them to stay and finish their business.
Well, I can't, and I don't see how you can.
Oh, come, my dear. Another demonstration of your lack of faith in the power of the spirit world.
You mean you'll talk to them?
Well, I wouldn't go as far as that. But I have a notion I can pull a few tricks to keep them here.
Oh, Mr. Blake.
Hi, Miss Logan.
I suppose your mind's made up.
I'm sorry, Miss Logan. I can't work in this house anymore. Myra's on the verge of a nervous breakdown. I had to send her back to the city.
Oh, how horrible. Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
If she believes you, she was kidnapped by a ghost. If she believes me, she had a blackout. Either way, it's disturbing, to say the least.
Hey, Rex. Rex, we got a real problem.
What's the matter?
Can't get the van open.
Oh, come on, Eddie. Don't bother me with things like that. I got enough trouble with the picture.
Well, I just thought you ought to know if you want us to clear out our gear today, you'd better send for another van.
A simple problem with a lock. It's the driver's problem, not mine.
Okay.
All right. I'll come take a look. But I don't know what more I can do. Now what?
What's the matter?
This front door doesn't open. What'd you do, lock it behind you?
No, I left it wide open when I came in.
Well, it's never stuck before.
Yeah, well, I'll go around and try it from the outside.
No, the sooner I get away from this madhouse, the better.
Hey, Rex, you won't believe this, but the back door won't open either.
Oh, dear.
Then go through the window.
Look, I may go through the window, but my camera and gear won't make it.
Miss Logan, surely there's a way of opening the doors to your house.
Well, there always has been.
That's very reassuring. But right now, we seem to be completely locked in. Short of breaking down the doors, what do you suggest?
I don't know.
Oh, Eddie, have the guys outside push the back door in. We'll pay you for the damage, Miss Logan.
Okay, but I have my doubts.
I'm sorry to use such drastic measures, but we got to get out of here. The last couple of days have put me way behind schedule.
Oh, I'm so sorry that it's turned out this way.
What's the matter with them? Grown men can't open a simple back door?
Ain't no use, Rex. Nah, won't budge. Why, they can't even break it in.
This is ridiculous. Give me your wrench, the heavy one.
Look, how are you going to open a door with a wrench, huh? Like this. What? It bounced right off the window pane. What, the glass isn't even cracked?
I don't believe this. I do not believe this. We're prisoners in this house of horrors. What the devil was that?
It came from the living room. Holy jump!
What is it? The front door. Where is it?
There's nothing but a blank wall. The door is... It's gone.
Eddie, get on the phone. Get some help here fast.
Hey. Oh, wait a minute, Rex. We are looking at this thing all wrong.
What do you mean?
Hey, Miss Logan, your great-grandfather, I mean this ghost...
Come on, Eddie.
Well, I mean, could he... is it possible he's doing this?
I believe he is. You see, when I convinced him I needed the money that you were going to pay me, and I begged him to stop trying to drive you away, he said he'd get you to stay.
You're saying seriously that the ghost of your great-great-grandfather is locking the doors and keeping windows from breaking and making doors disappear?
He built this house with his own two hands. I guess he can do anything he wants to.
Rex, don't you see what a gold mine we've got? A house with a real live ghost.
That's a funny way to put it, but maybe you're right.
And he's doing what our special effects guys have been working on for weeks. Now, if we can get him to cooperate, there is no telling what effects we could get for the final scene when the house walls the couple in.
How do you negotiate with a ghost?
Hey, Miss Logan, will he help?
I'll ask.
So they were impressed, eh?
Completely. How did you ever make the door disappear?
Well, when I built this house, I installed a few trick walls. I told you there are passageways you've never dreamed of. Locking the doors, keeping the glass from breaking, well, it was purely supernatural. Well, everything's back to normal now.
Will you help them with the effects?
I don't have any other choice, considering the spot I put you in. What exactly do they want me to do?
Well, you'll have to ask them.
Oh, no. I draw the line at communication with these mortals. Now, you can be my agent, seeing that I have now been drawn into the theatrical profession.
Rex, we've stumbled into the house of the century.
We still don't know how much cooperation we're going to get. You know, maybe he won't do anything at all.
I wonder if Miss Logan can persuade him to appear in the film.
Oh, nobody's going to believe this. No, just say it's more of Rex Blake's film wizardry.
Mr. Blake, my great-grandfather has agreed to help. He wants to know what you want him to do.
Can we see him? I mean, does he materialize?
He said he'd prefer not to communicate directly.
Well, that's going to make things a little difficult.
No, he's hearing what you're saying now. He always does. If you just say, rattle the shutters or make a window disappear, I'm sure he'd do it. His name is Clayton.
Uh-huh. Clayton? Clayton, can you hear me? Just for a little experiment, how about making the stairs turn into a slide? That's the one effect we're working on.
Well, that's better than Roy's contraption.
At the end of the film, the whole house shakes as it starts closing the people in. The doors and the windows all disappear. Okay, you can do it.
My goodness!
Oh, fantastic!
Thanks, Clayton. We'll be back. I'm going to round up my cast and crew. It'll take a day or two, and we'll be back to start filming.
And will this help you get back on schedule?
Absolutely. We may even finish ahead of schedule. Oh, come on, Eddie.
Yeah. See you, Miss Logan.
Day after tomorrow. Goodbye.
You're right, Eddie. This is the house of the century.
It'll make you $1 million. You'll be rolling in dough for years.
It looks like it. Oh, the $2,500 a day we're paying old lady Logan is the best investment I ever made.
Those scoundrels.
I don't see what you're so upset about.
They are going to make a fortune from this venture for years to come. They said it. And all you're getting is a paltry $2,500 a day?
But that was their agreement.
And they had the nerve to ask me to appear. Well, I am going to appear all right, but not in their movie. Still, I was a hard bargainer in my day, and I dare say I haven't lost my touch.
Bargain?
Certainly. If they're going to make millions thanks to our house and my efforts, then you're going to share in it for years to come. I want to talk to them. Have them here at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow.
Oh, it's more than I'd hoped for, having him appear. Hey, I was going to ask him if he'd play a part.
No, I don't think that's what he had in mind.
Indeed, I don't.
Is that him?
Yes. He'll materialize in a second.
I have some things to take up with you, sir.
A real, live ghost.
I learned that you stand to reap quite a handsome profit from our efforts here.
Well, profits. Yes, that's business.
Excess profits, I'd call it. Zillions for years to come, if I heard correctly. That's quite a return on your investment. Before agreeing to any assistance on my part, you will agree to a far better share of the profits for Miss Logan.
Well, we can talk, sure.
Estelle, find yourself a good lawyer. Get the best deal you can. And when he tells me he's satisfied with the contract, I'll offer my fullest cooperation.
I'll call Mr. Henley right away.
Hey, wait a minute. I didn't say we were going to...
Billions of dollars.
Well, maybe we can deal.
Well, my dear, I think you and Cora are well taken care of for the rest of your natural lives. Now, after I finish this business, I think I'll go on over. I've earned it.
Go over?
Yes, to the other side, to the spirit world. It's becoming increasingly grim for our spirits to hang on with living human beings. The whole world is going crazy.
You know something, Clayton? I'm going to miss you.
Places, everyone. Mr. Logan... Clayton, sir, are you ready for the final destruction scene?
If I must.
Okay. Myra, on the stairs. Roll 'em, Eddie. Action!
And so, Estelle and Cora and the old Logan place were guaranteed a good many more years of existence. It was great-grandfather Logan's help that saved them. And, of course, the great stroke of luck that brought the movie people to the house in the first place. I'll have another thought on ghosts in the house when I return shortly.
Invited Susan to lunch. Little did he know that she was a victim of Raven House paperback mysteries.
So Donnelly knew Albert was deathly allergic to bee stings. But I was still surprised to find out that he planted the killer wasp in Albert's car.
Well, I don't understand. Why were you so surprised?
Well, I thought it was an accident.
Oh.
So I told the police.
Well, wait a minute. You what?
I told the police.
You told the police? Why'd you do that?
Well, I had to report the accident.
Report an accident? In a book?
Raven House publishes new mysteries every month. Which one will claim you as its victim? If you're clever enough, you'll find Raven House mysteries wherever paperbacks are sold.
So the cantankerous ghost turned out to be not so cantankerous after all. That's the way with a lot of humans I know. Give them a challenge, ask their best, and they usually rise to the occasion and lose their petty self-indulgence. If you have to deal with a difficult person, try it sometime. Ask their advice and help, sincerely, and you'll get sincerity in return. Our cast included Marion Seldes, E.B. Juster, Lloyd Battista, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries.
This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
It's fun. It's enjoyable. It's a family affair, and it's called It's Magic. It's Magic opens at the Palace Theater February 9th through February 14th and will be hosted by popular television star Bob Braun. No matter what your age, from 5 to 105, it's probably the